Research from the University of Pennsylvania found that people who reframe challenges as opportunities for identity development persist 40% longer on difficult tasks than those who view challenges as threats to their self-image. The productive person sees a difficult project not as an obstacle, but as evidence gathering for their identity. This is what disciplined people do. The identity shift also involves changing your relationship with discomfort. Stanford psychologist Kelly McGonigal's research on stress demonstrates that people who view stress as enhancing rather than debilitating show improved performance and reduced negative health impacts. Similarly, productive individuals reframe the discomfort of focus, discipline, and delayed gratification as signals of growth rather than suffering to be avoided. Maya, the marketing executive from earlier, experienced her transformation not through a new app, but through identity work. She began asking, what would the most effective version of me do right now? This simple question shifted her from reactive busyness to intentional productivity. Within 3 months, she reduced her work hours by 20% while increasing her measurable impact by 40%. The tactics she employed mattered less than the person she became. Becoming a productive person requires patience with the process. You're not just learning new skills, you're rewiring neural pathways and reconstructing self-concept. Research on habit formation reveals that the most challenging period occurs between days 20 and 50, when novelty has worn off, but automaticity hasn't yet set in. This is precisely when identity becomes your anchor. When motivation wanes, identity sustains you. The journey toward productivity is ultimately a journey toward self-authorship, taking deliberate control over your attention, energy, and time, rather than allowing external circumstances to dictate your days. It requires the courage to examine your current patterns honestly, the wisdom to implement changes strategically, and the patience to trust in cumulative progress. As you engage with the strategies, research, and frameworks in the chapters ahead, remember that productivity isn't about perfection or perpetual optimization. It's about aligning your daily actions with your deepest values, protecting your attention as the precious resource it is, and building systems that support your growth rather than drain your energy. The goal isn't to do everything, it's to ensure that what you do matters. Your brain is capable of remarkable focus. Your habits can be systematically rewired, and your identity can evolve to support the life and work you envision. The science is clear, the strategies are proven, and the transformation is possible. It begins with understanding that productivity isn't something you lack. It's something you cultivate, one intentional choice at a time. Chapter 1. The Psychology of a Productive Mind. Introduction. The hidden architecture of achievement productivity is not merely a matter of time management or organizational systems. It is fundamentally a psychological construct, a complex interplay of thoughts, beliefs, emotions, and identity that either propels us toward our goals or silently sabotages our progress. Before we can master the external mechanisms of productivity, we must first understand the internal landscape that shapes every decision we make, every task we undertake, and every goal we pursue. The productive mind is not born, it is cultivated. It emerges from the deliberate reshaping of mental patterns, the conscious alignment of beliefs with actions.
By the way, my friends, don't forget to subscribe for more audiobooks.
And the strategic management of emotional states. This chapter explores the deep psychological foundations that determine whether we thrive in our endeavors or perpetually struggle against invisible barriers of our own making. How thoughts, beliefs, and emotions shape productivity, the cognitive triangle of performance. At the heart of productivity lies what psychologists call the cognitive triangle, the interconnected relationship between thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. This framework, rooted in cognitive behavioral psychology, reveals that our productivity is never purely mechanical. Instead, it flows from the constant interaction of these three elements. Thoughts are the interpretations we assign to events, circumstances, and our own capabilities. When you face a challenging project, your immediate thought might be, "This is too complex for me," or "This is an opportunity to learn something valuable." These seemingly simple cognitive responses set off cascading effects throughout your psychological system. Emotions arise from these thoughts, coloring our experience and influencing our energy levels. The thought, "This is too complex," generates anxiety, overwhelm, and perhaps shame. Conversely, "This is an opportunity," generates curiosity, engagement, and measured confidence. These emotional states directly impact our willingness to engage with tasks and our persistence when obstacles emerge. Behaviors follow from this emotional state. Anxiety leads to avoidance, procrastination, or half-hearted effort. Curiosity and engagement lead to focused action, creative problem-solving, and sustained effort despite difficulties. Research by psychologist Albert Ellis, founder of rational emotive behavior therapy, demonstrated that it is rarely the event itself that determines our response, but rather our beliefs about the event. Two individuals facing identical deadlines will experience vastly different productivity outcomes based solely on their cognitive interpretation of the situation, the neuroscience of productive thinking. Modern neuroscience has illuminated the biological mechanisms underlying this psychological reality. When you engage in negative self-talk or catastrophic thinking, your amygdala, the brain's threat detection center, becomes activated. This triggers the release of cortisol and initiates the stress response, which narrows your cognitive focus, impairs working memory, and reduces creative problem-solving capacity. Dr. Andrew Huberman, a neuroscientist at Stanford University, explains that chronic stress and negative thought patterns literally change the structure of your brain through neuroplasticity. The neural pathways associated with anxiety, avoidance, and helplessness become strengthened through repeated activation, while pathways associated with initiative, persistence, and confidence atrophy from disuse. Conversely, positive cognitive patterns, realistic optimism, growth-oriented thinking, and self-efficacy beliefs activate the prefrontal cortex, the brain region responsible for executive function, planning, and goal-directed behavior. This activation increases dopamine availability, enhancing motivation, focus, and learning capacity. Belief systems as operating software. Your beliefs function as the operating system of your productivity. They are the background programs running constantly, influencing which opportunities you notice, which challenges you accept, and which goals you pursue. Stanford psychologist Carol Dweck's groundbreaking research on mindset reveals two fundamental belief systems that dramatically impact achievement: the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. Fixed mindset individuals believe that abilities are static and unchangeable. They view challenges as threats to their self-image, interpret effort as a sign of inadequacy, and avoid situations where they might fail. For them, productivity becomes an anxiety-inducing performance where their inherent worth is constantly being evaluated. Growth mindset individuals believe that abilities can be developed through dedication and effort. They view challenges as opportunities to expand their capabilities, interpret effort as the path to mastery, and embrace situations that stretch their current limits. For them, productivity becomes an engaging process of continuous development. The practical implications are profound. In one study, Dweck found that students with a growth mindset improved their academic performance significantly when facing difficult material, while fixed mindset students showed declining performance under the same conditions. The difference was not in initial ability, but in their beliefs about the nature of ability itself. Emotional intelligence and productivity. Emotional intelligence, the capacity to recognize, understand, and manage emotions in yourself and others, serves as a critical determinant of sustained productivity. Psychologist Daniel Goleman identified 5 components of emotional intelligence, each directly impacting productive behavior. Self-awareness, recognizing your emotional states and their impact on your performance. A self-aware person notices when frustration is building and takes a strategic break before productivity collapses. Self-regulation, managing disruptive emotions and adapting to changing circumstances. This capacity allows you to maintain focus despite anxiety, redirect anger into constructive problem-solving, and resist the immediate gratification that derails long-term goals. Motivation, harnessing emotions to pursue goals with energy and persistence. Emotionally intelligent individuals connect their daily tasks to deeper values and purposes, maintaining motivation even during monotonous or difficult work. Empathy, understanding the emotional states of others, which proves essential for collaborative productivity and effective communication. Social skills, managing relationships effectively, enabling the coordination and influence necessary for complex projects. Research consistently shows that emotional intelligence predicts professional success more reliably than IQ. A longitudinal study by TalentSmart tested more than 1 million people and found that emotional intelligence is responsible for % of performance in all types of jobs. The key: thought energy connection productivity requires energy, and your thoughts directly influence your available cognitive and physical energy. This isn't metaphorical, it's measurable biology. Negative rumination, worry, and self-criticism activate the sympathetic nervous system, keeping your body in a state of chronic stress arousal. This fight-or-flight state consumes enormous amounts of energy while simultaneously impairing the cognitive functions necessary for complex work. Psychologist Roy Baumeister's research on ego depletion demonstrated that self-control and decision-making consume a limited resource, which he initially termed willpower. While subsequent research has nuanced this model, the fundamental insight remains valid. Mental states that create internal conflict, forcing yourself to work while believing you can't succeed, or suppressing emotions instead of processing them, consume disproportionate cognitive resources. Conversely, thoughts aligned with your values and goals create what psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi calls flow, a state of complete absorption where action and awareness merge, self-consciousness disappears, and hours pass like minutes. Flow states are not accidents. They emerge from specific cognitive conditions, clear goals, immediate feedback, and a balance between perceived challenge and skill level. Mental narratives that sabotage progress, the stories we tell ourselves. Human beings are storytelling creatures. We don't simply experience events. We construct narratives about what those events mean, who we are, and what we're capable of achieving. These narratives, often operating beneath conscious awareness, profoundly influence our productivity. The perfectionism narrative: if I can't do it perfectly, there's no point in doing it at all. This story sounds like high standards, but functions as sophisticated procrastination. Research by psychologists Gordon Flett and Paul Hewitt distinguishes between adaptive perfectionism, pursuing excellence, and maladaptive perfectionism, avoiding failure through impossibly high standards. Maladaptive perfectionists spend enormous energy planning, preparing, and ruminating while producing minimal actual work. The narrative protects the ego. You can't fail at what you never truly attempt, but destroys productivity. The busy martyrdom narrative: I'm overwhelmed with responsibilities and demands. This narrative casts you as the noble victim of circumstances, drowning in obligations. While genuine overwhelm exists, the martyrdom narrative often serves as protection against examining priorities, setting boundaries, or acknowledging that busyness sometimes substitutes for meaningful achievement. As Tim Ferriss observes, being busy is a form of laziness, lazy thinking, and indiscriminate action. The someday narrative: I'll start when conditions are right, when I have more time, resources, knowledge, or certainty. This perpetually deferred beginning sounds prudent, but often masks fear and resistance. The narrative promises that productivity awaits just beyond some threshold, which conveniently moves forward as you approach it. The imposter narrative: I don't really deserve this success, and soon everyone will discover I'm a fraud. Psychologists Pauline Clance and Suzanne Eames first identified imposter syndrome in high-achieving individuals who, despite external evidence of competence, remain convinced they've fooled others. This narrative creates constant anxiety, makes it difficult to internalize achievements, and leads to either over-preparation, consuming energy, or self-sabotage, confirming the belief. The special circumstances narrative: normal rules don't apply to me because of my unique situation. Personality: or challenges. This story exempts you from the practices that generate productivity, creating a self-fulfilling prophecy where your special circumstances guarantee continued struggle. The neuroscience of narrative. These mental narratives aren't just poetic metaphors. They create physical changes in brain function and structure. When you repeatedly tell yourself a story, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with that narrative through Hebbian learning. Neurons that fire together wire together. Dr. Rick Hansen, a neuropsychologist, explains that the brain has a negativity bias. It's like Velcro for negative experiences and Teflon for positive ones. This evolutionary adaptation, it was more important for survival to remember threats than pleasures, means that negative narratives naturally gain strength over positive ones unless we actively intervene. Narrative researchers Jennifer Pals and Dan McAdams found that the stories people tell about their lives predict well-being and productivity better than the actual events in those lives. Two people experiencing similar challenges will have vastly different outcomes, based on whether they construct narratives of victimhood or growth, helplessness or agency, rewriting. Sabotaging narratives, transforming unproductive narratives, requires 3 steps. Recognition. You must first identify the stories you're telling. Journaling proves remarkably effective. Writing, "I notice I'm telling myself that," externalizes the narrative, making it visible and examinable rather than simply true. Examination. Question the narrative. Is this story based on verifiable facts or interpretation? What evidence contradicts it? What purpose does this story serve? Protection, justification, identity maintenance. Whose voice am I hearing? My own or internalized criticism from others? Then 3. Reconstruction. Craft an alternative narrative grounded in evidence and oriented toward growth. This isn't positive thinking or denial, it's consciously choosing interpretations that empower rather than paralyze. Instead of "I'm a procrastinator," try "I'm someone who has struggled with initiation but is developing new strategies." The second narrative acknowledges reality while preserving agency and possibility. The science of motivation and why it fades understanding. Motivation's architecture. Motivation is not a personality trait you either possess or lack. It's a dynamic psychological state emerging from the interaction of multiple factors, and understanding its mechanics allows you to cultivate it strategically rather than waiting helplessly for inspiration to strike. Psychologists Edward Desai and Richard Ryan developed self-determination theory, SDT, one of the most empirically validated frameworks for understanding human motivation. Their research identified 3 fundamental psychological needs that, when satisfied, generate intrinsic motivation. Autonomy, the need to feel that your actions originate from your own will rather than external pressure or obligation. Tasks imposed by others or performed solely for external rewards drain motivation, while self-directed activities sustain it. Competence, the need to feel effective and capable in your activities. Motivation flourishes when you're operating at the edge of your current abilities. Challenged, but not overwhelmed, a concept aligned with Csikszentmihalyi's flow state. Relatedness, the need to feel connected to others, to be part of something larger than yourself. Even solitary work gains meaning and sustained motivation when connected to relationships, communities, or purposes that matter to you. When these needs are satisfied, you experience intrinsic motivation, engagement for the inherent satisfaction of the activity itself. When they're thwarted, you're left with either extrinsic motivation, doing something for external rewards or to avoid punishment, or a motivation, lack of intention to act at all. The motivation equation peers. Steele, a motivation researcher, synthesized decades of research into what he calls the procrastination equation, which can be inverted to understand motivation. Motivation, Greener's expectancy x value, impulsiveness x delay. Expectancy, your belief that effort will lead to success. If you don't believe you can complete a task or that your efforts matter, motivation collapses regardless of how valuable the outcome might be. Value, how rewarding or meaningful the task is to you. Value encompasses both intrinsic pleasure and the importance of outcomes. Impulsiveness, your susceptibility to distraction and short-term temptations. Higher impulsiveness divides motivation. Delay, how far in the future the rewards lie. Distant outcomes feel less real and motivating than immediate ones, a phenomenon called temporal discounting. This equation explains why motivation varies across different tasks and time periods. A project might have high value but low expectancy, you doubt your ability to succeed. Or high expectancy and value but faces competition from impulsiveness and delay. The deadline is far away, and Netflix is immediately available. Why motivation fades? The inevitable decline. Many people mistakenly believe that successful individuals maintain constant high motivation. This is a dangerous myth. Motivation naturally fluctuates, and understanding why prevents the demoralization that occurs when your initial enthusiasm inevitably wanes. The novelty effect. New pursuits activate the brain's reward system, releasing dopamine that creates excitement and energy. This neurochemical boost explains why starting projects feels easier than continuing them. As novelty fades, so does this chemical support, revealing the true challenge: sustained effort without chemical assistance. The reality gap. Initial motivation often stems from idealized visions of outcomes. When reality introduces complications, tedium, or slower progress than imagined, the gap between expectation and experience drains motivation. The first draft that falls short of your vision. The workout that leaves you sore rather than transformed. The business that requires unglamorous administrative work. These reality encounters test your commitment. Ego depletion and decision fatigue. Research shows that self-control and motivation draw on limited cognitive resources. After making many decisions or exerting sustained self-control, your capacity for both diminishes. This explains why motivation often fades later in the day or during periods of high stress. The middle problem. Research on goal pursuit consistently identifies a motivation trough in the middle phase of projects. The beginning offers novelty and hope. The end provides proximity to completion. The middle, however, offers neither, creating what researchers call the messy middle, a period where progress feels simultaneously incomplete and unfinished, maximizing discouragement. Value drift. Your goals and values evolve over time. A pursuit that once aligned with your identity and aspirations may gradually lose relevance as you change. Continuing something that no longer resonates drains motivation. Yet many people persist out of sunk cost concerns or fear of appearing inconsistent. Sustaining motivation beyond willpower, relying on motivation alone guarantees failure. Instead, productive individuals create systems that work even when motivation fades. Process over outcome. Focusing on daily practices rather than distant results maintains engagement. Instead of lose 30 pounds an outcome, commit to exercise 30 minutes daily, process. The latter provides immediate satisfaction and builds capability regardless of how quickly outcomes materialize. Momentum. Through minimum viable effort. When motivation is low, commit to the smallest possible action. Tell yourself you'll write for just 5 minutes or exercise for just 10. This minimum viable effort overcomes initiation resistance, the hardest part, and often once begun, you'll continue beyond the minimum. Implementation intentions. Psychologist Peter Gollwitz's research demonstrates that specific if-then plans dramatically increase follow-through. If it's 7 a.m. on a weekday, then I write for 30 minutes, removes the need for motivation at the moment of action. The decision is pre-made. You simply execute. Strategic renewal. Rather than depleting your motivational resources continuously, build in recovery. Productivity isn't about constant effort. It's about strategic oscillation between focused work and genuine restoration. The root cause of resistance and procrastination understanding. Psychological resistance procrastination is not, as commonly believed, a time management problem or a character flaw indicating laziness. It is a complex psychological phenomenon rooted in emotion regulation and identity protection. Dr. Tim Feichel, a leading procrastination researcher, defines procrastination as the voluntary delay of an intended action, despite expecting to be worse off for the delay. This definition highlights the paradox. We consciously choose immediate relief despite knowing it creates future problems. Dr. Fuskia Siroas's research reveals that procrastination is fundamentally an emotion regulation problem. We procrastinate not because we don't care about deadlines or outcomes, but because we're trying to avoid the negative emotions associated with the task. Anxiety about our ability to succeed, frustration with the task's difficulty, boredom with its monotony, or resentment about its imposition. Procrastination provides immediate mood repair, the relief of avoiding these uncomfortable emotions at the cost of increased future stress. It's a short-sighted emotional trade-off that compounds over time. The 6 psychological drivers of procrastination. Perfectionism and fear of failure. When your self-worth is tied to performance, tasks become threatening. Procrastination protects the ego. If you fail after last-minute effort, you can blame insufficient time rather than inadequate ability. This preserves the belief that you could have succeeded if only you'd started earlier. Task aversion. Some tasks are genuinely unpleasant, tedious, difficult, or frustrating. The immediate discomfort of engaging outweighs the distant benefits of completion. Our present biased brains struggle to value future benefits as much as present comfort. Abstract or overwhelming goals. Vague. Large goals trigger avoidance because your brain can't process overwhelms. Write 500 words on character development doesn't. Research on task motivation shows that concrete, appropriately sized tasks get done while abstract. Large ones get postponed. Low self-efficacy. If you don't believe you can successfully complete a task, why start? This belief becomes self-fulfilling as avoidance prevents the skill development that would build confidence. Impulsiveness and present bias. We systematically overvalue immediate rewards and undervalue future ones. An evolutionary adaptation that served survival but undermines long-term goals. The pleasure of watching television now feels more real than the satisfaction of project completion next month. Rebellion and autonomy violation. When tasks feel imposed or controlling, procrastination becomes passive resistance, a way of asserting autonomy even at your own expense. This explains why you might procrastinate on important personal goals if they feel like shoulds rather than genuine. Once, the neurobiology of resistance, understanding the brain systems involved in procrastination, illuminates why it persists despite our conscious intentions. The limbic system, particularly the amygdala, processes threats and governs immediate emotional responses. When you contemplate a challenging task, if the limbic system perceives threat, failure, judgment, difficulty, it triggers avoidance impulses. The prefrontal cortex, particularly the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, manages executive functions, planning, decision-making, and impulse control. This region enables you to override immediate impulses in service of long-term goals. Procrastination represents a failure of the prefrontal cortex to regulate the limbic system's avoidance impulses. Brain imaging studies by Dr. Caroline Schluter show that chronic procrastinators have larger amygdalae and weaker connections between the amygdala and prefrontal cortex, making emotional regulation more difficult. This isn't destiny, it's neurobiology we can influence. Practices that strengthen prefrontal function and calm the amygdala. Mindfulness meditation, cognitive reappraisal, and building mastery experiences physically change these brain systems over time. Breaking the procrastination cycle. Forgive past procrastination. Research by Michael Wall found that students who forgave themselves for procrastinating on an earlier exam were significantly less likely to procrastinate on the next one. Self-criticism and guilt perpetuate the cycle by creating negative emotions that require regulation, often through more procrastination. Identify the emotion. When you notice yourself procrastinating, pause and identify what you're feeling. Anxiety, boredom, resentment. Naming the emotion activates the prefrontal cortex and reduces the amygdala's reactivity, a process psychologist Dan Siegel calls "name it to tame it." Address the underlying concern. Once you've identified the emotion, address its source directly. If anxiety about your ability is driving avoidance, break the task into smaller pieces that feel manageable. If resentment about imposition is the issue, reconnect with how this task serves your own values and goals. Reduce activation energy. Make starting easier by decreasing the steps between impulse and action. Writer Robert Boyce calls this keeping the threshold low. Lay out your workout clothes the night before. Close social media tabs before writing. Eliminate the micro-decisions that provide procrastination opportunities. Time horizon compression. Make future consequences feel more immediate. Write a letter to your future self describing the stress they'll experience if you don't act now. Use deadlines strategically, not just final deadlines, but process deadlines for intermediate steps, how your identity influences. Your habits and actions identity is the deepest level of change, most approaches to productivity. Focus on outcomes, what you want to achieve, or processes. What actions you need to take. But the deepest and most sustainable level operates at identity, who you believe you are. Writer James Clear, in Atomic Habits, argues that every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. Behaviors that align with your identity feel natural and require less effort, while behaviors that contradict your identity create internal resistance regardless of how beneficial they might be. Consider two people trying to quit smoking when offered a cigarette. The first says, "No thanks, I'm trying to quit." An outcome-focused response that preserves smoker identity while attempting to change behavior. The second says, "No thanks, I don't smoke." An identity-based response that claims a new self-concept. Research shows the second approach succeeds more often because it eliminates the internal conflict between behavior, not smoking, and identity, smoker. When your identity changes, behavior follows naturally rather than requiring constant self-control. The neuroscience of identity. Your brain contains networks that encode your self-concept, who you believe you are. These networks, particularly in the medial prefrontal cortex, activate when you think about yourself and influence which information you attend to, which memories you recall, and which goals you pursue. Neuroscientist Sam Harris explains that your sense of self, while feeling singular and stable, is actually a construction. A story your brain tells about continuity across time and consistency across situations. This construction profoundly influences behavior through a mechanism psychologists call identity verification. We're motivated to maintain consistency with our self-concept, even when that self-concept is limiting or inaccurate. This explains why people often self-sabotage when success would contradict their identity. The writer who believes, "I'm not a real author," may unconsciously avoid marketing their book. The student who identifies as not a math person won't invest serious effort in math courses because success would require identity revision. Identity-based productivity, transforming productivity through identity rather than willpower, involves a gradual but powerful shift. Audit. Current. Identity. What stories do you tell about yourself? I'm not a morning person. I'm disorganized. I'm not good with technology. These identities function as constraints, limiting which behaviors feel available. Notice particularly the identities you defend when someone suggests change. These are often the most limiting. Define desired identity. Rather than setting only outcome goals, define the type of person you want to become. Not write a book, but become a writer. Not lose weight, but become someone who takes care of their health. This identity becomes your compass, guiding daily decisions. Accumulate identity evidence. Every action is a piece of evidence for or against an identity. Want to become a writer? Write daily, even briefly. Each session proves to your brain that I am someone who writes. The quantity matters less than the consistency. You're changing identity, not just producing output. Create identity symbols. Physical environment and possessions reinforce identity. A dedicated workspace announces, "I am someone who does serious work." Running shoes by the door affirm, "I am someone who exercises." These symbols serve as external memory, reminding you who you're becoming. Join identity communities. Surround yourself with people who embody the identity you're developing. Behavior researchers call this social norming. We unconsciously adopt the behaviors and attitudes of our reference groups. Join a writing group, a fitness community, an entrepreneurship network, whatever aligns with your emerging identity. Identity resistance and transformation, changing identity, while powerful, also triggers resistance. Your current identity, even if limiting, provides certainty and belonging. Transformation threatens both. Psychologist Tara Brach describes the trance of unworthiness, a self-concept built on inadequacy that paradoxically becomes comfortable through familiarity. Some people unconsciously resist success because it would require abandoning this familiar identity. Dr. Steve Hayes, founder of acceptance and commitment therapy, teaches that psychological flexibility, the ability to be present with uncomfortable thoughts and emotions while still acting toward your values, is essential for identity transformation. You must be willing to experience the discomfort of behaving inconsistently with old identity while the new identity solidifies. The identity transition. Expect an uncomfortable middle phase where you're taking new actions but don't yet feel like the person who naturally takes them. A beginning runner doesn't yet feel like a runner. A person who's written for 2 weeks doesn't yet feel like a writer. This gap generates doubt and makes quitting tempting. Push through this phase by accumulating evidence. The neuroscience of habit formation shows that behaviors become automatic after consistent repetition. Estimates range from 18 to 254 days depending on complexity, with an average of 66 days. During this consolidation period, the behavior requires conscious effort. After it, the behavior feels natural and the identity catches up to the action. Identity and sustainable excellence. The ultimate power of identity-based productivity is sustainability. Outcome-based goals eventually complete or fail, leaving you without direction. Process-based habits require ongoing discipline. But identity-based change becomes self-reinforcing. The person you become wants to continue the behaviors that created that identity. A person who identifies as healthy doesn't need willpower to exercise. Not exercising would feel inconsistent with who they are. A person who identifies as a learner naturally seeks challenging projects and new skills. A person who identifies as someone who keeps their word follows through on commitments, because integrity is central to their self-concept. This is the difference between temporary productivity gains and permanent transformation. Changing what you do versus changing who you are. When identity shifts, productivity stops being something you force yourself toward and becomes something that flows from who you've become. Conclusion: the foundation of all that follows. Understanding the psychology of productivity. How thoughts shape emotions, emotions influence actions, narratives create limitations, motivation fluctuates predictably, resistance protects the ego, and identity governs behavior. Provides the foundation for everything that follows in this book. You cannot optimize systems, techniques, or environments until you understand the psychological landscape in which they operate. A perfect productivity system implemented by someone with self-sabotaging narratives and limiting identities will fail. Conversely, even imperfect systems succeed when built on psychological foundations of growth mindset, identity alignment, and emotional intelligence. The work ahead involves both understanding these psychological principles and implementing them through deliberate practice. Knowledge without application remains inert. But knowledge applied with consistency transforms not just your productivity, but your entire relationship with work, achievement, and personal development. You are not discovering productivity tactics to force upon an unwilling self. You are becoming someone for whom productive behavior feels natural, aligned, and sustainable. This transformation begins not with your calendar or task list, but with your mind, the thoughts you think, the stories you tell, the emotions you process, and the identity you claim. Everything that follows in this book builds on this foundation. Return to this chapter whenever you encounter resistance, whenever motivation fades, whenever you find yourself procrastinating despite your best intentions. The answers lie not in better time management, but in deeper self-understanding and the courage to become who you're capable of being. The productive mind is not a gift bestowed on the fortunate few. It is a capability cultivated through awareness, intention, and practice, available to anyone willing to examine their psychological patterns and systematically reshape them toward growth, agency, and aligned action. Your productivity journey doesn't begin with the first task on your list. It begins with the first honest look at your mind and the decision to become an architect of your own psychology rather than a prisoner of unconscious patterns. That journey starts now. Chapter 2: Clarity, Priorities, and Mental Focus, the foundation of all achievement. Why clarity matters in the modern world. We are drowning in possibilities. Every morning, we wake up to an overwhelming array of choices. Which tasks to tackle? First, which emails to answer, which projects to prioritize, which goals to pursue. This abundance of options, paradoxically, has become one of our greatest obstacles to productivity. The research is unequivocal. Decision fatigue, cognitive overload, and lack of clarity are among the primary reasons people fail to achieve their potential, regardless of their talent, resources, or motivation. Clarity is not simply knowing what you want, it's understanding why you want it, how it fits into your larger vision, and what specific actions will move you closer to that vision. Without clarity, productivity becomes a chaotic scramble, a reactive dance where you're constantly putting out fires rather than building something meaningful. With clarity, everything changes. Your energy becomes focused, your decisions become easier, and your progress becomes measurable and sustainable. Consider the groundbreaking research conducted by psychologist Gabriele Oettingen at New York University. Her decades of work on goal setting and mental contrasting revealed a stunning truth. People who simply fantasize about success often perform worse than those who never dream at all. The reason? Fantasy without clarity creates a false sense of accomplishment, triggering the brain's reward systems prematurely and reducing actual motivation to work. However, when people combine positive visualization with realistic planning, what Oettingen calls mental contrasting, their success rates skyrocket. Clarity transforms dreams from pleasant distractions into actionable roadmaps. The neuroscience supports this principle powerfully. When you lack clarity, your brain's prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for executive function and decision-making, must work overtime to evaluate every option, assess every possibility, and weigh every potential course of action. This constant evaluation drains your cognitive resources rapidly, leaving you mentally exhausted before you've accomplished anything substantial. Brain imaging studies show that unclear goals activate multiple competing neural networks simultaneously, creating what neuroscientists call cognitive interference. This interference doesn't just slow you down, it fundamentally impairs your ability to think deeply, creatively, and strategically. In contrast, when you have crystal-clear priorities, your brain can operate with remarkable efficiency. Clear goals activate the reticular activating system, RAS, a network of neurons in your brainstem that acts as a filter for incoming information. Once your RAS knows what matters, it automatically highlights relevant opportunities, information, and resources while filtering out distractions. This is why, when you decide to buy a specific car, you suddenly start seeing that model everywhere. Your RAS has been programmed to notice it. Let me share a powerful example from the business world. In 2007, Apple was primarily known as a computer company. Steve Jobs, returning from medical leave, faced a company with multiple product lines, numerous ongoing projects, and a scattered focus. During a legendary executive retreat, Jobs took a whiteboard and drew a simple 2x2 matrix. On one axis, he wrote consumer and professional. On the other, desktop and portable. He then announced that Apple would focus on creating just 4 great products, one for each quadrant. Everything else would be eliminated. This decision shocked the executives present. They argued that eliminating dozens of products and projects would cost the company opportunities, revenue, and market presence. Jobs disagreed. He understood that true productivity doesn't come from doing more, it comes from doing less, but with absolute clarity and focus. The result? Within a decade, Apple became the most valuable company in the world. Not by doing everything, but by doing a few things with unparalleled clarity of purpose. Eliminating internal chaos, the battle against mental noise. Before we can build clarity externally, we must address the chaos within. Mental noise, that constant stream of worries, unfinished tasks, competing priorities, and nagging doubts, is perhaps the single greatest threat to productivity in the modern age. This internal turbulence doesn't just distract us, it fundamentally impairs our cognitive capabilities. Dr. Sophie Leroy, a professor at the University of Washington, has conducted extensive research on what she calls attention residue. Her findings are sobering. When you switch from one task to another, your attention doesn't immediately follow. Part of your attention remains stuck on the previous task, especially if it was unbounded or unfinished. This residue accumulates throughout the day, creating a mounting cognitive burden that severely diminishes your mental performance. In one striking study, Leroy found that people who switched tasks frequently performed up to 40% worse on complex cognitive tasks compared to those who maintained focus. The Zeigarnik effect, discovered by Russian psychologist Bluma Zeigarnik in the 1920s, provides another crucial insight into mental chaos. Zeigarnik observed that waiters could remember complex orders perfectly while customers were dining, but immediately forgot them once the check was paid. She concluded that the brain holds onto incomplete tasks with much greater tenacity than completed ones. Every unfinished project, every unmade decision, every pending commitment creates an open loop in your mind, continuously demanding attention and draining cognitive resources. This understanding has profound implications for productivity. The solution isn't simply to work harder or push through the mental fog. It's to systematically close loops and create external structures that free your mind from the burden of remembering everything. David Allen's Getting Things Done, GTD methodology addresses this problem brilliantly through what he calls the mind sweep. The process is deceptively simple but transformative. You capture absolutely everything on your mind, every task, every commitment, every project, every idea, and transfer it to an external system you trust completely. The psychological relief is immediate and measurable. Studies on GTD practitioners show significant reductions in anxiety, improvements in working memory capacity, and enhanced ability to focus on demanding cognitive tasks. But mental noise isn't just about tasks and commitments, it's also about the stories we tell ourselves. Cognitive psychologists identify several patterns of internal dialogue that create unnecessary mental chaos. Catastrophic thinking involves imagining worst-case scenarios and treating them as probable realities. When you catch yourself thinking, "If I don't finish this project perfectly, my career will be ruined," you're not engaging in useful planning. You're generating anxiety that paralyzes action. Perfectionism masquerading as excellence creates impossible standards that guarantee failure. The internal voice that says, "This needs to be absolutely perfect before I can share it," often prevents you from making any progress at all. As Sheryl Sandberg wisely noted, "Done is better than perfect." Comparison and inadequacy narratives fill your mental space with thoughts about how others are further ahead, more talented, or more deserving. This comparative thinking, amplified enormously by social media, creates a constant state of psychological threat that makes focused work nearly impossible. Decision paralysis from overthinking occurs when you analyze every option so thoroughly that you never actually choose. Barry Schwartz's research on the paradox of choice demonstrates that beyond a certain point, more options lead to worse decisions and greater dissatisfaction. To eliminate these patterns of mental noise, you need more than willpower. You need systematic practices that restructure your internal environment. The daily brain dump is a practice borrowed from Julia Cameron's morning pages concept. Each morning, before engaging with any external inputs, spend 10-15 minutes writing continuously about whatever is on your mind. Don't edit, don't organize, don't judge, just write. This practice externalizes your mental chaos, allowing you to see it clearly rather than simply feeling it vaguely. Many practitioners report that this single habit has transformed their mental clarity more than any other productivity technique. The 2-minute rule, popularized by David Allen, addresses the accumulation of small, nagging tasks. If something takes less than 2 minutes to complete, do it immediately rather than adding it to a list. This prevents the buildup of trivial tasks that create disproportionate mental burden. Research suggests that our brains don't distinguish well between large and small open loops. An unmade phone call can create as much attention residue as an unfinished report. Weekly reviews create a regular rhythm for processing accumulated mental clutter. Set aside 60-90 minutes each week to review all your projects, commitments, and goals. Update your systems, close completed loops, and make any necessary adjustments to your plans. This practice, when done consistently, creates a profound sense of control and clarity that extends throughout the week. Cognitive offloading involves deliberately transferring the burden of remembering from your brain to trusted external systems. You use calendar apps for time-based commitments, project management tools for task tracking, and note-taking systems for important information. The key is absolute trust. If you can't rely completely on your external system, your brain will continue expending energy to remember things. Let me share the story of Marcus, a software engineer who struggled with constant overwhelm despite working only on a small team. Marcus would start each day feeling anxious and scattered, jumping between tasks without real progress on anything. When we mapped out his mental landscape, we discovered he was carrying approximately 73 distinct open loops in his head. Unfinished tasks, pending decisions, potential projects, and vague commitments. No wonder he felt paralyzed. We implemented a complete brain dump over 2 hours, capturing every single item into a trusted system. Then, crucially, we made immediate decisions about each item. Some were completed right away, applying the 2-minute rule. Some were scheduled for specific times, some were delegated, and some, upon honest examination, were simply deleted as no longer relevant or important. The transformation was remarkable. Marcus reported feeling physically lighter, as though a weight had been removed from his shoulders. His focus improved dramatically. Within 3 weeks, using a consistent system of daily brain dumps and weekly reviews, his productivity had genuinely doubled, not through working longer hours, but through eliminating the internal chaos that had been sabotaging his efforts all along. Defining meaningful goals. The compass for your energy goals are not merely targets to hit. They are the organizing principles that give structure and meaning to your daily actions. Yet not all goals are created equal. Some goals genuinely motivate and inspire, channeling your energy toward meaningful achievement. Others, despite looking good on paper, drain your motivation and lead to burnout and disappointment. The distinction between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, extensively researched by Edward Dacey and Richard Ryan in their self-determination theory, provides crucial insight here. Extrinsic goals, those pursued primarily for external rewards like money, status, or approval, provide weak and unstable motivation. When your goal is make $1 million or get promoted, your motivation fluctuates wildly based on external circumstances and comparison with others. Research consistently shows that achieving extrinsic goals often leads to disappointment rather than lasting satisfaction. Intrinsic goals, in contrast, are those connected to your core values, personal growth, and authentic interests. When your goal is develop genuine expertise in my field, or create something that helps people solve real problems, your motivation becomes self-sustaining. You draw energy from the work itself rather than depending entirely on external validation. This doesn't mean external rewards don't matter. Of course they do. But the research suggests that external rewards work best when they emerge as natural consequences of pursuing intrinsically meaningful goals rather than being the primary focus. As Daniel Pink explains in Drive, The highest levels of performance and satisfaction come when people experience autonomy, mastery. The SMART framework for goal setting has become almost cliched, but it remains valuable when properly understood. Goals should be specific, clear and unambiguous, measurable with defined success criteria, achievable, challenging but realistic, relevant, aligned with your larger objectives, and time-bound with clear deadlines. However, SMART goals can become mechanical and soulless if disconnected from deeper meaning. I recommend expanding SMART into what I call SMART E-goals, adding an emotional component. Ask yourself, how will I feel when I achieve this goal? What will it mean to me personally? What aspect of my identity or values does this goal express? This emotional connection transforms abstract targets into personal commitments. Let's examine this through a real example. Sarah, a marketing manager, initially set a goal: increase our email list by 50,000 subscribers within 6 months. This goal was perfectly SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Yet Sarah found herself procrastinating, lacking enthusiasm, and dreading the work required. When we explored the emotional dimension, we discovered that Sarah's true passion was helping small business owners build authentic connections with their customers. Her email list goal felt hollow because it was purely numerical. We reframed her goal: help 50,000 small business owners discover strategies to build genuine customer relationships, measured through email subscription growth. Within 6 months, the action remained the same, but the meaning transformed entirely. Sarah's motivation skyrocketed because the goal now connected to her core values and sense of purpose. The one thing principle, articulated by Gary Keller, asks a powerful focusing question. What's the one thing I can do such that by doing it, everything else will be easier or unnecessary? This question cuts through complexity and reveals your highest leverage goals. Most people try to pursue too many goals simultaneously, spreading their energy too thin to achieve real excellence in anything. By identifying your single most important goal in each major life domain, you create clarity that enables extraordinary focus. Research on goal hierarchies supports this approach. Your goals should form a pyramid, with a few overarching aspirations at the top, your long-term vision, supported by a larger number of intermediate goals, your yearly or quarterly objectives, which in turn are supported by your daily and weekly action items. Each level should clearly connect to the level above it. When this alignment exists, even small daily tasks feel meaningful because you can trace their connection to your ultimate vision. Backward planning is a powerful technique for bridging the gap between big dreams and daily actions. Start with your ultimate goal and work backward, asking at each step, what would need to be true immediately before this goal is achieved? Continue this backward chain until you reach actions you can take today. This process transforms overwhelming ambitions into concrete, manageable steps. For instance, if your goal is publish a respected book in my field within 2 years, backward planning might look like this. Year 2, Month 12, book published and launched Year 2. Month 9, complete final edits and prepare for publication Year 2. Month 6, receive developmental editing feedback and revise Year 2. Month 3, complete first full draft Year 1. Month 12, complete 50% of first draft Year 1. Month 9, complete detailed outline and 3 sample chapters. Year 1. Month 6, clarify book's unique angle and target audience Year 1. Month 3, read 20 key books in the field and develop thesis today. Spend 30 minutes identifying the top 5 books to read. Suddenly, publishing a book doesn't feel like an impossible dream. It feels like a concrete project with clear next steps. Prioritization frameworks, the skill that multiplies. Your impact having clear goals is essential, but daily life presents far more opportunities and demands than you could possibly address. Prioritization, the ability to consistently choose the most important actions while saying no to everything else, may be the single most valuable skill for productivity. Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors in history, uses a simple but ruthless prioritization method. He once told his pilot to write down his top 25 career goals. Then Buffett instructed him to circle the 5 most important goals. What about these other 20? The pilot asked. Buffett replied. Everything you didn't circle just became your avoid-at-all-cost list. No matter what, these things get no attention from you until you've succeeded with your top 5. This, radical clarity, not just identifying priorities, but explicitly identifying what to avoid, is what separates highly productive people from those who remain perpetually busy but never truly successful. The Eisenhower Matrix, reportedly used by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, provides a powerful framework for daily prioritization. It divides all tasks into 4 quadrants based on 2 dimensions: urgency and importance. Quadrant 1, urgent and important, crises, deadlines, emergency problems. These demand immediate attention, but should be minimized through better planning. Living constantly in Quadrant 1 leads to stress and burnout. Quadrant 2, not urgent but important, strategic planning, relationship building, learning and development, health and prevention. This is the quadrant of extraordinary productivity. Time spent here prevents future crises, builds capabilities, and creates sustainable success. Yet because these activities aren't urgent, they're perpetually postponed by those who lack clear priorities. Quadrant 3, urgent but not important. Interruptions, many emails and meetings. Other people's priorities disguised as your own. These activities feel productive because they're urgent, but they contribute little to your actual goals. The key is learning to delegate, defer, or decline these demands. Quadrant 4, neither urgent nor important. Busy work, many social media activities, excessive entertainment. These are time wasters, pure and simple. Awareness of how much time you spend here can be shocking and transformative. Research by productivity expert Stephen Covey suggests that highly effective people spend 70–80% of their time in Quadrant 2, compared to just 15–20% for average performers. This single shift, dedicating the majority of your time to important but not urgent activities, may be the most powerful productivity strategy available. The 80–20 principle, or Pareto principle, discovered by economist Vilfredo Pareto, reveals that roughly 80% of results come from 20% of efforts. This principle applies remarkably widely. 80% of your sales come from 20% of your customers. 80% of your productivity comes from 20% of your working hours. 80% of your learning comes from 20% of your reading. The implications for prioritization are profound. If you can identify the vital 20% and focus your energy there, you can multiply your impact by 4 or 5 times without working any harder. Applying the 80–20 principle requires regular analysis. Each month, review your activities and honestly assess which tasks and projects generated the most valuable results, which consumed time but contributed little. Be ruthless in identifying your personal 80–20 split and systematically shift your time toward your highest leverage activities. Time blocking transforms prioritization from an abstract concept into concrete daily practice. Instead of maintaining a simple to-do list and hoping to find time for important work, you proactively schedule specific time blocks for your priorities. Cal Newport, author of Deep Work, practices what he calls time block planning. Every day, he assigns every hour to a specific activity, ensuring that his most important work receives protected time when his energy and focus are highest. Research on implementation intentions, pioneered by psychologist Peter Gollwitzer, demonstrates why time blocking works so powerfully. When you make a specific plan, I will work on my book from 8 to 10 a.m. in my home office. You're dramatically more likely to follow through than if you simply intend to work on my book when I have time. The specificity triggers automatic execution, bypassing the need for willpower and decision-making in the moment. Let me share the transformation of James, a consultant who felt perpetually overwhelmed by client demands. James would start each day planning to work on an important strategic initiative, but constant interruptions, emails, calls, urgent client requests would derail his intentions. By day's end, he'd accomplished numerous tasks, but made zero progress on what mattered most. This pattern repeated for months. We implemented a radical time-blocking strategy. James blocked 8:11 a.m. every day as project time, completely unavailable for meetings, emails, or calls. He informed his clients and colleagues that he'd respond to all non-emergency communications after 11 a.m. Initially, he worried this would damage his client relationships. The opposite occurred. His clients respected his boundaries, and his strategic work improved so dramatically that he delivered better results in less total time. Within 3 months, James had completed 2 major projects that had languished for over a year. The hell yes or no decision filter, popularized by entrepreneur Derek Sivers, provides a simple but powerful prioritization heuristic. When considering a new commitment, opportunity, or project, ask yourself, is this a hell yes? If it's not an enthusiastic, definite yes, it should be a no. This filter forces you to recognize that everything you say yes to means saying no to something else. By raising your standards for commitment, you ensure that your time goes only to your highest priorities. Building daily structure. The architecture of deep focus structure is often misunderstood as the enemy of creativity and freedom. In reality, the right structure is what enables both. Without clear daily structure, you waste precious cognitive resources on constant decision-making. When should I start working? What should I work on? When should I take a break? This perpetual decision burden creates decision fatigue that leaves you depleted before you've done any meaningful work. The most productive people don't rely on willpower and moment-to-moment decision-making. They build systems and routines that make productive behavior automatic. As Aristotle observed over 2 millennia ago, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. The power of morning routines has been extensively documented in both research and the practices of high achievers. The first 60-90 minutes after waking represent a unique window of opportunity. Your willpower is at its peak. Your mind hasn't yet been fragmented by external demands, and you have the opportunity to set the psychological tone for your entire day. Hal Elrod's Miracle Morning Framework has helped thousands of people transform their productivity through a structured morning routine encompassing 6 practices. He calls them savers: silence, meditation; affirmations, stating your goals and values; visualization, imagining successful outcomes; exercise, physical movement; reading, learning, and inspiration; and scribing, journaling. While you don't need to adopt this exact formula, the principle is powerful. Begin each day with practices that ground you, energize you, and connect you to your priorities before reacting to external demands. Neuroscience research supports the power of morning routines through understanding ultradian rhythms, natural cycles of alertness that occur throughout the day. For most people, cognitive performance peaks within the first few hours after waking. This is your golden time for your most demanding, creative, and important work. Squandering this peak performance window on email, meetings, or administrative tasks is like having a superpower but forgetting to use it. Energy management over time. Management represents a crucial shift in thinking about productivity. Time is fixed. Everyone has the same 24 hours. But energy, physical, mental, and emotional, is variable and manageable. The research of Tony Schwartz and the Energy Project has shown that managing energy, not time, is the key to high performance and sustained productivity. Human beings are not designed to operate at constant intensity. We naturally move through cycles of exertion and recovery, similar to the ultradian rhythms mentioned earlier. Research suggests we can maintain peak focus for approximately 90-120 minutes before needing recovery. Working against these natural rhythms, trying to maintain constant focus for hours, actually reduces total productivity compared to working in aligned intervals with genuine breaks. The Pomodoro technique, developed by Francesco Cirillo, provides a simple but powerful framework for working with your natural energy cycles. You work with complete focus for 25 minutes, 1 Pomodoro, then take a 5-minute break. After 4 Pomodoros, you take a longer 15-30-minute break. This rhythm prevents both mental fatigue and the false urgency that leads to poor decision-making. So, magic of the Pomodoro technique isn't just the breaks. It's the psychological commitment to focused work during the intervals. When you know a break is coming soon, it's easier to resist distractions and maintain concentration. Research by Professor Alejandro Lleras found that brief diversions during long tasks actually improve focus and performance, contradicting the intuition that breaks are simply time off from productivity. Environmental design plays a vastly underappreciated role in sustainable focus. Your physical environment sends constant signals to your brain about what behaviors are expected and supported. Small changes in your workspace can have surprisingly large impacts on your productivity. Dr. Libby Sanders' research at Bond University in Australia examines how workplace design affects cognitive performance. Her findings demonstrate that factors like natural light, plants, temperature, and noise levels significantly impact concentration, creativity, and task completion. Open offices, despite their popularity, consistently underperform private spaces for deep cognitive work. The cost of constant interruptions and ambient noise far exceeds any benefits from spontaneous collaboration. Create what I call a focus sanctuary, a specific physical space associated exclusively with deep work. This space should have minimal distractions, good lighting, comfortable temperature, and everything you need within reach, so you never have an excuse to interrupt your flow. Over time, simply entering this space will trigger a focused mental state through associative conditioning. The concept of deep work, articulated by Cal Newport, deserves special emphasis. Deep work is professional activity performed in a state of distraction-free concentration that pushes your cognitive capabilities to their limit. This is the kind of work that creates real value, builds expertise, and produces genuine satisfaction. Yet modern life conspires against deep work through constant interruptions, shallow tasks, and the seductive pull of digital distraction. Newport's research reveals that the ability to perform deep work is becoming simultaneously more rare and more valuable in the economy. Those who can regularly enter and sustain deep focus states will have an enormous competitive advantage in almost any knowledge work domain. But deep work is a skill that must be deliberately cultivated. It won't happen by accident. Building deep work capacity requires what Newport calls deep work rituals, consistent practices that train your ability to focus intensely. Start with shorter sessions. Even 30 minutes of genuine deep work is valuable, and gradually increase duration as your concentration stamina improves. Treat deep work sessions as sacred. Turn off notifications, close unnecessary applications, and perhaps even disconnect from the internet if possible. The role of recovery cannot be overstated. Productivity isn't about working every possible hour. It's about working intensely when you work and recovering completely when you rest. Research on elite performers across domains, from athletes to musicians to scientists, consistently shows that they work in focused bursts with complete recovery in between, rather than working at moderate intensity for extended periods. Recovery includes micro breaks during the workday, genuine leisure in the evenings, complete disconnection on weekends, and regular vacations. Each level of recovery serves a different purpose. Micro breaks prevent attention fatigue. Evening leisure allows mental processing and consolidation. Weekends provide perspective and prevent burnout. Vacations allow for the deep restoration that enables sustained high performance. The paradox of recovery is that it often feels unproductive and creates guilt among ambitious people. But the research is clear. People who prioritize recovery and work-life boundaries consistently outperform those who attempt to work constantly. Brad Stulberg and Steve Magnus, in Peak Performance, demonstrate that growth, whether physical, mental, or professional, occurs during recovery periods, not during the stress itself. The stress creates the stimulus, but recovery is where the adaptation happens. Practical implementation, from theory to transformative practice. Understanding these principles intellectually is valuable, but transformation requires practical implementation. Let me provide you with a concrete 30-day plan to build clarity, establish priorities, and create sustainable focus in your own life. Week 1, complete clarity. Capture day 1 to 2. Perform a complete brain dump. Capture absolutely everything on your mind, tasks, projects, ideas, commitments, worries, in a notebook or digital tool. Don't organize yet. Just capture everything. Day 3-4, process your captured items. Categorize them: immediate actions, projects, multi-step outcomes. Someday maybe ideas, reference information, and trash. Be ruthless in eliminating or delegating non-essential items. Day 5-7, create your goal hierarchy. Identify 2-3 overarching long-term goals, your 2 to 5 year vision. Then break these into quarterly objectives and weekly milestones. Ensure clear line of sight from daily actions to ultimate vision. Week 2, prioritization, systems day. 8-9, map your activities into the Eisenhower matrix. Track everything you do for 2 days, then categorize each activity. Calculate what percentage of time you currently spend in each quadrant. Day 10-12, identify your personal 80-20 split. Review the past month. Which activities generated the most value? Which consumed time but contributed little? Create your focus list, your vital 20%, and your minimize list, activities to eliminate or delegate. Day 13-14. Design your ideal week. Using time blocking, create a template showing when you'll do different types of work. Deep work sessions, meetings, administrative tasks, learning time, and personal activities. Week 3, environmental and routine design day. 15-17, optimize your physical environment. Redesign your workspace to minimize distractions and support focus. Remove or hide anything that doesn't serve your priorities. Day 18-21, implement a morning routine. Choose 3 to 5 practices that will ground you, energize you, and connect you to your priorities. Commit to this routine for at least 30 days before evaluating or adjusting. Week 4, deep work practice and refinement day, 22-25. Begin daily deep work sessions. Start with 60-minute blocks of completely distraction-free focus on your highest priority work. Track your ability to maintain focus and gradually increase session length. Day 26-28, implement systematic recovery. Schedule genuine breaks, establish a work end time, and create a shutdown ritual that allows you to mentally disconnect in the evening. Day 29-30, review and refine. Assess what's working and what needs adjustment. Celebrate your progress and commit to continuing these practices. Conclusion: the compound effect of clarity and focus, the QI. Principles in this chapter are not quick fixes or life hacks. They are foundational practices that, when implemented consistently, create compound effects over time. In the first week, you might notice only modest improvements. After a month, the changes become more significant. After 6 months, you'll hardly recognize your former pattern of scattered effort and chronic overwhelm. After a year, you'll have achieved things that once seemed impossible, not through superhuman effort, but through the steady application of clarity, intelligent prioritization, and structured focus. Remember that productivity is ultimately about impact, not activity. It's about creating meaningful results aligned with your deepest values and aspirations. Clarity gives you direction. Prioritization gives you focus. Structure gives you sustainability. Together they form the foundation not just of achievement, but of a life well lived, productive not just in work but in meaning, growth, and contribution. The journey from chaos to clarity, from overwhelm to focused achievement, begins with a single decision: the decision to take control of your attention, your priorities, and your daily structure. You already have everything you need to begin. The question is not whether you're capable, you absolutely are. The question is whether you're willing to commit to the practices that will unlock that capability. The answer, I hope, is yes. Chapter 3, Discipline, Habits and Systems, the Architecture of Automatic Excellence in 2003. Researchers at Duke University published a finding that changed our understanding of human behavior. Approximately 40-45% of our daily actions aren't decisions at all, they're habits. Automated responses our brains execute without conscious thought. This means nearly half of what you do today, you'll do tomorrow. Not through careful consideration, but through neurological automation. This revelation is both humbling and empowering. It means your current life is largely a product of your habits, not your intentions. But it also means that by mastering habit formation, you can redesign your life at its foundation. Most people approach productivity with the wrong framework. They believe success requires constant motivation and iron willpower. They wake up each morning trying to force themselves through the day using sheer mental force. This approach inevitably fails because it fights against fundamental human neurology.
By the way, my friends, don't forget to subscribe for more audiobooks.
Sustainable success doesn't come from willpower, it comes from systems. The neuroscience of habit formation. When you perform a new behavior, your brain actively processes each component. Neurons fire across multiple regions, particularly in the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for decision-making. But with repetition, something fascinating happens. Your brain, constantly seeking efficiency, gradually transfers control from the energy-intensive prefrontal cortex to the basal ganglia, a more primitive, efficient brain structure. Dr. Anne Graybiel at MIT describes this as the brain creating chunks, neural shortcuts that bundle action sequences into single, automatic routines. This is why driving feels overwhelmingly complex during your first lesson, but becomes nearly effortless after months of practice. The behavior has been chunked, automated, and moved to your basal ganglia, freeing your conscious mind for other tasks. When you successfully build a habit, you're not just creating a behavior, you're rewiring your brain's architecture, building neural highways that execute complex behaviors with minimal cognitive load. The habit loop: cue, craving response, reward. Every habit follows a 4-phase cycle. The cue triggers your brain to initiate behavior, a time, location, emotional state, or preceding action. When your phone buzzes, or you walk past a coffee shop, that's a cue. The craving is the motivational force behind the habit. You don't crave the habit itself, but the change in state it delivers. You don't want to check your phone. You want to know what notifications await. The response is the actual habit performed. Whether it occurs depends on the friction involved and your capability. If an action requires more effort than you're willing to expend, you won't do it. The reward satisfies your craving and teaches your brain which actions are worth remembering. If the reward is positive, your brain encodes this sequence for future use. Understanding this loop reveals the leverage points for habit change. You cannot eliminate a bad habit, you can only replace it. Neural pathways never truly disappear. They become dormant. This is why recovering addicts struggle decades after sobriety. But you can overwrite patterns by maintaining the same cue and reward while changing the routine. Why systems obliterate. Willpower is a dangerous myth. Research by Roy Baumeister revealed that willpower operates like a muscle. It fatigues with use. Every decision, every resisted temptation, every choice drains a limited reservoir of mental energy. By day's end, your willpower is depleted, leaving you vulnerable to poor choices. Systems, by contrast, are sustainable. A system is a collection of interconnected habits and environmental designs that guide behavior automatically. Systems don't require motivation or depend on how you feel. They work whether you're inspired or exhausted. James Clear's wisdom captures this perfectly. You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. Goals tell you where you want to go. Systems get you there. Consider 2 people wanting to write a book. Person A sets a goal for 300 pages by year's end, relying on daily motivation. Progress is erratic and willpower dependent. Person B builds a system. Every morning at 6:30 a.m. after pouring coffee, they write for 45 minutes. No quality judgment, just execution. Over time, the system compounds. After 6 months, Person B has 130-plus writing sessions completed, while Person A still waits for motivation. The 2-minute rule, starting small. The most common mistake in habit formation is starting too big. People commit to running 5 miles daily or writing 2,000 words each morning. These ambitious goals violate a fundamental principle. New habits should be easy. The 2-minute rule states that when starting a new habit, it should take less than 2 minutes. Want to read more? Commit to 1 page, not 30. Want to exercise? Commit to putting on workout clothes, not a 45-minute session. Want to meditate? Commit to 3 deep breaths, not 20 minutes. This seems absurd. 1 page won't transform your knowledge. But that's not the point. You're establishing behavior, proving you're the type of person who shows up. You're building identity, not results. Once you've read that page, you'll often continue. Once you've changed into workout clothes, you'll probably exercise. The hardest part of any task is starting. The 2-minute rule eliminates that barrier. B.J. Fogg's research at Stanford consistently demonstrates that people who master tiny behaviors develop confidence that naturally expands. The woman committing to 2 push-ups daily eventually does sets of 20. The man flossing 1 tooth eventually flosses them all. Each small action is a vote for your new identity. Identity-based habits, becoming your future. Most people approach habits wrong, focusing on outcomes. I want to lose 20 pounds, or I want to write a book. These outcome-based goals don't address who you need to become to achieve them. There's a more powerful approach, identity-based habits. Instead of focusing on what you want to achieve, focus on who you wish to become. The goal isn't to read a book, it's to become a reader, not to run a marathon, but to become a runner. Not to learn guitar, but to become a musician. This distinction is transformative. When habits align with identity, motivation becomes less relevant. You're not forcing yourself to do something foreign, you're acting in accordance with who you are. Consider 2 people quitting smoking. When offered a cigarette, the first says, "No thanks, I'm trying to quit." The second says, "No thanks, I'm not a smoker." The first still identifies as a smoker attempting to resist. The second has adopted a new identity. Research shows the second person has dramatically higher success rates. Your identity emerges from your habits. Every action is a vote for who you wish to become. No single instance transforms your beliefs, but as votes accumulate, so does evidence of your new identity. This creates a virtuous cycle. Habits shape identity, which shapes habits, implementation. First, decide who you want to be. Get specific. What would a healthy person do? What would a creative person do? Second, prove it with small wins. Your identity is your collection of self-beliefs, and beliefs require evidence. Want to become a writer? Write 100 words daily. That's evidence. Third, gradually raise the bar as identity solidifies. Environmental design, making good habits. Inevitable, your environment is the invisible hand shaping your behavior. You might believe you make deliberate choices through conscious intention, but research reveals a humbler truth. Your environment often decides for you. Kurt Lewin proposed behavior, person, environment. Modern neuroscience validates this repeatedly. Your brain constantly scans for cues, triggering automatic responses. The more obvious the cue, the more powerful its pull. A Cornell University experiment placed candy bowls in different office locations. On desks, workers ate 9 pieces daily. In drawers, 6 pieces. Across the room, 4 pieces. A 6-foot distance reduced consumption by more than half. Same candy, same people, different environment. For habits you want to build, reduce friction, the effort required to perform a behavior. Want morning exercise? Sleep in workout clothes. Want healthier eating? Place fruit on your counter. Bury junk food in the back of your pantry. Want to read more? Place a book on your pillow each morning. For habits you want to eliminate, increase friction. Want less television? Unplug it after each use and remove remote batteries. The 20 seconds required often breaks the automatic response. Want less social media? Delete apps from your phone. Additional friction creates decision points where automatic behavior becomes conscious choice. Create dedicated spaces for specific behaviors. Your brain associates environments with particular actions. When you consistently perform the same activity in the same location, that location becomes a cue. This is why working productively in your relaxation space is difficult. Environmental cues, conflict. If possible, create dedicated spaces. A desk for work, a chair for reading, a corner for meditation. Habit stacking. Linking new behaviors to existing routines. Habit stacking leverages existing neural pathways as cues for new behaviors. The formula. After current habit, I will new habit. Examples. After I pour morning coffee, I'll write 3 gratitudes. After I sit for lunch, I'll drink a full glass of water. After I close my laptop at day's end, I'll write tomorrow's 3 priorities. After I remove work shoes, I'll immediately change into workout clothes. This works because you're using an already automatic behavior as the trigger for your new habit. You're not trying to remember execution out of nowhere, you're tying it to something you do reliably. Select the right anchor habit. It should be specific in time and location, already consistent, and a natural trigger. Choose habits you do daily without fail. Brushing teeth, pouring coffee, sitting at your desk, turning off bedroom lights. You can build chains where each behavior triggers the next. After I wake up, I'll drink water. After I drink water, I'll stretch for 3 minutes. After I stretch, I'll meditate for 5 minutes. After meditation, I'll journal for 10 minutes. This creates a morning routine where each behavior flows naturally into the next, a single macro habit. Breaking bad habits. Replacement, not elimination. You cannot eliminate a bad habit. Neural pathways never fully disappear. Attempting elimination. Through willpower leaves a void your brain seeks to fill, often with the same behavior. The solution is replacement. Keep the same cue and reward, but insert a different routine. Neuroscientist Judson Brewer discovered something remarkable about breaking bad habits. The key is curiosity rather than fighting. In smoking cessation, studies, those practicing mindful awareness of cravings, observing with curiosity rather than judgment, were twice as likely to quit compared to traditional willpower methods. The process. First, identify the cue. What triggers the unwanted behavior? Track it for a week, noting what happens immediately before. Patterns will emerge. Second, identify the reward. What craving does the habit satisfy? Experiment with different rewards to discover the true need. Third, insert a new routine satisfying the same craving. If afternoon snacking is driven by rest needs, replace it with a walk. If driven by social connection, replace it with colleague conversations. Fourth, make the bad habit difficult while building the replacement. Writer Nir Eyal suggests pre-commitment. Making advanced decisions eliminating the need for in-the-moment willpower. Use website blockers during work hours, ask friends to change your social media passwords, or schedule automatic savings transfers before you can spend money. The power of social reinforcement. Human behavior is profoundly influenced by social context. The Framingham Heart Study revealed behaviors spread through networks like viruses. If your friend becomes obese, your obesity risk increases 57%. If your friend quits smoking, you're 36% more likely to quit. If your friend becomes happy, your happiness likelihood increases 15%. These effects extend beyond direct friendships. Your social environment may be the most powerful factor determining your habits. If surrounded by people whose habits conflict with your goals, you're fighting uphill. If your social circle prioritizes entertainment over growth, your learning commitment will constantly be tested. Leverage social reinforcement. Join a tribe sharing your desired identity. Find communities aligned with who you want to become. Create accountability partnerships with one person committed to similar goals. Share daily progress, celebrate wins, discuss challenges. Knowing someone is watching dramatically increases follow-through. Make habits public. Public commitments are more powerful than private ones. Design social consequences through financial commitments, which research shows increases follow-through. The plateau of latent potential progress is not linear. Most expect immediate, consistent results. Visible changes after a week of workouts, completed work after a month of writing. This expectation sets them up for disappointment and abandonment. James Clear describes the plateau of latent potential. Imagine an ice cube at 25 degrees Celsius. Temperature rises, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31 degrees. The ice remains solid. Nothing appears to happen. Energy seems wasted. Then, at 32 degrees, the ice melts. 1 degree triggers massive transformation. Habits work the same way. You work diligently for weeks with minimal visible results. Efforts feel futile. You're tempted to quit. Then suddenly, breakthrough. Small improvements accumulate, cross a threshold, and produce dramatic results. Bamboo provides another metaphor. You plant a bamboo seed and water it daily. For 4 years, nothing visible happens. Then, in the 5th year, It grows 90 feet in 6 weeks. Was it growing those first 4 years? Absolutely. It was developing a massive underground root system supporting eventual rapid growth. Your habits are building root systems. Work done today won't show results today, this week, or even this month. But it's accumulating, compounding, building infrastructure, supporting exponential growth. This is why consistency trumps intensity. The person exercising moderately 6 days weekly achieves far more than the person with occasional intense marathons. Consistency allows compounding, implementation intentions. Turning goals into scripts, implementation intentions, specify exactly when, where, and how you'll act. The formula: I will behavior at time in location. Examples: I will write for 30 minutes at 6 a.m. at my desk. I will run at 5:30 p.m. on the trail behind my house. I will meditate for 10 minutes at noon in the spare bedroom. Over 100 studies show implementation intentions significantly increase follow-through. One meta-analysis of 8,000-plus participants found they increased goal achievement likelihood 2 to 3 times compared to vague goals. They're effective because they eliminate decision points that derail behavior. With vague commitments, each day requires new decisions about whether, when, where, and what. By the time you've navigated these decisions, mental energy is depleted and motivation has waned. Implementation intentions preempt these points. When 6 a.m. arrives, there's no decision. You already decided. Your only job is execution. Enhance with contingency planning. If obstacle X occurs, then I will respond with Y. Examples: if it's raining for my morning run, I'll do a 20-minute indoor workout instead. If I miss my morning writing due to an early meeting, I'll write during lunch. These prevent the what the hell effect where one missed instance leads to complete abandonment. Contingency planning creates flexibility within commitment, preventing single failures from becoming complete derailments. Habit tracking. Making progress. Visible: what gets measured gets managed. Habit tracking makes progress visible, creating motivation and accountability. The most effective tracking is simple. A calendar where you draw an X on every completion day works perfectly. Jerry Seinfeld used this for writing jokes. Every day he wrote, he marked an X. After a few days, he had a chain. The goal: don't break the chain. Each X is evidence of your new identity. Each completed day increases commitment to maintaining the streak. Breaking a long streak feels costly. You don't want to waste accumulated effort. This loss aversion motivates consistency. Tracking reveals patterns you might miss. Maybe you always skip meditation on Thursdays. Examining your calendar, you realize Thursday is your longest workday. Armed with this insight, you can adjust your schedule or create specific Thursday implementation intentions. Research by Dr. Gail Matthews found people who wrote down goals and tracked progress achieved significantly more than those who only thought about goals. Recording creates self-accountability and makes abstract aspirations concrete. Key principles: keep it simple. The easier to track, the more likely you'll maintain it. Track immediately after completion for instant satisfaction. Never miss twice. Missing once is inevitable and not fatal. Missing twice begins forming a new habit, the habit of not doing the habit. Focus on process over outcome. Track behaviors, not results. Don't track lost 2 pounds. Track worked out 30 minutes. Building your keystone habit. Some habits trigger cascades of other positive behaviors, keystone habits. Exercise is common. People who start exercising often spontaneously eat better. Sleep consistently, become more productive, show more patience, and spend less on impulses. One habit triggers a chain reaction. The reason is physiological. Exercise improves mood, energy, cognition, and psychological. Exercise strengthens your healthy choice identity, influencing all subsequent decisions. Other common keystone habits: making your bed each morning, planning your day the night before, daily meditation, family dinners, consistent sleep schedules. The specific keystone varies by individual, but they share characteristics. They create small wins, shifting how you see yourself, provide structure to other life areas, and generate momentum, naturally extending to other domains. When designing your habit architecture, identify your keystone habit, the single behavior triggering the largest cascade of positive changes. Focus energy on establishing this first, trusting other improvements will follow naturally. The long game, patience, and compound growth, we live in a culture obsessed with hacks, shortcuts, and rapid transformation. This impatience is the enemy of genuine, sustainable change. The most powerful forces in the universe, compound interest, evolution, erosion, operate slowly. Small forces, applied consistently over long periods, produce extraordinary results. A 1% daily improvement doesn't seem significant. It's barely noticeable. But over a year, 1% daily improvement compounds to being 37 times better. The math, 101365, 3778. Conversely, 1% daily decline, 0.99365, shuck 0.03. The difference between improvement and decline is a tiny daily choice, but the cumulative effect is profound. This is transformation mathematics. You don't need to change your life in a day. You need to change your day and let those changes compound. Warren Buffett attributes his success to compound interest, not just financially, but in knowledge, relationships, and reputation. He reads for hours daily, trusting accumulated knowledge will compound over decades. His wealth didn't appear suddenly. 99% came after age 50. It's the result of consistent habits maintained over 60-plus years. Conclusion: the path forward excellence is not an act, but a habit. You do not rise to the level of your goals. You fall to the level of your systems. You don't become disciplined through heroic willpower. You become disciplined through accumulated evidence of small actions executed consistently over time. The habits you build today determine who you'll become tomorrow. Each action is a vote for your identity. Each small behavior is a brick in your life's architecture. The question isn't whether you'll build habits. You will, inevitably. The question is whether you'll build them deliberately or allow random formation. This chapter provided neurological understanding, practical frameworks, and strategic tools to build habits serving your highest aspirations. You understand how habits form, why systems outperform willpower, how to break old patterns and replace them with productive routines, how to build self-discipline through identity and repetition, and how to create automatic behaviors maintaining consistency. Now comes the only part that matters: application. Knowledge without action is entertainment. Start absurdly small. Choose one tiny behavior aligned with who you want to become. Make it so easy you can't refuse. Execute daily. Track it. Never miss twice. Trust the process. Allow time and consistency to compound efforts into extraordinary results. Your future self, living 5 years from now in the compound interest of your daily choices, is counting on today's decisions. Make them wisely. Make them systematically. Make them understanding that small actions, repeated consistently, are the most powerful change force available to any human being. The path to excellence isn't a single heroic leap. It's 1,000 tiny steps in the right direction, taken daily, until one day you look up and realize you've arrived at a once impossibly distant destination. Begin now. Chapter 4: Eliminating Distractions and Mastering Deep Work. The attention crisis: why focus has become the scarcest resource. We live in an unprecedented era of distraction. Microsoft research suggests the average attention span has fallen from 12 seconds in 2000 to just 8 seconds today. Gloria Mark at UC Irvine found that office workers are interrupted or switch tasks every 3 minutes and 5 seconds on average. More alarmingly, after an interruption, it takes an average of 23 minutes and 15 seconds to fully return to the original task. Deep work, focused, undistracted cognitive effort has become increasingly rare. Yet paradoxically, it has never been more valuable. In an economy where shallow work is being automated rapidly, the ability to perform deep work represents perhaps the single most important competitive advantage you can develop. Cal Newport argues we're facing a fundamental mismatch between our cognitive architecture and our modern environment. Our brains evolved to notice sudden movements and respond to novelty. Today, these mechanisms make us vulnerable to constant distraction. Neuroscience reveals why distraction is so damaging. Your brain has 2 attention systems, bottom-up and top-down networks. The bottom-up system operates automatically, pulling attention towards sudden stimuli. The top-down system requires conscious effort and enables sustained focus on chosen tasks. These systems are fundamentally antagonistic. When one is active, the other is suppressed. Every distraction triggers your bottom-up system, forcibly deactivating your top-down focus. Research shows it can take several minutes for the top-down system to fully reactivate after an interruption. Internal distractions. The enemy. Within much of our distraction originates from within. Psychologist Joseph Goldstein observes that the untrained mind is like a drunken monkey stung by a bee, wildly restless, constantly jumping from thought to thought. Modern neuroscience has confirmed these insights. When not actively engaged in a task, your brain activates the default mode network, DMN. Research by Matthew Killingsworth and Daniel Gilbert found people's minds wandered 46.9% of the time. Moreover, mind-wandering was a significant predictor of unhappiness. Practical strategies for managing internal distractions. The 10-minute rule. When you feel the urge to check something, make a deal. I'll continue focused work for just 10 more minutes. Often, the urge passes within this window. Urge surfing. Observe the urge to get distracted, like a scientist studying a phenomenon. Notice where you feel it in your body. Research shows urges typically peak within minutes and naturally subside if you don't act on them. The distraction list. Keep a notepad open for capturing distracting thoughts during focus sessions. Write it down immediately and return to work. Meditation practice, even 10 minutes of daily meditation, sustained over weeks, measurably increases your ability to sustain attention and resist distraction. Pre-commitment strategies. Create explicit barriers to distraction before beginning deep work. Use apps that block distracting websites, put your phone in another room, close unrelated browser tabs. External distractions. Engineering your environment for focus willpower alone is insufficient. Your environment exerts powerful influence on behavior. A well-designed environment makes focus the path of least resistance. Visual environment optimization. Everything in your field of vision sends a signal to your brain. Research by Sabine Kastner at Princeton demonstrates the visual cortex processes everything simultaneously. The solution is radical simplicity. Clear your workspace of everything except what's immediately necessary for your current task. Acoustic environment management. Research in the Journal of Applied Psychology found that office noise significantly impairs complex cognitive tasks. Intelligible speech is far more distracting than ambient noise at the same volume, practical acoustic. Interventions, noise cancelling. Headphones deliberate music selection, lyrics distract from. Language-based work. White noise or nature sounds, strategic silence for. Demanding work social environment and interruption management. Research shows workers in open offices experience 64% more interruptions than those in private offices. Strategies. When you can't control your environment, visible focus indicators, wearing headphones, scheduled availability windows, asynchronous, communication norms, strategic remote work digital. Noise, the modern epidemic of overstimulation. The average person touches their phone 617 times per day and spends approximately 4 hours daily on smartphones. The smartphone isn't just a convenient tool, it's a deliberately engineered attention extraction device. Tristan Harris has documented how tech companies employ teams specifically to maximize engagement. These systems exploit what B.F. Skinner called variable ratio reinforcement, the most powerful schedule for creating compulsive behavior. Comprehensive digital minimalism strategies, smartphone, rehabilitation, notification elimination. Turn off all notifications except direct human contact app removal. Delete social media apps entirely from your phone grayscale mode. Change your display to grayscale physical separation. Don't carry your phone constantly. Designated phone time. Check 3 times daily instead of constantly computer environment optimization. Single tasking interface. Display only what's immediately relevant browser tab, discipline. Limit to 3 to 5 tabs maximum website blocking. Use freedom, cold turkey, or leech block email protocols. Check only 2 to 3 times daily at designated times the 30-day digital declutter. Cal Newport recommends taking a 30-day break from optional digital technologies. The purpose is the reset that allows you to thoughtfully reintroduce technologies with clear intention. Flow states. The peak of human performance flow represents complete absorption in activity where self-consciousness dissolves and performance reaches its peak. Preconditions for flow challenge skill balance. The task must be challenging enough to demand full attention, but not so difficult you become anxious. Clear goals and immediate feedback. When you know exactly what you're trying to accomplish and can immediately tell whether you're succeeding, your mind can fully commit. Elimination of distractions. You cannot enter flow while being interrupted or while part of your mind remains vigilant for potential interruptions. Rituals and triggers. These can be deliberately developed to facilitate flow entry, specific locations, particular playlists, brief meditations, consistent times of day. Protecting your time and attention in the modern attention economy, your focus is literally the most valuable resource you possess. You must adopt attention capital theory. Treat your attention as a finite, invaluable asset that must be invested wisely. Practical strategies. Attention budget. Each day you have 3 to 4 hours of genuinely focused, in deep work capacity time, blocking for attention protection. Saying no strategically. As Warren Buffett observed, the really successful people say no to almost everything. Creating response, friction, batch processing for reactive work, monthly attention, audit, attention recovery practices, time in nature, physical exercise, face-to-face social interaction, practical deep work techniques for long-term improvement, the 12-week deep work training program, weeks. 1-2. Baseline, basic distraction elimination, daily meditation, 5 minutes. 1 60-minute deep work session, daily weeks 3 to 4, extending duration. Increase meditation to 10 minutes. Extend deep work to 90 minutes, weeks 5 to 6. Adding complexity, add second deep work session. Implement time blocking for entire workday, weeks 7 to 8. Building rituals, develop pre-work ritual. Implement batch processing for email, weeks 9 to 10. Flow state cultivation, deliberately create flow preconditions. Extend deep work blocks to 3 hours when possible. Weeks 11 to 12, integration and sustainability. Should now be capable of 3 to 4 hours daily, deep work, additional practices, deep work. Scorecard for tracking progress quarterly. Deep work retreats, accountability partnerships, progressive skill development. The compound effect. If you achieve just 3 hours of genuine deep work per day, 5 days per week, that's approximately 750 hours annually. Compared to someone who never achieves deep focus, this represents an astronomical difference over years. But benefits extend beyond output volume. Deep work builds expertise at an accelerated rate. In a world where shallow work is increasingly automated, deep work capability becomes the scarce and valuable skill. Beyond career success, deep work produces meaning and satisfaction. Research shows our happiest moments come from states of absorbed engagement in challenging activities, exactly what deep work provides. Conclusion: we live in the most distracting environment humans have ever faced. In this context, the ability to eliminate distractions and sustain deep work isn't just a productivity technique. It's a form of resistance against forces that would reduce you to a perpetual consumer of shallow content. Start small. Choose 1 or 2 strategies from this chapter and implement them consistently for 30 days. Perhaps begin with basic distraction elimination. Turn off notifications and implement time blocking. Remember, deep work isn't just about getting more done. It's about doing work that matters, building genuine expertise, and experiencing the profound satisfaction that comes from absorbed engagement with challenging pursuits. In an age of increasing shallowness, choosing depth is both a personal and professional imperative. Your attention is yours, to give or to protect. The path forward is clear. The only question is whether you'll take it. Chapter 5: Sustainable Productivity and Long-Term Growth. Introduction: The New Paradigm of Productivity. For decades, we've been sold a lie. The productivity industry has convinced us that success is about doing more in less time, squeezing every minute for maximum output, and treating ourselves like machines that can be optimized indefinitely. We've been taught to manage our time as if we have an infinite supply of energy, willpower, and mental clarity. But here's the truth that high performers have discovered. Time is renewable, but energy is not. The difference between someone who burns out after a few intense months and someone who maintains peak performance for decades isn't about time management at all. It's about something far more fundamental: energy management. This chapter will transform how you think about productivity by shifting your focus from the clock to your internal resources, from short-term gains to long-term sustainability, and from brute force to intelligent design. Energy management versus time management. Let's start with a simple thought experiment. Imagine you have two workers. One is well-rested, mentally sharp, and emotionally balanced. The other is exhausted, foggy-headed, and running on caffeine and stress. Now give them both the same 8 hours to complete a complex project. Who will produce better results? The answer is obvious, yet most productivity advice ignores this reality. Traditional time management treats all hours as equal. It assumes that if you can just organize your calendar better, use the right apps, or follow the perfect morning routine, you'll achieve more. But this approach fails because it doesn't account for the quality of energy you bring to each task. Energy management recognizes 4 distinct types of energy: physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual. Physical energy is about your body's vitality, determined by sleep, nutrition, and movement. Emotional energy relates to your feelings and stress levels. Mental energy is your capacity for focus, creativity, and problem-solving. Spiritual energy connects to your sense of purpose and meaning. Research from the corporate executive board shows that employees who feel energized are 125% more productive than those who are merely satisfied with their jobs. A study published in the Harvard Business Review found that managing energy, not time, is the key to high performance and personal renewal. Consider Sarah, a software engineer who used to pride herself on working 12-hour days. She tracked every minute, used productivity apps religiously, and felt guilty whenever she wasn't optimizing her time. Yet despite all this effort, her output was inconsistent. Some days she'd code brilliantly. Other days, she'd stare at her screen for hours, producing mediocre work. Everything changed when Sarah shifted to energy management. She started tracking not how long she worked, but how energized she felt during different times of day. She discovered her peak mental clarity occurred between 9 a.m. and noon. She protected these hours fiercely, using them only for her most cognitively demanding work. She also noticed that after intense coding sessions, her mental energy depleted rapidly. Instead of pushing through, she began taking strategic breaks, walking outside, or switching to less demanding tasks. Within 3 months, Sarah's actual productive output increased by 40%, even though she worked fewer total hours. She no longer experienced the afternoon crashes that used to plague her. Most importantly, she could sustain this pace indefinitely because she was working with her natural rhythms rather than against them. Working with your biological rhythms, your body operates on multiple biological cycles, and understanding them is crucial for sustainable productivity. The most well-known is your circadian rhythm, the roughly 24-hour cycle that regulates sleep and wakefulness. But you also have ultradian rhythms, which are 90-120-minute cycles of high and low alertness that occur throughout the day. Neuroscientist Dr. Andrew Huberman's research reveals that our brains aren't designed for continuous focus. Instead, we naturally oscillate between periods of high alertness and periods that require rest and recovery. The most productive people don't fight these rhythms. They design their days around them. Your circadian rhythm affects everything from hormone production to cognitive function. Cortisol, the hormone that helps you feel alert, naturally peaks about 30 minutes after waking and gradually declines throughout the day. Melatonin, which promotes sleep, begins rising in the evening. Your core body temperature follows a similar pattern, being lowest in the early morning and highest in the late afternoon. These biological facts have practical implications. Most people experience peak mental performance 2 to 4 hours after waking, once cortisol has done its job and the brain has fully activated. This is your golden window for deep work, complex problem-solving, and creative thinking. Research shows that analytical reasoning peaks in the late morning, while creative insight often comes during periods of lower alertness, when your mind makes looser, more unexpected connections. Take Michael, a writer who struggled for years with inconsistent output. He would force himself to write early in the morning because he'd read that all successful writers wake at 5 a.m. But Michael is naturally a night person. His creativity peaked around 9 p.m. when his brain finally relaxed and ideas flowed freely. Once he stopped fighting his chronotype and scheduled his writing for evening hours, his productivity soared, and the quality of his work improved dramatically. The lesson? Stop trying to conform to someone else's ideal schedule. Track your own energy patterns for 2 weeks. Note when you feel most alert, creative, and focused. Then ruthlessly protect those windows for your most important work. Schedule meetings, administrative tasks, and routine work during your lower energy periods. Avoiding burnout and emotional fatigue. Burnout isn't just about working too hard. It's a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged stress and disconnection from meaning. The World Health Organization now recognizes burnout as an occupational phenomenon, characterized by 3 dimensions: feelings of energy depletion, increased mental distance from one's job, and reduced professional efficacy. The insidious thing about burnout is that it doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of chronic energy withdrawal without adequate deposits. Imagine your energy as a bank account. Every challenging task, difficult conversation, or stressful situation makes a withdrawal. Rest, joy, connection, and meaningful work make deposits. Burnout occurs when you're overdrawn for too long. Dr. Christina Maslach, a leading burnout researcher, has identified 6 key factors that contribute to burnout: workload, control, reward, community, fairness, and values. Notice that only one of these is about the amount of work. The others relate to how you experience that work emotionally and spiritually. This explains why 2 people with identical workloads can have vastly different outcomes. One burns out while the other thrives. The difference lies in perceived control over their work, recognition for their efforts, positive relationships with colleagues, fair treatment, and alignment between personal values and organizational goals. Rachel, a hospital nurse, was on the verge of burnout after 8 years in the profession. She loved patient care, but felt overwhelmed by bureaucratic demands, understaffing, and lack of appreciation. Rather than quit, she made strategic changes. She joined a peer support group where nurses shared challenges and celebrated wins. She negotiated for 1 administrative day per week, where she helped improve hospital systems, giving her more control and variety. She also volunteered to mentor new nurses, reconnecting with her sense of purpose. These changes didn't reduce her workload, but they transformed her experience. She felt less isolated, more valued, and more aligned with her core mission of helping others. 2 years later, she reports higher job satisfaction than ever before. The key to avoiding burnout is proactive energy management across all 4 dimensions. Physically, prioritize sleep, exercise, and nutrition. Emotionally, cultivate positive relationships and practice stress reduction techniques. Mentally, take regular breaks and vary your cognitive demands. Spiritually, connect your daily work to larger purposes and values. The compounding effect of small improvements. In his book, Atomic Habits, James Clear popularized the concept of marginal gains. The idea that tiny improvements, when compounded over time, lead to remarkable results. If you improve by just 1% each day, you'll be 37 times better after 1 year. Conversely, if you decline by 1% daily, you'll deteriorate to nearly 0. This principle, first applied systematically by British cycling's performance director Dave Brailsford, transformed a mediocre team into Olympic and Tour de France champions. Brailsford didn't look for one massive breakthrough. Instead, he obsessively sought marginal gains everywhere. Better bike seats, improved tire grip, optimal pillow temperature for sleep, and even teaching riders proper hand washing to reduce illness. Each change was insignificant on its own, But when dozens of 1% improvements were combined and sustained over months and years, the results were extraordinary. The same principle applies to your productivity and personal growth. Consider the impact of small improvements in various areas. Reading 10 pages of a challenging book daily doesn't feel significant. But over a year, you'll complete roughly 12 books, accumulating knowledge that compounds. Writing 250 words daily produces a 90,000-word book in 1 year. Exercising for 20 minutes seems trivial, but doing it consistently transforms your physical and mental health. The math of compounding is counterintuitive because the early results are unremarkable. In the first month of reading 10 pages daily, you've gained knowledge from about 1 book. It doesn't feel transformative. But by month 6, you've read 6 books. By year 3, you've read 36 books in your field, placing you among the top experts. David, an accountant, applied this principle to learning data science. He committed to just 30 minutes of learning daily, using online courses and practice problems. For the first 3 months, progress felt painfully slow. He could barely understand basic concepts, but he persisted. 6 months in, things began clicking. After a year, he'd completed multiple courses and built several projects. 18 months later, he transitioned to a data analyst role with a 40% salary increase. The secret wasn't talent or marathon study sessions. It was consistency and trust in the compounding process. Small improvements work because they're sustainable. You can maintain a 1% improvement indefinitely. But trying to improve 50% all at once leads to burnout and abandonment. This is why sustainable productivity beats heroic bursts. The person who writes for 30 minutes every day will, over a decade, produce far more than someone who occasionally pulls all-nighters. The entrepreneur who improves their business by small increments daily will build something more valuable than one chasing overnight success. To harness compounding, identify your key areas for growth and choose 1 or 2 small, specific improvements in each area. Make them so easy you can't say no. Then track them consistently. The tracking itself reinforces the behavior and lets you see the compound effect over time. Returning to focus after setbacks, life interrupts. Projects fail. Motivation wanes. You'll lose your streak, break your habits, and fall off track. This isn't a sign of weakness. It's an inevitable part of any long-term journey. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't isn't whether they stumble, it's how quickly they get back up. Research on habit formation shows that missing one day has almost no impact on long-term success. Missing 2 days makes recovery harder. Missing 3 days can trigger a complete collapse of the habit. The key is to never miss twice in a row. This principle, which I call the 2-day rule, is remarkably powerful. It acknowledges human imperfection while preventing the downward spiral that destroys momentum. Life happened. You missed your workout or writing session. That's fine. Just don't miss tomorrow. Get back immediately, even if it's a smaller version of your intended action. Jennifer, a marketing executive, used this approach to maintain her exercise habit despite a demanding travel schedule. When work trips disrupted her routine, she wouldn't panic or give up. She'd simply do a 10-minute bodyweight workout in her hotel room. It wasn't her full gym session, but it maintained the identity of being someone who exercises. This flexibility allowed her to sustain her fitness habit for years despite an unpredictable career. The psychology behind quick recovery is about maintaining identity rather than achieving perfection. Every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. When you write, you vote for being a writer. When you exercise, you vote for being healthy. These votes accumulate into your sense of self. A setback doesn't erase your identity, but prolonged absence can. If you see yourself as disciplined, but then don't practice discipline for weeks, cognitive dissonance creates discomfort. You either resume the behavior to resolve this tension or change your self-perception. Most people take the easier path. They revise their identity downward. Preventing this requires a mindset shift. Don't view returning after a setback as starting over. You're simply continuing your journey after a brief pause. You haven't lost your progress. You've maintained it through rest. This reframing is crucial because shame and self-judgment often prevent people from resuming. They feel they've failed and must now rebuild from zero. This false belief makes getting started again feel overwhelming, so they procrastinate further, deepening the shame spiral. Instead, practice self-compassion. Acknowledge the setback without harsh judgment. Recognize that everyone encounters obstacles. Then ask yourself, what's the smallest step I can take right now to move forward? Take that step immediately. Momentum, once restarted, builds naturally. This brings us to the final principle of long-term productivity, the mindset that sustains excellence not for months, but for decades. Conclusion: the lifelong value of a productive mindset, the journey beyond technique. We've reached the end of this book, but in many ways, you're standing at the beginning of something far more significant. A lifetime of intentional growth, sustainable productivity, and meaningful achievement. Everything you've learned in these chapters, the strategies for focus, the principles of energy management, the science of habit formation, these are not merely techniques to be applied and forgotten. They are the foundation of a productive mindset that will serve you for decades to come. Let's pause here and consider what we've really been discussing throughout this journey. On the surface, this book has been about productivity. How to get more done, how to focus better, how to build systems that support your goals. But beneath these practical concerns lies something deeper and more transformative. We've been exploring how to live deliberately in a world designed to scatter your attention. How to build a life of purpose in an age of distraction, and how to become the architect of your own potential rather than a passive consumer of whatever circumstances deliver. The true value of a productive mindset isn't measured in tasks completed or goals achieved, though those are welcome outcomes. The real value lies in the person you become through the practice of discipline, clarity, and continuous growth. Every time you choose focus over distraction, you strengthen your capacity for concentration. Every time you push through resistance, you expand your threshold for discomfort. Every time you reflect on your progress and adjust your approach, you deepen your self-awareness and wisdom. Think of productivity not as a destination, but as a practice, much like physical fitness or musical skill. You don't go to the gym for a month and then consider yourself permanently fit. You don't practice piano until you can play one piece perfectly and then set the instrument aside forever. These are lifelong practices that require ongoing commitment, and they reward that commitment with continuous benefits. The same is true for the productive mindset. You don't implement a few strategies and then cruise on autopilot for the rest of your life. You commit to an ongoing practice of intentional living, knowing that the practice itself is the reward. The person who maintains this practice for 5 years is not the same person who began. They've developed mental muscles that most people don't even know exist. They've cultivated an internal locus of control that makes them resilient in the face of challenges. They've built a relationship with themselves based on trust, because they consistently follow through on their commitments. Discipline, the bridge between goals and accomplishment. Throughout this book, we've returned repeatedly to the concept of discipline, and it's fitting that we honor it once more in this conclusion. Discipline has gotten a bad reputation in recent years. It's often portrayed as rigid, joyless, or militaristic. But this is a profound misunderstanding of what discipline truly means and why it matters. Real discipline isn't about forcing yourself to do things you hate. It's about aligning your daily actions with your deepest values and long-term aspirations. It's about saying yes to your future self, even when your present self wants immediate gratification. It's about building systems that make the right choices easier and the wrong choices harder. The ancient Stoic philosophers understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men in the world, wrote in his private journals about the daily struggle to get out of bed and fulfill his duties. He reminded himself that he was born to work, to contribute, to do what needed to be done regardless of whether it felt easy or pleasant in the moment. This wasn't self-flagellation. It was a clear-eyed recognition that meaningful accomplishment requires consistent effort. Modern neuroscience confirms what the ancient philosophers intuited. Discipline is not an innate trait that some people have and others lack. It's a skill that can be developed through practice. Every act of self-regulation strengthens the neural pathways associated with executive function. Every time you override an impulse in favor of a chosen value, you're literally rewiring your brain to make future acts of discipline easier. But here's what's often missed in discussions of discipline. It's not about being perfect. It's about being consistent. It's not about never failing. It's about failing forward. The disciplined person doesn't have superhuman willpower or freedom from temptation. They've simply built systems and habits that reduce their reliance on willpower in the first place. Consider the discipline required to maintain physical health. The person who successfully exercises regularly for years hasn't achieved this through daily battles of willpower. They've made exercise a non-negotiable part of their identity and routine. They've removed friction by preparing their gym clothes the night before. They've increased motivation by choosing activities they genuinely enjoy. They've built accountability through workout partners or trainers. In other words, they've used discipline intelligently to create conditions where the disciplined choice becomes the natural choice. This is the kind of discipline worth cultivating, not the white-knuckled variety that depends on constant self-coercion, but the systematic variety that engineers your environment and habits to support your goals. This is discipline that lasts, discipline that compounds, discipline that transforms not just what you do, but who you are. Remember Sarah from our earlier chapters, the software engineer who transformed her productivity through energy management? Her initial commitment to track her energy levels and redesign her workday required discipline. It would have been easier to continue her old patterns, even though they weren't working. But she exercised discipline in service of a larger goal, sustainable high performance. The short-term discipline investment paid dividends that continue to compound years later. The discipline we're advocating isn't about suffering. It's about freedom. It's the recognition that every choice has consequences, and that disciplined choices today create options tomorrow. The person who disciplines themselves to save money has the freedom to weather financial storms or pursue opportunities. The person who disciplines themselves to learn consistently has the freedom to change careers or contribute meaningfully to their field. The person who disciplines themselves to maintain relationships has the freedom of deep connection and support when it matters most. This is the paradox of discipline. It feels like constraint in the moment, but creates freedom over time. And the beautiful thing is that this freedom isn't something you achieve once and possess forever. It's something you practice daily, and through that practice, you become increasingly free. Clarity. The compass for your journey, discipline without direction, is merely busy work. You can be incredibly disciplined at tasks that ultimately don't matter, that don't move you toward anything meaningful. This is why clarity is essential. Clarity about what you want, why you want it, and whether your daily actions are actually getting you there. Throughout this book, we've emphasized the importance of knowing your priorities, defining your goals with precision, and regularly assessing whether your activities align with your objectives. This isn't a one-time exercise. Clarity is something you must actively maintain because the world is constantly trying to obscure it. Every day, you're bombarded with messages about what you should want, who you should be, and how you should spend your time. Social media shows you carefully curated highlights from others' lives, triggering comparison and confusion about your own path. Marketing tells you that happiness lies in the next purchase. Cultural messages suggest that success looks a particular way. Without regular practice of clarity, these external voices drown out your internal compass. Maintaining clarity requires deliberate practices, regular reflection, journaling, reviewing your goals, asking yourself tough questions about whether you're living according to your values. These practices might seem indulgent or unnecessary when you're busy with the demands of daily life. But they're actually essential maintenance for the most important project you'll ever undertake: building a life that feels authentic and meaningful to you. Consider David from our earlier example, the accountant who transitioned to data science through consistent daily learning. His clarity about wanting to change careers, combined with discipline in taking daily action, made that transformation possible. But that clarity didn't appear magically. He developed it through honest self-assessment. What did he enjoy about his current work? What frustrated him? What kind of problems did he want to solve? What skills excited him? By getting clear on these questions, he could identify a target and chart a course toward it. Clarity also involves understanding your constraints and working within them, rather than wishing they didn't exist. If you're raising young children, your available time and energy differ from someone without family responsibilities. Clarity means acknowledging this reality and designing a productive life that fits your actual circumstances, not some imaginary ideal situation. This kind of clear-eyed realism is far more empowering than fantasy. Moreover, clarity about your priorities helps you say no to opportunities that, while potentially good, aren't good for you right now. Every yes to something is a no to something else. When you're clear about what matters most, you can decline requests, invitations, and projects that would diffuse your focus without guilt or regret. You're not missing out. You're staying faithful to your chosen path. The practice of clarity also includes recognizing when your goals need to change. Life evolves, you evolve, and what mattered intensely 5 years ago might not resonate anymore. Clarity means being honest about these shifts rather than persisting with goals that no longer serve you out of stubbornness or fear of appearing inconsistent. The goal is not rigid adherence to a plan made by a younger, different version of yourself. The goal is alignment between who you are now and what you're working toward. This kind of adaptive clarity requires both conviction and flexibility, a combination that might seem contradictory but is actually essential for long-term success. You need conviction about your core values and general direction, which provides stability and purpose. But you also need flexibility about specific goals and methods, which allows you to adapt as circumstances change and you learn more about yourself and the world. Continuous growth, the infinite game. Perhaps the most important idea in this entire book is this: productivity and personal development are infinite games, not finite ones. A finite game has a defined endpoint, clear winners and losers, and fixed rules. An infinite game has no endpoint. The goal is to keep playing, to keep growing, to keep engaging with the process itself. When you view productivity as a finite game, you're always asking, am I there yet? Have I achieved enough? Can I stop now? This mindset leads to burnout when you're striving and dissatisfaction when you've achieved your goal and wonder, what now? But when you embrace productivity and growth as infinite games, you ask different questions. How am I developing? What am I learning? How can I contribute? Who am I becoming? This shift in perspective is liberating. It means you never have to feel like you're behind or that you've missed your chance. Every day is an opportunity to continue playing, to make another move, to experiment and learn. Failure isn't elimination from the game. It's feedback that helps you play better. Success isn't the end. It's a moment to appreciate before returning to the practice. The mindset of continuous growth recognizes that there's always another level, always something new to learn, always ways to refine and improve. This isn't exhausting when you embrace it. It's energizing. It means life never becomes stale or predictable. There's always frontier to explore, whether in your professional skills, personal relationships, creative pursuits, or understanding of yourself. Consider the master craftspeople who spend decades perfecting their art. A master carpenter doesn't stop learning about wood after 20 years. They continue discovering new techniques, understanding materials more deeply, and pushing the boundaries of what they can create. Their mastery isn't a static achievement. It's a dynamic engagement with their craft that deepens over time. The same can be true for your approach to productivity and personal effectiveness. This philosophy of continuous growth also helps you maintain perspective during difficult periods. When you encounter setbacks, when progress seems slow, when you feel like you're not where you should be, remembering that you're playing an infinite game helps you stay patient and persistent. You don't need to achieve everything immediately because you have a lifetime to develop. It also means celebrating small wins and incremental progress rather than waiting for some distant milestone to feel satisfied. If growth is the goal rather than a specific destination, then any movement forward is success worth acknowledging. This creates a positive feedback loop where you feel encouraged by your progress, which motivates continued effort, which generates more progress. The infinite game mindset also changes how you relate to others. Instead of viewing peers as competitors who might reach the finish line before you, you can see them as fellow players whose success doesn't diminish your own. You can learn from them, collaborate with them, celebrate their achievements, because you're all engaged in the same ongoing practice of growth and contribution. This brings us to perhaps the most profound aspect of continuous growth, its cumulative effect over decades. When you commit to growing 1% better consistently over years, the compound effect is extraordinary. The person you become at age 50, after 20 years of continuous growth, is unrecognizable compared to who you were at 30. You've accumulated wisdom, skills, experiences, and perspectives that are impossible to rush or shortcut. Think of continuous growth as building a vast, intricate cathedral. Each day you lay a few bricks. Some days you place them well, other days less so. But you keep building. Individual bricks don't look impressive, and even weeks of work might not reveal the emerging structure. But over years, something magnificent takes shape, something that reflects your dedication, learning, and evolution. This is the promise and the practice of a productive life. Not a perfect life, not a life without struggles or setbacks, but a life characterized by intentional effort, continuous learning, and steady progress toward becoming the person you're capable of being. Your personal journey. The path forward. Now comes the most important part of this entire book. What you do next. Everything we've discussed, the strategies, principles, and insights, means nothing without implementation. Knowledge without action is just entertainment. The question isn't whether these ideas are true or useful. The question is whether you'll integrate them into your daily life. And here's what I want you to know. You don't have to do everything at once. In fact, you shouldn't. Trying to implement dozens of new habits and strategies simultaneously is a recipe for overwhelm and abandonment. Instead, choose one or two practices that resonated most deeply with you. Start small. Build consistency. Then, once those practices feel natural, add another. Maybe you begin with the 2-day rule, never miss your most important habit 2 days in a row. Maybe you start tracking your energy patterns to understand your biological rhythms. Maybe you establish a weekly review practice to maintain clarity about your priorities. Whatever you choose, commit to it fully for at least 30 days. Give it a fair chance to prove its value in your life. Remember that your journey will be unique. The specific strategies and approaches that work for you might differ from what works for others. This is fine. The goal isn't to follow someone else's playbook perfectly. It's to discover and develop your own productive system that aligns with your values, circumstances, and aspirations. You'll encounter resistance. Your enthusiasm will wane. You'll have periods where maintaining your practices feels difficult. This is normal and expected. What matters is how you respond. Will you use a difficult period as an excuse to abandon your commitment, or will you see it as an opportunity to practice resilience? The choice is always yours, and you're making that choice every single day. Be patient with yourself. Growth is not linear. Some weeks you'll feel like you're making tremendous progress. Other weeks you'll feel stuck or even like you're moving backwards. Over the long term, if you stay committed to the practice, the overall trajectory moves upward. Trust the process, even when immediate results aren't visible. Seek support and accountability. Share your goals with people who will encourage your growth. Find or create communities of people committed to similar practices. Having others on the journey with you makes it more sustainable and enjoyable. We're social creatures. We thrive in connection, especially when pursuing meaningful goals. Celebrate your progress. Take time regularly to acknowledge how far you've come. It's easy to focus on the gap between where you are and where you want to be, but it's equally important to recognize the distance you've already traveled. You're not the same person who started reading this book. You've gained insights and awareness that have already begun transforming your approach to productivity and growth. Final reflections. The productive life. Well lived. As we close this book, I want to leave you with a final thought about what all of this is really for. Productivity isn't an end in itself. The goal isn't to become a human doing machine that churns out tasks efficiently until you die. The goal is to use productivity principles to create space and capacity for what genuinely matters. Meaningful work, deep relationships, creative expression, contribution to others, and moments of joy and wonder. The productive mindset, when properly understood, is actually a path to greater presence and peace. When you've cultivated the discipline to focus deeply, you can engage fully with whatever you're doing rather than being mentally scattered. When you've achieved clarity about your priorities, you can invest in relationships and experiences without guilt or nagging feeling that you should be doing something else. When you've built systems that handle routine tasks efficiently, you free up mental and emotional energy for what can't be systematized. Love, creativity, spontaneity, and connection. This is the paradox and the promise. The structure of discipline creates freedom. The practice of planning enables spontaneity. And the focus on productivity ultimately serves presence. You become more productive not to do more things, but to do the right things well and to have space for life beyond doing. So go forward from this book with confidence. You have the knowledge and tools you need. What you do with them is up to you. Your life is waiting to be shaped by your intentions and actions. The productive mindset you develop over the coming months and years will be one of the most valuable assets you ever cultivate. It will serve you in every area of life, through every season and challenge. The journey of continuous growth and intentional living is the most meaningful adventure available to us. It's a journey without a final destination, which means you can begin right now, wherever you are, with whatever you have. The best time to start was yesterday. The second best time is today. Begin small. Stay consistent. Trust the process. Celebrate progress. Be patient with setbacks. Keep growing. Keep building. Keep becoming. Your productive life, your meaningful life, your extraordinary life, it starts now.
Leadership is not something you announce. It's something people feel when they're around you. Chapter 1: Understanding Natural Leadership. You've probably noticed this yourself. Walk into any room, any meeting, any gathering of people, and within moments, you can sense who leads. Not by title. Not by volume. But by presence. There's a stillness to them. A clarity. A kind of gravitational pull that makes others lean in, listen, and trust. This is natural leadership. It doesn't demand attention. It commands it quietly. It doesn't need to convince. It simply exists, and others respond. But what creates this effect? And more importantly, can you develop it within yourself? The answer is yes. But first, we need to understand what natural leadership actually is, and what it is not. The illusion of forced leadership. Let's start with what leadership is not. Forced leadership is everywhere. You see it in managers who bark orders. In people who interrupt conversations to assert dominance. In those who use their position, their credentials, or their volume to create the appearance of authority. Forced leadership relies on external structures. Titles. Hierarchy. Control. It says, I lead because I have the power to make you follow. And people do follow. For a while. Out of obligation. Out of fear. Out of necessity. But not out of choice. Not out of respect. And the moment that external pressure is removed, the leadership collapses. Think about a boss you've had who ruled by fear. Maybe they micromanaged. Maybe they punished mistakes harshly. Maybe they made decisions without input and expected obedience without question. Did you respect them? Or did you simply comply? There's a difference. Compliance is behavior. Respect is emotion. Forced leadership can achieve compliance. But it cannot earn respect. And without respect, there is no true influence. Let me give you an example. Imagine a corporate manager named David. David has been with his company for 15 years. He earned his position through tenure and technical skill. He knows the systems. He knows the processes. And he uses that knowledge as a weapon. In meetings, David speaks over people. He dismisses ideas that aren't his own. He uses phrases like, "that won't work," without explanation. He creates an environment where people are afraid to speak up because they know they'll be shot down. Does David get results? Sometimes. His team meets deadlines because they're afraid of the consequences if they don't. But the moment David leaves the room, the energy changes. People relax. They start talking freely. They share the ideas they were afraid to voice earlier. David has authority. But he doesn't have leadership. He has forced compliance. But he doesn't have authentic influence. Now imagine Sarah, a team lead at the same company. Sarah has been there for only 3 years. She doesn't have David's tenure. She doesn't have his technical expertise. But when Sarah speaks, people listen. When she asks for input, people give it. When she makes a decision, people trust it. Why? Because Sarah's leadership is natural. She doesn't rely on her position. She earns respect through her presence, her consistency, and her emotional intelligence. People follow her because they want to, not because they have to. This is the distinction we must understand. Forced leadership creates followers who wait for permission. Natural leadership creates followers who take initiative. Forced leadership builds dependency. Natural leadership builds capability. And here's the critical insight: you cannot force natural leadership. You cannot demand respect. You cannot command trust. These things must be earned. And they are earned through who you are, not what you claim to be. What is natural leadership? Natural leadership is the ability to influence others through authentic presence, emotional stability, and clarity of purpose. Notice what's not in that definition. There's no mention of charisma. No mention of extroversion. No mention of being the loudest, the most confident, or the most outgoing person in the room. Natural leaders come in all temperaments. Some are quiet. Some are expressive. Some lead through action. Some lead through thoughtfulness. But they all share certain core traits. And these traits are not innate gifts reserved for a special few. They are skills, behaviors, practices. And they can be developed. Let's break them down, one by one, with clarity and depth. Calmness, the anchor in the storm. The first trait of a natural leader is calmness. Not passivity. Not indifference. But a deep, steady composure that remains intact even when everything around them is chaotic. Why does this matter? Because people are wired to seek stability. In moments of uncertainty, stress, or fear, we look for someone who seems unshaken. Someone who can hold the center while everything else spins. That person becomes the anchor. And anchors lead. Think about a crisis situation. A workplace emergency. A family conflict. A sudden problem that throws everyone into panic. Who do people turn to? Not the person shouting the loudest. Not the person pacing in circles. They turn to the person who remains calm. The person who says, "Okay. Let's think this through." Calmness signals safety. It says, "I can handle this. You can trust me." And trust is the foundation of all leadership. Let me share a story. I once witnessed a situation in a hospital emergency room. A patient came in with a severe allergic reaction. The family was panicking. Voices were rising. People were talking over each other, demanding action, flooding the space with anxiety. The nurse who stepped in didn't raise her voice. She didn't match their energy. She walked in calmly, made eye contact with the family, and said in a quiet, steady tone, "I understand you're scared. I'm going to take care of this right now. I need you to step back so I can work." The room shifted instantly. The panic didn't disappear, but it organized itself around her calm. People stepped back. They stopped shouting. They trusted her because her composure told them she was in control. That's calmness in action. And it's one of the most powerful forms of leadership available to you. But calmness is not something you fake. It's not a performance. It's a state you cultivate. Through self-regulation. Through emotional awareness. Through practice. You develop calmness by noticing your internal state. By recognizing when your heart rate increases. When your breathing shallows. When your mind starts racing. And then by consciously slowing down. Breathing deeper. Widening your awareness. Choosing your response instead of reacting. This is not easy. Especially in high-pressure situations. But it is trainable. And the more you practice it in small moments, the more available it becomes in large ones. Start today. Notice when you feel rushed. When you feel anxious. When you feel overwhelmed. And instead of acting immediately, pause. Take 3 deep breaths. Let your nervous system settle. Then respond. Do this consistently, and over time, calmness becomes your default. And people will feel it. They will gravitate toward you because you offer something most people don't: stability. Clarity, cutting through the noise. The second trait is clarity. Natural leaders think clearly. They speak clearly. They see situations for what they are, not what they fear or hope them to be. And this clarity allows them to make decisions others cannot. Confusion repels. Clarity attracts. When you are unclear, people sense it. They feel the hesitation. The ambiguity. The uncertainty. And it makes them uncertain too. But when you are clear, people relax. They feel oriented. They know where they stand and where they're going. Clarity comes from self-awareness. It requires you to know what you value, what you want, and why you want it. It requires you to cut through noise and identify what actually matters. Let me give you an example from the business world. Imagine 2 CEOs addressing their companies during a difficult financial quarter. CEO 1 stands up and says, "Look, things are tough right now. We're facing challenges on multiple fronts. Markets are down. Competition is fierce. We need everyone to step up and do their best. We'll figure this out together. Stay positive." CEO 2 stands up and says, "Revenue is down 12% this quarter. Here's why. Here's what we're doing about it. We're cutting expenses in these 3 areas. We're doubling down on this one product line because the data shows it's our strongest performer. I need each department to reduce spending by 8% over the next 60 days. Here's how that breaks down." Questions? Which CEO do you trust more? CEO 1 sounds supportive. But vague. CEO 2 sounds direct. And clear. Clarity doesn't mean having all the answers. It means being honest about what you do know, what you don't know, and what you're doing about it. People don't need you to sugarcoat reality. They need you to make sense of it. They need you to organize complexity into something understandable. And when you do that, they feel relieved. Because now they know what to focus on. Clarity also extends to communication. Natural leaders don't use jargon to sound smart. They don't hide behind corporate speak. They say what they mean. They use simple language. They get to the point. Here's a practice. Before you communicate anything important, ask yourself 3 questions. What is the core message? What action do I want people to take? What do they need to understand to take that action? Answer those 3 questions. Then communicate only that. Cut everything else. No fluff. No filler. No unnecessary complexity. Clarity is a gift you give to others. It reduces cognitive load. It eliminates confusion. It creates alignment. And people follow leaders who make things clear. Confidence, the quiet knowing. The third trait is confidence. But not arrogance. Not bravado. Not the loud, self-promoting kind of confidence that demands validation. True confidence is quiet. It doesn't need to prove itself. It simply knows. It knows its value. It knows its capability. And it moves forward without constant reassurance. This kind of confidence is magnetic. Because it's stable. It doesn't fluctuate based on external feedback. It doesn't crumble under criticism. It doesn't inflate with praise. It just is. People are drawn to this because they want to feel that stability themselves. They want to believe that someone knows what they're doing. That someone has a handle on things. And when you project that quiet confidence, they believe it about you. But here's the key: confidence is not about having all the answers. It's about being comfortable with not knowing and still moving forward. It's about trusting your ability to figure things out, to adapt, to handle whatever comes. Let me tell you about a leader I worked with years ago. Her name was Maria. She was leading a product launch for a tech startup. 3 days before the launch, a critical bug was discovered. The product wasn't ready. The timeline was impossible. Everyone on the team was panicking. Maria didn't panic. She didn't pretend to have an immediate solution. She said, "This is a problem. I don't know yet how we'll solve it. But I know we will. Let's break it down. What are our options?" She didn't fake certainty. But she projected something more important: trust in the process. Trust in the team. Trust in her ability to navigate uncertainty. They ended up delaying the launch by a week. It wasn't ideal. But Maria's confidence kept the team focused. She made the decision clearly. She communicated it directly. And the team trusted her because she wasn't pretending everything was fine. She was acknowledging reality and leading them through it. Confidence is not about never doubting. It's about not letting doubt paralyze you. It's about feeling fear and acting anyway. It's about knowing that you've handled hard things before and you'll handle hard things again. Here's how you build it: start small. Make decisions in low-stakes situations. Trust your judgment. Notice when you second-guess yourself unnecessarily. Practice committing to choices and moving forward. Every time you do this, you build evidence. Evidence that you can trust yourself. And that evidence becomes the foundation of confidence. Emotional control, mastering the inner game. The fourth trait is emotional control. Not suppression. Not detachment. But the ability to experience emotions without being controlled by them. Every leader feels fear. Every leader feels frustration, doubt, anger, disappointment. But natural leaders don't let those feelings dictate their behavior. They feel them. They acknowledge them. And then they choose how to respond. This is emotional intelligence in action. When a leader loses control, everyone else does too. Emotions are contagious. If you panic, your team panics. If you lash out, your team becomes defensive. If you spiral into negativity, your team loses hope. But if you remain composed, your emotional state becomes the standard. Your team mirrors you. They think, if they're not worried, maybe I don't need to be either. Let me share an example from parenting, because it illustrates this principle perfectly. Imagine a child falls and scrapes their knee. The child looks up at the parent. If the parent gasps and rushes over with panic in their eyes, the child starts crying harder. But if the parent stays calm, walks over slowly, and says, "You're okay. Let's clean that up," the child calms down. The child is looking to the parent for cues about how to respond. The parent's emotional state becomes the child's emotional state. The same thing happens in leadership. Your team is looking to you for cues. How should we feel about this setback? How worried should we be about this challenge? How confident should we be about this opportunity? Your emotional response sets the tone. Emotional control is not about being cold. It's not about pretending you don't feel things. It's about creating space between stimulus and response. It's about pausing before you react. It's about choosing your behavior instead of defaulting to impulse. Here's a practice that transforms emotional control. When you feel a strong emotion rising, name it. Say to yourself, "I'm feeling angry right now." Or, I'm feeling anxious. Or, I'm feeling disappointed. This simple act of naming creates distance. It shifts you from being the emotion to observing the emotion. And that shift gives you choice. Then ask, what does this situation require from me? Not, what do I feel like doing? But, what does this situation require? Maybe it requires calm. Maybe it requires directness. Maybe it requires patience. Whatever it requires, you choose that response consciously. Do this consistently and you develop emotional mastery. And emotional mastery is one of the most powerful leadership skills you can possess. Direction, knowing where you're going. The fifth trait is direction. Natural leaders know where they're going. They have vision, purpose, a sense of destination. And that sense of direction orients everyone around them. People don't follow aimlessness. They follow momentum. They follow purpose. They follow someone who seems to be heading somewhere worth going. You don't need to have a perfect plan. You don't need to see every step. But you need to know the direction. You need to be able to say, we're going this way. Here's why. Direction creates energy. It gives people something to align with. It makes them feel like they're part of something larger than themselves. Leaders without direction drift. They chase trends. They react to circumstances. They get pulled in every direction by every voice. And people stop following because there's nowhere to go. But leaders with direction move. And movement, even imperfect movement, is compelling. Let me tell you about a community organizer I met named James. James wanted to reduce homelessness in his city. He didn't have funding. He didn't have political connections. He didn't have a detailed plan. But he had direction. He said, I'm going to create a network of housing resources and connect homeless individuals to them. I don't know exactly how yet. But that's the direction. That's what we're building toward. And because he had clarity of direction, people joined him. Volunteers offered time. Organizations offered space. Resources started flowing toward the vision because the vision was clear. Direction doesn't mean rigidity. James adjusted his approach many times. He learned. He adapted. But the direction never changed. And that consistency kept people aligned. Here's how you develop direction. Start with values. What matters to you? What do you care about? What kind of impact do you want to have? Then translate those values into a direction. Not a detailed plan. Just a direction. I want to build a business that prioritizes employee well-being. Or, I want to create art that challenges people to think differently. Or, I want to lead a team that values collaboration over competition. Once you have that direction, communicate it. Share it. Let people know where you're headed. And then make decisions that align with that direction consistently. Over time, people will see that you mean it. They'll see that you're not just talking. You're moving. And they'll want to move with you. Integrity, being who you say you are. The sixth and final trait is integrity. Integrity is the alignment between what you say and what you do. It's consistency. It's trustworthiness. It's the sense that you mean what you say and you'll follow through. People will forgive many things. They'll forgive mistakes. They'll forgive imperfection. But they won't forgive dishonesty. They won't forgive manipulation. They won't forgive a leader who says one thing and does another. Integrity builds trust. And trust builds loyalty. And loyalty is what separates natural leadership from forced compliance. If you want to lead, you must be someone people can rely on. Not just in the big moments, but in the small ones. Not just when it's convenient, but when it's hard. Integrity is not about being perfect. It's about being honest. It's about owning your mistakes. It's about showing up as the same person in every context. And when you do that consistently, people know they can trust you. And trust is the currency of leadership. Let me give you a real example. I once worked with a manager named Tom who made a commitment to his team that he would fight for their bonuses during a tough financial year. He told them directly, "I will advocate for you. I will make sure leadership knows how hard you've worked." 2 months later, the bonuses were cut across the board. Tom could have stayed quiet. He could have blamed upper management. He could have avoided the conversation. But he didn't. He called a team meeting and said, "I promised I would fight for your bonuses. I did. I presented your results. I made the case. But the decision was made above me, and I couldn't change it. I want you to know I tried. And I'm sorry I couldn't deliver what I promised." The team respected him more after that conversation than before. Why? Because he showed integrity. He owned the outcome. He didn't hide. He didn't make excuses. He told the truth. Integrity means doing what you say you'll do. It means admitting when you can't. It means being transparent about your limitations. It means not promising what you can't deliver. And it means keeping your word, even when it costs you something. Here's a practice. Before you make a commitment, ask yourself if you can truly keep it. If you're not sure, don't promise. Say, "I'll try, but I can't guarantee it." Or, "I'll do everything I can." That's honest. And honesty is integrity. Also, track your commitments. Write them down. Follow up. If you say you'll get back to someone by Friday, get back to them by Friday. If you can't, let them know before the deadline passes. These small acts build a reputation. Over time, people learn that your word means something. And when your word means something, your influence grows. Leadership starts within. Here's the core truth that underpins everything we've discussed: leadership starts within. You cannot lead others if you cannot lead yourself. You cannot inspire confidence if you are riddled with self-doubt. You cannot create calm if you are internally chaotic. You cannot project clarity if you are confused. Others follow what you project. Not what you say. Not what you claim. But what you radiate. Think about it. You can tell when someone is insecure, even if they're pretending not to be. You can sense when someone is anxious, even if they're smiling. You can feel when someone is dishonest, even if their words sound right. We are deeply attuned to authenticity. We sense congruence. And we sense incongruence. If you want to lead, you must first work on yourself. You must develop emotional stability. You must cultivate self-awareness. You must align your actions with your values. You must become the kind of person others naturally respect. This is not about becoming someone you're not. It's about becoming more fully who you are. It's about stripping away the performance, the pretense, the fear-based behaviors, and letting your true strength emerge. Natural leadership is not a mask you put on. It's a core you build. And once that core is solid, everything else follows. Let me tell you what this looks like practically. It means doing the inner work. It means examining your triggers. Understanding why you react the way you do. Noticing your patterns. Recognizing when you're operating from fear versus when you're operating from clarity. It means developing self-discipline. Not the harsh, punishing kind. But the kind that helps you follow through on commitments to yourself. If you can't keep promises to yourself, you won't keep them to others. It means building emotional resilience. Learning to sit with discomfort. Learning to tolerate uncertainty. Learning to face conflict without shutting down or lashing out. It means practicing daily. Not waiting for a leadership position to start leading. But leading yourself first. Leading your day. Leading your choices. Leading your responses. And here's what happens when you do this: people notice. They don't notice because you're performing leadership. They notice because you've changed. You carry yourself differently. You respond differently. You show up differently. And they start to trust you. Not because you told them to. But because you've demonstrated, through consistent action, that you are trustworthy. This is how natural leadership develops. Not through force. Not through titles. But through becoming someone worth following. The path forward, practical steps to begin today. So how do you develop these traits? How do you build that core? It starts with awareness. You must see yourself clearly. You must notice your patterns. Your reactions. Your triggers. Your strengths. Your weaknesses. Begin by observing yourself for 1 week. Don't try to change anything yet. Just watch. Notice when you feel calm. Notice when you lose your composure. Notice when you speak clearly. Notice when you get confused. Notice when you feel confident. Notice when doubt creeps in. Write these observations down. Create a simple journal entry each evening. What situations triggered strong emotions today? How did I respond? What worked? What didn't? This awareness is the foundation. You cannot change what you cannot see. Then comes practice. You must train your mind. Your emotions. Your responses. You must practice calmness in small moments so it becomes available in large ones. You must practice clarity by simplifying your thinking. You must practice confidence by taking action despite fear. Here are specific practices you can start today. For calmness, practice breath control. Set a timer for 3 minutes. Sit quietly. Breathe slowly. Count to 4 on the inhale. Hold for 4 counts. Exhale for 4 counts. Hold for 4 counts. Repeat. Do this once each morning. This trains your nervous system to return to baseline quickly. For clarity, practice decision-making. Make small decisions quickly. What to eat for lunch? Which route to take home? Don't deliberate endlessly. Choose and move forward. This builds decisiveness. Also, practice explaining complex ideas simply. If you can't explain something in simple language, you don't understand it clearly. For confidence, take 1 small risk each day. Speak up in a meeting. Share an idea. Make a suggestion. Start before you feel ready. Action builds confidence. Waiting for confidence before acting keeps you stuck. For emotional control, practice the pause. When you feel triggered, count to 10 before responding. Literally count. This creates space between stimulus and response. In that space, you regain choice. For direction, write down your values. What matters most to you? Then write down 1 long-term goal that aligns with those values. Look at it daily. Let it orient your decisions. For integrity, track your commitments. Keep a list of promises you make. Review it weekly. Follow through on everything. If you can't, communicate early. Build the habit of reliability. These practices seem simple. They are. But simple doesn't mean easy. And it doesn't mean ineffective. These practices, done consistently, will transform you. And finally, it requires consistency. 1 moment of composure doesn't make you a leader. 1 clear decision doesn't create trust. But a pattern of behavior does. Over time, people learn who you are. And if who you are is someone steady, clear, confident, and reliable, they will follow. This is not a quick process. It's not a technique you apply once and master. It's a way of being you develop over time. But it is possible. And it is worth it. Why this matters: the ripple effect of natural leadership. Because the world needs more natural leaders. Not more bosses. Not more people who demand compliance. But more people who inspire trust. More people who create calm. More people who lead from within. Think about the impact 1 natural leader can have. In a family, a natural leader creates stability. Children feel safe. Conflicts get resolved constructively. Everyone knows they matter. In a workplace, a natural leader creates performance. Teams feel motivated. People take initiative. Creativity flows. Turnover decreases. In a community, a natural leader creates change. People organize. Resources mobilize. Problems get solved. And it starts with one person deciding to lead differently. To lead authentically. To lead from the inside out. You can be one of those people. The traits are not out of reach. They are inside you, waiting to be developed. And the moment you begin, everything changes. Not instantly. Not dramatically. But gradually. Steadily. Person by person. Interaction by interaction. Your influence grows. Not because you're demanding it, but because you're earning it. Your first step, a commitment to yourself. So take a breath. Settle into yourself. And ask, what kind of leader do I want to become?
By the way, my friends, don't forget to subscribe for more audiobooks.
Not what title do I want to hold. Not what position do I want to achieve. But what kind of presence do I want to embody? Answer that question honestly. Write it down. Make it specific. I want to be someone people feel safe around. Or, I want to be someone who brings clarity to confusion. Or, I want to be someone who follows through on commitments. Whatever your answer is, let it guide you. Let it become the standard you hold yourself to. Not perfectly. Not without mistakes. But consistently. Intentionally. And then begin the work of becoming that person. Start small. Choose one trait to focus on this week, just one. Maybe it's calmness. Practice the breathing exercise. Notice when you feel rushed and deliberately slow down. Or maybe it's clarity. Practice making decisions quickly. Practice explaining your thoughts simply. Whatever you choose, commit to it for 7 days. Just 7 days. And notice what shifts. Because leadership is not given. It is grown. And it starts right here. Right now. Within you. You don't need permission to start. You don't need a title. You don't need anyone's approval. You simply need to decide that you're going to show up differently. That you're going to lead yourself first. That you're going to develop the traits that make others want to follow. And when you do that, something remarkable happens. You don't just become a better leader. You become a better person. More grounded. More clear. More confident. More reliable. And people notice. They feel the difference. They lean in. They listen. They trust. Not because you demanded it, but because you earned it. Through who you are. Through what you project. Through the work you've done within yourself. This is natural leadership. And it begins now. Chapter 2, Developing Inner Leadership, Mindset v Identity. Leadership is not a role you play. It's an identity you build. Before anyone follows you, you must first lead yourself. Before you influence others, you must master your own mind. Before you can project strength, you must cultivate it internally. This chapter is about the foundation. The inner work. The invisible architecture that supports all visible leadership. We're going to explore how your thoughts shape your identity, how your identity shapes your actions, and how your actions create the presence others respond to. This is where real leadership begins. Not in the boardroom. Not in front of a team. But in the quiet moments when no one is watching. When you choose discipline over comfort. When you honor your commitments to yourself. When you regulate your emotions instead of being controlled by them. Let's begin. Identity, who you believe you are. Your identity determines your behavior. Not your goals. Not your intentions. But your identity. The story you tell yourself about who you are. If you see yourself as someone who doesn't follow through, you won't follow through. If you see yourself as someone who lacks confidence, you'll act without confidence. If you see yourself as someone who can't handle pressure, pressure will overwhelm you. But if you see yourself as someone who keeps promises, you will. If you see yourself as someone who stays calm under stress, you will. If you see yourself as a leader, you'll lead. This is not about positive thinking. It's deeper than that. It's about the fundamental beliefs you hold about yourself. And those beliefs are largely unconscious. You've built them over years. Through experiences. Through feedback. Through the patterns you've reinforced. The good news is that identity is not fixed. Just one. Maybe it's calmness. Practice the breathing exercise. Notice when you feel rushed and deliberately slow down. Or maybe it's clarity. Practice making decisions quickly. Practice explaining your thoughts simply. Whatever you choose, commit to it for 7 days. Just 7 days. And notice what shifts. Because leadership is not given. It is grown. And it starts right here. Right now. Within you. You don't need permission to start. You don't need a title. You don't need anyone's approval. You simply need to decide that you're going to show up differently. That you're going to lead yourself first. That you're going to develop the traits that make others want to follow. And when you do that, something remarkable happens. You don't just become a better leader. You become a better person. More grounded. More clear. More confident. More reliable. And people notice. They feel the difference. They lean in. They listen. They trust. Not because you demanded it. But because you earned it. Through who you are. Through what you project. Through the work you've done within yourself. This is natural leadership. And it begins now. Chapter 2, Developing Inner Leadership, Mindset v Identity. Leadership is not a role you play. It's an identity you build. Before anyone follows you, you must first lead yourself. Before you influence others, you must master your own mind. Before you can project strength, you must cultivate it internally. This chapter is about the foundation. The inner work. The invisible architecture that supports all visible leadership. We're going to explore how your thoughts shape your identity, how your identity shapes your actions, and how your actions create the presence others respond to. This is where real leadership begins. Not in the boardroom. Not in front of a team. But in the quiet moments when no one is watching. When you choose discipline over comfort. When you honor your commitments to yourself. When you regulate your emotions instead of being controlled by them. Let's begin. Identity, who you believe you are. Your identity determines your behavior. Not your goals. Not your intentions. But your identity. The story you tell yourself about who you are. If you see yourself as someone who doesn't follow through, you won't follow through. If you see yourself as someone who lacks confidence, you'll act without confidence. If you see yourself as someone who can't handle pressure, pressure will overwhelm you. But if you see yourself as someone who keeps promises, you will. If you see yourself as someone who stays calm under stress, you will. If you see yourself as a leader, you'll lead. This is not about positive thinking. It's deeper than that. It's about the fundamental beliefs you hold about yourself. And those beliefs are largely unconscious. You've built them over years. Through experiences. Through feedback. Through the patterns you've reinforced. The good news is that identity is not fixed. It can be rebuilt. And rebuilding your identity is the most powerful form of personal change available to you. Let me give you an example. Imagine two people trying to quit smoking. Person A says, "I'm trying to quit smoking." Person B says, "I'm not a smoker." Same goal. Different identity. When person A is offered a cigarette, they think, "I can't. I'm trying to quit." It's a struggle. A sacrifice. A battle against desire. When person B is offered a cigarette, they think, "No thanks. I don't smoke." It's not a struggle. It's just who they are. The same principle applies to leadership. If you see yourself as someone trying to become a leader, every leadership action feels like effort. But if you see yourself as a leader, those actions flow naturally from your identity. So the first step in developing inner leadership is examining your identity. Ask yourself, who do I believe I am? Not who do I want to be? Not who I think I should be. But who do I actually believe I am right now? Be honest. Write it down. I am someone who. Complete that sentence 10 times. Don't filter. Just write what comes. Then ask, is this identity serving me? Is this who I want to continue being? If the answer is no, you can change it. Not overnight. But deliberately. By acting in alignment with the identity you want to build. If you want to become someone who leads, start acting like someone who leads. Make decisions. Take responsibility. Show up consistently. And over time, your identity shifts. You become what you practice. Self-discipline, the foundation of self-leadership. You cannot lead others if you cannot lead yourself. And leading yourself requires discipline. Not the harsh, punishing kind of discipline. Not the drill sergeant screaming in your face. But the quiet, consistent kind. The kind that helps you do what you said you'd do, even when you don't feel like it. Self-discipline is the ability to act in your long-term interest instead of your short-term comfort. It's choosing the workout over the couch. The difficult conversation over avoidance. The focused work over distraction. It's the gap between intention and action. And the smaller that gap, the stronger your self-leadership. Leaders with low self-discipline are erratic. They start things but don't finish them. They make commitments but don't keep them. They have good intentions but poor follow-through. And people lose trust because they can't rely on consistency. Leaders with high self-discipline are predictable in the best way. They say they'll do something and they do it. They set a standard and they meet it. They create routines and they stick to them. And people trust them because their actions match their words. Self-discipline is trainable. It's like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Start small. Don't try to overhaul your entire life overnight. Pick one area. One commitment. One daily practice. Maybe it's waking up at the same time every day. Maybe it's exercising 3 times per week. Maybe it's spending 30 minutes reading before bed. Whatever it is, make it specific. Make it measurable. And then do it. Not perfectly. But consistently. Miss a day. Start again the next day. Don't let one missed day become 2. Don't let a small slip become a complete collapse. Just return to the practice. Over time, you build evidence. Evidence that you can trust yourself. Evidence that you keep commitments. Evidence that you are disciplined. And that evidence becomes your identity. Here's a powerful reframe: self-discipline is not restriction. It's freedom. It's freedom from being controlled by impulse. Freedom from regret. Freedom from the gap between who you want to be and who you actually are. When you have self-discipline, you respect yourself. And when you respect yourself, others respect you. It's that simple. Self-respect, the quiet dignity of leadership. Self-respect is how you treat yourself when no one is watching. It's keeping promises to yourself. It's maintaining standards even when it's inconvenient. It's refusing to betray your values for short-term gain. Leaders with low self-respect tolerate behavior from themselves they would never accept from others. They speak to themselves harshly. They neglect their health. They break commitments to themselves repeatedly. And this erodes their internal foundation. Leaders with high self-respect hold themselves accountable. They speak to themselves with kindness but firmness. They honor their needs. They keep their word to themselves first. And here's why this matters for leadership: you teach people how to treat you by how you treat yourself. If you tolerate disrespect from yourself, you'll tolerate it from others. If you don't value your time, others won't either. If you don't set boundaries with yourself, you won't set them with anyone else. But if you treat yourself with dignity, others will mirror that. They'll sense that you have standards, that you value yourself, and they'll adjust their behavior accordingly. Self-respect also means taking care of yourself. Your body, your mind, your energy. Leaders who neglect themselves burn out. They get sick. They lose clarity. They become irritable and reactive. And their leadership suffers. Leaders who prioritize self-care sustain their performance. They sleep enough. They eat well. They exercise. They take breaks. And they lead from a place of fullness instead of depletion. This is not selfish. It's strategic. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot lead effectively if you're running on fumes. So ask yourself, how do I treat myself? Do I speak to myself with respect? Do I keep commitments to myself? Do I prioritize my well-being? If the answer is no, start today. Make one change. Set one boundary. Keep one promise to yourself. And build from there. Emotional regulation, mastering your internal state. Your emotions are information. They tell you what you care about. What threatens you. What excites you. But they are not commands. You don't have to obey them. Emotional regulation is the ability to feel your emotions without being controlled by them. To experience anger without lashing out. To feel fear without freezing. To notice anxiety without spiraling. This skill is essential for leadership. Because your emotional state affects everyone around you. If you're anxious, your team becomes anxious. If you're calm, your team calms down. Your emotions set the tone. Leaders who lack emotional regulation are volatile. They explode when frustrated. They shut down when overwhelmed. They make impulsive decisions based on temporary feelings. And people learn they can't rely on them because they don't know which version they'll get. Leaders who have emotional regulation are steady. They feel emotions fully but respond thoughtfully. They create space between stimulus and response. And people trust them because they're consistent. So how do you develop emotional regulation? First, you must become aware of your emotions. Most people are not. They're on autopilot. They feel something and react immediately without conscious awareness. Practice naming your emotions as they arise. I'm feeling frustrated. I'm feeling anxious. I'm feeling excited. This simple act creates distance. It shifts you from being the emotion to observing the emotion. Second, you must learn to sit with discomfort. Most emotional reactivity comes from trying to avoid uncomfortable feelings. We lash out to discharge anger. We distract ourselves to escape anxiety. We people please to avoid conflict. But when you can tolerate discomfort, you gain choice. You can feel angry and still respond calmly. You can feel anxious and still take action. You can feel uncomfortable and still hold your boundary. This is emotional maturity. And it's one of the most powerful leadership capacities you can develop. Third, you must practice pausing. When you feel a strong emotion, don't act immediately. Take 3 deep breaths. Count to 10. Go for a walk. Whatever you need to create space. In that space, ask yourself, what does this situation require from me? Not what do I feel like doing? But what does the situation require? Maybe it requires calmness. Maybe it requires directness. Maybe it requires patience. Whatever it requires, you choose that response consciously. This is not suppression. You're not pretending you don't feel things. You're acknowledging the feeling and choosing your behavior independently of it. Do this consistently and you develop mastery. Emotions move through you but they don't control you. And this creates a profound sense of inner stability that others can feel. Acting from intention, not impulse. There are 2 ways to live. Reactively or intentionally. Reactive living is responding to whatever shows up. Someone sends an email, you respond immediately. Someone asks for something. You say yes without thinking. Something feels urgent, you drop everything. Reactive living feels busy. It feels productive. But it's not intentional. You're being pulled in every direction by external demands. And at the end of the day, you've been busy but you haven't moved toward what matters. Intentional living is different. It's deciding what matters and acting in alignment with that. It's creating instead of reacting. It's leading your day instead of letting your day lead you. Leaders who live reactively are exhausted. They're always putting out fires. Always responding to crises. Always at the mercy of circumstances. And they wonder why they never make progress on what's important. Leaders who live intentionally are focused. They decide their priorities. They protect their time. They say no to distractions. And they make steady progress because they're directing their energy deliberately. So how do you shift from reactive to intentional? Start by defining your priorities. Not everything is important. Not everything deserves your attention. What actually matters? Write it down. Be specific. Then design your day around those priorities. Schedule time for what matters before you schedule anything else. Protect that time. Treat it as non-negotiable. When something comes up that's not aligned with your priorities, pause. Ask, is this actually important? Or is it just urgent? Is this moving me toward my goals? Or is it a distraction? If it's not important, decline it. Politely but firmly. This requires discipline. It requires saying no. It requires disappointing people sometimes. But it also creates focus. And focus creates results. Intention also applies to your responses. Before you react to anything, pause and ask, what's the outcome I want here? How do I need to show up to create that outcome? This simple pause transforms your behavior. Instead of defaulting to old patterns, you choose your response based on what you actually want to create. Over time, this becomes automatic. You shift from being reactive to being intentional. And that shift is one of the most significant markers of mature leadership. Leadership energy, the silent language of presence. Everything we've discussed so far is internal. But here's the truth, your internal state shows up externally. Always. Your thoughts affect your emotions. Your emotions affect your physiology. Your physiology affects your body language. Your body language affects how others perceive you. This is what I call leadership energy. It's the nonverbal communication that happens constantly. The way you walk into a room. The way you hold your body. The way you make eye contact. The tone of your voice. The pace of your speech. People read this energy instantly. Often unconsciously. They don't think, this person has confident body language. They just feel, I trust this person. Leadership energy is powerful because it's authentic. You can fake words. You can rehearse what you say. But you can't fake presence. Your body tells the truth about your internal state. If you're anxious internally, it shows. Your movements become jerky. Your voice speeds up. Your eye contact wavers. Your breathing shallows. If you're confident internally, that shows too. Your movements are smooth. Your voice is steady. Your eye contact is comfortable. Your breathing is deep. So if you want to project leadership energy, you must first develop internal stability. You can't fake it. You have to build it. But there are also practices that help you embody leadership energy more fully. First, your posture. Stand tall. Shoulders back. Chest open. Not in a forced, military way. But in a relaxed, grounded way. This posture signals confidence. It also affects your internal state. Research shows that standing in a confident posture actually increases confidence. Second, your breath. Breathe deeply and slowly. This calms your nervous system. It steadies your voice. It creates a sense of groundedness that others can feel. Third, your pace. Move slowly. Speak slowly. Don't rush. Rushing signals anxiety. Slowness signals control. When you slow down, you create presence. Fourth, your eye contact. Look at people when they speak. Hold their gaze comfortably. Don't stare. Don't look away constantly. Just be present. Eye contact builds connection and trust. Fifth, your voice. Speak from your chest, not your throat. Lower your pitch slightly. This creates authority. Also, pause. Don't fill every silence with words. Pauses create impact. These are small adjustments. But they compound. Together, they create a presence that feels solid. Grounded. Trustworthy. Practice these in low-stakes situations. When you're talking with a friend. When you're ordering coffee. When you're in a meeting. Notice how it feels. Notice how others respond. Over time, this way of being becomes natural. And people start responding to you differently. They listen more closely. They trust you more quickly. They follow more willingly. Because your energy communicates what words cannot. And when your energy aligns with your message, your influence multiplies. Building your inner foundation, daily practices. Everything we've discussed requires practice. You don't read about emotional regulation and suddenly master it. You don't learn about self-discipline and instantly become disciplined. You build these capacities through daily practice. Small actions repeated consistently. Here are specific practices you can start today. Morning routine. Start your day intentionally. Don't reach for your phone immediately. Spend the first 30 minutes on yourself. Meditate. Journal. Exercise. Read. Whatever centers you. This sets the tone for the entire day. Evening reflection. End your day with reflection. What went well today? What could I have done differently? How did I show up? This builds self-awareness and continuous improvement. Breath work. Practice controlled breathing for 5 minutes daily. Inhale for 4 counts. Hold for 4. Exhale for 4. Hold for 4. Repeat. This trains your nervous system to return to calm quickly. Physical practice. Move your body daily. Not just for fitness, but to release tension. To ground yourself. To connect with your physical presence. Walk. Stretch. Lift. Whatever you enjoy. Mindfulness. Practice being present. When you're eating, just eat. When you're listening, just listen. Don't multitask constantly. This builds focus and presence. Commitment tracking. Keep a list of promises you make to yourself. Review it weekly. Are you keeping them? If not, why not? This builds self-trust and accountability. Emotional check-ins. 3 times per day, pause and ask, what am I feeling right now? Just notice. Don't judge. This builds emotional awareness. These practices seem simple. They are. But simple doesn't mean easy. And it doesn't mean ineffective. Done consistently, these practices transform your inner foundation. They build the stability, the awareness, and the discipline that leadership requires. Start with 1. Just 1. Do it for 30 days. Then add another. Build gradually. But build consistently. The ripple effect, how inner leadership changes everything. When you develop inner leadership, everything changes. Not just your leadership. Everything. Your relationships improve because you're more emotionally regulated. You respond instead of react. You listen instead of defend. Your work improves because you're more disciplined. You focus on what matters. You follow through consistently. Your confidence improves because you keep promises to yourself. You build evidence that you're trustworthy. You respect yourself. And your influence improves because people sense the change. They don't know exactly what's different, but they feel it. You're more solid, more present, more reliable. And they start treating you differently. They listen more closely. They trust you more readily. They follow you more willingly. This is the ripple effect of inner work. It starts within, but it spreads outward, touching every area of your life. And here's the beautiful part, this work is never wasted. Every moment you spend developing inner leadership pays dividends forever. Because once you've built that foundation, no one can take it from you. It's yours. Circumstances can change. Positions can shift. But your inner foundation remains. This is the most valuable investment you can make. Not in skills. Not in credentials. But in becoming the kind of person who naturally leads. Your next step, choose one practice. So here's your challenge, choose one practice from this chapter. Just one. Don't try to do everything. That's overwhelming and unsustainable. Pick the one that resonates most. The one that feels most needed right now. Maybe it's building self-discipline by keeping one daily commitment. Maybe it's developing emotional regulation by practicing the pause. Maybe it's embodying leadership energy by adjusting your posture and breath. Whatever you choose, commit to it for 30 days. Write it down. Make it specific. Make it measurable. And then do it. Every single day. No exceptions. No excuses. Notice what changes. Notice how you feel. Notice how others respond. And after 30 days, choose another practice. Build gradually. Layer by layer. Practice by practice. This is how you develop inner leadership. Not through dramatic transformation, but through consistent, intentional practice. The work is simple. But it's not easy. It requires showing up when you don't feel like it. It requires choosing intention over impulse. It requires discipline over comfort. But the payoff is immeasurable. Because you're not just becoming a better leader. You're becoming a better version of yourself. And that version will serve you for the rest of your life. Chapter 3, Communication that Inspires VE Influences. Words are powerful. But they are not the most important part of communication. You've probably experienced this yourself. You've listened to someone speak and felt completely uninspired, even though their words were technically correct. You've also listened to someone else say something simple and felt moved, motivated, compelled to act. The difference wasn't the words. It was everything underneath the words. How they spoke. The energy they carried. The presence they embodied. The intention behind their message. This is what separates ordinary communication from leadership communication. And this is what we're going to explore in this chapter. We're going to break down how natural leaders communicate. Not just what they say, but how they say it. We're going to identify the insecurity-driven behaviors that undermine your influence. And we're going to give you practical tools to communicate with clarity, groundedness, and impact. By the end of this chapter, you'll understand that leadership communication is not about being the most articulate person in the room. It's about being the most present one. Let's begin. The foundation, presence over words. Most people focus on what to say. They rehearse their words. They craft their message. They worry about sounding smart, sounding confident, sounding right. But natural leaders focus on something deeper. They focus on presence. Presence is the quality of being fully here. Fully engaged. Fully attentive. It's the sense that you're not performing, you're not distracted, you're not somewhere else in your mind. You're right here, right now, with the person in front of you. And people feel this. They feel when you're truly present. And they feel when you're not. Think about a conversation you've had with someone who was distracted. Maybe they were checking their phone. Maybe they were looking around the room. Maybe they were clearly thinking about something else. How did that feel? You probably felt unimportant, unheard, dismissed. Now think about a conversation with someone who was fully present. They looked at you. They listened completely. They gave you their full attention. How did that feel? You probably felt valued, heard, respected. That's the power of presence. It creates connection. It builds trust. It makes people feel seen. And when people feel seen, they're far more receptive to your message. So before we talk about what to say, let's talk about how to be present. First, eliminate distractions. Put your phone away. Close your laptop. Turn away from your screen. Give the person your full attention. This seems obvious, but most people don't do it. Second, ground yourself. Take a breath. Feel your feet on the floor. Notice your body. This brings you into the present moment instead of being lost in thought. Third, listen with your whole body. Not just your ears. Make eye contact. Lean in slightly. Nod when appropriate. Your body language signals that you're engaged. Fourth, quiet your internal dialogue. Don't spend the conversation planning what you're going to say next. Don't judge what the person is saying. Just listen. Fully. Completely. When you do this, something shifts. The conversation deepens. The connection strengthens. And your words carry more weight because they're coming from a place of genuine presence. This is the foundation. Everything else builds on this. Clear communication, saying what you mean. Natural leaders speak clearly. They say what they mean. They don't hide behind vague language. They don't speak in circles. They get to the point. Why does this matter? Because clarity creates trust. When you speak clearly, people know where you stand. They know what you think. They know what you want. And that transparency builds confidence. Unclear communication creates confusion. And confusion creates anxiety. People start filling in the gaps with their own assumptions. They start second-guessing. They start worrying. But clear communication eliminates that. It removes ambiguity. It gives people solid ground to stand on. So how do you communicate clearly? First, know what you want to say before you say it. This sounds simple, but most people start speaking before they've clarified their thought. They talk their way into understanding. And that creates rambling, confusing messages. Take a moment. Even a brief pause. Clarify your thought internally. Then speak. Second, use simple language. Don't use jargon to sound smart. Don't use complex words when simple ones work better. Speak the way you'd explain something to a friend. Complexity doesn't make you sound intelligent. Clarity does. Third, be direct. Don't dance around the point. Don't soften your message so much that it loses meaning. Say what needs to be said. This doesn't mean being harsh. You can be direct and kind. You can be clear and compassionate. But don't sacrifice clarity to avoid discomfort. Let me give you an example. Imagine you need to give feedback to someone on your team. Their work has been inconsistent and it's affecting the project. Unclear version: hey, so I wanted to chat about the project. You know, things have been a bit challenging lately, and I'm wondering if maybe we could explore some ways to potentially improve the workflow or something. What do you think? Clear version: I need to talk with you about your recent work on the project. The last 3 deliverables were late and incomplete. This is affecting the team's timeline. I need you to meet deadlines and deliver complete work. Can you commit to that moving forward? Which version is more effective? The clear version. It names the issue. It states the impact. It makes a clear request. There's no confusion about what's expected. This kind of clarity can feel uncomfortable at first, especially if you're used to softening everything. But it's respectful. because it treats the other person as capable of hearing the truth. Practice this in low-stakes situations first. When ordering food, be clear about what you want. When making plans, be clear about your availability. When expressing opinions, state them directly. Over time, clarity becomes natural. And people start trusting you more because they always know where they stand with you. Grounded communication, speaking from center. Natural leaders speak from a grounded place. There's a steadiness to their voice. A calmness. A sense that they're not rushed, not anxious, not trying to prove anything. This groundedness comes from internal stability. From knowing who you are. From feeling secure in yourself. And it shows up in how you speak. Grounded communication has several key characteristics. Calm tone, the voice is steady. Not monotone, but not overly expressive either. There's emotional range, but it's controlled. The tone doesn't spike with anxiety or drop with insecurity. Steady pace, the speech is measured. Not rushed. Not painfully slow. But deliberate. Each word is given space. There's no sense of urgency unless the situation truly requires it. Full breath, the voice comes from the chest, not the throat. This creates depth and resonance. It signals confidence. And it happens naturally when you breathe fully. Comfortable pauses, there are natural breaks in speech. Pauses between thoughts. Moments of silence. These aren't awkward. They're intentional. They give weight to what was just said and space for what comes next. Let's contrast this with ungrounded communication. Ungrounded speakers talk fast. They fill every silence. Their voice is tight and comes from their throat. Their tone fluctuates wildly. They seem anxious to get their point across, as if they're afraid they'll lose their audience's attention. This anxiety is contagious. When you speak in an ungrounded way, people feel your nervousness. And it makes them nervous too. They start questioning whether they should trust what you're saying. But when you speak from a grounded place, people relax. They settle in. They trust you. Because your calmness signals that everything is under control. So how do you develop grounded communication? Start with your breath. Before you speak, especially in important moments, take a full breath. Feel it fill your lungs. Let it ground you. Then slow down. Deliberately speak slower than feels natural. Most people speak too fast when they're nervous. Slowing down counteracts that and creates presence. Allow pauses. Don't be afraid of silence. A pause before you speak signals thoughtfulness. A pause after you speak gives your words room to land. Lower your pitch slightly. Not dramatically, but enough that your voice has more resonance. This comes naturally when you breathe deeply and speak from your chest. Practice this in everyday conversations. When someone asks you a question, pause before answering. Take a breath. Then respond. Notice how it feels. Notice how others respond. Over time, grounded communication becomes your default. And your influence grows because people feel safe in your presence. Intentional communication, every word has purpose. Natural leaders don't waste words. They speak intentionally. Every sentence serves a purpose. There's no filler. No rambling. No unnecessary elaboration. This doesn't mean they're cold or robotic. It means they're efficient. They respect their own time and others' time by communicating with precision. Intentional communication requires you to know why you're speaking. What's the purpose of this message? What do you want the listener to understand or do? Without clarity of purpose, communication becomes noise. You talk but nothing is accomplished. You fill time but don't create value. Let me give you an example. Imagine you're leading a team meeting. Unintentional approach, so, hey everyone, thanks for coming. I know we're all super busy, and I really appreciate you taking the time. I was thinking we should probably talk about the project, just to kind of check in and see where everyone's at. There's been a lot going on, and I thought it might be good to just touch base and make sure we're all on the same page or whatever. So, yeah, does anyone have updates or thoughts or anything? Intentional approach, thank you for being here. This meeting has one purpose: align on project status and identify any blockers. Let's go around the table. Each person share your progress and any obstacles you're facing. We have 30 minutes. Let's begin. The intentional approach is clear. It states the purpose. It sets expectations. It creates structure. And it respects everyone's time. The unintentional approach is vague. It meanders. It leaves people wondering what the point is. And it wastes time. Intentional communication requires discipline. It requires you to think before you speak. To cut unnecessary words. To focus on impact rather than filling space. Here's a practice. Before any important communication, ask yourself 3 questions. What's my purpose? What's the core message? What action do I want to result from this? Answer these questions. Then communicate only what's necessary to achieve that purpose. This applies to emails too. Most emails are too long. They bury the important information in paragraphs of context. But intentional emails are brief. They state the purpose in the first sentence. They provide only necessary context. They end with a clear request or next step. Practice this consistently and your communication becomes powerful. People start paying more attention because they know you don't waste words. When you speak, it matters. Insecurity-driven communication, what to avoid. Now let's talk about what undermines your communication. The behaviors that signal insecurity and erode your influence. These behaviors are common. Most people do them without realizing it. But once you become aware of them, you can eliminate them. And your communication instantly becomes more powerful. Over-explaining. Over-explaining is giving more context, more justification, more reasoning than necessary. It's the inability to let your message stand on its own. Why do people over-explain? Usually because they're afraid their message won't be accepted. So they pile on reasons. They justify. They elaborate. Hoping that if they explain enough, the person will agree. But over-explaining has the opposite effect. It makes you sound uncertain. It makes you sound like you don't believe your own message. And it gives the listener more opportunities to find holes in your reasoning. Confident communication is concise. You state your position. You provide necessary context. And then you stop. You trust that your message is sufficient. Example of over-explaining, I think we should move forward with option A. I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I really feel like it makes the most sense because of X and Y and Z. And I know option B has some benefits too, but when you really look at all the factors and consider everything, I just think A is better. Does that make sense? I don't know, what do you think? Example of clear communication, I recommend option A. Here's why: it meets our primary objectives and fits our timeline. I'm confident this is the right choice. Questions? The second version is stronger. It's clear. It's confident. It invites discussion without apologizing for the recommendation. Practice this, state your position. Provide 1 or 2 supporting reasons. Then stop. Don't keep talking. Let your message breathe. Excessive apologizing. Apologizing is appropriate when you've made a mistake or caused harm. But many people apologize constantly. For things that don't require apology. Sorry to bother you, but... Sorry, can I ask a question? Sorry, I just wanted to check in. These apologies are habitual. They're not acknowledging wrongdoing. They're expressing discomfort with taking up space. With having needs. With asserting yourself. And they undermine your presence. Every unnecessary apology signals that you don't believe you have a right to be here, to speak, to make requests. Leaders don't apologize for existing. They don't apologize for doing their job. They don't apologize for having expectations. Instead of, sorry to interrupt, but can we talk about the deadline? Say, can we talk about the deadline? Instead of, sorry if this is a dumb question, but say, I have a question. Instead of, sorry for the long email, just write a shorter email. Remove apologetic language from your communication. Not to be rude, but to claim your space. You have a right to speak. To make requests. To have needs. You don't need to apologize for that. The exception, of course, is genuine apology. When you've made a mistake, own it fully. Apologize clearly. Make amends. But don't dilute real apologies by apologizing for everything else. Talking too fast. Fast speech signals anxiety. It signals that you're nervous, rushed, or afraid of losing attention. When you talk fast, people struggle to follow. They miss information. They feel overwhelmed. And they disengage. Slow speech signals confidence. It signals that you trust people will listen. That you're not afraid of taking up time. That you believe your message is worth hearing. The solution is simple: slow down. Deliberately speak at a pace that feels almost too slow. It probably isn't. It's probably just right. Also, breathe between sentences. Pause between thoughts. Give your words room. This is uncomfortable at first. Silence feels awkward. You'll want to fill it. Resist that urge. Let the silence exist. It creates impact. Practice this in low-stakes situations. When you're telling a story to friends. When you're explaining something to a colleague. Slow down. Pause. Notice how it feels. Over time, this becomes natural. And your communication becomes far more powerful because people can actually absorb what you're saying. Hedging language. Hedging is using words that soften or qualify your statements. Words like kind of, sort of, maybe, I think, probably. I kind of think we should maybe consider possibly looking at this approach. This language makes you sound uncertain. Even if you're sure about your position, hedging makes it seem like you're not. Compare that to, we should pursue this approach. The second version is clear. Decisive. Strong. Now, there are times when uncertainty is appropriate. When you genuinely don't know something, say so. I'm not sure about this, but here's my current thinking. But most hedging isn't honest uncertainty. It's fear of being wrong. Fear of being judged. Fear of commitment. Leaders commit to their positions. They state them clearly. And if they're wrong, they adjust. But they don't hide behind hedging language. Practice removing these words from your speech. It feels vulnerable at first. But it makes your communication dramatically more powerful. Listening to understand, the most powerful tool. Here's something most people miss about leadership communication: listening is more important than speaking. Most people listen to respond. They wait for their turn to talk. They're formulating their reply while the other person is still speaking. They're not actually hearing what's being said. Leaders listen to understand. They focus completely on the other person. They seek to grasp not just the words, but the meaning underneath. The emotion. The need. The concern. This kind of listening is rare. And it's incredibly powerful. When someone feels truly heard, they relax. They open up. They trust you. And they become far more receptive to your influence. So how do you listen to understand? First, stop talking. This sounds obvious, but many people interrupt constantly. Let the person finish. Completely. Don't jump in with your thoughts the moment they pause. Second, focus entirely on them. Not on your response. Not on your judgment. Just on understanding what they're saying. Third, reflect back what you heard. So what I'm hearing is. This serves two purposes. It confirms you understood correctly. And it shows the person that you were actually listening. Fourth, ask clarifying questions. Can you say more about that? What did you mean by? Help me understand. These questions show genuine interest. They invite deeper sharing. And they give you better information. Fifth, notice what's not being said. Sometimes the most important information is in the subtext. The emotion underneath the words. The hesitation. The avoidance of a topic. Pay attention to tone. To body language. To what's conspicuously absent from the conversation. When you listen this deeply, you gain insight others miss. You understand the real issue, not just the surface one. And you can respond far more effectively. Also, listening builds respect. People don't follow leaders who don't listen to them. But they deeply respect leaders who do. So in your next conversation, practice this. Give the person your complete attention. Listen not just to their words, but to their meaning. Reflect back what you heard. Ask questions. Notice how the conversation shifts. Notice how the connection deepens. This is leadership communication at its finest. Asking powerful questions, guiding without controlling. Leaders don't just give answers. They ask questions. Questions that make people think. Questions that create insight. Questions that empower others to find their own solutions. Powerful questions do several things. They show respect. You're not assuming you have all the answers. You're inviting input. They create ownership. When people arrive at their own conclusions, they're more committed to them. They develop thinking. Good questions stretch people's minds. They push people to consider new perspectives. They reveal information. Sometimes you learn more from asking questions than from making statements. So what makes a question powerful? First, it's open-ended. It can't be answered with yes or no. It requires thought. Instead of, do you think this will work, ask, what concerns do you have about this approach? Instead of, are you ready to move forward, ask, what do you need to feel confident moving forward? Second, it's focused on understanding or possibility, not judgment. Instead of, why didn't you finish this, ask, what got in the way of completing this? Instead of, why would you do that, ask, what were you hoping to achieve? Third, it invites reflection. What's the real challenge here? What would success look like? If you could approach this differently, what would you do? What's one thing you learned from this? These questions create space for thinking. They shift people from reactive mode to reflective mode. And in that space, insight emerges. Practice asking more questions. Especially when your instinct is to give answers. Pause. Ask a question instead. See what happens. You'll be surprised how often people already know the answer. They just needed someone to create space for them to access it. Holding space, the art of presence in conversation. Holding space is the ability to be fully present with someone without needing to fix, advise, or change anything. It's creating a container where the other person can think, feel, and express themselves freely. This is one of the most powerful forms of leadership communication. Because most people don't experience this. Most conversations are transactional. Surface level. Rushed. But when someone holds space for you, it's transformative. You feel safe. You feel valued. You feel heard in a way that's rare. So how do you hold space? First, be present. Eliminate distractions. Give the person your full attention. Let everything else fall away. Second, don't rush to solutions. When someone shares a problem, resist the urge to immediately offer advice. Just listen. Let them talk it through. Third, tolerate emotion. If someone gets emotional, don't try to make them feel better immediately. Don't say, don't worry, or, it's not that bad. Just be with them. Let them feel what they feel. Fourth, trust the process. You don't need to have answers. You don't need to fix anything. Your presence alone is valuable. Fifth, follow their pace. Don't push. Don't pull. Let them lead. Let them share what they're ready to share. Holding space requires confidence. Because you're not doing anything visible. You're not solving. You're not advising. You're just being present. And that can feel uncomfortable. But it's profoundly impactful. After a conversation where someone truly held space for you, you feel different. Lighter. Clearer. More capable. Practice this. The next time someone comes to you with a problem, don't immediately solve it. Ask, do you want advice or do you just need to talk? If they say they just need to talk, listen. Hold space. Be present. Notice what happens. Notice how they respond. Notice how the relationship deepens. This is leadership communication at its highest level. Practical integration, bringing it all together. Everything we've discussed in this chapter works together. Presence. Clarity. Groundedness. Intentionality. Listening. Questioning. Holding space. None of these are separate skills. They're all expressions of the same thing, centered, authentic communication. When you're truly present, clarity emerges naturally. When you're grounded, intentionality follows. When you listen deeply, powerful questions arise. So don't try to master each skill individually. Instead, focus on the foundation, presence. Be here. Be fully engaged. Be authentic. Everything else flows from that. Here's your practice for the next week. Choose one conversation each day where you practice complete presence. It doesn't have to be a formal or important conversation. Just one conversation where you eliminate all distractions and give the person your full attention. In that conversation, practice everything we've discussed. Speak clearly. Speak slowly. Listen to understand. Ask questions. Hold space. Then reflect. What did you notice? How did the person respond? What felt different? Do this consistently and you'll transform your communication. Not through technique, but through presence. And presence is what creates true influence. Because people don't follow the most articulate speaker. They follow the person who makes them feel heard, valued, and understood. Be that person. And watch how your leadership naturally expands. Chapter 4, Decision-Making, Responsibility v. Trust. Leadership does not exist in ideas alone. It lives in decisions. Every choice you make shapes the path ahead. Every action you take sends a message. And every message builds trust, or breaks it. This chapter explores the foundation of leadership through three principles: decision-making, responsibility, and trust. These are not separate skills. They are connected. One supports the other. Together, they form the core of what it means to lead. The weight of decision-making. Decisions define leaders. Not titles. Not positions. Not words. It is the ability to choose and move forward that separates those who lead from those who wait. Many people struggle with decisions. They delay. They avoid. They overthink. This happens because decisions carry weight. Every choice opens one door and closes another. Every decision has consequences. And many fear making the wrong choice. But leadership requires action. You cannot lead without deciding. Even choosing not to decide is a decision. And it is often the most damaging one. Let's be clear. You will make mistakes. You will choose poorly at times. No one makes perfect decisions. But avoiding decisions altogether is worse than making imperfect ones. Indecision creates confusion. It weakens confidence. It leaves people waiting, uncertain, and anxious. Think about it. When a group faces uncertainty, what do they need? They need direction. They need someone to step forward and say, "We go this way." That person does not need to be right every time. They need to be clear. They need to commit. Consider a simple example. A team is working on a project. Two paths are possible. Both have merit. Both have risks. The team debates for hours. No one decides. Time passes. Energy fades. Frustration builds. Now imagine a different scenario. Someone steps forward. They listen. They assess. Then they say, "We take path A. Here's why." The debate ends. The team moves. Even if path A proves difficult, the team respects the decision. Why? Because it gave them direction. This is the power of decision-making. It removes paralysis. It creates momentum. It builds confidence. Clarity in choice. Good decisions begin with clarity. Before you choose, you must understand what you are choosing. This sounds simple. It is not. Many decisions fail because the problem is unclear. People rush to solutions without defining the issue. They react instead of respond. This leads to poor choices. Take time to clarify. Ask yourself, what is the real problem here? What am I actually trying to solve? What matters most in this situation? Let's use an example. Your team is behind schedule. You could demand longer hours. You could add more people. You could cut features. Each option has appeal. But what is the root issue? Is it time management? Is it unclear priorities? Is it lack of resources? Is it miscommunication? Until you know the problem, you cannot choose wisely. Clarity comes first. Decision follows. Once you understand the issue, consider your options. You do not need every possible choice. You need the viable ones. 2 or 3 options are often enough. Too many choices create confusion. Too few limit perspective. For each option, consider the outcome. What happens if you choose this path? What are the risks? What are the benefits? Who is affected? What does success look like? This process does not take hours. Sometimes it takes minutes. The key is intention. You pause. You think. You clarify. Then you choose. The speed of decision-making. Some decisions require time. Others require speed. Knowing the difference is crucial. Complex decisions benefit from reflection. Strategic choices, long-term commitments, major changes, these deserve careful thought. Gather information. Consult others. Sleep on it. Allow your mind to process. But many decisions do not require this depth. Small choices, routine matters, clear situations, these need speed. Delaying them wastes time and energy. Here is a useful principle. Decide at the right level. Match the weight of the decision to the time you invest. Do not spend 3 days choosing what to have for lunch. Do not spend 3 minutes choosing your career path. Leaders often struggle with this balance. Some overthink small matters. Others rush big decisions. Both are errors. Learn to sense the weight of a decision. Ask, what is at stake here? Is this reversible? Can I adjust later? If the answer is yes, decide quickly. If the answer is no, take your time. There is another element to consider, timing. Some decisions have windows. The right choice made too late becomes the wrong choice. Opportunity passes. Circumstances change. The moment closes. Imagine a leader during a crisis. Information is incomplete. Pressure is high. Waiting for perfect clarity is impossible. But the team needs direction now. The leader must decide with what they have. They assess quickly. They choose. They act. This is not recklessness. This is leadership under pressure. Speed and clarity are not opposites. They work together. When your thinking is clear, your decisions come faster. When you trust your process, you move with confidence. Owning the outcome. Making decisions is one skill. Owning them is another. This is where many people falter. They decide, then distance themselves from the result. They blame circumstances. They point to others. They explain why it was not their fault. This destroys leadership. People lose trust in leaders who avoid responsibility. They respect leaders who own their choices, especially when those choices do not work out. Owning the outcome means accepting full responsibility for your decisions. Not partial. Not conditional. Full. When the decision succeeds, you share the credit. When it fails, you take the blame. This is not about punishment. It is about integrity. It is about showing that you stand behind your choices. Let's consider two scenarios. In the first, a leader makes a decision that fails. The project misses its deadline. The leader gathers the team and says, "This was my call. I misjudged the timeline. That's on me. Here's what I've learned. Here's how we adjust moving forward." In the second scenario, the same failure occurs. The leader says, "The team didn't execute properly. The circumstances changed. We didn't have enough resources. It's unfortunate." Which leader would you trust? Which leader would you follow into the next challenge? The first leader owns the outcome. They do not hide. They do not deflect. They acknowledge the failure. They take responsibility. They move forward with humility and purpose. The second leader avoids ownership. They protect their image at the expense of trust. People notice this. They remember it. And it weakens every future decision that leader makes. Owning the outcome also applies to success. When things go well, acknowledge the team. Share the victory. Highlight contributions. Good leaders deflect praise downward and accept criticism upward. This builds loyalty. It shows that you value others. It demonstrates that leadership is not about personal glory. Think about a time someone took credit for your work. How did that feel? Now think about a time someone acknowledged your contribution publicly. Which leader earned your respect? Ownership creates respect. It builds character. It shows that you are not just making decisions to look good. You are making them because you believe in them. And you are willing to stand by them, whatever comes. The foundation of trust. Trust is the currency of leadership. Without it, you have no real influence. People may follow your title, but they will not follow you. They will comply, but they will not commit. Trust is not given freely. It is earned. And it is earned slowly, through consistent behavior over time. There are three pillars of trust: reliability, honesty, and accountability. Each one matters. Together, they create an environment where people feel safe to follow, to contribute, to take risks. Let's explore each pillar. Reliability means you do what you say you will do. You follow through. You show up. You deliver. This sounds basic, but many people fail here. They make promises lightly. They overcommit. They forget. They disappoint. Reliability is built through small actions. Arriving on time. Meeting deadlines. Returning calls. Keeping your word. These moments seem minor. But they accumulate. Over time, people learn whether they can count on you. Imagine a colleague who always says yes but rarely delivers. You stop asking them for help. You stop trusting their commitments. Now imagine someone who rarely makes promises, but when they do, they always follow through. You trust them completely. That is reliability. As a leader, your reliability affects everyone around you. When you are reliable, people relax. They focus on their work instead of worrying about whether you will support them. When you are unreliable, they become cautious. They hesitate. They protect themselves. Honesty means telling the truth, even when it is uncomfortable. It means admitting mistakes. It means sharing bad news. It means being transparent about challenges. Many leaders struggle with honesty because they fear looking weak. They hide problems. They sugarcoat realities. They tell people what they want to hear instead of what they need to know. This approach always backfires. People sense dishonesty. They notice when information does not match reality. And once they suspect a leader is not being truthful, trust collapses. Honesty does not mean being harsh or blunt. You can be honest and kind. You can deliver difficult truths with care. The key is authenticity. People need to know that what you say is real. Consider a leader facing company layoffs. They could hide the situation until the last moment. Or they could be honest, we are facing financial difficulties. I want to be transparent with you about what we are considering and how we are working to address this. The second approach is harder. It creates discomfort. But it preserves trust. Honesty also means being honest about what you do not know. Many leaders feel pressure to have all the answers. They fake certainty. They make up responses. This is a mistake. Saying, "I don't know, but I will find out," is far more trustworthy than pretending to know. Accountability means answering for your actions. It means accepting consequences. It means being available for questions, feedback, and criticism. Accountable leaders do not hide behind closed doors. They do not make excuses. They do not shift blame. They stand present and responsible. Accountability creates safety. When people know their leader is accountable, they feel secure. They know that if something goes wrong, the leader will not abandon them. They know the leader will face the situation directly. Think about accountability in practical terms. When someone on your team makes a mistake, what do? Do you throw them under the bus? Do you protect yourself first? Or do you step forward and address the situation together? Accountable leaders create a culture where mistakes are acknowledged, learned from, and moved beyond. This encourages growth. It reduces fear. It allows people to take initiative without paralyzing anxiety. Accountability also means being open to feedback. No leader is perfect. People see your blind spots. They notice your mistakes. When you welcome their input, you show humility. You show that you value truth over ego. Ask for feedback regularly. Create space for honest conversation. When someone points out an error, thank them. When they challenge your decision, listen. You do not have to agree with every critique. But you do have to be open to it. Why people follow? People do not follow leaders because of authority. They follow because of how the leader makes them feel. This is the emotional foundation of leadership. There are 3 feelings that drive followership: safety, support, and guidance. Safety means people trust they will not be harmed. Not physically, of course, but emotionally and professionally. They trust that if they speak up, they will not be attacked. If they make a mistake, they will not be destroyed. If they take a risk, they will be supported. Leaders create safety through consistency. When your reactions are predictable, people relax. They know what to expect. They are not walking on eggshells. This does not mean you are always pleasant. It means you are fair. You are measured. You do not explode or punish arbitrarily. Safety also comes from your values. When people know what you stand for, they know where they stand with you. They understand the rules of engagement. This clarity reduces anxiety. Think about a time you worked for someone unpredictable. Someone who praised you one day and criticized you the next for the same behavior. How did that feel? Now think about working for someone consistent. Someone whose standards were clear and fair. The difference is enormous. Support means people know you are on their side. You want them to succeed. You will help them grow. You will provide resources, guidance, and encouragement. Supportive leaders invest in their people. They coach. They mentor. They remove obstacles. They celebrate wins. They help during struggles. Support is not the same as being soft. You can have high standards and be supportive. In fact, the best support often comes from leaders who push you to be better while also believing in you. Imagine a coach. A great coach demands excellence. They point out weaknesses. They push you beyond comfort. But you know they believe in you. You know they want you to succeed. That belief makes the challenge bearable. It makes you willing to try harder. Leaders provide support through presence. They check in. They ask questions. They listen. They notice when someone is struggling. Small gestures, acknowledging effort, offering help, saying thank you, build a supportive environment. Guidance means people trust your direction. They believe you know where you are going. They feel confident following your lead. Guidance comes from clarity. When you communicate your vision clearly, people understand the destination. When you explain your decisions, people understand the path. When you stay focused, people trust the journey. Leaders provide guidance not by knowing everything, but by staying oriented. You keep the goal visible. You point out progress. You adjust when needed. You remain steady when others panic. Think of guidance like a compass. It does not eliminate uncertainty. It does not make the terrain easier. But it gives direction. It helps people navigate. It reduces the fear of being lost. People follow leaders who provide these three things. They stay with leaders who consistently deliver safety, support, and guidance. This is not about charisma or charm. It is about creating an environment where people can do their best work without fear. Building a decision-making practice. Decision-making improves with practice. It is a skill, not a trait. You can develop it deliberately. Start small. Make more decisions in your daily life. Practice choosing without overthinking. Order your meal quickly. Pick your route without debate. Choose your clothes and move on. These micro-decisions build your decision-making muscle. Notice your patterns. Do you avoid certain types of decisions? Do you overthink? Do you rush? Awareness is the first step toward improvement. Create a simple process. When faced with a decision, follow these steps. 1. Define the problem clearly. Write it down if needed. 2. Identify your options. List 2 or 3 realistic choices. 3. Consider the outcomes. Think through what each choice leads to. 4. Decide. Commit to one option. 5. Act. Implement your decision. 6. Own the result. Acknowledge what happens and learn from it. This process takes minutes for small decisions, hours for large ones. But it provides structure. It prevents paralysis. It builds confidence. Review your decisions. Once a week, reflect on the choices you made. What went well? What would you do differently? What did you learn? This reflection solidifies the skill. Seek feedback. Ask people you trust how they experience your decision-making. Are you too slow? Too quick? Do you explain your reasoning? Do you involve others appropriately? Their perspective helps you adjust. The long game of trust. Trust is not built overnight. It accumulates through repeated interactions. Every decision you make, every promise you keep, every mistake you own, these moments add up. Think of trust like a bank account. Deposits are made through reliability, honesty, and accountability. Withdrawals happen through broken promises, dishonesty, and blame shifting. The balance matters. Early in leadership, your balance is low. People do not know you yet. They are cautious. Every action is noticed. Every decision is weighed. This is normal. Do not be discouraged. Stay consistent. Keep your promises. Be honest. Own your mistakes. Over time, the balance grows. People start to trust you by default. They give you the benefit of the doubt. They follow more easily. But trust is fragile. One major breach can wipe out years of deposits. This is why integrity matters so deeply. You cannot afford to compromise it. Imagine a leader who has built trust over 5 years. The team respects them. They follow willingly. Then one day, that leader lies to protect themselves. Maybe they blame someone else for their mistake. Maybe they hide information to avoid looking bad. That single act destroys the trust built over years. Rebuilding trust after a breach is possible, but it is slow and painful. It requires genuine remorse, changed behavior, and time. Much time. It is far easier to protect trust than to rebuild it. So guard your integrity carefully. When tempted to take a shortcut, to shade the truth, to avoid responsibility, stop. Remember that your leadership depends on trust. And trust depends on integrity. The connection between decision and trust. Now we see how these elements connect. Decisions reveal character. Owning outcomes builds respect. Consistency creates trust. And trust enables leadership. When you make clear decisions, people feel guided. When you own the results, people feel safe. When you do this consistently, people trust you. And when people trust you, they follow. This is not manipulation. This is not technique. This is the natural result of leading with integrity. Think of leadership as a cycle. You decide. You act. You own the outcome. People notice. Trust builds. Your influence grows. You make better decisions because people support you. The cycle continues. Break the cycle at any point, avoid decisions. Deflect responsibility, act inconsistently, and leadership weakens. People withdraw. Trust erodes. Influence fades. But maintain the cycle, and leadership strengthens naturally. You do not need to force it. You do not need to demand respect. It comes as a consequence of your behavior. Practical steps forward. As you move forward, focus on these practices. Make one clear decision today. Do not wait for perfect information. Assess what you know. Choose. Act. Own one outcome fully. Whether success or failure, acknowledge your role. Speak it out loud to someone. Keep one promise. Even a small one. Show reliability in action. Be honest in one difficult conversation. Share a truth you have been avoiding. Do it with care, but do it. Ask for one piece of feedback. Invite someone to tell you how you can improve. Listen without defending. These are not grand gestures. They are simple actions. But done consistently, they transform your leadership. Remember, leadership is not about being perfect. It is about being present, responsible, and trustworthy. It is about making decisions and owning them. It is about creating an environment where people feel safe, supported, and guided. You do not need to be the smartest person in the room. You do not need to have all the answers. You need to be someone people can trust. Someone who decides. Someone who takes responsibility. Someone who shows up consistently. This is within your reach. It starts with the next decision you make. The next outcome you own. The next promise you keep. Leadership is built one choice at a time. One honest conversation at a time. One kept promise at a time. These moments accumulate. They create trust. They establish influence. They make you someone worth following. The journey is long. The work is daily. But the impact is profound. When you lead with clarity, responsibility, and integrity, you change not only your own life but the lives of everyone you touch. So step forward. Make your decision. Own your outcome. Build your trust. This is how leaders are made. Chapter 5, Becoming a leader others follow naturally. There is a particular kind of leadership that requires no announcement. No title. No formal authority. It simply exists. People gravitate toward it naturally. They follow without being asked. They trust without needing proof. This is the leadership we have been building toward. Everything you have learned so far, presence, communication, emotional intelligence, decision-making, responsibility, trust, comes together here. This chapter shows you how these elements combine to create natural leadership. The kind that transforms not just your work, but your relationships, your identity, and your entire way of being in the world. Natural leadership is not forced. It is not performed. It emerges from who you are and how you show up. It spreads through example, standards, energy, and consistency. And once activated, it changes everything around you. The paradox of leading without force. Here is something many people misunderstand about leadership: true influence cannot be demanded. The moment you force people to follow, you have lost. What remains is compliance, not commitment. Obedience, not loyalty. Real leadership happens when people choose to follow. When they want to be near you. When they seek your perspective. When they naturally align with your direction. This is the paradox. The less you try to control, the more influence you have. The less you demand attention, the more people give it to you. The less you insist on being followed, the more naturally people fall into step beside you. Why does this happen? Because forced leadership triggers resistance. Human beings instinctively push back against coercion. Even when we comply outwardly, we resist internally. We look for exits. We wait for the pressure to lift. But natural leadership creates pull, not push. It attracts rather than compels. People follow because something in them wants to. Maybe they admire your clarity. Maybe they feel safe in your presence. Maybe they trust your judgment. Whatever the reason, the choice is theirs. And that makes all the difference. Think about someone you have followed willingly in your life. Not because you had to, but because you wanted to. Maybe a teacher, a mentor, a colleague, a friend. What made you follow them? It was not their demands. It was something about how they showed up. Something about their energy, their consistency, their way of being. This is what you are cultivating. Not the ability to command, but the ability to inspire genuine followership. This takes time. It requires patience. But it creates something far more powerful than any forced authority ever could. Leading through example. Example is the oldest and most powerful teaching method. Words can inspire. But actions prove. People watch what you do far more carefully than they listen to what you say. When your behavior matches your words, you create integrity. When your actions demonstrate the standards you speak about, you earn respect. When you embody the qualities you ask of others, you give them permission to do the same. Let's be specific. If you want your team to be punctual, you must be punctual. If you want them to be calm under pressure, you must demonstrate calm. If you want them to take responsibility, you must model ownership. If you want them to communicate clearly, you must communicate clearly first. This sounds simple. It is not. Most people have blind spots about their own behavior. They notice what others do but overlook their own contradictions. They ask for excellence while delivering mediocrity. They demand honesty while shading truth. They expect accountability while making excuses. People notice these contradictions immediately. And when they see them, your words lose power. Your influence weakens. Trust erodes. But when you lead through consistent example, something remarkable happens. People begin to mirror you. Not because you told them to. Because you showed them how. Consider a simple scenario. You enter a tense meeting. The energy is anxious. People are defensive. Arguments are brewing. You could try to control the situation with authority. Or you could embody calm. You speak slowly. You listen fully. You acknowledge emotions without reacting to them. You ask thoughtful questions. You stay present. What happens? The room begins to shift. People match your energy. The tension eases. Not because you demanded it. Because you demonstrated it. This is leading through example. Your state influences the system. Your behavior sets the standard. Your consistency creates the culture. Think about the qualities you want in those around you. Now ask yourself, do I embody these qualities? Am I living the standard I expect? If the answer is no, start there. You cannot lead others somewhere you have not gone yourself. You cannot inspire qualities you do not demonstrate. Example is not optional in natural leadership. It is the foundation. Setting standards without apology. Natural leaders have clear standards. They know what they stand for. They know what they will accept and what they will not. And they hold these standards without apology or explanation. This is not about being rigid or controlling. It is about having a clear sense of what matters. When you know your standards, you create boundaries. These boundaries protect the quality of your work, your relationships, and your environment. Many people fear setting standards. They worry about seeming demanding or difficult. They want to be liked. So they compromise. They accept less than they value. They tolerate behavior that undermines their work. They lower their expectations to avoid conflict. This approach destroys leadership. When you have no standards, you have no direction. When you tolerate everything, you stand for nothing. When you compromise your values to avoid discomfort, you lose respect, both from others and from yourself. Standards do not mean perfection. They mean clarity. They mean knowing what you will uphold and having the courage to uphold it. Let's use an example. You are working with a team. Someone consistently misses deadlines without communication. This affects everyone. You have two choices. You can ignore it to keep the peace. Or you can address it clearly and directly. If you ignore it, you send a message: standards do not matter here. Others notice. They begin to question their own effort. Why work hard if others do not? Why care if no one else does? But if you address it calmly and directly, you send a different message: we have standards here. Everyone is accountable. This is not personal. This is about the work we do together. The person may resist. They may react defensively. That is their choice. Your job is not to control their reaction. Your job is to hold the standard. Others are watching. They will see your consistency. They will respect your clarity. And they will rise to meet the standard you set. Standards also apply to yourself. In fact, the standards you set for yourself are the most important ones. They determine your credibility. When people see you holding yourself to high standards, they trust you to hold them to standards too. Do not apologize for having standards. Do not justify them endlessly. State them clearly. Uphold them consistently. Let your behavior speak. Over time, people will align or move on. Either outcome strengthens your leadership. Energy is contagious. Your emotional state spreads. This is not metaphor. It is biology. Human beings are wired to attune to each other emotionally. We mirror expressions. We match energy levels. We sync up unconsciously. This means your energy as a leader affects everyone around you. If you bring anxiety, you create anxiety. If you bring chaos, you spread chaos. If you bring calm confidence, you create calm confidence. Think about walking into a room where someone is genuinely happy. Their smile is real. Their energy is bright. What happens to you? You feel lighter. You smile back. Their state influences yours. Now think about entering a space where someone is angry or stressed. You feel it immediately. Your body tenses. Your guard goes up. Their state affects you before a single word is spoken. This is emotional contagion. And as a leader, you are the primary source. Your energy sets the tone. Your emotional state creates the atmosphere. This is a profound responsibility. You cannot fake this. People sense authenticity. They know when energy is genuine and when it is performed. You cannot put on a mask of calm while feeling frantic inside. The incongruence shows. It creates distrust. So the work happens internally first. Before you enter a meeting, check your state. Are you present? Are you centered? If not, take a moment. Breathe. Ground yourself. Adjust your energy before you engage. This is not about suppressing emotions. It is about choosing which emotions you lead with. You can feel stressed and still project calm. You can feel uncertain and still demonstrate confidence. The feelings exist, but you do not let them control your presence. Let's consider a practical example. Your project is behind schedule. The pressure is mounting. You are worried. You have every right to be. But when you meet with your team, what energy do you bring? If you bring panic, the team panics. Productivity drops. Mistakes increase. People protect themselves rather than solve problems. But if you bring focused calm, something different happens. You acknowledge the challenge. You express confidence in the team's ability. You break the problem into steps. You stay solution-oriented. Your energy says, "We have this. Let's move forward together." The team mirrors this. They stay focused. They collaborate. They solve problems instead of spiraling into worry. Your energy creates the container for the work. Make sure it is a container that supports performance, not one that induces fear. Consistency creates trust, trust creates followership. We have discussed trust before. But here we see its ultimate purpose. Trust is what allows people to follow naturally. Without trust, people hesitate. They question. They protect themselves. With trust, they move freely. They contribute openly. They follow willingly. And trust comes from
By the
consistency.
way, my friends,
Not
don't
perfection.
forget to subscribe for more
Consistency.
audiobooks.
People do not need you to be flawless. They need you to be reliable. They need to know that who you are today is who you will be tomorrow. That your values remain steady. That your behavior is predictable in the best sense. Consistency shows up in small ways. You say good morning every day. You keep your promises. You respond to messages. You show up on time. You handle pressure the same way each time. You treat people with the same respect regardless of mood or circumstance. These moments seem trivial. They are not. They are deposits in the trust account. Each one adds up. Over time, people learn they can count on you. Not because you told them they can. Because you have shown them, repeatedly, that they can. Inconsistency destroys this. When your mood determines your behavior, people become cautious. When your standards change based on convenience, people lose faith. When you are supportive one day and dismissive the next, people withdraw. Think about someone in your life who is inconsistent. How do you feel around them? You are probably cautious. You watch for signs. You try to gauge their mood before you engage. You hold back because you do not know which version of them you will encounter. Now think about someone who is deeply consistent. You relax around them. You know what to expect. You trust that they will be themselves, regardless of circumstances. This trust allows you to be yourself too. This is what consistency creates. A space where people can show up fully. Where they do not have to manage your emotions. Where they can focus on the work, the relationship, the shared purpose. As a leader, your consistency becomes the bedrock. It is the stable ground beneath the team. It allows others to take risks, to be creative, to bring their best. Because they know you will be steady regardless of the outcome. Build this through daily practice. Be the person you were yesterday. Uphold the values you named last week. Treat people tomorrow the way you treated them today. This is not boring. This is powerful. This is how natural leadership emerges. How influence spreads. Influence is not linear. It does not move in straight lines from leader to follower. It spreads like ripples in water. It multiplies through networks. It compounds over time. When you lead naturally, you influence people directly. But those people then influence others. Your calm becomes their calm. Your clarity becomes their clarity. Your standards become their standards. And they carry these qualities into their own spheres of influence. This is how culture forms. Not through mandates or policies. Through the spread of behavior. When people mirror what they experience, they create that experience for others. The influence spreads organically. Think about confidence. When you demonstrate genuine confidence, not arrogance, but calm certainty, people feel it. They begin to trust themselves more. They take more initiative. They speak up. They take risks. And when they do this, others around them notice. They begin to mirror it too. The same happens with calmness. When you remain steady during turbulence, people learn that steadiness is possible. They begin to practice it themselves. They stop panicking. They start problem solving. And this calmness spreads through the team. Vision works this way too. When you speak clearly about where you are going and why it matters, people begin to see it. The vision becomes real to them. They start to think in terms of that vision. They make decisions aligned with it. They communicate it to others. The vision spreads without you repeating it endlessly. This is the power of natural leadership. You do not have to control everything. You do not have to convince everyone personally. You embody the qualities you want to see. You demonstrate them consistently. And they spread through the system naturally. But here is the key, this only works if it is real. You cannot fake confidence and expect it to spread. You cannot pretend calm while feeling chaos and expect others to become calm. The qualities must be genuine. They must live in you first. This is why all the previous chapters matter. You have been building the internal foundation. The self-awareness. The emotional intelligence. The clear communication. The decision-making ability. The responsibility. The trust. Now these qualities become contagious. Now they spread. Now they create influence that extends far beyond your direct interactions. The long-term mastery of leadership. Leadership is not a destination. It is a practice. A lifelong one. There is no point where you have arrived, where you can stop learning, where you can coast on past success. This might sound exhausting. It is not. It is liberating. Because it means you never have to be perfect. You only have to keep practicing. Keep refining. Keep growing. Long-term mastery in leadership means committing to continuous development. You are always observing yourself. Always learning from experience. Always adjusting your approach. Think of leadership like learning a musical instrument. In the beginning, every note requires conscious effort. You think about finger placement. You focus on timing. You practice basic scales. It is deliberate and slow. But over time, something shifts. The basics become automatic. Your fingers know where to go. You stop thinking about technique and start feeling the music. You can improvise. You can respond to what is happening in the moment. Leadership develops the same way. Early on, you think consciously about your presence, your words, your decisions. You work deliberately on emotional regulation. You plan your communication carefully. This is natural. This is necessary. But with practice, these skills become integrated. You do not have to think about staying present. You are present. You do not have to remember to listen fully. You listen naturally. You do not have to remind yourself to take responsibility. It is simply who you are. This integration takes time. Years, not months. But every interaction is practice. Every conversation is an opportunity. Every decision is a lesson. You are always learning. always refining, always deepening your capacity. Long-term mastery also means accepting that you will make mistakes. Many of them. You will handle situations poorly. You will react instead of respond. You will miss signals. You will misunderstand. You will fail. This is not a problem. This is the process. Every mistake is information. Every failure is feedback. The question is not whether you will err. The question is whether you will learn from it. Great leaders look back at their younger selves with compassion and humor. They see the mistakes they made. They recognize how much they have grown. And they know they still have much to learn. This humility is essential. The moment you think you have mastered leadership completely, you have stopped growing. And when you stop growing, you start declining. Stay curious. Stay open. Stay willing to be wrong and learn. How leadership transforms relationships. Natural leadership changes every relationship you have. Not because you try to control people. Because you show up differently. And when you show up differently, others respond differently. In friendships, leadership means being someone people can count on. The person who remains steady. Who tells the truth kindly. Who celebrates others' success without envy. Who supports during difficulty without judgment. Friends notice this. They gravitate toward you. They seek your perspective. They trust your counsel. Not because you position yourself as better or wiser. Because you are present, honest, and consistent. In family relationships, leadership means holding space for others while maintaining your own boundaries. It means not taking responsibility for others' emotions while remaining compassionate. It means modeling the behavior you hope to see without demanding it. Family members respond to this. They may resist initially, especially if you are changing patterns. But over time, they begin to trust your consistency. They respect your boundaries. They appreciate your presence. The relationship deepens. In romantic partnerships, leadership means being fully yourself while making space for your partner to be fully themselves. It means taking responsibility for your own emotions and reactions. It means communicating clearly about needs and boundaries. It means staying present through conflict. Partners feel this. They feel safe to be vulnerable. They trust that you will not use their openness against them. They know that you will engage honestly. The intimacy deepens because both people can show up authentically. In professional relationships, leadership means being someone others want to work with. Someone who delivers. Who communicates clearly. Who solves problems. Who maintains standards. Who treats people with respect regardless of hierarchy. Colleagues notice this. They want you on their projects. They seek your input. They trust your judgment. Your reputation builds naturally through your behavior, not through self-promotion. Leadership transforms relationships because it transforms you. And when you change, the dynamics around you must change too. Some relationships will deepen. Some will end. Both outcomes are appropriate. You are no longer available for dynamics that require you to be small, inconsistent, or inauthentic. This can be uncomfortable. People may react to your changes. They may try to pull you back into old patterns. Stay steady. Maintain your new way of being. The right relationships will adjust and thrive. The wrong ones will fall away. Trust this process. How leadership transforms work. Leadership changes not just how you work, but what work means to you. It transforms your relationship with challenge, with responsibility, with collaboration. When you lead naturally, work becomes more than tasks. It becomes an opportunity to create value, to solve meaningful problems, to contribute something that matters. This shift in perspective changes everything. You stop seeing obstacles as burdens. You see them as puzzles to solve. You stop seeing difficult people as problems. You see them as opportunities to practice your skills. You stop seeing responsibility as weight. You see it as agency, the power to influence outcomes. This does not mean work becomes easy or always enjoyable. It means your relationship with the difficulty changes. You meet challenges with more confidence. You handle pressure with more calm. You navigate complexity with more clarity. Your effectiveness increases. Not because you work longer hours. Because you work better. You prioritize clearly. You communicate efficiently. You make decisions faster. You solve problems more creatively. You collaborate more effectively. People notice this. Opportunities come to you. Not because you chase them. Because your reputation precedes you. People know you deliver. They know you can be trusted with important work. They know you make situations better, not worse. Your career trajectory changes. Not through manipulation or politics. Through competence and character. You become someone organizations need. Someone teams want. Someone projects require. But here is what matters most: the work itself becomes more fulfilling. Because you are not just doing a job. You are leading. You are creating. You are contributing at a higher level. This brings deep satisfaction that no title or salary can match. This is the real transformation. Work stops being something you have to do and becomes something you choose to do well. This shift in internal experience is profound. It affects your energy, your motivation, your sense of purpose. How leadership transforms identity. Perhaps the deepest transformation is in how you see yourself. Leadership changes your identity. Not who you pretend to be. Who you actually are. In the beginning, you may have felt like you were playing a role. Acting like a leader. Trying on behaviors that felt uncomfortable or unfamiliar. This is normal. This is how growth begins. But over time, something shifts. The behaviors become natural. The qualities become integrated. You are no longer trying to be a leader. You are one. This is not about ego or title. It is about internal recognition. You know you can handle difficult situations. You know you can make good decisions. You know you can be trusted. You know you can lead. This knowing changes how you move through the world. You carry yourself differently. You speak with more clarity. You engage with more presence. You face challenges with more confidence. Others sense this shift. They respond to you differently. They give you more responsibility. They seek your guidance. They trust your judgment. The external world begins to reflect your internal transformation. But here is the beautiful part: you also become more yourself. True leadership does not require you to become someone else. It requires you to become more fully who you are. To develop your natural strengths. To integrate your experiences. To express your authentic values. You stop trying to fit a leadership mold. You create your own approach. You lead in a way that is true to your personality, your values, your strengths. This authenticity makes your leadership even more powerful. Because it is real. Because it is you. Identity transformation also brings peace. You stop questioning whether you are capable. You stop comparing yourself to others constantly. You stop seeking validation externally. You know who you are. You know what you can do. You trust yourself. This does not mean you become arrogant. Real confidence is quiet. It does not need to announce itself. It simply is. You know your strengths and your limitations. You are comfortable with both. This integration of identity is perhaps the greatest gift of leadership development. You become more coherent. More aligned. More whole. Your external behavior matches your internal values. Your actions reflect your beliefs. Your life expresses your authentic self. The ripple effect beyond you. Natural leadership creates impact that extends far beyond your immediate sphere. The people you influence go on to influence others. The standards you model get adopted and spread. The culture you create continues after you move on. This is the ultimate measure of leadership. Not what you accomplish while present. What continues in your absence. The values that persist. The behaviors that remain. The standards that endure. Think about people who influenced you years ago. Maybe a teacher, a coach, a mentor. They may not even know the impact they had. But you carry something they gave you. A way of thinking. A standard of excellence. A belief in yourself. And you pass this on to others. This is the ripple effect. Leadership multiplies across time and space. It compounds in ways you will never fully see. Every person you help develop goes on to help others. Every standard you uphold gets carried forward. Every example you set becomes a model. This means your leadership matters more than you realize. The conversation you have today may change someone's trajectory. The example you set this week may influence someone for years. The standard you hold this month may shape a culture for decades. You will not see most of this impact. You will not receive credit for it. That is not the point. The point is that natural leadership creates value that transcends your presence. It lives in the people and systems you touch. This is why integrity matters so much. Why consistency is essential. Why example is powerful. Because you are not just leading for today. You are creating patterns that will echo forward. Make sure those patterns are worthy of repetition. Bringing it all together. Let's connect everything we have explored. Natural leadership emerges when you integrate presence, communication, emotional intelligence, decision-making, responsibility, and trust. These are not separate skills. They work together. They reinforce each other. They create something greater than the sum of parts. Your presence creates the foundation. It allows you to stay centered, aware, and responsive. This presence enables clear communication. You speak with intention. You listen with full attention. You create understanding. Clear communication builds emotional intelligence. You learn to read others accurately. You regulate your own emotions. You create psychological safety. This safety allows for better decisions. People share information freely. They contribute honestly. They collaborate effectively. Good decisions build trust. Especially when you own the outcomes. Trust creates followership. People choose to align with you. They support your direction. They contribute their best. And this cycle continues. Each element strengthens the others. Over time, your leadership becomes natural. It flows. It does not require constant effort. It simply is who you are. This integration is the goal. Not to master each skill separately, but to embody them together. To live them as a unified way of being. This is when leadership becomes natural. When it stops being something you do and becomes something you are. You already have the traits. Here is the truth, everything you need to lead naturally already exists within you. You have presence, you have simply learned to access it more deliberately. You have the ability to communicate, you have simply developed more skill. You have emotional intelligence, you have simply become more aware of it. Leadership is not about acquiring foreign qualities. It is about activating what is already there. About developing capacities that have always been yours. About becoming more fully yourself, not someone else. Think about moments when you have led naturally already. Maybe with friends. Maybe in a crisis. Maybe in a casual conversation. You showed up. You influenced. You made a difference. That was real leadership. You just did not name it as such. Now you are learning to do this intentionally. To access these qualities on demand. To develop them more fully. To express them more consistently. But the core has always been there. You are not building something from nothing. You are cultivating what already exists. This is liberating. It means you do not have to become someone you are not. You do not have to fake it. You do not have to force it. You simply have to develop what is already yours. You have the capacity for presence. For clear communication. For emotional awareness. For good decisions. For taking responsibility. For building trust. These are human capacities. You were born with them. Life may have taught you to suppress them, to doubt them, to hide them. But they remain. Your work is not to create these qualities. Your work is to activate them, to practice them, to strengthen them, to trust them, to let them guide you. This is the essence of becoming a leader others follow naturally. You become more yourself, more aligned, more authentic, more whole. And people respond to this authenticity. They trust it. They follow it. The practice continues. Leadership is not a destination you reach and then maintain. It is a practice you engage in daily. Some days you will embody it fully. Other days you will struggle. Both are part of the journey. On good days, celebrate your progress. Notice how far you have come. Acknowledge your growth. Let yourself feel the satisfaction of development. This reinforces the practice. It builds confidence. It motivates continued effort. On difficult days, show yourself compassion. You will handle situations poorly. You will react instead of respond. You will forget what you know. This is human. This is normal. The question is not whether you will stumble. The question is whether you will learn from it and continue. Great leaders are not those who never fall. They are those who rise each time they fall. Who extract lessons from mistakes. Who adjust their approach. Who keep practicing despite setbacks. This resilience is itself a form of leadership. When others see you handle failure with grace, they learn to do the same. When they see you persist despite difficulty, they find their own persistence. When they see you learn from mistakes, they become more willing to take risks. Your practice teaches others how to practice. Your growth inspires their growth. Your persistence models persistence. This is leadership in action. This is the ripple effect. This is how influence spreads naturally. So continue. Keep practicing presence. Keep refining communication. Keep developing emotional intelligence. Keep making decisions and owning outcomes. Keep building trust through consistency. Keep leading through example. Each day is an opportunity. Each interaction is practice. Each challenge is a lesson. You are always learning. Always growing. Always becoming more capable of leading naturally. Your journey forward. You stand now with everything you need. You understand presence. You have developed communication skills. You have grown emotional intelligence. You know how to make decisions and own them. You understand how trust is built. You see how natural leadership emerges. The question is no longer whether you can lead. The question is, will you? Will you practice these principles? Will you embody these qualities? Will you show up consistently as the leader you are becoming? The answer matters. Not just for you. For everyone your leadership will touch. For the culture you will create. For the ripple effect that will extend far beyond what you can see. You have a choice in every moment. To be present or distracted. To communicate clearly or carelessly. To respond or react. To decide or avoid. To own or deflect. To be consistent or erratic. These choices define your leadership. Make them consciously. Make them intentionally. Make them in alignment with the leader you are becoming. Remember, leadership is not about being perfect. It is about being present, responsible, and trustworthy. It is about showing up consistently. It is about leading through example. It is about creating an environment where others can thrive. You do not need to be the most talented person. You do not need to be the smartest or the most experienced. You need to be someone people can trust. Someone who embodies the qualities they value. Someone who makes them better through your presence. This is within your reach. It starts with your next interaction, your next decision, your next moment of presence. These moments accumulate. They create your leadership. They define your impact. They shape your legacy. So step forward with confidence. Not arrogance. Not certainty about every outcome. But confidence in your capacity to learn, to grow, to handle what comes. Confidence in the qualities you have been developing. Confidence in the leader you are becoming. The world needs natural leaders. People who lead through example, not force. Who influence through character, not manipulation. Who create trust through consistency. Who build others up rather than tearing them down. You can be this kind of leader. You are becoming this kind of leader. The traits are already within you. You are learning to activate them. To trust them. To express them fully. This is your journey. This is your practice. This is your leadership emerging naturally from who you are and how you show up. Lead well. Lead naturally. Lead with the fullness of who you are. You already have what it takes. Now go and use it.
Why consistency matters. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine water. Not a torrential flood, not a dramatic waterfall, but a single drop of water falling onto stone. Again. And again. And again. Over years, over decades, this gentle, persistent droplet carves canyons through solid rock. This is not the power of force. This is the power of consistency. We live in a world obsessed with transformation. We celebrate the dramatic before and after, the overnight success, the sudden breakthrough. But here's what rarely gets discussed: behind every transformation that appears sudden lies an invisible architecture of small, repeated actions. Consistency isn't the glamorous part of achievement, it's the foundational part. It's the difference between who you are and who you're capable of becoming. Let me share something that might surprise you. Consistency is not a talent you're born with. It's not encoded in your DNA, waiting to express itself in some people while bypassing others. Consistency is a skill, a learnable, practicable, improvable skill. Just as you can learn to play an instrument or speak a language, you can learn to show up for yourself day after day, even when motivation has abandoned you, even when the path ahead seems impossibly long. Think about the people you admire. The writer who's published 20 books. The athlete who's mastered their craft. The entrepreneur who built something from nothing. The artist whose work moves you. What separates them from everyone else who started with similar dreams? It's rarely raw talent. It's rarely a single moment of inspiration. It's the accumulated weight of showing up, imperfectly, sometimes reluctantly, but reliably, across thousands of ordinary days. But here's where it gets interesting: if consistency is simply a skill, why do so many of us struggle with it? Why do our New Year's resolutions evaporate by February? Why do we start projects with burning enthusiasm only to abandon them weeks later? Why does the gap between our intentions and our actions feel like an unbridgeable chasm? The answer lies in understanding three fundamental reasons why people fail to stay consistent. These aren't character flaws. They're patterns that, once recognized, can be transformed. The first pattern is what psychologists call emotional reasoning. This is the belief that you should only act when you feel like acting. It's the voice that says, "I'll go to the gym when I feel motivated," or "I'll work on my project when inspiration strikes." Emotional reasoning treats your feelings as facts, as reliable predictors of what you should do. But here's the truth: your emotions are terrible project managers. They're wonderful advisors, essential messengers, but catastrophic bosses. Your emotions evolved to keep you safe in an ancient world, not to help you write a novel or build a business in the modern one. When you wake up on a cold morning and your body screams at you to stay in bed, that's not laziness, that's your nervous system doing exactly what it was designed to do: conserve energy and avoid discomfort. The problem isn't the feeling. The problem is believing that the feeling should determine your action. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine a musician, let's call her Sarah, who only practiced when she felt inspired. Some weeks, inspiration would strike and she'd play for hours. But most weeks? Nothing. The guitar would sit in the corner, accumulating dust and guilt. After a year, she'd barely progressed. Now imagine another musician, call him David, who practiced for 30 minutes every single day, regardless of how he felt. Some days the practice was magical. Most days it was just practice, clumsy, frustrating, unremarkable. But after a year, David's fingers had developed muscle memory. His ear had trained itself to hear nuance. His brain had wired itself for music. The difference between Sarah and David wasn't talent or passion. It was their relationship with their feelings. Consistent people haven't eliminated these feelings of resistance. They've simply stopped negotiating with them. They've learned to observe the resistance without obeying it. They notice the voice that says not today and they think, interesting, and then they do the thing anyway. This isn't about becoming robotic or denying your humanity. It's about recognizing that discipline is, fundamentally, the ability to act independently of your emotional state. Think of it this way: your feelings are like the weather. Sometimes sunny, sometimes stormy, constantly changing. You wouldn't cancel every outdoor commitment just because the forecast shows clouds. You'd bring an umbrella. You'd wear a jacket. You'd adapt. The same principle applies to your internal weather. You can acknowledge that you don't feel motivated while simultaneously putting on your running shoes. You can notice that writing feels hard today while simultaneously opening your laptop. The feeling and the action don't have to match. Neuroscience backs this up in fascinating ways. Your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for planning and decision-making, and your limbic system, the part responsible for emotions and impulses, are constantly in conversation. When you feel resistance to a task, that's your limbic system trying to steer you toward comfort and away from uncertainty. But your prefrontal cortex can override this impulse. Not by fighting it, not by suppressing it, but by simply choosing differently. Each time you act despite the feeling, you strengthen the neural pathway between intention and action. You're literally rewiring your brain for consistency. The second pattern is distraction, but not in the way you might think. Yes, we live in an age of unprecedented distraction. Your phone alone contains more entertainment and information than a person a century ago could access in a lifetime. Social media, streaming services, newsfeeds, messages, games, all competing for fragments of your attention. But the deeper issue isn't the existence of distractions, it's our relationship with them. Distraction thrives in the gap between decision and action. When you're clear about what you're doing and why, distraction loses its power. But when you're ambiguous, when your goals are vague and your reasons are unclear, every notification becomes a valid alternative to the discomfort of uncertain effort. Think of your attention as a spotlight in a dark theater. That spotlight can illuminate anything: the main act on stage, the interesting details in the wings, or the exit signs at the back. Without a clear focal point, your attention will naturally drift toward what's novel, what's easy, what's immediately gratifying. This isn't a moral failing. It's how attention works. Your brain is wired to prioritize stimuli that are new, surprising, or potentially threatening. A notification lighting up your phone triggers that novelty response. An unopened email creates a tiny sense of uncertainty that your brain wants to resolve. These aren't bugs in your operating system, they're features. But they're features designed for a different world. Here's what makes modern distraction particularly insidious: it's engineered. Teams of designers and psychologists have optimized every app, every platform, every notification to capture and hold your attention. Variable reward schedules, the same principle that makes slot machines addictive, are embedded in your social media feeds. The pull to refresh gesture mimics the lever on a slot machine. The infinite scroll ensures there's always one more thing to see. These platforms aren't competing for your attention by accident. They're competing for your attention by design, using sophisticated psychological techniques refined through billions of data points. But here's the empowering truth: understanding the mechanism breaks the spell. When you recognize that your urge to check your phone isn't a character weakness but a conditioned response to engineered stimuli, you can address it strategically rather than morally. You're not bad for getting distracted. You're human, interfacing with systems designed to distract you. Consistency requires that you train your spotlight to return, again and again, to what matters most. Not because what matters most is always interesting, but because it's aligned with who you're becoming. This training happens through environment design, which we'll explore in depth later, but it also happens through clarity. When you know exactly what you're working toward and why it matters to you personally, distractions become easier to recognize and dismiss. They're not temptations, they're just noise. Consider the researcher deep in a compelling experiment. Hours pass without checking email, without scrolling, without even eating. This isn't superhuman willpower. It's absorption. When your task is sufficiently engaging and meaningful, distraction doesn't require resistance, it simply doesn't register. The goal, then, isn't to eliminate all distractions through pure willpower. It's to create conditions where your meaningful work can compete on more equal footing with engineered distractions. The third and perhaps most subtle pattern is identity conflict. This is the misalignment between who you say you want to be and who you believe you are. You might set a goal to become a writer, but if your internal identity is someone who doesn't finish things, every attempt to write will create internal friction. You're not just fighting the blank page, you're fighting your own sense of self. Your identity is the story you tell yourself about yourself. It's composed of thousands of small observations you've made about your own behavior over years. I'm not a morning person. I'm not creative. I'm someone who gives up easily. I'm just not disciplined. These statements feel like objective truths, like descriptions of reality. But they're not. They're narratives, stories you've constructed from selective evidence. And here's the crucial part, they're self-fulfilling prophecies. When you believe you're not a morning person, what happens when your alarm goes off? You hit snooze. And then you think, see? I'm not a morning person. The identity predicts the behavior confirms the identity. It's a closed loop. But here's what you don't notice, you're interpreting all your experiences through this lens. You remember every difficult morning and forget the times you woke up easily. You attribute any successful early morning to external factors, I had an important meeting, rather than internal ones. Your brain is running a confirmation bias algorithm, constantly seeking evidence that matches your self-concept. Psychologists call this the self-consistency motive. Humans have a deep need to behave in ways that are consistent with their self-image, even when that self-image is limiting. It's why people sometimes sabotage their own success, not consciously, but because success would require them to update their identity, and identity change is uncomfortable. It requires admitting that who you thought you were might not be who you actually are. Here's the transformative insight, you change your identity by changing your behavior, not the other way around. You don't need to believe you're a writer before you start writing. You become a writer by writing. The identity follows the action, not the other way around. Every time you show up, you're casting a vote for the person you're becoming. Every time you skip, you're casting a vote for who you used to be. James Clear, in his research on habit formation, describes this as identity-based habits. Instead of focusing on outcomes, I want to write a book or even processes. I will write for an hour every day, you focus on identity, I am a writer. Then you ask, what would a writer do in this situation? A writer sits down even when inspiration hasn't arrived. A writer revises even when it's tedious. A writer protects their writing time. The behavior flows from the identity. But there's a subtlety here worth exploring, you can't just declare a new identity and expect your brain to accept it. If you've never written a word but you tell yourself I am a writer, the dissonance will be overwhelming. Your internal evidence contradicts the claim. Instead, you start with small, believable actions. You write one paragraph. That's something a writer does. You've now cast one vote for your writer identity. The next day, you write another paragraph. Another vote. After a week, you've cast 7 votes. Your brain starts to notice a pattern. Maybe I am someone who writes. The identity begins to shift, not through declaration, but through accumulated evidence. This is why consistency matters so profoundly. It's not just about achieving external goals, though it does achieve them. It's about authoring a new version of yourself, one small action at a time. The entrepreneur who checks their email compulsively isn't just wasting time, they're reinforcing an identity as someone who's reactive rather than proactive. The person who hits the gym 3 mornings in a row isn't just building muscle, they're becoming someone who keeps promises to themselves. They're becoming someone who shows up. Your identity is not fixed. It's malleable, constantly being shaped by your behaviors, your choices, your responses to circumstances. Most people don't realize they're the sculptor. They think identity is something that happens to them, something they discover rather than create. But you are both the marble and the sculptor. Every action is a chisel stroke. The question is, are you sculpting intentionally, or are you letting random forces shape you? This brings us to a profound realization about the nature of consistency itself. Consistency isn't about perfection. It's about pattern. It's not about never missing a day, it's about what you do after you miss a day. Do you use the miss as evidence that you're someone who doesn't follow through? Or do you treat it as an anomaly, a deviation from your pattern, and return to your practice the next day? Imagine 2 people learning to meditate. Both commit to daily practice. Both miss a day in their first week. Person A thinks, "See, I knew I couldn't stick with this. I'm just not disciplined enough." They've interpreted the miss through their existing identity as someone who doesn't follow through. The missed day becomes terminal. Not just a break in the practice, but evidence against their capability. They might try again later, but they're now carrying additional weight, the belief that they've already failed once.
By the way, my friends, don't forget to subscribe for more audiobooks.
Person B has the same missed day. But they think, that's unusual. I normally practice daily. Notice the subtle shift? They've already internalized a new identity as someone who practices daily. The miss is an exception, not a revelation. The next morning, they sit down to meditate again, and their streak isn't starting over, it's continuing with a small interruption. Person B isn't more disciplined than person A. They're working with a different story about who they are. The beautiful paradox of consistency is this: it's built from individual moments that feel almost insignificant. One workout doesn't transform your body. One page doesn't create a book. One healthy meal doesn't reset your metabolism. In the moment, these actions can feel pointless, like drops in an infinite ocean. But these moments aren't insignificant. They're votes. They're evidence. They're the raw material from which your future self is constructed. Think about compound interest not in financial terms, but in behavioral ones. If you invest $1 at 1% daily compound interest, after a year you don't have $365. You have $3,778. The same principle applies to your behaviors. One push-up today doesn't give you strength. But one push-up today, tomorrow, and the next day starts to compound. Your muscles adapt. Your habit solidifies. Your identity shifts. After a year, you're not just someone who's done 365 push-ups. You're someone who exercises. The compound returns aren't just physical, they're psychological. This is why people fail at consistency. They expect linear returns on logarithmic investments. They do something once and don't see results, so they assume it's not working. They miss the invisible accumulation happening beneath the surface. A bamboo plant spends years developing its root system underground, with almost no visible growth above ground. Then, in a matter of weeks, it shoots up 90 feet. Was the growth sudden? Or was it the culmination of years of hidden development? Your consistent actions are like that bamboo's roots. For a long time, nothing seems to happen. You write every day, but the book isn't done. You practice the guitar, but you still sound like a beginner. You eat well, but the scale doesn't budge. This is the valley of disappointment, the gap between when you start a habit and when you see results. Most people quit in this valley. They don't realize they're 3 feet from gold. But here's what's actually happening during that invisible period: your brain is rewiring. Your body is adapting. Your identity is shifting. Neural pathways are being carved. Muscle memory is being encoded. Your sense of self is being updated, one vote at a time. You just can't see it yet. The results aren't absent, they're accumulated, waiting to manifest once they cross a threshold. As we journey deeper into understanding consistency, we'll explore not just why it matters, but how to build it practically, sustainably, in a way that honors your humanity rather than fighting it. We'll examine the architecture of habits, the science of willpower, the art of environment design, and the psychology of self-compassion. We'll discover strategies that make showing up easier, systems that reduce friction, and frameworks that turn intentions into automatic behaviors. But before we get tactical, before we dive into the how, I want you to sit with this understanding: consistency is available to you. Not as a distant aspiration, not as something you'll achieve once you become a different person. Right now. With whatever you have. The water droplet doesn't apologize for its size. It doesn't wait until it feels powerful enough to shape stone. It simply falls, again and again, trusting in the accumulated power of persistent action. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to be ready. You don't need to feel motivated or inspired or confident. You just need to be willing. Willing to show up. Willing to start before you're ready. Willing to be clumsy and imperfect and uncertain. Willing to cast one vote today for the person you're becoming. The stone doesn't believe the water can change it. The stone is hard, solid, unmovable. The water is soft, transient, seemingly powerless. But the water has something the stone doesn't: it keeps coming back. And in that persistence lies a power greater than force, greater than talent, greater than any single moment of inspired action. That same patient power lives in you. Not someday. Not when circumstances align. Not when you feel ready. Right now, in this moment, you have the ability to take one small action aligned with who you want to become. And then another. And another. Not because you're certain it will work, but because that's what consistent people do. They show up, especially when it's hard, especially when it doesn't feel like it matters. The question isn't whether you can be consistent. You can. The question is, who do you want to become, and are you willing to show up for that person, one unremarkable day at a time? Are you willing to cast votes for a new identity even before you believe it? Are you willing to trust in the invisible accumulation, the hidden compounding, the patient power of repeated action? This is where transformation begins. Not in a moment of dramatic decision, but in the quiet choice to show up again tomorrow. And the day after that. And the day after that. The gap between who you are and who you want to be isn't bridged by inspiration. It's bridged by repetition. By consistency. By becoming the kind of person who does what they said they would do. So let's begin this journey together. Let's explore how to build this skill of consistency, how to navigate emotional reasoning and resist distraction and resolve identity conflict. Let's discover how ordinary people create extraordinary lives through the simple, profound act of showing up. The stone is waiting. The water is ready. And so are you. Chapter 1: The Psychology of Daily Discipline. How the Brain Seeks Comfort. Let's start with a truth that might feel uncomfortable. Your brain is not designed to help you achieve your goals. It's designed to keep you alive. And in the ancient calculus of survival, alive means safe, and safe means comfortable, and comfortable means conserving energy and avoiding risk. Your brain is an exquisite prediction machine, constantly running simulations of the future based on patterns from the past, and its primary directive is simple: minimize threat, maximize reward, conserve resources. This is why discipline feels hard. You're not fighting laziness or weakness. You're fighting millions of years of evolutionary programming that says uncertainty is dangerous, effort is expensive, and the familiar, even when the familiar is limiting, is safer than the unknown. When you set an alarm to wake up early and exercise, you're proposing something radical to your nervous system. You're suggesting voluntary discomfort, leaving a warm bed, exposing yourself to cold air, expending precious energy, with no immediate survival payoff. Your limbic system, the ancient part of your brain responsible for emotion and impulse, sounds the alarm. It floods you with resistance, with a visceral sense that staying in bed is the right choice. This isn't a character flaw. This is your brain doing exactly what it was designed to do. Understanding this mechanism is liberating. When you feel resistance to doing something you've committed to, you can recognize it for what it is, an evolutionary safety protocol responding to perceived threat. The resistance isn't telling you the truth about what you should do. It's telling you that your brain has categorized this action as uncomfortable, uncertain, or effortful. And your brain's job is to steer you away from those categories. But here's where it gets fascinating: your brain is also remarkably adaptable. Neuroscientists call this neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Every time you override the impulse for comfort and choose discipline instead, you're not just accomplishing a task. You're rewiring your brain. You're teaching your nervous system that this action is safe, that this discomfort is survivable, that this uncertainty leads to reward. Think of neural pathways like trails through a forest. The first time you walk a new route, you're pushing through undergrowth, stepping over fallen logs, creating a barely visible path. It's effortful. The second time, slightly easier, you can see where you walked before. The 10th time, there's a discernible trail. The 100th time, it's a well-worn path that's easy to follow. The 1000th time, it's practically a highway. This is what happens in your brain when you repeat behaviors. The neural pathway becomes stronger, more automatic, more efficient. Initially, discipline requires conscious effort. You have to manually override your comfort-seeking impulses using your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for executive function, planning, and self-control. This process consumes glucose. It's metabolically expensive. It's why discipline feels draining at first. But as the behavior repeats, something remarkable happens: it begins to transfer from conscious control to automatic processing. The behavior moves from your prefrontal cortex to your basal ganglia, the part of your brain responsible for habits and automated behaviors. This is the neurological foundation of discipline becoming easier over time. You're not building willpower. You're building automation. You're creating neural pathways that make the discipline choice the default rather than the effortful exception. But let's talk about what happens when you don't override the comfort impulse. Every time you listen to the voice that says "not today," you're also creating a neural pathway. You're teaching your brain that this discomfort is indeed something to avoid, that the resistance is a reliable guide to action. You're strengthening the neural connection between the intention to act and the decision to retreat. This is why breaking a streak feels so devastating, not just emotionally, but neurologically. You're not just missing one day. You're casting a vote for a pattern you're trying to escape. The brain's comfort-seeking mechanism also explains why we're so susceptible to immediate gratification. Your brain has two systems for evaluating rewards: the limbic system, which responds powerfully to immediate rewards, and the prefrontal cortex, which can conceptualize and value future rewards. When you're deciding between working on your long-term project or scrolling through social media, these systems are in competition. Social media offers immediate, predictable rewards, novelty, social validation, tiny dopamine hits. Your limbic system lights up. Your long-term project offers delayed, uncertain rewards. Eventual accomplishment, skill development, identity growth. Your prefrontal cortex values these, but it's fighting an uphill battle against the immediate neurological response to the instant option. This isn't a fair fight. The limbic system is older, faster, and more powerful. It operates automatically, beneath conscious awareness. The prefrontal cortex is newer, slower, and easily depleted. This is why discipline is hard in the moment but valuable over time. You're asking your slow, deliberate system to override your fast, automatic one. But here's the strategic insight: you don't have to win this fight through willpower alone. You can change the equation by manipulating the variables. You can make the disciplined choice easier and the undisciplined choice harder. You can reduce the immediacy of temptation and increase the salience of long-term value. You can work with your brain's architecture rather than against it. Micro-commitments and lowering resistance. If your brain's primary objection to discipline is the perceived cost, the effort, the discomfort, the uncertainty, then the solution is elegant: lower the cost. Not permanently, but strategically, especially at the beginning when neural pathways are still being formed and resistance is highest. This is where micro-commitments become transformative. A micro-commitment is the smallest possible version of your intended behavior. It's so small that your resistance mechanism doesn't even activate. It's so easy that you can't talk yourself out of it. Want to start a meditation practice? Don't commit to 20 minutes of meditation. Commit to taking one conscious breath. Want to start writing? Don't commit to writing 1,000 words. Commit to writing one sentence. Want to start exercising? Don't commit to a full workout. Commit to putting on your exercise clothes. This might sound trivial. You might think, one breath isn't meditation. One sentence isn't writing. Putting on workout clothes isn't exercise. And you'd be right, except you're missing the psychological mechanism at play. The goal of a micro-commitment isn't the behavior itself. The goal is to cross the threshold of resistance. There's a phenomenon in physics called static friction. The force required to get an object moving from a stationary position is greater than the force required to keep it moving. The same principle applies to human behavior. Starting is the hardest part. Once you've started, continuation is easier. Your brain's resistance is highest before you begin and drops dramatically once you're in motion. When you commit to one conscious breath, you're not committing to one breath. You're committing to sitting down in your meditation space, closing your eyes, and beginning the practice. And here's what happens psychologically. Once you've taken that one breath, the cost of taking a second breath is minimal. You're already there. You're already in the practice. The threshold has been crossed. More often than not, one breath becomes 2, becomes 5, becomes a full session. But even when it doesn't, even when you genuinely stop after one breath, you've accomplished something crucial: you've maintained the pattern. You've cast a vote for your meditator identity. You've kept the neural pathway active. The same mechanism applies to writing. Committing to one sentence gets you to your writing space, gets your document open, gets your fingers on the keyboard. The resistance was to starting, not to continuing. Once the first sentence is written, the second comes more easily. The threshold has been crossed. And even on the rare days when you truly write just one sentence, you've protected the pattern. You've shown up. You've maintained the streak. This strategy is sometimes called the 2-minute rule, popularized by productivity expert David Allen. Any habit should be reduced to a version that takes 2 minutes or less. But the principle goes deeper than time. It's about lowering the activation energy required to begin. It's about making the start so frictionless that your brain's cost-benefit analysis tips in favor of action. Let me give you a personal example. I wanted to establish a daily reading habit, but I kept failing. I'd set ambitious goals: read for an hour, finish a book a week, and then I'd skip days because an hour felt like too much commitment when I was tired or busy. Then I shifted my commitment: read 1 page. That's it. 1 page, every day, no matter what. The fascinating thing is that I almost never read just 1 page. Once I'm reading, I continue. But on the truly exhausting days, the days when life has drained every reserve, I do read just 1 page. And that single page matters enormously. It maintains the pattern. It keeps the identity active. It ensures that reading remains a daily practice rather than an occasional activity. This approach also addresses a subtle psychological trap: the all-or-nothing mindset. When you commit to an hour of meditation or a full workout or 1,000 words, you create a binary condition. Either you do the full amount, or you failed. And when you believe you're going to fail, when you know you don't have a full hour or full energy, you don't start at all. Why begin something you can't complete? Micro-commitments eliminate this trap. There's no failure mode. You can always take one breath, write one sentence, read one page. The commitment is so small that "I don't have time" or "I'm too tired" cease to be valid excuses. Your brain can't find reasonable objections. The resistance has nowhere to attach. But there's an important nuance here: micro-commitments aren't about lowering your standards permanently. They're a strategic tool for crossing the threshold of resistance, especially when you're building a new habit or when life circumstances make your normal practice difficult. Once the behavior becomes more automatic, once the neural pathway is well established, your natural momentum will carry you beyond the micro-commitment. Think of micro-commitments as the ramp that helps you over the wall of resistance. Once you're over the wall, you don't need the ramp anymore. You're already on the other side. But the ramp remains available for the days when the wall seems particularly high, when circumstances are challenging, when your energy or time is limited. Another powerful aspect of micro-commitments is that they shift your focus from outcome to process. When you commit to writing 1,000 words, you're focused on the outcome: did I reach 1,000 words? When you commit to writing one sentence, you're focused on the process: did I show up and write? This subtle shift is psychologically significant. Outcomes are often outside your control. You can't control whether inspiration strikes, whether the words flow, whether you have a productive session. But process is entirely within your control. You can always show up. You can always begin. And when your measure of success is showing up rather than achieving a specific outcome, you succeed far more often. You build confidence. You reinforce your identity. You maintain consistency. There's also something profound about lowering resistance from the environmental side. If you want to meditate daily, create a meditation space that requires zero setup. If you want to exercise, lay out your workout clothes the night before. If you want to write, have your writing space permanently ready, document open, minimizing the steps between intention and action. Every point of friction, every small obstacle between you and your intended behavior, gives your brain's resistance mechanism an opportunity to intervene. Eliminating these friction points doesn't just save time. It removes decision points. It reduces the cognitive load of starting. It makes the disciplined choice the path of least resistance. James Clear calls this environment design, making the cues of good habits obvious and the cues of bad habits invisible. If your guitar is visible and within easy reach, you're more likely to play it. If it's in a case in the closet, you're less likely. The behavior hasn't changed, the friction has. This principle extends to every area of discipline. Want to eat healthier? Make healthy food more visible and accessible than unhealthy food. Want to reduce phone usage? Make your phone harder to access. Want to read more? Place a book on your pillow so you have to move it before going to bed. These environmental manipulations work with your brain's architecture rather than against it. The beautiful thing about micro-commitments combined with environmental design is that they make discipline feel less like a battle and more like a natural response to your environment and commitments. You're not relying on motivation or willpower resources that fluctuate and deplete. You're creating conditions where the disciplined choice becomes the easy choice. Identity-based discipline. Now we arrive at perhaps the most transformative concept in the psychology of daily discipline: the relationship between behavior and identity. Most people approach discipline backward. They focus on what they want to achieve, the outcome, or what they want to do, the process. But the most sustainable form of discipline is rooted in who you want to become, the identity. Consider 3 people trying to quit smoking. Person A focuses on the outcome: I want to save money and improve my health. Person B focuses on the process: I won't smoke today. Person C focuses on identity: I'm not a smoker. Research shows that person C has the highest likelihood of success. Why? Because behavior that's inconsistent with your identity creates psychological discomfort, cognitive dissonance, that your brain works to resolve. If you believe you're not a smoker, smoking feels wrong. It creates internal friction. Your brain wants to behave in ways that confirm your self-concept. This is identity-based discipline. Building your daily practices around becoming a certain type of person rather than achieving a certain outcome. Instead of I want to run a marathon, it's I am a runner. Instead of I want to write a book, it's I am a writer. Instead of I want to be healthy, it's I am someone who takes care of their body. The shift seems subtle, but the psychological implications are profound. When you identify as a runner, you don't need to convince yourself to run. Running is what runners do. When you identify as a writer, you don't negotiate about whether to write today. Writers write. The behavior flows naturally from the identity. But here's the key question: how do you adopt a new identity without feeling like an imposter? If you've never run before, can you really call yourself a runner? If you've never published anything, are you really a writer? This is where most people get stuck. They wait to deserve the identity before claiming it. They think they need to achieve something significant before they can own the label. But identity doesn't work that way. You don't discover your identity, you create it through your actions. Every behavior is a vote for the type of person you believe you are. Run once, you've cast 1 vote for your runner identity. Run 3 times, you've cast 3 votes. After enough votes, the identity becomes self-evident. You believe it because you have evidence. Your brain has observed a pattern and drawn a conclusion: I'm someone who runs. The key is to start with small, believable votes. You don't need to run a marathon to be a runner. You just need to run. You don't need to publish a bestseller to be a writer. You just need to write. The identity isn't earned through achievement, it's built through repetition. This is why micro-commitments are so powerful when combined with identity thinking. Every time you honor your micro-commitment, you're casting a vote. 1 page read, 1 vote for reader. 1 sentence written, 1 vote for writer. 1 workout completed, 1 vote for athlete. The votes accumulate. The identity solidifies. There's a fascinating study from the field of social psychology that illustrates this principle. Researchers asked people to perform a small action consistent with a certain identity, for example, wearing a button supporting environmental causes. Later, those same people were significantly more likely to engage in larger, more costly environmental behaviors, like donating money or volunteering time. Why? Because the small action had updated their self-concept. They now saw themselves as people who care about the environment, and their subsequent behaviors aligned with that identity. You can leverage this mechanism deliberately. Want to become more disciplined? Start with 1 tiny act of discipline daily. Want to become more creative? Engage in 1 small creative act. Want to become more social? Initiate 1 brief social interaction. Each small action casts a vote, and votes accumulate into identity. But here's where many people sabotage themselves. They violate their new identity in small ways and tell themselves it doesn't matter. I'm a healthy person, but 1 donut won't hurt. I'm a writer, but I can skip today. These violations aren't catastrophic because of the action itself. They're significant because they're votes against your identity. You're casting votes for the person you're trying to stop being. This doesn't mean perfection is required. Missing occasionally is inevitable and human. But what you do after the miss is crucial. Do you treat it as evidence that you're not really that person? Or do you treat it as an anomaly, return to the pattern, and let your accumulated votes speak louder than the occasional deviation? Imagine your identity as a courtroom verdict based on evidence. 1 piece of contrary evidence doesn't overturn the case if you have overwhelming support. 1 missed workout doesn't mean you're not athletic if you have weeks of consistent workouts. 1 skipped writing session doesn't mean you're not a writer if you've been showing up regularly. The pattern matters more than the individual instance. This is also why getting back on track immediately after a deviation is so psychologically important. It's not about the 1 workout you missed, it's about whether missing becomes a pattern. If you miss Monday and return Tuesday, Monday was an anomaly. If you miss Monday, skip Tuesday, and avoid Wednesday, you're casting multiple votes for the old identity. You're creating a new pattern of not showing up. Identity-based discipline also helps you navigate decision points throughout your day. When faced with a choice, should I exercise or watch TV, write or scroll, meditate or sleep in, you can ask yourself, what would your desired identity do in this situation? What would a healthy person choose? What would a disciplined person do? What would a creative person prioritize? This question shifts the decision from what do I feel like doing to who am I becoming? The first question is answered by your comfort-seeking limbic system. The second is answered by your values and your aspirational identity. It elevates the decision from impulse to intention. There's also deep wisdom in focusing on identity rather than outcomes, because identity is something you can embody right now, regardless of external results. You can be a runner today, even if you're slow. You can be a writer today, even if you're unpublished. You can be an entrepreneur today, even if your business hasn't succeeded yet. The identity isn't contingent on achievement, it's proven through behavior. This is liberating because it removes the waiting period. You don't have to delay becoming who you want to be until some future milestone. You can become that person today, right now, through your next action. And that person, once embodied, makes the disciplined choice natural rather than forced. Let me leave you with this powerful realization: every action you take is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. No vote is insignificant. Each one matters. You wouldn't skip voting in an important election because you thought one vote didn't matter. Don't skip casting votes for your identity for the same reason. The election for who you become is happening right now, and you're the only voter. Choose wisely. Vote consistently. And watch as the person you've been voting for emerges from the accumulated evidence of your daily discipline. Retriclod can make mistakes. Please double-check responses. Chapter 2: Training your brain for follow-through. Neural pathways and repetition. Imagine holding a ball of clay in your hands. Fresh from the package, it's stiff and resistant. But as you work it, pressing, kneading, warming it with your palms, it becomes pliable. It takes the shape you give it. Your brain is remarkably similar, except the shaping force isn't heat or pressure, it's repetition. Every thought you think, every action you take, every pattern you repeat is physically changing the structure of your brain. This isn't metaphor. It's neuroscience. When you perform an action, electrical signals travel along specific neural pathways, chains of neurons connected by synapses. The first time you perform a new action, you're forging a new pathway through previously unconnected terrain. It's effortful. It requires conscious attention. Your prefrontal cortex is doing heavy lifting, manually directing the process. But something remarkable happens when you repeat that action. The neural pathway you just created gets reinforced. The synaptic connections strengthen. The myelin sheath, a fatty insulation that wraps around nerve fibers, thickens, allowing signals to travel faster and more efficiently. What required deliberate effort yesterday requires slightly less today. What felt awkward last week feels more natural this week. You're not just performing an action repeatedly. You're literally rewiring your brain to make that action easier. Neuroscientists have a phrase for this: neurons that fire together wire together. It's called Hebbian learning, named after psychologist Donald Hebb, who first described this mechanism in 1949. When two neurons are activated simultaneously and repeatedly, the connection between them strengthens. The pathway becomes more established, more automatic, more efficient. This is why repetition is the foundation of follow-through. You're not building willpower, that's a finite resource that depletes. You're building automation. You're transferring behaviors from the energy-intensive prefrontal cortex to the energy-efficient basal ganglia, the part of your brain that handles automatic processes and habits. Once a behavior reaches this level of automation, it requires minimal conscious effort. It becomes something you do, not something you decide to do. Think about driving a car. Remember your first time behind the wheel? Every action required conscious thought. Check mirrors. Adjust steering. Monitor speed. Watch for traffic. It was overwhelming, exhausting, almost impossible to imagine doing all these things simultaneously while also navigating and conversing. But through repetition, these actions became automatic. Now you can drive while listening to a podcast, planning your day, or having a deep conversation. The behaviors have been encoded into automatic neural pathways. The same process applies to any repeated behavior. The first time you sit down to write, every aspect requires conscious effort. Opening the document, summoning ideas, forming sentences, resisting distractions. But after 100 sessions, many of these elements become automatic. You sit in your writing chair, your brain recognizes the context, and the writing state becomes easier to access. The neural pathway has been established. Here's what makes this process both encouraging and demanding: the brain doesn't distinguish between good and bad pathways. It simply strengthens whatever you repeat. If you repeatedly check your phone when you feel bored, you're building a neural pathway between the feeling of boredom and the action of reaching for your phone. If you repeatedly hit snooze when your alarm goes off, you're building a pathway between the alarm sound and the action of delaying. Your brain is exquisitely efficient at automating patterns, whatever patterns you give it. This is why breaking bad habits is so challenging. You're not just trying to stop a behavior. You're fighting against an established neural pathway, a physical structure in your brain that has been reinforced through thousands of repetitions. The pathway doesn't disappear just because you've decided to change. It remains, like a well-worn trail through a forest, ready to be reactivated. But here's the strategic insight: you don't have to erase old pathways, you just have to build stronger new ones. When you repeatedly choose a different response to the same trigger, you're creating an alternative neural pathway. Initially, the old pathway is still stronger. The old behavior feels more natural, more automatic. Your brain defaults to it. But with each repetition of the new behavior, the new pathway strengthens while the old one, no longer being used, gradually weakens through a process called synaptic pruning. Think of it like this: you live in a house with 2 doors. For years, you've used the front door exclusively. It's the automatic choice. You don't think about it, you just use that door. Now you decide to start using the side door instead. The first few times, you'll still walk toward the front door before catching yourself. The old pathway is strong. But each time you consciously choose the side door, you're weakening the front door pathway and strengthening the side door pathway. Eventually, the side door becomes the automatic choice. The neural pathway has shifted. This process takes time. Neuroscientists estimate that it takes anywhere from 18 to 254 days for a new behavior to become automatic, with an average around 66 days. The wide range reflects the complexity of different behaviors and individual differences. A simple behavior like drinking water when you wake up becomes automatic faster than a complex behavior like a full workout routine. But the principle remains: consistency over time leads to automation. Understanding this timeline is psychologically crucial. Many people quit after 2 weeks because the behavior still feels hard, still requires effort, still demands conscious willpower. They assume it will always feel this hard. But they're giving up just as the neural pathway is beginning to form, just as the myelin is starting to thicken, just as the automation process is initiating. They're stopping 3 feet from gold. The brain's plasticity also means that repetition matters more than duration. 10 minutes of practice daily creates stronger neural pathways than 70 minutes of practice once a week. The daily repetition signals to your brain that this is an important pattern worth automating. The weekly practice, no matter how intensive, doesn't provide the consistent signal needed for deep encoding. This is why your micro-commitment of 1 sentence written daily is neurologically more powerful than a commitment to write for 3 hours on Sunday. There's also a fascinating aspect of neural pathway formation related to context. Your brain doesn't just encode the action, it encodes the entire context surrounding the action. The time of day, the location, the preceding behaviors, even your emotional state become part of the neural pattern. This is why establishing a consistent context for your habits is so powerful. If you always write in the same location at the same time after the same preceding activity, say, at your desk at 6 a.m. after making coffee, your brain begins to associate all these contextual elements with the writing behavior. Eventually, sitting at your desk at 6 a.m. with coffee becomes a trigger that automatically initiates the writing state. The context itself activates the neural pathway. You're not just building a habit, you're building a conditioned response. This also explains why habits often fall apart when your environment changes dramatically, moving to a new house, starting a new job, going on vacation. The contextual triggers that activated your automatic behaviors are suddenly absent. You have to rebuild the neural pathways in the new context. This isn't failure, it's neurology. Understanding this allows you to be strategic. When your environment changes, expect your habits to require conscious effort again. You're re-establishing pathways in a new context. How to remove friction from habits. If neural pathways are strengthened through repetition, then anything that prevents repetition is your enemy. This is where friction becomes the central concept. Friction is any obstacle, physical, cognitive, or emotional, that exists between your intention and your action. Every point of friction is an opportunity for your comfort-seeking brain to intervene and redirect you toward easier alternatives. Let's make this concrete. You've decided to exercise every morning. You wake up, and immediately you face decision points. What should I wear? Where are my shoes? What workout will I do? Should I eat first? Each decision point is friction. Each one requires cognitive energy. Each one gives your brain's resistance mechanism an opportunity to suggest an alternative. This is complicated. Let's just skip today. We'll do it tomorrow when we're more prepared. Now imagine a different scenario. You wake up, and your workout clothes are already laid out beside your bed. Your shoes are right there. Your workout plan is written on a card next to your clothes. You've prepared a pre-workout snack the night before. You've eliminated the decision points. The path from waking up to working out is frictionless. Your brain has no reasonable objections. The behavior flows naturally from the intention. This is the art of removing friction, identifying every obstacle between intention and action, then systematically eliminating or minimizing those obstacles. It's environment design, strategic planning, and psychological insight combined. And it's one of the most powerful tools for building consistency because it works with your brain's architecture rather than against it. James Clear describes this as making good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. If you want to eat healthier, don't rely on willpower when you're hungry and standing in front of the fridge. Design your environment so healthy food is visible, accessible, and prepared, while unhealthy food requires effort to access. If you want to reduce phone usage, don't fight the urge to check it constantly. Put your phone in another room, turn off notifications, delete tempting apps. Change the friction. The principle works in both directions. You can reduce friction for behaviors you want to increase and add friction for behaviors you want to decrease. Want to read more? Place books throughout your house where you naturally sit. Want to watch less TV? Unplug it after each use, store the remote in another room, make it slightly annoying to start. The small friction points you add to undesired behaviors create just enough resistance that your autopilot brain often doesn't bother engaging them. Let me give you a personal example of friction removal. I wanted to establish a morning meditation practice, but I kept failing. I'd wake up with the intention to meditate, but then I'd think about where to sit, whether to use my meditation app, how long to set the timer for, whether I should meditate before or after coffee. These tiny decision points created enough friction that I'd often skip the meditation entirely and jump straight into my day. Then I redesigned the process. I created a dedicated meditation corner with a cushion permanently in place. I left my phone there overnight with the meditation app already open to my preferred session. I made a rule: before doing anything else, I sit on that cushion. The app is already there. The session is already selected. I just press play. I removed every decision point, every friction source. My meditation practice went from inconsistent to daily, not because my motivation increased, but because the friction decreased. This principle extends to every behavior. Want to write daily? Have your writing space permanently ready, document open, minimizing the steps between sitting down and writing. Want to practice an instrument? Keep the instrument visible and accessible, not in a case in the closet. Want to take vitamins daily? Place them next to your coffee maker or toothbrush, somewhere you already go daily, creating a visual trigger and eliminating the need to remember. There's a concept called decision fatigue that makes friction removal even more critical. Every decision you make throughout the day depletes your cognitive resources. By evening, your capacity for making good decisions is diminished. This is why behaviors scheduled for evening often fail more frequently than morning behaviors. You've spent all day making decisions, and by evening, your brain is looking for the path of least resistance. Removing friction counteracts decision fatigue. When you pre-decide and pre-prepare, you're making the decision when your cognitive resources are full. Then, in the moment when you need to act, there's no decision to make. You're simply following the frictionless path you've created. Another powerful strategy is habit stacking. Instead of building a new habit in isolation, you attach it to an existing habit that's already automatic. The formula is simple: after I, existing habit, I will, new habit. The existing habit becomes a trigger for the new one, and because it's already automatic, you're removing the friction of remembering and initiating the new behavior. Examples: after I pour my morning coffee, I will write in my journal for 2 minutes. After I close my laptop at the end of the workday, I will do 10 push-ups. After I brush my teeth at night, I will lay out my exercise clothes for tomorrow. The existing habit is the friction-free trigger. System building instead of motivation chasing. Let's confront an uncomfortable truth: motivation is unreliable. It's emotional weather, sometimes sunny, often cloudy, occasionally stormy, impossible to control. If you're waiting to feel motivated before you act, you've already lost. You've handed control of your behavior to your fluctuating emotional state, governed by factors outside your awareness: sleep quality, blood sugar, stress levels, hormonal cycles. The people you admire for their consistency aren't more motivated than everyone else. They've just stopped relying on motivation. They've built systems that produce results regardless of how they feel. What's a system? A system is a repeatable process that reliably produces a desired outcome. It's the difference between hoping to exercise and having a specific workout scheduled at a specific time and a specific place with specific preparation steps. It's the difference between wanting to write and having a daily writing ritual with environmental cues and minimized distractions. Systems remove the need for motivation by removing the need for decision-making. When you have a system, you're not asking yourself, should I do this today? You're simply following the process. The system decides for you. Your job is just to engage the system. Think of systems like recipes. A recipe doesn't require culinary genius or inspiration. It just requires following the steps. Gather ingredients. Combine them in order. Cook at this temperature for this duration. The recipe reliably produces a dish, regardless of your mood. You're building behavioral recipes. Let's build a concrete example. Say you want to write daily. A motivation-based approach. I'll write whenever I feel inspired. This produces sporadic results because you're dependent on inspiration appearing. A system-based approach: every weekday at 6 a.m., I sit at my desk with my phone in another room, open my writing document, and write for 25 minutes. I've prepared my space the night before. I've identified my topic during Sunday planning. After 25 minutes, regardless of output, I close the document and move on. Weekends are recovery time. Notice the difference? The system includes timing, location, duration, preparation, distraction management, and recovery. There's no decision-making required in the moment. You follow the protocol. Some days the writing flows. Many days it won't. But the system doesn't care about quality, it cares about consistency. Systems also build in protection against failure. What if you miss a day? The system says, return to the process the next day. No guilt, just resume. What if you're traveling? The system includes a modified version, perhaps 10 minutes instead of 25. The system adapts while maintaining the core pattern. Habit tracking is a powerful system component. A simple calendar where you mark off each day you complete your behavior provides visual feedback, activates your reward system, and creates motivation through loss aversion. Once you have a streak, you don't want to break it. The tracking provides data for optimization. You can see patterns in when you succeed and struggle. But the goal isn't perfectionism. It's awareness. You're not trying to never miss, that's unrealistic. You're maintaining the pattern, where missing is the exception. James Clear suggests the 2-day rule: never miss twice in a row. Missing once is an anomaly. Missing twice is the beginning of a new pattern. Systems incorporate implementation intentions, specific plans spelling out when, where, and how you'll perform a behavior. Instead of "I'll exercise more," it's "if it's Monday, Wednesday, or Friday at 7 a.m., then I will put on my workout clothes and do routine A in my living room." The if-then structure creates a mental link between situational cue and behavioral response. When the cue occurs, the behavior triggers automatically. Studies show implementation intentions increase follow-through by as much as 300% because they transfer the decision from the moment of action to the moment of planning. Systems should include accountability mechanisms. This might be a workout partner, a writing group, a coach, or a public commitment. Accountability shifts the cost-benefit calculation. Skipping no longer just disappoints you, it affects others. Systems also recognize different behaviors require different energy levels. High cognitive tasks should be scheduled when cognitive resources are fullest, typically morning. Lower stakes behaviors can be scheduled for lower energy times. You're working with your natural patterns rather than against them. The most sophisticated systems include regular review periods. Weekly or monthly, examine your system's performance. What's working? What's not? Where are you struggling? What needs adjustment? Maybe evening workouts work better than morning ones. Adjust the system. Maybe 35 minutes feels better than 25. Adjust. Your system evolves based on experience. Here's the realization. Systems give you freedom, not constraint. When you're relying on motivation, you're a slave to feelings. When you have a system, you're free from constant internal negotiation. The decision is made. The process is established. You engage the system, and it delivers results. The person without a system is perpetually starting over, perpetually dependent on willpower, perpetually at the mercy of emotional state. The person with a system is accumulating results, building momentum, making progress even on difficult days. The system becomes your infrastructure for inevitable success. So stop chasing motivation. Stop waiting to feel ready. Start building systems. Design your environment. Create implementation intentions. Establish accountability. Schedule strategically. Track consistency. Review and optimize. Build the infrastructure that makes follow-through automatic. Because discipline isn't about willpower. It's about systems. And systems don't fail when motivation fades, they keep producing results, day after day, regardless of how you feel. That's the power of training your brain through systems. That's how you transform from someone who occasionally follows through to someone who consistently delivers. Chapter 3. Eliminating distraction and strengthening focus. The role of environment. Your environment is not neutral. It's not simply the backdrop against which your life unfolds. Your environment is an active participant in every decision you make, every behavior you engage in, every thought you think. It's constantly whispering suggestions, triggering impulses, shaping possibilities. And most of this influence happens beneath your conscious awareness, in the automatic, pattern recognition systems of your brain. Think about the last time you walked into a bakery. Before you consciously decided anything, your mouth was already watering. The smell triggered an automatic response. You didn't choose to feel hungry, the environment made the choice for you. Or consider walking into a library. Without anyone telling you, you lower your voice. The environment communicates behavioral expectations, and you comply automatically. This is the invisible power of environmental influence. Now apply this understanding to your daily life. If your phone sits on your desk while you're trying to work, it's not just an inert object. It's a constant trigger, a perpetual suggestion, check me. Something might be there. Something new, something interesting, something urgent. Your conscious mind might be focused on your work, but your subconscious is expending energy resisting that trigger. You're fighting your environment, and that fight is exhausting. The strategic insight is this: you can architect your environment to support the behaviors you want and discourage the behaviors you're trying to avoid. You can make distraction difficult and focus easy. You can remove the triggers that derail you and install the cues that guide you toward your intentions. This isn't willpower. This is design. Let's start with the most obvious environmental intervention: removing temptation from your physical space. If you're trying to focus on writing, your phone shouldn't be in the room. Not on silent. Not face down. Not in your pocket. In another room entirely. The mere presence of your phone, even when you're not using it, reduces your cognitive capacity. There's a fascinating study from the University of Texas that demonstrated this. Participants performed cognitive tasks with their phones either on the desk, in their pocket, or in another room. Even when the phones were off, having them nearby reduced available cognitive capacity. The brain was subconsciously monitoring the phone, wondering if something important might be happening, maintaining readiness to check. That monitoring consumed resources that could have been directed toward the task. This principle extends to every distraction source in your environment. Trying to eat healthier? Don't keep junk food in your house and rely on willpower to resist it. Remove it entirely. The moment of temptation, when you're tired, stressed, or hungry, is not when you want to fight that battle. You want to have already won by making the temptation unavailable. Trying to reduce social media usage? Delete the apps from your phone. Make accessing them require deliberate effort: opening a browser, typing a URL, logging in. That friction is often enough to break the automatic behavior pattern. But environment design isn't just about removal. It's also about intentional
my friends,
placement.
Don't forget to
What do you
subscribe
want to do
for
more
more
of?
audiobooks.
Make it visible, accessible, easy. Want to read more? Place books everywhere you naturally sit: beside your bed, on your coffee table, in your bathroom. You'll read more not because your desire to read increased, but because books are constantly present, constantly available, constantly suggesting themselves. Want to exercise? Keep your workout equipment visible. If your yoga mat is rolled up in the closet, you have to make a decision to get it out. If it's already spread on the floor in a designated space, you just have to step onto it. The concept of environmental friction is crucial here. Every step between you and a behavior is a decision point where you might abandon the behavior. If playing guitar requires getting it out of a case, tuning it, finding a pick, and deciding what to play, each step is an opportunity to give up. If the guitar is on a stand, in tune, with a pick right there and a practice routine on the wall beside it, the path from intention to action is frictionless. Your physical workspace is perhaps the most critical environment to optimize. The human brain has limited attentional resources. When you're working in a cluttered, chaotic space, your brain is constantly processing all the visual stimuli around you. That half-finished project in your peripheral vision, those papers scattered across your desk, that stack of books you've been meaning to read, each item is subtly pulling at your attention. You might think you're ignoring them, but your brain is still processing them, still categorizing them, still maintaining awareness of them. That's cognitive load you could be directing toward your actual work. A clean, organized, minimalist workspace isn't about aesthetics, it's about cognitive efficiency. When there's nothing in your environment except what's relevant to your current task, your brain can direct all its attentional resources toward that task. This is why many highly productive people maintain almost empty desks. Not because they're obsessive about tidiness, but because they understand that every object in their visual field is competing for cognitive resources. There's also the temporal dimension of environment. Your environment changes throughout the day, and different environments support different types of work. Morning light supports alertness and focus. Evening dim light supports winding down and recovery. Temperature affects cognition. Slightly cool environments tend to enhance alertness. Sound environments matter enormously. Some people focus best in silence. Others need ambient noise to mask more distracting sounds. Still others find that specific types of music, often instrumental, often familiar, help them enter flow states. You can deliberately create different environmental contexts for different types of work. Perhaps you write in one location, edit in another, and handle administrative tasks in a third. Each location becomes associated with a specific type of cognitive state. Your brain learns the pattern: when I'm in this chair, facing this direction, at this desk, I write. When I move to the couch with my laptop, I edit. The location itself becomes a trigger for the appropriate mental state. Coffee shops are interesting examples of environmental engineering. Many people find they can focus better in coffee shops than at home, even though coffee shops are objectively more distracting, more noise, more movement, more unpredictability. Why? Because at home, you're surrounded by environmental cues for every other behavior in your life. The couch suggests relaxing, the kitchen suggests eating, the bedroom suggests sleeping, the TV suggests entertainment. Each cue creates a subtle pull away from focused work. At a coffee shop, none of those competing cues exist. You're in a neutral space with only your work and your intention. The environmental suggestions all point in the same direction: sit, drink coffee, work on your laptop. That's what everyone else is doing. The environment supports the behavior. You can recreate this principle at home by designating specific spaces for specific activities. Your desk is only for focused work. Never for leisure browsing, never for watching videos, never for anything except the behaviors you want to reinforce. Your reading chair is only for reading. Your meditation cushion is only for meditating. You're training your brain to associate specific environments with specific behaviors, and over time, entering those environments automatically initiates the associated mental states. Dopamine management. To understand distraction, you need to understand dopamine. Not the popular misconception of dopamine as a pleasure chemical, but what it actually does. Dopamine is the neurochemical of anticipation, motivation, and reward seeking. It's what makes you want to check your phone, scroll through social media, open the refrigerator, refresh your email. It's driving the seeking behavior, not the satisfaction you feel when you find something. Here's the crucial mechanism: your brain releases dopamine in response to unpredictable rewards. When you check your phone, sometimes there's a message, sometimes there isn't. Sometimes it's interesting, sometimes it's not. This unpredictability creates what psychologists call a variable reward schedule, the same mechanism that makes slot machines addictive. You keep checking because you might find something good, and that possibility triggers dopamine release. The anticipation itself becomes rewarding, independent of what you actually find. This is why social media is so captivating. Every scroll might reveal something interesting: a funny post, breaking news, a message from a friend, validation in the form of likes. The unpredictability keeps your dopamine system engaged. You're not scrolling because you're finding amazing content with every swipe, you're scrolling because you might find it. The behavior is driven by possibility, not by actual reward. Now contrast this with focused work. Writing a paragraph, solving a problem, reading a chapter. These activities provide delayed and predictable rewards. The dopamine system isn't activated in the same immediate, variable way. You know roughly what you'll get: a completed paragraph, a solved problem, absorbed information. It's valuable, but it's not triggering that same anticipatory dopamine response. This is why your brain preferentially gravitates toward checking your phone over doing focused work. It's not weakness. It's neurochemistry. Understanding this mechanism allows you to manage it strategically. First, recognize that you're not fighting a personal weakness, you're fighting dopamine. Modern technology companies have invested billions in optimizing their products to trigger dopamine responses. Your phone isn't just a tool, it's a carefully engineered dopamine delivery device. You're not going to win this fight through willpower alone. You need to change the equation. The most effective strategy is to reduce your baseline dopamine activation throughout the day. When you're constantly hitting your dopamine system with small hits, checking your phone, scrolling social media, grazing on snacks, jumping between tasks, you're keeping your dopamine levels artificially elevated. This creates two problems. First, you build tolerance. The same stimuli produce less dopamine response, so you need more frequent or more intense stimulation to get the same effect. Second, activities with lower dopamine activation, like focused work, feel increasingly unrewarding by comparison. You've trained your brain to expect constant stimulation, and anything less feels boring. The solution is dopamine detox, not the extreme version where you sit in a dark room doing nothing, but a strategic reduction in high dopamine behaviors. This might mean no phone for the first hour after waking. No social media before completing your priority task for the day. No background music or podcasts during focused work. No snacking between meals. You're deliberately lowering your baseline dopamine activation. What happens after several days of reduced dopamine stimulation? Activities that previously felt boring, reading, writing, problem solving, having conversations, become more engaging. You haven't changed the activities. You've changed your dopamine baseline. When your brain isn't constantly flooded with high dopamine stimuli, it can appreciate and engage with lower intensity rewards. That book you couldn't focus on becomes interesting. That work task you kept avoiding becomes tolerable, even engaging. You've reset your reward sensitivity. There's also strategic timing of high dopamine activities. If you check your phone and scroll social media first thing in the morning, you've immediately elevated your dopamine baseline for the day. Everything else will feel less rewarding by comparison. But if you complete your focused work first, while your dopamine system is fresh and your brain hasn't been conditioned to expect constant stimulation, the work is easier. You can use high dopamine activities as rewards after completing low dopamine but high value activities. This creates an internal reinforcement loop. Focused work leads to dopamine reward, strengthening the association between work and reward. Understanding dopamine also explains why breaking tasks into smaller chunks with clear completion points enhances focus. Each completed chunk provides a small dopamine hit, the satisfaction of completion, progress toward a goal, a visible checkmark on your list. You're creating more frequent reward moments within the work itself, making the work more dopaminergically engaging. This is why the Pomodoro technique is so effective. It's not just about time management. It's about creating dopamine release every 25 minutes when the timer goes off and you take a break. That completion signal triggers satisfaction, which reinforces the behavior of focusing for another session. Another powerful intervention is creating friction between you and high dopamine distractions. Every second of delay between impulse and action gives your prefrontal cortex an opportunity to intervene. If checking social media requires getting your phone from another room, unlocking it, opening a browser, typing a URL, and logging in, that 30-second process is often enough for the impulse to fade. You become aware of what you're doing, and awareness creates choice. You might still check social media, but it's now a conscious decision rather than an automatic response to a dopamine impulse. You can also gamify focused work to make it more dopaminergically engaging. Time yourself. Try to beat your previous record for focused minutes. Create visible progress tracking. Use apps that grow virtual trees while you focus and kill them if you leave the app. These are artificial dopamine triggers, but they're aligned with your goals rather than opposed to them. You're hacking your dopamine system to support focused behavior. The attention threshold and how to expand it. Your attention has a threshold. A duration you can maintain focus before your mind begins to wander, before discomfort sets in, before the pull of distraction becomes overwhelming. For most people in the modern world, this threshold is alarmingly short. Studies suggest the average person can focus on a single task for about 40 seconds before checking something else, switching tasks, or mentally disengaging. 40 seconds. Less than a minute of sustained attention before the brain seeks something new. This isn't your fault. This is adaptation. Your brain has been trained by your environment. If you've spent years responding to notifications, switching between apps, scrolling through feeds, consuming bite-sized content, your brain has learned to expect constant novelty. It's adapted to a state of continuous partial attention, never fully focused on anything, always monitoring for something more interesting, more urgent, more stimulating. Your attention threshold has been compressed. But here's the empowering truth. Your attention threshold is trainable. Just as you can build muscular endurance through progressive training, you can build attentional endurance. You can expand your capacity for sustained focus. It requires deliberate practice, but the mechanism is straightforward. You regularly push slightly beyond your current threshold, and over time, that threshold expands. Start by measuring your current attention threshold honestly. Set a timer and work on a single task. Writing, reading, problem solving with full focus. No phone, no email, no switching tasks. How long can you maintain genuine focus before your mind wanders, before you feel the urge to check something, before discomfort makes you want to break? For many people, it's between 5 and 15 minutes initially. That's your starting point. Not a judgment. Just data. Now begin training. Tomorrow, work for that duration plus 2 minutes. If you can focus for 10 minutes today, aim for 12 tomorrow. The additional 2 minutes will feel uncomfortable. You'll notice resistance. Your brain will suggest checking your phone, switching tasks, taking a break. This discomfort is the training stimulus. Just as lifting slightly more weight creates the stress that builds muscle, pushing slightly beyond your attention threshold creates the conditions for expanding that threshold. The key is slightly. If your attention threshold is 10 minutes and you try to focus for an hour, you'll fail, become frustrated, and reinforce the belief that you can't focus. But if you aim for 12 minutes, you'll likely succeed. That success is crucial. You're proving to yourself that your attention capacity can expand. You're building confidence alongside capacity. Over weeks of progressive training, your attention threshold will expand dramatically. What felt like an impossible duration of focus becomes comfortable. Your 15-minute threshold becomes 20, becomes 30, becomes an hour. You haven't fundamentally changed who you are. You've trained a skill through consistent practice. There are specific practices that accelerate this expansion. Meditation is perhaps the most direct form of attention training. When you meditate, you're practicing the skill of noticing when your attention has wandered and gently returning it to your chosen focus: a breath, body sensation, a mantra. Every instance of noticing and returning is a repetition, strengthening your attentional control. Research shows that regular meditation practice literally changes brain structure in regions associated with attention and self-regulation. People who meditate regularly demonstrate measurably longer attention spans and better ability to sustain focus. Deep reading, engaging with long-form text without interruption, is another powerful attention trainer. Reading a book for 30 uninterrupted minutes requires sustaining attention on a single narrative thread, holding context in working memory, resisting the impulse to check your phone or switch activities. It's attention training disguised as leisure. This is why many productivity experts recommend daily reading as a practice, not just for the information gained, but for the attentional discipline developed. Single tasking is the opposite of multitasking, and it's essential for expanding attention. Multitasking is a myth. Your brain doesn't actually process multiple cognitive tasks simultaneously. It rapidly switches between them, and each switch carries a cognitive cost called switching cost. Every time you shift from writing to checking email to writing again, you lose time and mental energy reorienting to the task. Single tasking means one task, one time block, full attention. No switching, no monitoring other things. This practice alone can double or triple your effective focus capacity. There's also the concept of attention anchors. Specific sensory experiences that you associate with focused states. This might be a particular instrumental music playlist, a specific scent in your workspace, a particular seated posture. When you consistently use the same anchor while practicing focused attention, your brain begins to associate that anchor with the focused state. Eventually, engaging the anchor automatically initiates the state. The music starts, and your brain shifts into focus mode. This is classical conditioning applied to attention, your training in automatic response. Environmental stability supports attention expansion. When your environment is constantly changing, different locations, different times, different contexts, your brain must continuously reorient and adapt. But when you practice focused attention in the same environment at the same time with the same preceding ritual, you're reducing the cognitive load of orientation. Your brain knows what to expect. It can direct more resources towards sustaining attention rather than processing environmental change. Understanding ultradian rhythms enhances attention practice. Your brain naturally cycles through periods of high and low alertness throughout the day, typically in 90-minute cycles. Pushing for extended focus during a low alertness period is inefficient. Instead, align your focused work with your natural high alertness periods. For most people, this is mid to late morning and mid to late afternoon. Schedule your attention-intensive work for these windows, and you're working with your biology rather than against it. Recovery is as important as practice. Your attention is a resource that depletes with use. After a period of intense focus, your brain needs recovery, ideally through genuinely restorative activities that don't require attentional effort. Walking without your phone. Sitting quietly. Lying down with closed eyes. Gentle stretching. Not scrolling, not watching videos, not switching to different cognitive tasks. Genuine rest allows your attentional systems to recover, making subsequent focus periods more effective. The ultimate goal isn't to maintain constant focus indefinitely, that's neither possible nor desirable. The goal is to expand your capacity to focus when you choose to, for the duration you need to. It's about control. When you have a 30-second attention threshold, you don't have control. You're at the mercy of every distraction, every impulse, every notification. When you have a 60-minute attention threshold, you have agency. You can choose to engage in deep work, knowing you have the capacity to sustain it. You can choose to read a complex article, solve a difficult problem, have a meaningful conversation without your attention fragmenting. This capacity, this expanded attention threshold, might be the most valuable skill you can develop in the modern world. In an economy increasingly built on knowledge work, the ability to focus deeply is becoming rare and therefore increasingly valuable. While others fragment their attention across dozens of apps and notifications, you can sustain focus for hours. That differential compounds over time into extraordinary productivity, learning, and creative output. Not because you're smarter or more talented, but because you've trained the fundamental skill that unlocks all others, the ability to direct and sustain your attention on what matters most. Chapter 4: Emotional Management for Consistency. Handling Low Energy Days. Let's begin with a truth that's rarely acknowledged in productivity culture. Some days, you will wake up feeling terrible. Your body will feel heavy. Your mind will feel foggy. The tasks that seemed manageable yesterday will feel insurmountable today. And this is not a failure. This is biology. Your energy is not constant. It fluctuates based on sleep quality, hormonal cycles, stress levels, nutrition, circadian rhythms, accumulated fatigue, and dozens of other variables, many of which are outside your conscious control. Expecting yourself to perform at peak capacity every single day is like expecting the weather to be sunny every day. It's not realistic, and when you measure yourself against that impossible standard, you create unnecessary suffering. The key to maintaining consistency isn't eliminating low energy days, it's developing a strategy for navigating them without abandoning your commitments. This starts with recognition. When you wake up feeling depleted, the first step is acknowledging it without judgment. "I'm having a low energy day" is a neutral observation. "I'm lazy and weak" is a judgment that adds emotional suffering to physical depletion. The first allows for strategic adaptation. The second triggers shame, which further depletes your already limited resources. Once you've recognized you're having a low energy day, the question becomes, what's the minimum viable version of my commitment today? Remember the concept of micro-commitments from earlier chapters. This is where they become essential. On high-energy days, you might write for an hour and produce 2,000 words. On low-energy days, your micro-commitment is one sentence. You're not abandoning your identity as a writer, you're honoring it within your current capacity. There's profound psychological wisdom in maintaining the pattern even at minimum capacity. When you skip entirely, you're sending yourself a message: my commitments are conditional on feeling good. You're teaching your brain that discomfort is a valid reason to abandon your goals. But when you honor your micro-commitment even on terrible days, you're sending a different message: I keep my promises to myself regardless of how I feel. You're proving that your consistency isn't dependent on your energy level. That proof builds a different kind of strength, not physical strength, but character strength. Low-energy days also provide valuable information. If they're occasional and random, they're just normal fluctuation. But if they're frequent or patterned, they're signals that something needs attention. Are you sleeping enough? Is your nutrition adequate? Are you managing stress effectively? Are you building in sufficient recovery? Low-energy days aren't just obstacles to push through, they're feedback from your body about the sustainability of your current lifestyle. There's also strategic scheduling that accounts for predictable energy fluctuations. Most people experience higher energy in the morning and lower energy in the afternoon and evening. If you consistently schedule your most important, most demanding tasks for your low-energy periods, you're setting yourself up for struggle. Instead, protect your high-energy windows for your highest priority work. Schedule administrative tasks, routine activities, and less cognitively demanding work for your low-energy periods. You're working with your natural energy patterns rather than against them. Some low-energy days are also signs that you need rest, not productivity strategies. The modern world often treats rest as weakness, as something to be minimized and overcome. But rest is not the opposite of productivity, it's the foundation of sustainable productivity. Your body and brain need recovery time to repair, consolidate learning, and restore resources. If you're constantly pushing through low-energy days without ever truly resting, you're not building resilience, you're accumulating fatigue that will eventually force you to stop, often at the worst possible time. Strategic rest is different from collapse. Strategic rest is planned, intentional, and guilt-free. You schedule rest days where you don't maintain your usual routines, where you give yourself full permission to do nothing productive. This isn't laziness, it's wisdom. Athletes don't train at maximum intensity every single day because that leads to injury and burnout. They build rest and recovery into their training schedules because that's when adaptation happens, when the body gets stronger. The same principle applies to any sustained effort. Rest isn't time stolen from your goals. It's an essential component of achieving them. There's also the practice of distinguishing between physical low energy and emotional resistance. Sometimes what feels like physical depletion is actually emotional avoidance. You don't feel like writing, and you interpret this as being too tired to write, but actually you're anxious about the quality of your work or uncertain about what to write next. The solution to physical depletion is rest or micro-commitments. The solution to emotional resistance is often just starting. Once you begin, the resistance typically dissolves. Learning to distinguish between these requires honest self-observation. Ask yourself, if someone offered me $1 million to do this task right now, could I? If the answer is yes, it's probably not physical depletion, it's emotional resistance. If the answer is no, you might genuinely need rest. This isn't a judgment either way. It's simply different situations requiring different responses. Dealing with self-doubt. Self-doubt is perhaps the most common emotional obstacle to consistency. It's the voice that whispers, "You're not good enough. This won't work. Who are you to think you can do this? You're going to fail eventually, so why bother?" This voice is so common, so persistent, that many people assume it's telling them the truth. But self-doubt isn't truth, it's a protection mechanism. Your brain's primary job is keeping you safe, and safety, in evolutionary terms, means fitting in with the group and avoiding situations where you might be rejected, humiliated, or harmed. When you attempt something new, something challenging, something that might lead to visible failure, your brain perceives threat. Self-doubt is how it tries to keep you safe by preventing you from taking risks. The voice of self-doubt is your ancient survival mechanism trying to protect you from social rejection by convincing you not to try. Understanding this changes everything. Self-doubt isn't evidence that you're inadequate. It's evidence that you're attempting something meaningful, something outside your comfort zone, something that matters enough to feel scary. The most confident-seeming people still experience self-doubt, they've just learned to recognize it as a signal rather than a truth. When self-doubt appears, they think, here's that protective voice again. That means I'm growing. That means I'm on the right track. The key is not eliminating self-doubt, that's impossible and unnecessary. The key is changing your relationship with it. Instead of believing self-doubt and letting it dictate your actions, you acknowledge it and act anyway. I notice I'm feeling doubtful about my abilities. That's uncomfortable, but it doesn't determine what I do next. You're creating space between the feeling and the action. The feeling can be present without controlling your behavior. There's a cognitive technique called diffusion that's particularly effective for managing self-doubt. When you have the thought, I'm not good enough, you're fused with that thought, you experience it as truth. Diffusion means creating distance. Instead of thinking, I'm not good enough, you think I'm having the thought that I'm not good enough. This small linguistic shift is psychologically powerful. You're no longer identifying with the thought, you're observing it. And thoughts you can observe are thoughts you don't have to obey. You can take this further. I'm noticing my mind is producing the thought that I'm not good enough. Now you've created even more distance. Your mind produces thousands of thoughts daily, most of them habitual, many of them untrue. You don't have to believe all of them. Self-doubt is just one category of thoughts your mind generates, particularly when you're attempting something challenging. You can acknowledge those thoughts without granting them authority over your actions. Self-doubt also thrives on comparison. When you measure your beginning against someone else's middle, or your private struggles against someone else's public success, self-doubt flourishes. You see their polished output and compare it to your messy process. You see their highlight reel and compare it to your behind-the-scenes reality. This comparison is fundamentally unfair and almost always produces self-doubt. The antidote is focusing on your own trajectory rather than others' positions. Are you better than you were last month? Are you learning? Are you growing? Are you showing up more consistently? These are the only fair comparisons because they're measured against your own baseline, not someone else's different circumstances, different advantages, different timeline. Your only competition is your past self. Your only question is, am I becoming who I want to become? There's also tremendous power in externalizing self-doubt. Instead of experiencing it as an internal, shameful secret, share it. Talk to someone you trust about your doubts. What you'll often discover is that everyone feels this way. The writer you admire doubts their ability to write. The entrepreneur you respect doubts their business decisions. The athlete you watch doubts their performance. Self-doubt is universal. Discovering this doesn't eliminate your self-doubt, but it normalizes it. You're not uniquely broken, you're human. Another perspective shift: self-doubt often increases in proportion to the gap between your current ability and your aspirations. If you want to be a great writer but you're just starting out, that gap is enormous, and self-doubt fills the space. But this gap isn't evidence that you shouldn't pursue writing, it's evidence that you're a beginner, which is exactly what you should be if you're just starting. The gap will close through practice. Self-doubt is actually a sign that you have high standards, which is good. You just need to give yourself time to meet those standards. Ira Glass, the radio producer, has a famous quote about this: "Nobody tells this to people who are beginners." All of us who do creative work, we get into it because we have good taste. But there's this gap. For the first couple years you make stuff, it's just not that good. It's trying to be good, it has potential, but it's not. But your taste, the thing that got you into the game, is still killer. And your taste is why your work disappoints you. This is the beginner's curse. You can recognize quality because you have taste, but you can't yet produce quality because you lack skill. The solution isn't to doubt yourself, it's to close the gap through practice. Self-doubt in this context is actually a compass pointing toward growth. It's showing you where your skills need development. Finally, there's the practice of accumulating evidence against self-doubt. Self-doubt is a story: I can't do this. I'm not capable. Stories can be revised with evidence. Every time you show up despite self-doubt, you're gathering evidence for a different story. Keep a record of your wins, however small. Maintained your streak for a week? That's evidence. Completed a difficult task? Evidence. Received positive feedback? Evidence. Over time, you build a case against self-doubt that's based on your actual behavior rather than your anxious predictions. The doubt might still appear, but you have a documented counter-argument. Building emotional resilience. Emotional resilience is not the absence of difficult emotions. It's the capacity to experience difficult emotions without being derailed by them. It's the ability to feel frustrated, discouraged, anxious, or sad and still show up for your commitments. It's not about becoming emotionless or invulnerable, it's about developing flexibility in the face of emotional challenges. Resilience starts with a fundamental shift in how you relate to emotions. Most people treat emotions as problems to be solved or avoided. They think, I feel anxious, so I need to eliminate this anxiety before I can act. But emotions don't work that way. Trying to eliminate an emotion before acting is like trying to eliminate waves before swimming in the ocean. Emotions are constant, ever-changing internal weather. The goal isn't to control them, it's to learn to act effectively while experiencing them. Think of emotions as information rather than instructions. Anxiety is information that your brain perceives some threat or uncertainty. It's not an instruction to avoid the situation. Frustration is information that something isn't going as you expected. It's not an instruction to quit. Sadness is information that you've experienced loss or disappointment. It's not an instruction to abandon your goals. When you treat emotions as data rather than directives, you maintain agency. You can feel anxious and still write. You can feel frustrated and still practice. You can feel sad and still show up. This is the core skill of emotional resilience, the ability to hold difficult emotions without being controlled by them. Psychologists call this distress tolerance. It's developed through deliberate practice, intentionally staying with uncomfortable emotions rather than immediately trying to escape them. When you feel anxious, instead of immediately distracting yourself, you pause. You notice where the anxiety lives in your body. You observe how it feels: tightness in your chest, tension in your shoulders, churning in your stomach. You breathe with it. You let it be present without trying to fix it or flee from it. This might sound counterintuitive. Why would you deliberately stay with discomfort? Because avoidance of discomfort is often what prevents consistent action. If you immediately distract yourself every time you feel uncomfortable, you never build the capacity to work through discomfort. But if you practice being with discomfort in small, manageable doses, you discover that emotions are waves. They rise, peak, and fall. They're temporary. And you can tolerate them. There's a meditation practice specifically for this called RAIN, developed by psychologist Tara Brach: recognize, allow, investigate, nurture. When a difficult emotion arises, first you recognize it: I'm feeling anxious. Then you allow it: this anxiety can be here. I don't have to fight it. Then you investigate it with curiosity: where do I feel this in my body? What thoughts accompany it? Finally, you nurture yourself: this is hard. I can be kind to myself while feeling this. This practice builds emotional resilience by teaching you to face emotions with acceptance rather than avoidance. Resilience is also built through reframing. How you interpret challenges significantly affects your emotional response to them. If you interpret missing a day of your habit as evidence of personal failure, you'll feel shame and discouragement. If you interpret it as a single data point in a long-term pattern, you'll feel curious about what caused the miss and motivated to resume. Same event, radically different emotional experience, determined by your interpretation. Carol Dweck's research on growth mindset is relevant here. People with fixed mindsets interpret challenges and setbacks as evidence of their limitations. I struggled with this, which proves I'm not capable. People with growth mindsets interpret the same experiences as information for learning. I struggled with this, which shows me where I need to develop. The fixed mindset produces fragile emotions. Every difficulty threatens your sense of competence. The growth mindset produces resilient emotions. Difficulties are expected parts of learning, not threats to your identity. You can deliberately cultivate growth mindset reframes. When you encounter difficulty, practice asking, "What can I learn from this? What's this showing me about what I need to develop? How is this challenge helping me grow?" These questions shift your brain from threat mode to learning mode. The difficulty doesn't disappear, but your emotional relationship with it changes. Instead of feeling defeated, you feel curious. Instead of wanting to quit, you want to understand and adapt. Physical practices also build emotional resilience. Exercise, particularly cardiovascular exercise, is one of the most evidence-based interventions for emotional regulation. It reduces anxiety and depression, improves stress tolerance, and enhances overall mood stability. Sleep is fundamental. When you're sleep deprived, your emotional regulation capacity plummets. Everything feels harder, more threatening, more overwhelming. Nutrition affects mood through multiple pathways: blood sugar stability, gut microbiome health, neurotransmitter production. These aren't separate from emotional resilience, they're foundational to it. Social connection is perhaps the most powerful resilience factor. Humans are fundamentally social beings, and we regulate our emotions partly through connection with others. When you're struggling, talking to someone who listens without judgment can shift your entire emotional state. This isn't weakness, it's biology. Your nervous system literally co-regulates with other nervous systems. Being around calm, supportive people helps you become calmer. Isolation amplifies emotional difficulties. This is why community around your goals is so valuable. When you're part of a writing group, a workout community, or an accountability partnership, you're not just getting practical support, you're getting emotional regulation support. When your motivation wanes, others carry energy. When you doubt yourself, others remind you of your capability. When you feel like quitting, others encourage persistence. You're not meant to do difficult things alone. Resilience is partly individual capacity, but it's also collective resource. Finally, self-compassion is central to emotional resilience. Self-compassion, researched extensively by Kristin Neff, means treating yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a good friend who is struggling. When you miss a workout, a compassionate response is, "This is disappointing, and I understand why it happened. Tomorrow is a new opportunity." A self-critical response is, "You're so undisciplined. You'll never be consistent. You always fail at this." Which response is more likely to lead to resuming your workout practice? Obviously, the compassionate one. Self-criticism doesn't motivate, it demoralizes. It makes you want to avoid the activity that's associated with painful self-judgment. Self-compassion acknowledges difficulty without adding shame, which makes it easier to return to your practice. Resilience isn't built through harsh self-criticism. It's built through supportive self-relationship. Emotional resilience, ultimately, is about becoming someone who can feel everything and still show up. You don't need perfect emotional conditions to take action. You don't need to eliminate fear, doubt, frustration, or sadness. You need to develop the capacity to experience these emotions without being stopped by them. You need to learn that emotions are temporary, survivable, and often informative. You need to build a self-relationship based on compassion rather than criticism. When you can show up on the days you feel terrible, when you can persist despite self-doubt, when you can navigate disappointment without abandoning your goals, that's when you know you've built genuine resilience. Not the resilience of never struggling, but the resilience of struggling and continuing anyway. That's the kind of emotional strength that sustains consistency across years, across changing circumstances, across all the emotional weather that's part of being fully human. Chapter 5: Long-Term Mental Training. How to create a self-disciplined identity. Identity is the most powerful force in human behavior. It's more powerful than goals, more powerful than motivation, more powerful even than willpower. Because while goals can be abandoned and motivation fluctuates and willpower depletes, identity is persistent. Identity is the story you tell yourself about who you are, and that story determines what feels natural, what feels possible, what feels like you. When someone offers you a cigarette and you say no thanks, I don't smoke, that's different from saying no thanks, I'm trying to quit. The first is an identity statement. The second is a goal statement. The identity statement is absolute, it's who you are. The goal statement is conditional, it's what you're attempting. And your brain responds very differently to these two framings. Identity statements create internal alignment. Your behavior flows naturally from your sense of self. Goal statements create internal tension. You're fighting against your current identity to become something different. This is why creating a self-disciplined identity is more powerful than setting discipline-related goals. Instead of I want to be more disciplined, the identity approach is I am a disciplined person. Instead of I'm trying to exercise more, it's I am an athlete. Instead of I should write more consistently, it's I am a writer. These identity statements feel presumptuous at first, especially if your behavior doesn't yet match them. But that discomfort is precisely the mechanism that drives change. When you claim an identity, you create cognitive dissonance between who you say you are and what you're currently doing. Your brain doesn't like dissonance, it's psychologically uncomfortable. So your brain works to resolve that dissonance by aligning your behavior with your stated identity. If you identify as a disciplined person, undisciplined behavior feels wrong. It creates internal friction. Your brain wants to reduce that friction by behaving in ways that match your identity. You're leveraging a fundamental psychological mechanism to drive behavioral change. But here's the crucial nuance: you can't just declare an identity and expect your brain to accept it without evidence. If you've never exercised and you suddenly tell yourself I am an athlete, the cognitive dissonance is too extreme. Your brain has overwhelming contradictory evidence. The identity claim feels false, and your brain rejects it. This is why affirmations alone don't work. Empty declarations without supporting behavior are just wishful thinking. The pathway to identity change is through accumulated behavioral evidence. You become a disciplined person by accumulating evidence of disciplined behavior. Each small act of discipline is a vote for that identity. James Clear uses the voting metaphor brilliantly. Imagine your identity is determined by an election, and every behavior is a vote. One vote doesn't determine the election, but the accumulated votes do. You don't need to vote perfectly, you need to win the majority. This means every action matters, but no single action is catastrophic. Missed your morning workout? That's one vote against your athlete identity, but if you've worked out consistently for weeks, you still have the majority. The pattern matters more than the individual instance. This is liberating because it removes the all-or-nothing thinking that often sabotages identity change. You don't need perfection. You need consistency, showing up more often than you don't. Start with the smallest possible identity-consistent behavior. If you want to build a disciplined identity, what's the smallest behavior that a disciplined person does? Perhaps they make their bed every morning. That's your first identity-building behavior. It takes 2 minutes, it's nearly impossible to fail at, and it's a clear vote for person who maintains order and follows through on commitments. You do this every day without exception. You're casting daily votes for your new identity. Once that behavior is truly automatic, requiring no decision, no willpower, just happening naturally, you add another small identity-consistent behavior. Perhaps disciplined people also plan their day the night before. Now you're making your bed and planning tomorrow before you go to sleep. 2 clear votes daily for your disciplined identity. The behaviors are small, but the identity signal is strong. You're someone who does what they say they'll do, who maintains structure, who thinks ahead. Over months, you're accumulating dozens, then hundreds, then thousands of votes for your disciplined identity. And something shifts. The identity no longer feels like a claim you're making, it feels like a description of who you are. When someone asks you to do something that conflicts with your routine, declining doesn't feel like sacrifice. It feels like alignment. "I don't skip my morning routine" isn't a rule you're following, it's who you are. The external discipline has become internal identity. There's also power in declaring your identity to others. When you tell people "I'm a writer" rather than "I'm trying to write more," you're creating social accountability. You've publicly claimed an identity, and humans have deep drives toward consistency between public statements and private actions. You're leveraging social pressure as an identity reinforcement mechanism. Every time someone asks "How's the writing going?" you're reminded of your claimed identity and motivated to behave consistently with it. Language matters enormously in identity formation. Notice how you describe yourself, even in private self-talk. Are you using identity language, "I am," or aspiration language, "I want to be"? Are you using present tense, "I am disciplined," or future tense, "I will be disciplined"? The present tense identity statements are neurologically more powerful because they create that productive cognitive dissonance between current identity claim and current behavior. Your brain works to resolve that dissonance through behavioral change. Identity also provides decision-making shortcuts. When you face a choice, should I exercise or skip today, should I eat this or choose something healthier, should I work on my project or watch TV, you can ask, what would a disciplined person do in this situation? The answer is usually obvious. The decision becomes less about weighing options and more about expressing your identity. This reduces decision fatigue and makes discipline feel more automatic. But there's a caution here: your identity should be broad enough to allow flexibility. If your identity is "I am someone who works out at 6 a.m. every day," what happens when circumstances make 6 a.m. impossible? Your identity feels threatened. But if your identity is "I am an athlete who prioritizes movement," you can adapt. Can't do your regular workout? You do stretching. Can't exercise in the morning? You exercise in the evening. The core identity remains intact even as specific behaviors flex to accommodate reality. The most sustainable disciplined identity is one that's integrated with your values. Why does discipline matter to you? What does it serve? If discipline is just something you think you should have, it's shallow and vulnerable to abandonment. But if discipline is how you express your values, perhaps discipline lets you be a reliable person, or it enables you to create things that matter to you, or it helps you be healthy for your family, then discipline becomes meaningful. It's not arbitrary self-restriction. It's value-aligned behavior. That depth of integration makes the disciplined identity much more robust and sustainable. Sustainable routines. Routines are the infrastructure of identity. They're the repeated patterns that cast votes for who you are. But not all routines are created equal. Many routines fail because they're designed based on ideal circumstances, on peak motivation, on temporary willpower. They're not built to survive real life. Sustainable routines are different. They're designed for resilience, for adaptation, for long-term persistence regardless of circumstances. The first principle of sustainable routines is simplicity. Complex routines with many steps, many requirements, many dependencies are fragile. They break when circumstances change. If your morning routine requires 45 minutes of uninterrupted time, what happens when you wake up late? When you have an early meeting? When you're traveling? The routine becomes impossible, you skip it entirely, and the pattern breaks. But if your morning routine has a 5-minute core that's non-negotiable and 15 minutes of optional extensions, you can maintain the core even in challenging circumstances. The routine adapts rather than breaks. Think of your routine as having a minimum viable version and an expanded version. The minimum version is what you do no matter what, even when you're sick, tired, traveling, or overwhelmed. This might be as simple as making your bed, taking 1 minute to plan your day, and drinking a glass of water. The expanded version is what you do when circumstances allow. Perhaps this includes exercise, meditation, journaling, and a full breakfast. On good days, you do the expanded version. On difficult days, you do the minimum. But you always do something. The pattern persists even when the specifics vary. Sustainable routines also account for energy fluctuations. Your energy levels change throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month. A routine that demands peak performance every single day is unsustainable. But a routine that modulates intensity based on your current state is sustainable. Perhaps you have high-intensity workout days and low-intensity recovery days. Perhaps you have deep creative work sessions and administrative catch-up sessions. You're building variation into the routine itself, matching the routine's demands to your realistic energy patterns. There's wisdom in rhythmic variation, alternating between intensity and recovery, between challenging and restorative activities. Athletes call this periodization, structured cycling between high-intensity training and lower-intensity recovery periods. This principle applies beyond athletics. If you write intensely for 5 days, you need a recovery day where you rest or do easier tasks. If you have a week of demanding work, you need a weekend that's genuinely restorative. Sustainable routines build this recovery into the structure rather than waiting until burnout forces it. Environmental consistency makes routines more sustainable. When you perform your routine in the same location at the same time with the same preceding actions, you're creating environmental cues that trigger the routine automatically. Your morning coffee becomes the cue for journaling. Sitting at your desk becomes the cue for focused work. Changing into workout clothes becomes the cue for exercise. These environmental triggers reduce the cognitive load of initiating the routine. You're not deciding whether to do it. The environment is prompting you to do it. But sustainable routines also need flexibility protocols for when normal conditions aren't available. What's your travel version of your routine? What's your sick day version? What's your unusually busy day version? Having these alternative versions pre-planned means you're not abandoning the routine when circumstances change, you're adapting it. The routine persists through different life conditions because you've designed it to be adaptive rather than rigid. Keystone habits are particularly powerful for sustainable routines. A keystone habit is a behavior that naturally triggers other positive behaviors. Exercise is a common keystone habit. People who exercise regularly often naturally eat better, sleep better, and make better decisions in other life areas. The exercise habit creates momentum that spills over into other domains. By anchoring your routine around one or two keystone habits, you're creating a cascade of positive behaviors from a single point of focus. Routines also need regular review and optimization. What's working? What's feeling forced? What's become truly automatic, freeing up space for new additions? Every few months, audit your routine. Some behaviors that were initially valuable might no longer serve you. Some behaviors that were too challenging 6 months ago might now be ready for integration. Your routine should evolve with you, becoming more sophisticated as your capacity grows, but always maintaining that minimum viable core that persists regardless of circumstances. Time blocking can make routines more sustainable by reducing decision fatigue. Instead of deciding each day when you'll do various activities, you pre-assign time blocks. Morning is for creative work. Midday is for meetings and collaboration. Late afternoon is for administrative tasks. Evening is for personal activities and recovery. Within this structure, the specific content might vary, but the rhythm is consistent. Your brain learns the pattern. This time of day is for this type of activity. The routine becomes automatic at the structural level even when the specific tasks vary. There's also the practice of routine stacking, linking multiple small habits into a sequence that flows naturally from one to the next. After you wake up, you make your bed. After you make your bed, you drink water. After you drink water, you do 3 minutes of stretching. After stretching, you make coffee. After coffee, you journal for 5 minutes. Each behavior triggers the next, creating a chain that's easier to execute than remembering and initiating each behavior separately. The routine becomes a single integrated action rather than multiple discrete decisions. Sustainable routines embrace what matters and release what doesn't. Not every good habit needs to be in your routine. Not every productivity technique needs to be implemented. The goal isn't to have the most impressive routine, it's to have a routine that serves your actual goals and fits your actual life. If meditation doesn't resonate with you, don't force it because productivity gurus recommend it. Find what actually supports your well-being and your goals, and build your routine around that. Sustainable means personally sustainable, not adherence to someone else's ideal. Becoming the kind of person who follows through automatically. Automaticity is the holy grail of consistency. It's when behavior becomes so deeply ingrained, so thoroughly habituated, that it happens without conscious thought, without decision, without willpower. You don't decide to brush your teeth at night, you just do it. You don't negotiate about whether to put on your seatbelt, you automatically buckle up. These behaviors have become truly automatic. And any behavior can reach this level of automaticity through sufficient repetition in consistent contexts. The journey to automaticity has stages. In the beginning, every repetition requires conscious effort, deliberate decision-making, and significant willpower. This is the cognitive stage. You're thinking about every aspect of the behavior, and it's mentally exhausting. After weeks of consistent practice, you enter the associative stage. The behavior requires less conscious attention, though it's still not fully automatic. You've developed some procedural memory, but you still need to initiate the behavior deliberately. After months of consistent practice in consistent contexts, you begin approaching the autonomous stage. The behavior becomes truly automatic. The context itself triggers the behavior without requiring conscious decision. You sit at your desk at 6 a.m. with coffee, and you automatically open your writing document. You don't decide to write, the environmental context initiates the behavior. This is automaticity. And once a behavior reaches this stage, it requires minimal willpower to maintain. The behavior has become part of who you are. But reaching automaticity requires specific conditions. First, extreme consistency in the early stages. Every day, same time, same place, same sequence. You're training your brain to associate specific contexts with specific behaviors. The more consistent the pattern, the faster the automaticity develops. Early inconsistency delays automaticity because your brain doesn't recognize a clear pattern to automate. If you sometimes exercise in the morning, sometimes in the evening, sometimes at the gym, sometimes at home, your brain struggles to form automatic associations. But if you always exercise at 7 a.m. at home immediately after making coffee, automaticity develops rapidly. Second, remove decision points. Every decision is an opportunity for your conscious mind to intervene and potentially choose differently. But when the behavior sequence is pre-decided, this action always follows that action. Your conscious mind isn't consulted. The behavior chains automatically. This is why implementation intentions are so powerful. If it's 7 a.m. on a weekday, then I immediately put on workout clothes and exercise in my living room. The if-then structure creates an automatic link between context and behavior. Third, start small and expand gradually. Trying to make complex behaviors automatic all at once overwhelms your brain's pattern recognition systems. But starting with micro behaviors that can easily become automatic, then gradually expanding them, works with your neurology. The 2-minute version of your behavior becomes automatic first. Then you can expand to 5 minutes, then 10, then 20. The core initiation is already automatic, you're just extending the duration. Fourth, anchor new automatic behaviors to existing automatic behaviors. You already have dozens of automatic behaviors: waking up, using the bathroom, making coffee, checking your phone, eating meals, going to bed. These are reliable daily anchors. Attach new behaviors to these existing anchors, and the new behavior inherits some of the automaticity. After I make coffee, I write for 5 minutes links a new behavior to an existing automatic behavior, accelerating the automation process. There's also the concept of identity behavior loops. As you consistently perform a behavior, it strengthens your identity. I am a writer. As your identity strengthens, the behavior becomes more automatic because its identity consistent. The behavior reinforces the identity reinforces the behavior. This positive feedback loop is what makes long-term change sustainable. You're not maintaining behavior through willpower, you're expressing identity through automatic behavior. Environmental design is crucial for automaticity. Your environment should be structured so that automatic behaviors are the path of least resistance. If healthy eating is your goal, healthy food should be visible, accessible, and convenient, while unhealthy food requires extra steps to access. If reading is your goal, books should be everywhere you might sit, while your TV remote is stored away. You're designing an environment where your desired automatic behaviors are easier than the alternatives. Tracking is valuable in the journey to automaticity because it provides feedback on consistency. When you can see an unbroken chain of daily repetitions, you're getting visual confirmation that the pattern is consistent. This visibility reinforces your commitment and helps you notice when circumstances are disrupting the pattern. Once you've reached 3 months of daily consistency, automaticity is typically well established. But tracking helps you get to that 3-month milestone by making the pattern visible and making streak breaking psychologically costly. There's also the practice of if-then planning for obstacles. Automaticity develops most reliably when you've pre-planned responses to common obstacles. If I'm traveling, then I'll do the hotel room version of my workout. If I'm sick, then I'll do the minimum viable version of my routine. If I wake up late, then I'll do the abbreviated morning routine. These pre-planned contingencies mean obstacles don't break the pattern, they trigger alternative versions of the pattern. The core behavior persists even when circumstances vary. Becoming someone who follows through automatically isn't about superhuman discipline. It's about understanding how automaticity develops and deliberately creating conditions for it. It's about consistency in context, removal of decision points, starting with micro-behaviors, anchoring to existing automatic behaviors, and building identity behavior loops. It's about designing environments and planning contingencies. It's about patience. Automaticity develops over months, not weeks. But once established, automatic behaviors require almost no willpower to maintain. They become simply who you are and what you do. The person who follows through automatically hasn't eliminated the obstacles you face. They've just trained their brain so thoroughly that the obstacles trigger automatic behavioral responses rather than requiring willpower-intensive decisions. They've built infrastructure, routines, environments, identities that makes follow-through the default rather than the exception. And this infrastructure, once built, becomes nearly effortless to maintain. The initial investment of consistent effort pays compound returns in the form of automatic behavior that continues indefinitely with minimal conscious effort. This is the promise of long-term mental training. You invest intensive, conscious effort in the early stages to establish patterns. But over time, those patterns become automatic, freeing your conscious resources for new growth, new challenges, new levels of development. You're not maintaining the same behaviors through perpetual willpower, you're leveraging automaticity to maintain foundational behaviors while your conscious effort focuses on new growth edges. This is how people build extraordinary lives, by automating good behaviors at each level, then building the next level on that automated foundation. Layer by layer, behavior by behavior, identity by identity, you become someone whose follow-through is not a struggle but simply an expression of who you are. Conclusion: the consistent version of you. Reprogramming your internal story. Right now, at this very moment, you're living inside a story. Not a story written in a book, but the story you tell yourself about yourself. This story has been authored over years, composed of thousands of observations, interpretations, and conclusions you've drawn about who you are. Some of these conclusions serve you. Many don't. And the most powerful realization you can have is this: you are both the character in the story and the author writing it. The story you've been telling yourself might sound something like this: I'm someone who starts things but doesn't finish them. I'm not naturally disciplined. I'm lazy. I lack willpower. Other people can be consistent, but it's just not who I am. These sentences feel like truth because you've repeated them so many times. They feel like objective descriptions of reality. But they're not. They're interpretations. They're narratives you've constructed from selective evidence. And narratives can be rewritten. Think about the last time you failed to maintain consistency with something you cared about. What story did you tell yourself about that failure? Did you interpret it as confirmation of your fundamental inadequacy? Did you use it as evidence for the narrative that I always quit? Or did you interpret it as a single data point, a learning opportunity, a moment of temporary circumstance rather than permanent character? The story you choose determines everything that follows. If you interpret inconsistency as evidence of your identity, you'll behave consistently with that identity. The story becomes self-fulfilling. But if you interpret inconsistency as a behavior that doesn't match your true identity, you'll work to bring your behavior into alignment. Same event, radically different trajectories, all determined by the story you tell. Reprogramming your internal story begins with awareness. For the next week, pay attention to how you talk about yourself, both aloud and in your private thoughts. Notice the narrative. Are you describing yourself with fixed labels? I'm just not a morning person, I'm naturally disorganized, I'm the kind of person who gives up easily? These fixed labels are story elements that constrain your possibilities. They tell you who you are in permanent terms, leaving no room for change. Now begin replacing fixed labels with growth-oriented narratives. Instead of I'm not a morning person, try I haven't yet developed a morning routine that works for me. Instead of I'm naturally disorganized, try I'm learning organizational systems. Instead of I'm someone who gives up, try I've given up on some things in the past, and I'm building new patterns of persistence. Notice the difference? The growth narratives acknowledge current reality without making it permanent. They leave room for change, for development, for becoming someone different. Your internal story is also built from what you choose to remember and what you choose to forget. Your brain doesn't store objective records of your past, it stores interpretations, and those interpretations are filtered through your current beliefs. If you believe you're inconsistent, you'll remember all the times you quit and forget all the times you persisted. If you believe you're disciplined, you'll remember your wins and treat your lapses as anomalies. The evidence for your story is always selectively gathered. This means you can deliberately curate different evidence. Start an evidence journal. Every day, write down one piece of evidence that contradicts your old limiting story. Did you show up to your practice even though you didn't feel like it? That's evidence that you're becoming more disciplined. Did you choose the healthy option when the unhealthy one was tempting? Evidence that you're someone who makes aligned choices. Did you get back on track after missing a day? Evidence that you're resilient and persistent. Over weeks and months, you're building a new evidence base. You're literally rewriting your story with documented proof. When the old narrative tries to resurface, I'm just not disciplined, you have pages of evidence saying otherwise. The new story isn't wishful thinking. It's documented truth. Language is extraordinarily powerful in story revision. The words you use to describe yourself and your actions shape your self-concept at a deep level. Pay attention to your language. Replace I have to with I get to. This shifts from obligation to opportunity. Replace I should with I choose to. This reclaims agency. Replace I can't with I haven't yet. This opens possibility. Small linguistic shifts create large psychological shifts because language shapes thought, and thought shapes identity. Your story also includes beliefs about what's possible for you. Many people carry limiting beliefs that sound like, people like me don't do things like that. Success is for other types of people. I'm too old, too young, too behind to start now. These beliefs are walls built from interpreted experience, not objective reality. And walls built from interpretation can be dismantled through reinterpretation. Question your limiting beliefs directly. Where did this belief come from? What evidence supports it? What evidence contradicts it? Is this belief serving me or constraining me? Often, you'll discover that limiting beliefs are based on outdated information, conclusions you drew about yourself at age 15 that you're still carrying at age 30. You're not the same person. The belief no longer fits. It's time to release it. Reprogramming your story also means being selective about external inputs. The people you spend time with, the media you consume, the conversations you engage in, all of these are constantly feeding narratives into your consciousness. Are the people around you reinforcing your growth story or your limiting story? Are you consuming content that inspires possibility or that confirms limitations? You can't control all external inputs, but you can be strategic about which ones you emphasize and which ones you minimize. Surround yourself, as much as possible, with people and content that reflect the story you're creating rather than the story you're leaving behind. Find communities of people who embody the consistency you're building. Consume books, podcasts, and content from people who demonstrate that change is possible. Let these external narratives support your internal narrative revision. You're not alone in rewriting your story, you're joining a community of people who are all authoring new versions of themselves. Final encouragement and mindset shift. We've covered enormous ground together. We've explored the neuroscience of habit formation, the psychology of motivation, the architecture of systems, the management of emotions, and the creation of identity. We've examined practical strategies and deep principles. But now, as we close, I want to speak to something more fundamental, something that underlies everything we've discussed. You are not broken. You don't need fixing. The struggles you've had with consistency, with discipline, with following through. These aren't evidence of your inadequacy. They're evidence of your humanity. Every human brain is wired to seek comfort, to conserve energy, to avoid uncertainty. Every human experiences resistance, self-doubt, and the pull of distraction. You're not uniquely flawed. You're normally human, navigating genuinely difficult challenges. The difference between people who appear effortlessly consistent and people who struggle isn't that some people are born with special gifts. It's that some people have learned the skills, built the systems, and developed the self-understanding that we've explored together. And every single one of those elements is learnable. Everything we've discussed is accessible to you. Not someday. Not when you become someone different. Right now, as you are, with whatever you have. I want you to imagine two versions of your future self. In one version, you continue with your current patterns. You start things with enthusiasm and abandon them when the enthusiasm fades. You rely on motivation rather than systems. You interpret your struggles as evidence of personal inadequacy. You repeat the same cycles, hoping for different results but never changing the underlying approach. Where is this version of you 5 years from now? What has changed? What opportunities have been missed? What potential remains unrealized? Now imagine a different version. In this version, you apply what you've learned. You start with micro-commitments so small you can't fail. You build systems that make consistency easier than inconsistency. You treat emotions as information rather than instructions. You cast daily votes for the identity you're creating. You show up, especially on the hard days, especially when it doesn't feel like it matters. Where is this version of you 5 years from now? What has accumulated from those daily actions? What has become possible through sustained consistency? Both versions are available to you. The choice isn't made once in some dramatic moment of decision. The choice is made in the small moment right now, then again in the next small moment, then again after that. Will you show up today for the person you're becoming? That's the only question that matters. Not will I be perfect? Not will I never struggle again? Simply, will I show up today? Here's something I need you to understand deeply: the path of consistency is not linear. You will have great days and terrible days. You will have periods where everything flows and periods where everything feels impossible. You will miss days. You will doubt yourself. You will want to quit. This is not deviation from the path, this is the path. The difference between people who build lasting consistency and people who don't isn't that one group never struggles. It's that one group continues through the struggle while the other stops. Every person you admire for their consistency has had moments of wanting to quit. Every accomplished person you respect has faced self-doubt and failure. What you're seeing is their continued effort, not their absence of difficulty. They're not superhuman. They're simply humans who kept showing up. And that option, the option to keep showing up, is always available to you. Even after 100 broken streaks. Even after years of false starts. The opportunity to begin again is never lost. It's waiting in this moment right now. I also want to address the fear that might be present as you consider truly committing to consistency. There's a fear that goes, what if I try my absolute best and still fail? What if I give this everything I have and discover that I'm still not capable? At least now, I can tell myself I could have succeeded if I'd really tried. But if I really try and fail, what story can I tell myself then? This fear is understandable, but it's based on a misunderstanding. There is no final judgment, no moment where your capability is permanently assessed and found wanting. There are only cycles of effort, learning, and adaptation. If you commit fully to consistency for 3 months and don't achieve what you hoped, you haven't discovered your limitation, you've discovered information. You've learned what didn't work, which tells you what to adjust. The only true failure is the failure to learn from your efforts. And here's the truth that fear doesn't want you to know: when you commit fully, when you build systems and show up consistently and apply what you've learned, you don't fail. You might not achieve exactly what you originally envisioned, but you will transform. You will become someone different, someone more capable, more resilient, more self-trusting. That transformation is valuable independent of any specific external outcome. Let's talk about starting. Right now, after reading all of this, you might feel inspired. You might have ideas for what you want to change, systems you want to build, identities you want to develop. That inspiration is valuable, but it's also dangerous. Because inspiration creates the illusion that you've already changed. You feel motivated, so you think the hard part is done. But the hard part is what comes tomorrow morning when the inspiration has faded and you have to actually show up. So here's what I want you to do: choose one behavior. Not 5. Not I'm going to completely transform my life. One specific, concrete behavior that represents the direction you want to move. Make it so small that you can't talk yourself out of it. If you want to build a writing practice, commit to writing 1 sentence daily. If you want to become more active, commit to putting on workout clothes each morning. If you want to be more mindful, commit to taking 1 conscious breath before opening your phone. This one behavior is your foundation. Do it every single day for the next 30 days. No exceptions, no negotiations. Don't add other behaviors yet. Don't expand it yet. Just prove to yourself that you can show up consistently for this one tiny commitment. You're not trying to achieve a big outcome in 30 days. You're building the skill of consistency itself. After 30 days of perfect consistency with your micro-commitment, something will have shifted. You'll have cast 30 votes for your new identity. You'll have proven to yourself that you can be consistent. You'll have evidence that contradicts your old story. From that foundation of proven consistency, you can expand. Add a second behavior. Extend the first one. But the foundation comes first. Consistency comes before complexity. Proof comes before expansion. I also want to release you from the tyranny of productivity culture. Everything we've discussed about consistency and discipline is not about squeezing more productivity out of your days. It's not about optimizing every moment. It's not about becoming a machine that produces without rest. The goal is not to do more, the goal is to do what matters to you, with intention, in a way that's sustainable. Consistency includes consistent rest. It includes consistent boundaries. It includes consistently saying no to things that don't serve your well-being or your goals. You're not trying to become some impossible ideal of perpetual productivity. You're trying to become someone who shows up for what matters, who honors their commitments to themselves, who lives with intention rather than default. That's entirely different from grinding yourself into exhaustion in pursuit of arbitrary productivity metrics. As we close, I want you to feel the weight of possibility in this moment. Everything could be different. Not instantly, not magically, but truly different. The version of you that shows up consistently, that follows through, that lives with intention, that version is not a fantasy. It's a possibility that's activated through your next choice, then your next one, then your next one. Each choice either moves you toward that version of yourself or away from it. The direction is determined by the accumulation of choices, not by any single choice. You are standing at a threshold. On one side is the familiar, the patterns you've repeated, the story you've told yourself, the cycles you've lived. On the other side is the unknown, the person you could become through sustained consistency, the capabilities you could develop, the life you could create. Crossing that threshold doesn't require a dramatic leap. It requires a single small step. Then another.
By the way, my friends, don't
Then
forget
another.
to subscribe for
The
more
water
audiobooks.
droplet doesn't accomplish anything impressive in a single fall. But it keeps falling. And through that persistence, through that simple consistency, it carves canyons through stone. You have that same power available to you. Not the power of force, not the power of intensity, but the power of persistence. The power of showing up, again and again, regardless of how you feel, regardless of whether anyone's watching, regardless of whether the results are immediately visible. This is your invitation. Not to perfection, not to grinding effort, not to proving anything to anyone. Your invitation is simply to show up. To cast votes for the person you're becoming. To build systems that support you. To treat yourself with compassion when you struggle. To keep beginning, especially after you've stopped. To become someone who, more often than not, does what they said they would do. The consistent version of you is not waiting to be discovered. It's waiting to be created. Not through dramatic transformation, but through quiet, repeated, persistent action. Through showing up today. Then tomorrow. Then the day after that. Not because you feel like it. Not because you're certain it will work. But because that's what consistent people do. They show up. Especially when it's hard. Especially when it doesn't feel like it matters. And in those accumulated moments of showing up, in those thousands of small choices to honor your commitments to yourself, you become someone new. Someone who can be counted on. Someone who follows through. Someone whose actions align with their intentions. Not perfectly. Not without struggle. But consistently. Reliably. Persistently. That person is not a distant dream. That person is the next choice you make. Right now. In this moment. Will you show up? The answer to that question determines everything. Why good conversations matter. Hello, friend. I'm so glad you're here with me today. What I'm about to share with you isn't just another collection of communication tips or social tricks. This is about something much deeper, something that has the power to transform not just how you talk to people, but how you experience life itself. Think about the last conversation that really stayed with you. Maybe it was with an old friend who understood you without judgment, or perhaps a stranger who said exactly what you needed to hear at exactly the right moment. That feeling you had afterward, that warmth in your chest, that sense of being truly seen and heard, that's not an accident. That's the magic of genuine human connection, and it's available to you in every single interaction you have. Conversations shape relationships. Let me tell you about Sarah. She came to me once, frustrated and lonely, wondering why her relationships felt shallow despite being surrounded by people. She had colleagues, neighbors, family members, but something was missing. As we talked, I asked her to describe her typical conversation. She painted a familiar picture, rushing through pleasantries, waiting for her turn to speak, mentally rehearsing what she'd say next while the other person was still talking. Sarah isn't unusual. Most of us have been taught to be good speakers, but very few of us have been taught to be good listeners. We live in a world that celebrates the eloquent, the quick-witted, the ones who can command a room. But here's what nobody tells you: the people who truly shape our lives, who leave lasting impressions on our hearts, aren't necessarily the best talkers. They're the best conversationalists, and there's a profound difference. When you think about your closest relationships, the people who matter most to you, what do they all have in common? It's not that they always know the right thing to say. It's that when you're with them, you feel different. You feel lighter. You feel understood. You feel like you can breathe. That's the real currency of human connection, not clever words or impressive stories, but the quality of presence you bring to each moment. Every conversation you have is like planting a seed. Some seeds are planted hastily on hard ground and never take root. Others are planted with care, watered with attention, and given space to grow. Years later, you might find yourself surrounded by a garden you didn't even realize you were cultivating. Your relationships, your opportunities, your sense of belonging in the world, they all grow from these small, daily exchanges. I remember meeting an elderly man at a coffee shop who told me something I've never forgotten. He said that when he looked back on his 87 years, what he remembered most weren't the big events, the promotions, the vacations, or even the major milestones. What he remembered were conversations. A talk with his father before he passed away. A late-night discussion with his wife when they were young and broke. An honest conversation with his daughter that healed years of distance. These moments, he said, were his life. People remember how you make them feel. Maya Angelou famously said that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. This isn't just a beautiful sentiment. It's neurological fact. Our brains are wired to remember emotional experiences far more vividly than factual information. Think about the last time someone really listened to you. Not just heard your words, but listened with their whole attention. How did that feel? Chances are, you can recall that feeling right now, even if you can't remember the specific words that were said. That person made you feel valued, important, worthy of attention. They gave you a gift that costs nothing but means everything. Now think about the opposite experience. Someone checking their phone while you're talking. Someone whose eyes glaze over as they wait for you to finish. Someone who interrupts to tell their own story before you've finished yours. That feeling of being dismissed, of being invisible, that stays with us too. It accumulates over time, building walls between people, creating distance where there could be closeness. Here's something fascinating. Research in neuroscience shows that when we feel truly heard, our brains release oxytocin, the same hormone released during hugging or bonding with a baby. Good conversation literally changes our brain chemistry. It makes us feel safe, connected, and alive. This is why a single meaningful conversation can shift your entire mood, why a heart-to-heart with a friend can feel like medicine, why talking through something difficult can bring relief even when nothing about the situation has changed. I worked with a manager named David who couldn't understand why his team seemed disengaged. He gave clear instructions, held regular meetings, and was always available. But when I shadowed him for a day, I noticed something. In every conversation, David was already thinking about the next task. His body was present, but his attention was elsewhere. His team members could feel it, even if they couldn't articulate it. They felt like items on a checklist, not people with thoughts and feelings. We did a simple exercise. For 1 week, David committed to being fully present in every conversation, even if just for 2 minutes. He put away his phone, made eye contact, and really listened. The transformation was remarkable. Within days, team members were coming to him with ideas they'd been holding back. Problems were being solved more creatively. The office atmosphere shifted. Nothing had changed except the quality of David's attention, but that changed everything. Speaking less, understanding more. There's a beautiful paradox at the heart of good conversation: the less you speak, the more impact you have. This feels counterintuitive in a culture that rewards being heard, being seen, being vocal. We're taught that to be interesting, we must be interested. But I'd go further: to be truly interesting, we must be genuinely interested. When you walk into a conversation with the goal of understanding rather than being understood, something magical happens. The pressure drops away. You're no longer performing or trying to impress. You're exploring, discovering, connecting. And ironically, this is when people find you most compelling. I once observed 2 people at a party. One was clearly the more charismatic speaker, witty, animated, full of stories. The other was quieter, asking questions, nodding thoughtfully, occasionally adding brief observations. At the end of the evening, I asked several people who'd interacted with both which person they'd enjoyed talking to more. Almost everyone chose the quieter person. Why? Because that person made them feel interesting. Everyone left their conversations feeling uplifted, heard, valued. This isn't about being passive or never sharing your own thoughts. It's about understanding that conversation is a dance, not a solo performance. The most beautiful dances happen when both partners are attuned to each other, responding and adjusting in real time, creating something together that neither could create alone. Here's what speaking less and understanding more actually looks like in practice. It means pausing before you respond, giving yourself a moment to really absorb what was just said instead of jumping in immediately. It means asking a follow-up question about what the other person just shared instead of pivoting to your own similar experience. It means noticing not just the words, but the emotion beneath the words, the story behind the story. Let me share a technique that changed my life. I call it the 3-second pause. Whenever someone finishes speaking, I count 3 seconds in my head before responding. Those 3 seconds do several things. They show the other person I'm actually considering what they said. They give them space to add more if they want to. They allow me to move past my reflexive response and access something deeper and more thoughtful. Try it. Those 3 seconds will feel long at first, almost uncomfortable, but they create a quality of presence that people can feel. There's an old story about a young journalist who interviewed a famous writer. The journalist asked dozens of questions, taking furious notes, barely pausing between queries. At the end, he thanked the writer profusely for such a fascinating interview. The writer smiled and said, "But you didn't learn anything about me. You only confirmed what you already thought." The journalist had been so busy with his own agenda that he'd missed who was actually sitting in front of him. We do this all the time. We enter conversations with our own narratives already written. We're looking for confirmation, not discovery. We're waiting to speak, not listening to understand. And in doing so, we miss the richness of human complexity, the surprising depth that exists in every person we meet. The journey ahead. What I'm offering you in this audiobook isn't a formula or a script. It's a way of being with people that honors their humanity and your own. It's a practice that gets deeper and more rewarding the more you engage with it. Some of what I share might seem simple, but don't mistake simple for easy. The most profound truths are often the simplest, and the simplest practices require the most courage. As we move forward together, I'm going to share with you the specific principles and techniques that transform ordinary exchanges into meaningful connections. We'll explore the psychology behind why certain approaches work and others fall flat. I'll give you real examples, practical exercises, and ways to integrate this into your daily life, whether you're talking to your partner, your child, your boss, or a stranger in line at the grocery store. But more than anything, I want to invite you into a different relationship with conversation itself. Not as something to get right or win at, but as an opportunity for genuine human connection, for learning, for growth, for joy. Because here's the truth, in a world that's increasingly digital, divided, and disconnected, the ability to have a real conversation is becoming both rarer and more precious. Every conversation is a chance to make someone feel less alone. Every interaction is an opportunity to learn something new about the vast complexity of human experience. Every exchange, no matter how brief, is a moment where you can choose to be fully present and fully alive. So take a breath. Let your shoulders drop. Release any expectation about being perfect at this. You already know how to connect with people. You've been doing it since you were born. What we're doing here is simply remembering what you already know, clearing away the layers of social anxiety and learned behavior that have obscured your natural ability to be with another human being. The conversations you have today will shape tomorrow's relationships. The attention you give now will compound into deeper connections later. And it all starts with this moment, right here, with your willingness to learn, to try, to open yourself to the possibility that every person you meet has something valuable to offer if you're willing to truly listen. Are you ready? Let's begin this journey together. Let me show you how speaking less can help you say more, how understanding others will help you understand yourself, and how the simple act of being present in conversation can transform not just your relationships, but your entire experience of being human. Because at the end of the day, we're all just walking each other home, and good conversation is the path that makes the journey worthwhile. Welcome. I'm honored to walk this path with you. Chapter 1: The Psychology of Human Connection. Welcome back, friend. I'm so glad you're continuing this journey with me. In this chapter, we're going to dive deep into something that lives at the very core of what makes us human, our profound, unshakable need for connection. Not surface-level connection, not the kind you get from collecting followers or exchanging pleasantries, but real, soul-deep connection that comes from being truly heard and understood. Before we begin, I want you to think about something. Close your eyes for a moment if you're in a safe place to do so. Remember a time when you felt completely alone, even though you might have been surrounded by people. Maybe you were at a party where everyone seemed to be having a great time, but you felt invisible. Or perhaps you were going through something difficult and the people around you just didn't get it. Hold that feeling for a moment. Notice where it sits in your body. That heaviness, that ache, that's not weakness. That's your soul telling you it needs what every human soul needs, to be seen, to be heard, to matter. Now, think of the opposite moment. A time when someone really got you. When you shared something vulnerable and instead of judgment or advice or someone changing the subject, you received pure understanding. Remember how that felt? Like exhaling after holding your breath for too long. Like coming home after a long journey. That feeling, that relief, that warmth, that's what we're going to learn to create for other people, and in doing so, for ourselves. Why people crave being heard. Let me tell you something that changed everything for me. Years ago, I was working as a counselor, and I had this client named Marcus. Marcus was a successful businessman, 47 years old, seemingly had it all together. He came to me saying he felt empty, disconnected, like he was going through the motions of life without really living. We spent the first session with me asking questions, and Marcus giving these careful, measured responses. Everything was fine. Everything was under control. Everything was just empty. Then, in our third session, something shifted. I asked him about his childhood, and he mentioned, almost offhand, that his father had never really talked to him. I paused, and instead of moving on to the next question, I simply said, "Tell me more about that." And something broke open. Marcus started talking, really talking, about how he'd spend hours as a kid preparing things to tell his dad, hoping to get his attention, his approval, his interest. And how his father would nod absently while reading the newspaper or watching TV, never really looking at him, never really listening. Marcus said something I've never forgotten. I learned that my words didn't matter. So I guess I learned that I didn't matter. He was 47 years old, and he was still that little boy, trying to be heard by a father who wasn't listening. And here's the thing, we're all Marcus. Maybe not in the exact same way, but we all carry these wounds of not being heard, of being dismissed, of feeling like what we have to say isn't worth someone's full attention. The human need to be heard isn't a want, it's not a preference, it's a fundamental psychological necessity, as real as our need for food or shelter. There's a reason solitary confinement is considered one of the harshest punishments in the prison system. We're not built to be alone, and we're not built to be unheard. Our brains literally develop through interaction with other brains. Babies who aren't talked to, who aren't engaged with, suffer developmental delays even if all their physical needs are met. Connection isn't luxury, it's survival. Research in neuroscience shows us something fascinating. When we feel heard and understood, our brains release a cascade of chemicals, oxytocin, which creates feelings of bonding and trust, dopamine, which makes us feel pleasure and motivation, and serotonin, which regulates our mood and makes us feel significant and important. In other words, being truly heard doesn't just feel good emotionally, it creates a biological response that our bodies crave. But here's the challenging part, our modern world has created a crisis of being unheard. We're more connected than ever before, with hundreds or thousands of online connections, but we're lonelier than we've ever been. Studies show that despite having access to more communication tools than any generation in human history, people today report feeling more isolated, more misunderstood, and more disconnected than at any point in the past 50 years. Why? Because connection isn't about the number of interactions, it's about the quality of attention. You can have 1,000 people see your social media post and still feel unseen. You can be in a room full of people having conversations and feel completely alone. What we're craving isn't more noise, it's someone who will be quiet with us, who will listen with their whole being, who will hold space for our truth without needing to fix it or change it or make it about themselves. I want you to understand something crucial. When someone is talking to you, they're not just sharing information. They're taking a risk. They're making themselves vulnerable. They're saying, here's a piece of me. Will you handle it with care? And every time we check our phone while someone's speaking, every time we interrupt, every time we half listen while thinking about what we'll say next, we're answering that question with a no. We're saying, your piece isn't valuable enough for my full attention. But when we truly listen, when we give someone the gift of our complete presence, we're doing something sacred. We're saying, you matter. Your experience matters. Your feelings are valid. You're worth my time and attention. This is powerful medicine in a world where so many people feel invisible. Think about the people in your life who you feel closest to. I'm willing to bet that these aren't necessarily the people who give you the best advice or solve your problems. They're the people who make you feel heard. They're the ones who, when you're talking, you can feel them really listening. Their attention doesn't waver. Their eyes don't glaze over. They're with you, fully present, creating a space where you can unfold and be yourself without fear of judgment or dismissal. Emotional validation, the heart of connection. Now let's talk about something that might be the single most powerful tool in creating meaningful connection: emotional validation. This concept is simple to understand but profound in its impact. Emotional validation means acknowledging and accepting someone's feelings, whether or not you agree with them or would feel the same way in their situation. Here's where most of us get it wrong. Someone tells us they're upset about something, and our immediate instinct is to fix it, to explain why they shouldn't feel that way, or to minimize it. Your friend says, "I'm so stressed about this presentation at work," and you say, "Oh, you'll be fine. You're always great at presentations." You think you're being supportive, but what you've actually done is dismissed their feeling. You've told them their stress isn't valid, isn't warranted, isn't real. But I caught myself. Now imagine a different response. Instead, that sounds really stressful. That must have really hurt. Finding out she lied to you. Tell me what's worrying you most about it. Jennifer was quiet for a moment, and then she started crying. In the first response, you shut down the emotion and tried to make it go away. Because someone had finally acknowledged how she actually felt instead of trying to talk her out of it. Invited them to explore it more. She said, "Everyone keeps telling me it's not a big deal. The first response, that I'm overreacting, good intentions, creates distance. But it feels like a big deal to me. The second creates connection. And that's the key. Her feelings were real to her. Let me share a story about my friend Jennifer. She called me one evening, really upset because her teenage daughter had lied to her about where she was going. More calmly. As she talked, but if I could hear the hurt in her voice, problem-solving or minimizing, the sense she would have felt just as alone as before she called. My first instinct was to tell her that all teenagers lie sometimes, that it's normal, that it would be okay. Here's something fascinating from psychology research. When people's emotions are validated, they actually calm down faster than when people try to talk them out of their feelings. It seems counterintuitive, right? You'd think that acknowledging someone's distress would amplify it. But the opposite is true. When we feel heard and understood, our nervous system can relax. It's only when we feel misunderstood or dismissed that our emotions escalate, as we desperately try to make people understand how we really feel. Emotional validation doesn't mean you agree with someone's interpretation of events. It doesn't mean you think their response is proportional or that you would feel the same way. It simply means you acknowledge that their feelings are real and make sense from their perspective. You can validate someone's anger even if you think they misunderstood the situation. You can validate someone's fear even if you believe there's nothing to be afraid of. Because emotions aren't right or wrong, they just are. Let me give you some practical language for emotional validation. When someone shares something difficult, try phrases like, "That sounds really hard," or "I can understand why you'd feel that way," or "That must be really frustrating," or simply, "Tell me more about that." These phrases do something magical. They give the other person permission to feel what they're feeling. They create safety. And here's another layer to this: often, people aren't even sure what they're feeling until they have someone to talk to who validates their emotions. I can't tell you how many times I've seen someone start a conversation confused or numb, and through the process of being heard and validated, they discover what's really going on for them emotionally. It's like the validation creates space for self-understanding. Think about a time someone invalidated your feelings. Maybe you were excited about something and someone said, "That's not that big a deal," or you were hurt and someone said, "You're too sensitive." How did that feel? Probably like a door slamming in your face. Like you needed to defend yourself or prove that your feelings were legitimate. That defensive feeling, that's what happens when emotions aren't validated. And it's the opposite of connection. Now think about a time someone validated your feelings. Someone who said, "Wow, I can see why that would be upsetting," or "That's so exciting. I'm happy for you." How did that feel? Probably like being wrapped in a warm blanket. Like you could finally relax. Like you weren't alone anymore. That's the power of validation. Creating safety in conversations. Everything we've talked about so far, being heard, emotional validation, it all comes down to one thing: safety. People can't be authentic, can't be vulnerable, can't truly connect unless they feel safe. And creating that safety? That's the real art of conversation. Safety in conversation isn't about avoiding difficult topics or never disagreeing. It's about creating an environment where people feel free to be themselves, to share their truth, to express their feelings without fear of judgment, dismissal, or attack. It's about establishing, through your words and your presence, that this space, this conversation, this relationship, is a place where they can lower their guard. Let me tell you about something I learned from my mentor, a therapist who'd been practicing for 40 years. She told me that in all her years of working with people, she'd learned one fundamental truth: people don't change, heal, or grow when they're defensive. They change when they feel safe. When someone feels threatened, even subtly, even unintentionally, their brain goes into protection mode. The thinking, reflective part of their brain goes offline, and the survival part takes over. You can't have a meaningful conversation with someone's survival brain. You can only have a meaningful conversation when people feel safe enough to be present and open. So how do we create this safety? It starts with something simple but profound: non-judgment. This doesn't mean you don't have opinions or values. It means that when someone is sharing with you, you temporarily suspend your judgment and just listen with curiosity and compassion. You create a space where they can explore their thoughts and feelings without worrying about what you're thinking about them. I remember working with a couple, David and Lauren, who came to me because they couldn't talk to each other anymore without fighting. Every conversation turned into an argument. As I watched them interact, I noticed that neither one felt safe. David would start to say something, and before he even finished, Lauren would get defensive or critical. Lauren would share a feeling, and David would immediately explain why she was wrong to feel that way. They'd created a relationship where conversation felt like combat, and neither one would risk vulnerability. We spent weeks just working on creating safety. I taught them to listen without interrupting, to validate each other's feelings before responding, to ask questions instead of making assumptions. It was slow, awkward work at first. They'd been in defensive mode for so long that being open felt dangerous. But gradually, something shifted. They started having conversations where both people felt heard. And as the safety grew, so did their connection. One of the most powerful ways to create safety is through what I call generous interpretation. This means that when someone says something unclear or potentially hurtful, instead of assuming the worst, you assume the best and ask for clarification. Instead of thinking, "They're attacking me," you think, "They're struggling to express something. Let me help them." For example, if your partner says, "You never help around the house," instead of getting defensive and listing everything you do, you might say, "It sounds like you're feeling overwhelmed. What specifically would be most helpful to you right now?" See how that changes everything? You've taken a statement that could start a fight and turned it into an opportunity for connection and problem solving. Another crucial element of safety is consistency. People need to know that you're listening, your openness, your acceptance isn't conditional on them saying the right things or having the right feelings. Some of the deepest hurts in relationships come from inconsistent safety, when someone is loving and accepting one day but critical and dismissive the next. That inconsistency keeps people in a constant state of vigilance, never quite able to relax and be themselves. I want to share something personal with you. I grew up in a household where emotional safety was inconsistent. Some days, sharing feelings was okay. Other days, it would result in anger or mockery. I learned to be constantly vigilant, to test the waters before saying anything real, to keep my guard up. It took me years as an adult to learn to trust that when someone said they wanted to hear how I felt, they actually meant it. That inconsistency in my childhood created patterns that affected every relationship I had. That's why I'm so passionate about teaching people to create consistent safety in their conversations. Because I know what it's like to live without it, and I know the freedom that comes from finally having it. When you create safety for others, you're not just making a conversation more pleasant. You're giving them something they might have never had before, a space where they can fully be themselves. Here's a practical technique for creating safety: matching and pacing. This comes from the field of rapport building in psychology. It means subtly matching the other person's energy, tone, and body language. If they're speaking softly, you speak softly. If they're animated, you bring more energy. If they lean forward, you lean forward. This isn't about mimicking them in an obvious way. It's about showing, on a subconscious level, that you're with them, that you're on their team. But perhaps the most important element of creating safety is this: you have to actually be safe. You can't fake this. If you're going to judge someone, they'll feel it, no matter how carefully you choose your words. If you're impatient for them to finish so you can talk, they'll sense it. If you're storing up what they're saying to use against them later, they'll know. Creating safety requires you to actually be open, curious, compassionate, and present. It requires you to do your own work of letting go of the need to be right, the need to control, the need to protect your ego. This is why this work is as much about personal growth as it is about communication skills. To create safety for others, you have to feel safe within yourself. You have to be comfortable with difficult emotions, both yours and theirs. You have to be willing to sit with uncertainty, with not having all the answers, with being wrong sometimes. You have to develop what I call emotional courage, the courage to show up fully, to risk being hurt, to stay open even when it's uncomfortable. Let me close this chapter with an invitation. For the next week, I want you to practice one thing. Before every conversation, take a moment to set an intention. Silently say to yourself, "My intention is to make this person feel heard and safe." That's it. Don't try to be perfect. Don't try to remember all the techniques. Just set that intention and see what happens. Notice how it changes your energy, your attention, your presence. Notice how people respond differently when they unconsciously sense that you're creating space for them. Because here's the beautiful truth: you already have everything you need to create meaningful connection. You don't need to be more clever or more interesting or more anything. You just need to be willing to show up with an open heart and genuine curiosity about the person in front of you. You need to remember that everyone you meet is carrying something heavy, is longing to be understood, is hoping that maybe, just maybe, you'll be the person who really sees them. And when you become that person, when you learn to create these moments of genuine connection, something miraculous happens. You don't just change other people's lives. You change your own. Because in learning to truly hear others, you learn to hear yourself. In creating safety for others, you create safety within yourself. In validating others' emotions, you learn to validate your own. This journey toward better conversations is really a journey toward becoming more fully human, more fully alive, more fully connected to the beautiful, messy, profound experience of being alive together on this planet. Take a deep breath. Let all of this settle. And know that every conversation from this moment forward is an opportunity to practice these principles, to create connection, to make someone feel a little less alone. That's sacred work, friend. And I'm so grateful you're willing to do it. Chapter 2: The Art of Asking Better Questions. Welcome to Chapter 2, my friend. I hope you've been practicing what we explored in our last chapter, and I hope you're beginning to notice subtle shifts in your conversations, and how people respond to you when you create that sense of safety and presence. Today, we're going to explore something that might seem simple on the surface but holds extraordinary power: the art of asking questions. Now, I know what you might be thinking. I already know how to ask questions. I do it all the time. And you're right, you do. But here's what I've discovered over years of studying human connection: there's a world of difference between asking questions to gather information and asking questions to create connection. Most of us were taught the former. Today, I'm going to teach you the latter. Think about the last networking event or social gathering you attended. How many times did someone ask you, "So, what do you do?" And how many times did that question lead to a conversation that actually mattered, that left you feeling energized rather than drained? Probably not many. That's because most of our questions are transactional, surface level, designed to fill silence rather than create connection. They're conversational autopilot, and while they're not inherently bad, they're not going to transform your relationships either. The questions we're going to explore today are different. They're invitations. They're doorways. They're ways of saying to another person, "I see you as more than just your job title or your role or your surface story. I'm curious about who you really are." And when you learn to ask these kinds of questions, when you develop this skill as a genuine practice rather than a technique, you'll find that conversations become infinitely more interesting, more meaningful, and more alive. Open-ended questions, creating space for truth. Let me tell you about a conversation I had with my nephew, Jake, when he was 16. He came over for dinner one evening, and like most teenagers, he was monosyllabic, answering every question with the minimum possible words. "How was school?" "Fine." "How's basketball going?" "Good." "Are you excited about the college applications?" "I guess." It was like trying to have a conversation with a brick wall, and I could feel myself getting frustrated. Then I remembered something. I was asking closed questions, questions that could be answered with a single word. I was essentially creating a verbal dead end at every turn. So I shifted. Instead of "How was school?" I asked, "What was the most interesting thing that happened at school this week?" His head came up. He thought for a moment. And then he started talking, really talking, about this debate in his history class about whether historical figures should be judged by modern moral standards. We ended up having a 40-minute conversation about ethics, context, and how we understand the past. It wasn't because Jake suddenly became more talkative. It was because I finally asked him a question that gave him room to actually share something real. Open-ended questions are questions that can't be answered with a simple yes or no. They require thought, reflection, and genuine sharing. Instead of "Did you have a good day?" try "What made today memorable?" Instead of "Do you like your job?" try "What's the most fulfilling part of what you do?" See the difference? The first version of each question is a dead end. The second is an invitation to go deeper. Here's what's fascinating about open-ended questions from a psychological perspective: they signal to the other person that you're genuinely interested in their inner world, not just collecting data points about their external circumstances. When you ask someone, "Are you happy?" you're asking for a binary assessment. When you ask, "What brings you joy these days?" you're inviting them to reflect, to share, to reveal something about what matters to them. The second question creates intimacy. The first creates distance. I worked with a woman named Patricia who complained that her adult children never really talked to her anymore. When they called, the conversations were brief and superficial. As we explored her typical phone calls with her kids, I noticed a pattern. Every question she asked could be answered in one or two words. "Are you eating well?" "Yes, Mom." "Is work busy?" "Pretty busy." "Do you need anything?" "No, I'm fine." Patricia thought she was showing interest, but she was actually creating a conversational structure that kept her children at arm's length. We worked on transforming her questions. Instead of "Is work busy?" she started asking, "What's the most challenging thing you're working on right now?" Instead of "Are you eating well?" she asked, "Have you discovered any new recipes or restaurants lately?" The change was dramatic. Her son, who typically kept calls under 5 minutes, talked for 20 minutes about a complex project he was leading at work. Her daughter shared her struggles with balancing her career and her desire to start a family. The questions opened doors that had been closed for years. But here's something crucial to understand. Open-ended questions only work if you're genuinely prepared to hear the answer. If you ask someone what's been weighing on your mind lately, you need to be ready to sit with whatever they share, whether it's heavy or uncomfortable or not what you expected. You can't ask deep questions and then get impatient when people give you deep answers. That's conversational bait and switch, and people can feel it. Let me give you some powerful open-ended questions that I've found consistently create meaningful connection. Try them out, but remember, the key is genuine curiosity, not performing a technique. What's been surprising you lately? What are you learning about yourself right now? What's something you're excited about? What's been harder than you expected? What would you do more of if you had the time and energy? Each of these questions invites reflection and sharing. Each one says, I'm interested in your inner experience, not just your external circumstances. There's also an art to the follow-up question, and this is where most people miss the opportunity to go deeper. Someone answers your open-ended question, and instead of following the thread they've offered, you jump to a new topic or pivot to your own similar experience. Don't do that. When someone shares something, follow it deeper. If they mention they're learning something about themselves, ask, what prompted that realization? If they talk about something being harder than expected, ask, what's been the hardest part? Each follow-up is another invitation to go deeper, to share more, to be more fully themselves. I remember interviewing an author for a podcast once. I asked him what surprised him most about the writing process for his latest book. He gave a thoughtful answer about discovering a theme he hadn't planned. Most interviewers would have moved to the next prepared question. Instead, I asked, when did you first notice that theme emerging? That follow-up led to him sharing a deeply personal story about his relationship with his father, which became the most powerful part of the interview. All because I followed the thread instead of sticking to my script. Curiosity-based listening, the foundation of great questions. Now, let's talk about something that's absolutely essential to asking better questions: curiosity-based listening. This is different from what most of us do, which is waiting to talk listening. You know what I mean. Someone is speaking, and instead of really hearing them, you're mentally preparing your response, thinking about what you're going to say next, or waiting for them to finish so you can share your own story. Curiosity-based listening is a completely different orientation. It's listening with the sole purpose of understanding the other person more deeply. It's listening not to respond, but to discover. It's approaching every conversation as an anthropologist might approach a newly discovered culture, with genuine fascination and a desire to learn. Let me share something vulnerable with you. For most of my life, I was a terrible listener. I was so focused on being interesting, on having something valuable to contribute, on proving my intelligence or my wit, that I barely heard what other people were saying. I remember once, a friend was telling me about a difficult situation with her sister, and I interrupted her halfway through to tell her about a similar situation I'd been in. She politely listened to my story, and then the conversation moved on. Years later, she mentioned in passing how alone she'd felt during that difficult time with her sister. I realized with horror that I'd made her crisis about me. I'd stolen her moment of vulnerability and turned it into my moment of storytelling. That realization changed everything for me. I started practicing what I now call listening with empty hands. I approach conversations without an agenda, without a story I'm waiting to tell, without advice I'm eager to give. I listen to understand, not to respond. And here's what I discovered: when you listen this way, the right questions naturally arise. You don't have to think about what to ask because your genuine curiosity guides you. There's a neuroscience explanation for this. When we're truly curious about something, our brains enter a state that researchers call exploratory mode. In this state, we're more attentive, more present, more able to notice nuance and subtlety. We pick up on things we'd otherwise miss: the slight change in someone's tone when they mention a particular topic, the way their energy shifts when they talk about different aspects of their life, the unspoken feelings beneath their words. This information naturally shapes our questions, leading us to ask about what actually matters rather than what we think we should ask about. I worked with a team leader named Robert who was struggling to connect with his employees. He told me he asked them questions all the time, checking in regularly, but still felt distant from them. When I observed his team meetings, I saw the problem immediately. Robert was asking questions, yes, but he wasn't listening to the answers with curiosity. He was listening with an agenda, making sure tasks were on track, identifying problems to solve, gathering information he needed. His questions were transactional, not relational. We did an exercise where I asked Robert to have one-on-one conversations with his team members where his only goal was to get curious about them as people, not as employees. No agenda, no task-related questions, just genuine curiosity about who they were and what mattered to them. Robert was uncomfortable at first. It felt inefficient, like he was wasting time. But after his first conversation using this approach, something shifted. He came back energized, saying, "I learned more about Sarah in 30 minutes than I learned in the 2 years she's worked for me." What changed wasn't just the questions he asked, though those changed too. What changed was his quality of attention. He listened to learn, not to manage. And that listening naturally led to questions that deepened connection rather than just extracting information. Here's a practice I want you to try. The next conversation you have, make a conscious decision to ask 3 questions in a row about what the other person has shared before you share anything about yourself. 3 questions. This does something powerful. First, it forces you to actually listen to what they're saying so you can formulate relevant questions. Second, it signals to them that you're genuinely interested. Third, it often leads the conversation to a depth it wouldn't otherwise reach. For example, your friend mentions they're thinking about changing careers. Instead of immediately sharing your thoughts on career changes or telling them about when you changed careers, you might ask, "What's prompting you to think about a change?" They answer. Then, "What would be different in your ideal next role?" They answer. Then, "What's holding you back from making the change?" 3 questions, each building on their previous answer, each inviting them deeper into their own thinking. This is curiosity-based listening in action. But here's something important: curiosity-based listening isn't about asking questions like a detective interrogating a suspect. It's about genuine interest in understanding the other person's experience. Your tone, your body language, your energy all matter as much as the words you use. If your questions feel like an interview rather than a conversation, people will feel examined rather than understood. The key is warmth, openness, and authentic interest. I love what the poet Rumi said: "Sell your cleverness and buy bewilderment." In conversations, this means letting go of your need to have smart things to say and instead embracing wonder at the complexity of the person in front of you. Every person you meet has lived an entire life you know nothing about, has perspective shaped by experiences you haven't had, has wisdom you haven't discovered. When you approach conversations with this awareness, curiosity becomes natural. Questions that deepen connection, going beyond small talk. Now let's talk about the questions that truly transform relationships, the ones that move you from acquaintance to friend, from surface to depth, from polite to real. These are the questions that require courage to ask and courage to answer, but they're the questions that create the kind of connections most people are desperately craving. I call these soul questions because they bypass the superficial and go straight to what matters. They're not appropriate for every context, obviously. You wouldn't ask these questions in line at the grocery store or in the first 5 minutes of meeting someone. But when you have an established relationship and you want to deepen it, when you sense someone is ready to go beyond small talk, when you yourself are tired of surface conversation, these are the questions that open new doors. Here's one of my favorites: what do you wish people understood about you? This question is powerful because it acknowledges that we're all walking around feeling misunderstood in some way. It gives the other person permission to share something real, something they might not usually talk about. I asked this question to a colleague once who always seemed confident and put together. She paused for a long moment, and then said, "I wish people understood that I struggle with anxiety every single day. Everyone thinks I have it all figured out, but I'm terrified most of the time." That one question transformed our relationship. She felt seen, and I got to know the real person beneath the polished exterior. Another powerful question: what's something you've been thinking about a lot lately? This question is beautiful in its simplicity. It doesn't dictate what the person should talk about. It just invites them to share what's actually occupying their mental and emotional space. I've had people respond to this question by talking about everything from their fears about aging to their dreams of writing a novel to their concerns about their marriage. The question creates space for whatever is real and present for them. Then there's this one: what are you carrying right now that you wish you could put down? This is an invitation to talk about burdens, struggles, the heavy things we all carry but rarely speak about. It's a vulnerable question because it assumes the person is carrying something difficult, which might feel presumptuous. But I've found that almost everyone has something they wish they could release, and being asked about it directly can be profoundly relieving. I remember asking this question to my mother during a visit. She was in her late 60s, and I'd noticed she seemed more tired than usual, more withdrawn. When I asked what she was carrying, she teared up. She told me she'd been feeling like a burden to the family, that she was worried about becoming unable to care for herself, that she felt like her life was narrowing and she didn't know how to talk about it. We had the deepest conversation we'd had in years, all because I asked a question that gave her permission to share the weight she'd been carrying alone. Here are more questions that consistently deepen connection. What's a belief you used to hold strongly that you've changed your mind about? This one invites people to share their growth and evolution. What's something you're afraid of that most people wouldn't guess? This acknowledges that we all have fears we hide. What's a question you wish people would ask you? This is meta and beautiful because it lets the person direct the conversation to what they actually want to talk about. What makes you feel most alive? This goes straight to someone's values and passions. But here's what makes these questions truly powerful: you have to be willing to answer them yourself. Connection is reciprocal. If you ask someone a vulnerable question and they share something real, you need to be willing to share something equally real back. This isn't about one-upping their vulnerability, it's about meeting them at the depth they've offered. This is how intimacy is built, through mutual vulnerability, through both people being willing to be seen. I teach something I call the vulnerability ladder. You start with relatively safe questions and gradually increase the depth as trust builds. You don't ask someone about their deepest fears in your first conversation. You start with what's been good in your life lately, and based on how they respond, based on the level of openness they show, you gradually ask deeper questions. You're constantly reading the other person, noticing their comfort level, adjusting your depth accordingly. There's also an art to holding the answers to these deeper questions. When someone shares something vulnerable, your response matters immensely. This isn't the time for advice unless they specifically ask for it. This isn't the time to share your similar experience unless it genuinely serves their process. This is the time for simple acknowledgement, for validating their experience, for asking one more gentle question that lets them go even deeper if they want to. A simple "thank you for sharing that with me" can be incredibly powerful. Or, "that sounds really hard," or "I appreciate you trusting me with this." These responses honor the risk the person took in being vulnerable with you. They create safety for future vulnerable sharing. They communicate that their openness was valued and respected. Let me share something I've learned about timing. The best time for deep questions often isn't when you're sitting face to face in a formal conversation. It's during side-by-side moments, driving in a car, walking together, doing dishes side by side, sitting on a porch watching the sunset. There's something about not having to maintain direct eye contact that makes vulnerability easier. Some of the deepest conversations I've had with my partner have happened while we're on a long drive, both looking ahead at the road, the lack of direct eye contact somehow making it easier to say hard things. I also want to address something important. What if you ask a deep question and the person deflects or gives a superficial answer? This happens, and it's okay. Not everyone is ready for depth in every moment. The appropriate response is to honor their boundary and return to lighter conversation. You might say something like, "Fair enough, that's a big question," and move on. Forcing depth when someone isn't ready creates discomfort, not connection. The art is in offering the invitation and being okay with however they respond. Here's a final thought on questions that deepen connection. The most powerful questions are often the simplest ones, asked at the right moment with genuine care. Sometimes it's not about having a list of clever questions. Sometimes it's just about noticing something and asking about it. You seem quieter than usual today. What's on your mind, or I noticed you light up when you talk about that. Tell me more.
These spontaneous, observational questions can be more powerful than any pre-planned deep question because they show you're paying attention, you're present, you're noticing them. As we close this chapter, I want to leave you with a challenge. In your next meaningful conversation, practice asking one question more than you normally would before sharing your own experience.
Just one. Notice what happens.
Notice how the conversation goes deeper. Notice how the other person relaxes into the space you're creating. Notice how much more interesting the conversation becomes when you're genuinely curious rather than waiting to talk. And remember this, the questions you ask shape the life you live and the relationships you build. Surface questions create surface relationships. Deep questions create deep relationships. Curious questions make you see the world as endlessly interesting. Judgmental questions make you see the world as threatening. The quality of your questions literally determines the quality of your experience of being human. So ask better questions, my friend. Ask questions that matter. Ask questions that invite truth. Ask questions that say to the other person, I see you. I'm curious about you. Your inner world matters to me. And watch how your relationships transform, how conversations that used to drain you start to energize you, how people start seeking you out because they feel truly heard in your presence. This is the art we're learning together. It's not about perfection, it's about practice. It's not about having the right questions memorized, it's about cultivating genuine curiosity. And you're doing it, right now, by being here, by being willing to learn, by caring enough about your relationships to do this work. That's beautiful. I see you. Keep going. Chapter 3, Charismatic Communication Techniques. Welcome back, dear friend. I'm so glad you're still with me on this journey. By now, you've learned how to create safety in conversations and ask questions that go beneath the surface. Today, we're going to explore something that many people think is either something you're born with or something you're not, charisma. But I'm here to tell you that charisma isn't magic, and it's not reserved for a lucky few. It's a set of learnable skills, and I'm going to teach them to you. Before we dive in, I want to reframe what charisma actually means. Most people think charisma is about being the loudest person in the room, the most entertaining, the one who commands attention. But that's not charisma. That's performance. Real charisma is about making others feel something positive when they're with you. It's about creating an energy field around yourself that draws people in not because you're impressive, but because they feel more alive, more valued, more themselves when they're near you. Think about the most charismatic people you've known. I'm willing to bet they weren't necessarily the most beautiful, the most successful, or even the most intelligent. But they had something else. When you were with them, you felt good. You felt interesting. You felt seen. That's the kind of charisma we're cultivating here, not the flashy, performative kind, but the warm, magnetic kind that comes from genuine presence and skillful communication. I want you to know something important before we begin. You already have charisma within you. Every single person does. Charisma is simply your authentic self, expressed with confidence and warmth. What we're doing in this chapter isn't creating something new. We're removing the layers of self-consciousness, anxiety, and learned behaviors that have been blocking your natural magnetism. We're polishing the diamond that's already there. Tone, pacing, and warmth, the music of conversation. Let me tell you about Michael. He came to me because he kept getting feedback at work that he came across as cold and unapproachable, even though he genuinely cared about his colleagues. When I observed him in meetings, I immediately saw the problem. Michael's words were perfectly fine, professional, and appropriate. But his tone was flat, almost monotone. He spoke quickly, rushing through his thoughts. There was no warmth in his voice, no variation in his pacing. He sounded like someone reading a technical manual, not someone having a human conversation. We spent weeks working on what I call the music of conversation. Because that's what tone and pacing are, the melody beneath the words. You can say that's a great idea in a way that makes someone feel celebrated,
or you can say the exact same words in a way that makes them feel patronized. The words are identical, but the music is completely different. Tone is about the quality of your voice, warm or cold, engaged or distant, genuine or performative. Think about how you talk to a beloved pet or a small child. Your voice naturally softens, becomes warmer, more animated. That's not fake, that's you accessing your natural warmth. Now, I'm not suggesting you talk to adults the way you talk to puppies. But I am suggesting that many of us have learned to suppress that natural warmth in professional or social settings, and in doing so, we've made ourselves less charismatic. Here's an exercise that changed everything for Michael. I had him record himself reading a simple sentence, "I appreciate your work on this project." First, he read it in his normal, flat tone. Then I asked him to imagine he was saying it to his best friend who'd just helped him move apartments. He read it again, and the difference was striking. His voice had warmth, genuine appreciation, energy. Same words, completely different impact. The revelation for Michael was that he already knew how to speak with warmth. He did it all the time with his friends and family. He just learned to suppress it in professional settings because he thought warmth wasn't professional. We worked on bringing that natural warmth back, not in an excessive or inappropriate way, but in a way that let people feel his genuine care and interest. Within a month, multiple colleagues mentioned that he seemed more approachable. His words hadn't changed, but his music had. Now let's talk about pacing. This is about the speed and rhythm of your speech. When you speak too quickly, people feel rushed, like you're in a hurry to get away from them. They can't fully process what you're saying, and they certainly can't respond thoughtfully. When you speak too slowly, people get impatient, their minds wander, you lose their attention. The sweet spot is somewhere in the middle, with intentional variation. Think about the best storytellers you know. They don't speak at a constant pace. They speed up during exciting parts, slow down for emphasis, pause for dramatic effect. They use pacing to create interest, to draw people in, to emphasize what matters. You can do the same thing in regular conversation. When you're sharing something important, slow down. Let each word land. When you're building toward a point, you can increase your pace slightly, creating a sense of momentum. Here's something powerful: the strategic pause. Most people are terrified of silence in conversation. The moment there's a pause, they rush to fill it with words, any words. But pauses are where meaning deepens. When you share something significant and then pause, you give the other person time to absorb it. When someone shares something with you and you pause before responding, you show them you're actually thinking about what they said, not just reacting. I worked with a woman named Elena who talked so quickly that people often asked her to repeat herself. She was intelligent and had interesting things to say, but her rapid-fire delivery made it hard for people to follow. We discovered that her speed came from anxiety. She was afraid of being boring, so she tried to get everything out as quickly as possible before people lost interest. Once we addressed the underlying anxiety and she learned to trust that her thoughts were worth people's time, her pacing naturally slowed. She started pausing between thoughts. And people started really hearing her for the first time. But here's the key to all of this: tone and pacing need to be authentic to you. I'm not asking you to put on a performance or adopt someone else's style. I'm asking you to remove whatever is blocking your natural expressiveness. Think about when you're most animated, most energized, most yourself. Maybe it's when you're talking about your passion, or when you're with your closest friends. That version of you, that's your natural charisma. The work is about letting that version show up more often, in more contexts. Warmth is perhaps the most important element of charismatic communication, and it's also the simplest. Warmth is conveyed through small things: a genuine smile, eye contact that lingers just a moment longer, a slight forward lean that shows interest, a tone that sounds like you're happy to be having this conversation. These tiny signals accumulate to create an overall impression of someone who is open, caring, and safe to be around. I love this quote from Maya Angelou that we touched on earlier, but it's worth repeating in this context: people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Tone, pacing, and warmth are how you make people feel. They're the emotional subtext beneath your words. Master them, and you become someone people want to be around, someone who makes others feel good simply by being present. Mirroring and emotional matching, the dance of connection. Now let's explore something fascinating from the world of neuroscience and psychology: mirroring. This is one of the most powerful charisma techniques you can learn, and the beautiful thing is, you're already doing it unconsciously. We're just going to make you more aware of it so you can use it intentionally. Mirroring is the natural human tendency to subtly match another person's body language, tone, and energy. When someone leans forward, you unconsciously lean forward. When someone speaks softly, you find yourself speaking softly too. This isn't manipulation, it's built into our nervous system. It's part of how we create rapport and show that we're on the same wavelength as someone else. Scientists have discovered something called mirror neurons in our brains. These neurons fire both when we perform an action and when we observe someone else performing the same action. This is why when you watch someone stub their toe, you might wince. Why when someone smiles at you, you automatically smile back. These mirror neurons are the biological basis for empathy, and they're also the foundation of charismatic connection. Let me tell you about a time I saw mirroring work powerfully. I was at a coffee shop, watching two old friends reunite after years apart. As they talked, I noticed something beautiful. When one person leaned back and crossed their arms, within moments, the other did the same. When one leaned forward enthusiastically, the other mirrored that energy. When one spoke quietly and intimately, the other matched that tone. They were doing this completely unconsciously, and it created this gorgeous harmony. They were literally in sync, and you could see the connection deepening with every passing minute. Now, conscious mirroring is about doing this intentionally when it's not happening naturally. Maybe you're talking to someone who's very different from you, or maybe you're both nervous and your natural mirroring is disrupted. In these situations, gentle, subtle mirroring can help create rapport where it might not arise spontaneously. Here's how you do it: observe the other person's body language, tone, and energy level. Then, subtly match it. If they're sitting back in a relaxed posture, don't lean forward intensely into their space. If they're speaking quietly, don't boom your responses at them. If they're animated and enthusiastic, bring more energy to your own expression. You're essentially meeting them where they are, showing them on a subconscious level that you're similar, that you're safe, that you understand them. But here's the crucial caveat: this must be subtle and natural. If someone can tell you're deliberately mimicking them, it feels creepy and manipulative. The key is to lag your mirroring by a few seconds and to match their general energy without copying specific gestures. You're creating harmony, not performing a mime show. I remember working with a salesman named Tom who was struggling to connect with clients. He was energetic and enthusiastic, which worked great with some clients but completely put off others. I taught him about mirroring and energy matching. He learned to observe his clients first. Were they reserved or outgoing? Formal or casual? Fast-paced or deliberate? Then he would adjust his own style to be more in harmony with theirs. His sales numbers improved dramatically, not because he became a better salesman, but because he became better at creating connection. Now let's talk about emotional matching, which is related but slightly different. Emotional matching is about acknowledging and honoring the emotional state of the person you're talking to. If someone comes to you upset, and you respond with cheerful optimism, there's a mismatch that creates disconnection. They're in one emotional place, you're in another, and they feel unseen. This doesn't mean you have to feel exactly what they're feeling. If someone is anxious, you don't need to become anxious too. But you need to acknowledge their emotional reality and adjust your own energy accordingly. If someone is grieving, you bring gentle, quiet presence. If someone is excited, you bring celebratory energy. You're essentially saying, I see where you are emotionally, and I'm going to meet you there. I learned this lesson painfully. A friend called me once, really upset about losing her job. I immediately went into fix-it mode, telling her all the reasons this was actually a good thing, an opportunity for growth. I was trying to help, but I completely missed her emotional state. She needed someone to sit in the hard feelings with her first, to acknowledge that losing a job is scary and sad, before she could even think about opportunities. My emotional mismatching made her feel worse, not better. Here's the beautiful thing about emotional matching. When you match someone's emotional state first, you can then gently lead them to a different state. This is something therapists do all the time. If a client comes in anxious, the therapist first matches that anxiety, acknowledging it, sitting with it. Then, through their calm presence, they gradually help the client move toward calm. You start where they are, and then you guide them somewhere better. But you can't skip the first step. There's also something I call matching the speaking style. Some people are detail-oriented storytellers who need to give you the full context before getting to the point. Others are bottom-line communicators who want just the essential facts. When these two types talk to each other without awareness, frustration builds. The storyteller feels rushed and unheard. The bottom-liner feels impatient and bored. But when you can recognize someone's speaking style and match it, communication becomes effortless. With the storyteller, you settle in, ask questions, show interest in the details. With the bottom-liner, you get to the point quickly, keep it concise, respect their time. You're speaking their language, literally and figuratively, and that creates an immediate sense of being understood. Here's a practice for you. In your next conversation, spend the first few minutes just observing. What's this person's energy like? Fast or slow? High or low? What's their emotional state? Excited, worried, content, frustrated? What's their speaking style? And then, gently adjust yourself to be more in harmony with them. Notice how the quality of connection shifts. Notice how they relax, how the conversation flows more easily. The power of presence, being fully here. We've saved the most important for last, presence. This is the foundation that everything else is built on. Without presence, all the techniques in the world won't create genuine charisma. With presence, you barely need any techniques at all because people will naturally be drawn to the quality of attention you bring. Presence means being fully here, in this moment, with this person. It means your mind isn't wandering to your to-do list, you're not thinking about what you're going to say next, you're not distracted by your phone or your surroundings. You're here. Fully. Completely. And people can feel it. In our modern world, presence has become incredibly rare. Most people are physically present but mentally elsewhere, constantly distracted, perpetually multitasking. This means that when you offer someone your full presence, it's like water in a desert. It's extraordinary simply because it's so uncommon. Let me tell you about an experience I had with a monk I met at a retreat. We had a brief conversation, maybe 10 minutes long. But in those 10 minutes, I felt more seen, more heard, more understood than I had in months of conversations with friends and family. Why? Because this monk was completely present. When I spoke, I could feel his total attention on me. His eyes didn't wander. He didn't fidget. He wasn't thinking about what to say next. He was just there, with me, fully receiving whatever I offered. That conversation stayed with me for years because it showed me what true presence feels like. And I realized that this is what I wanted to offer other people. Not perfect words or clever insights, but complete presence. The gift of my full attention. Here's what presence actually requires: you have to let go of your agenda. Most of us enter conversations with an agenda, even if we're not aware of it. We want to be seen as smart, or funny, or helpful. We want to feel good about ourselves. We want something from the interaction. And all of these agendas, no matter how subtle, pull us out of presence and into performance. True presence means showing up without needing anything from the interaction except the interaction itself. You're not trying to impress anyone. You're not trying to get anywhere. You're simply here, open and available, meeting this moment and this person exactly as they are. I worked with a therapist in training named Lisa who was struggling in her sessions. Her supervisor kept giving her feedback that she seemed distracted, not fully engaged with her clients. Lisa was confused because she was trying so hard, taking careful notes, thinking deeply about interventions. Then her supervisor said something that changed everything: stop trying to help them. Just be with them. Lisa realized she'd been so focused on being a good therapist that she'd forgotten to just be present with her clients as human beings. When Lisa let go of her agenda to help and simply practiced being present, her sessions transformed. Her clients opened up more. The therapeutic relationship deepened. Paradoxically, by trying less hard, she became more effective. That's the power of presence. Here's a practice that has profoundly changed my ability to be present. Before any important conversation, I take 30 seconds to ground myself. I take 3 deep breaths. I feel my feet on the floor. I set an intention. I'm going to be fully here for this conversation. That's it. Those 30 seconds create a boundary between whatever I was doing before and this moment now. They allow me to arrive, truly arrive, at the conversation. Another powerful practice: when you notice your mind wandering during a conversation, simply notice it without judgment and gently bring your attention back. This is exactly like meditation practice. Your mind will wander, that's normal and human. The practice is in noticing and returning, over and over again. Each time you bring yourself back to presence, you're strengthening that muscle. There's also a physical component to presence. Your body needs to communicate that you're here. This means putting your phone away, not just face down on the table where you can see it light up, but actually away. It means turning your body toward the person you're talking to. It means making soft, steady eye contact. It means nodding or making small sounds that show you're tracking with them. These physical signals of attention create a container that makes the other person feel safe to unfold. I learned something powerful from my grandmother. She had this way of making you feel like you were the only person in the world when you were talking to her. I once asked her secret. She said, "I imagine that this might be the last conversation I ever have with this person. How would I listen if that were true?" That reframe completely changed how I approached conversations. If this were your last conversation with your child, your partner, your friend, would you check your phone? Would you let your mind wander? Would you interrupt? Of course not. You'd be fully, completely present, savoring every moment. Now, I know what you might be thinking: this sounds exhausting. I can't be that present all the time. And you're right. Presence requires energy. You can't be fully present in every single interaction all day long without burning out. But here's what I've learned: you don't need to be. 5 minutes of true presence is more valuable than an hour of distracted attention. It's better to have 3 deeply present conversations a day than 20 half-present ones. Choose your moments. When your child wants to tell you about their day, give them 5 minutes of complete presence instead of 30 minutes of partial attention while you're cooking dinner and checking your email. When your partner needs to talk, put down what you're doing and be fully there for 10 minutes. When a friend is going through something difficult, offer them the gift of your total presence for the length of the call. Quality over quantity, always. There's something almost spiritual about presence. When 2 people are both fully present with each other, something sacred happens. Time seems to slow down. The rest of the world fades away. There's a sense of deep connection, of really needing each other, soul to soul. These moments are rare in our distracted world, but they're available to us anytime we choose them. I want to share one final thought about charisma and presence. The most charismatic people I've ever known weren't trying to be charismatic. They were simply deeply present, genuinely warm, and authentically themselves. Their charisma was a byproduct of their quality of presence, not a goal they were striving for. This is important because when you're trying to be charismatic, you're in your head, self-monitoring, performing. But when you're simply present, warm, and authentic, charisma happens naturally. So here's your invitation for this chapter. Stop trying so hard. Stop performing. Stop worrying about whether you're interesting enough or saying the right things. Instead, practice being here. Practice matching the energy of the people you're with. Practice bringing warmth to your tone and intentionality to your pacing. Practice showing up fully, even if just for a few minutes at a time. Because here's the truth: people don't need you to be perfect. They don't need you to be the most interesting person they've ever met. they need you to be present. They need to feel that when they're with you, they have your attention, your care, your genuine interest. That's what charisma really is. That's what creates the kind of magnetic presence that draws people in and makes them feel alive. You have everything you need to be charismatic already inside you. You just need to clear away the static, the self-consciousness, the trying. And what remains is your natural warmth, your authentic presence, your unique way of making others feel seen and valued. That's the charisma worth cultivating. That's the magnetism that lasts. Take a moment right now. Feel yourself here, in this moment, reading or listening to these words. Notice your breath. Notice your body. This is presence. This is where charisma lives. Not in the future where you're finally good enough at these techniques. Right here, right now, in your willingness to show up fully. You're already doing it. Keep going, my friend. You're becoming the person others feel good around, simply by being more fully yourself. Chapter 4, Guiding the Flow of Conversation. Hello again, dear friend. Welcome to Chapter 4. By now, you've learned how to create safety, ask deeper questions, and bring charismatic presence to your conversations. Today, we're going to explore something that feels almost like conducting an orchestra. How to guide the flow of conversation without controlling it, how to steer without dominating, how to keep things moving and meaningful without forcing anything. This is a delicate art, and I want to start by acknowledging something important. Many of us swing between two extremes in conversations. Either we're completely passive, letting the conversation drift wherever it goes, often ending up in uncomfortable silences or meaningless small talk. Or we're overly controlling, dominating the conversation, steering it so forcefully toward our own interests that the other person feels steamrolled. Neither extreme creates the kind of flowing, organic, mutually engaging conversation we're aiming for. What we're learning here is the middle path. It's about having enough confidence and skill to gently guide a conversation toward depth and meaning, while remaining flexible enough to follow where the other person wants to go. It's about being an active participant in shaping the conversation without making it all about you. Think of it like dancing with a partner. Sometimes you lead, sometimes you follow, and the best moments are when you're so in sync that it's hard to tell who's doing which. I remember watching my friend Caroline at a dinner party once. She had this incredible gift for keeping conversations engaging. Topics would start to peter out, and she'd introduce a new thread that everyone found interesting. Someone would begin to monopolize the conversation, and she'd gently redirect to include others. Awkward silences would start to form, and she'd bridge them so naturally that you barely noticed. I asked her afterward how she did it, and she said something I've never forgotten. I think of myself as a gardener, not a director. I'm not controlling what grows, I'm just creating conditions for good things to flourish. That's what this chapter is about. Becoming a conversational gardener, creating conditions for meaningful exchange to flourish while respecting the organic nature of how humans connect. How to steer without dominating. Let's start with the most challenging part. How do you influence the direction of a conversation without taking it over? This requires a combination of confidence and humility, assertion and receptivity. It's about having opinions and preferences while holding them lightly enough that you can let them go if the conversation wants to go somewhere else. I worked with a man named Daniel who came to me frustrated. He said that in social situations, conversations always seemed shallow and boring, and he didn't know how to make them more interesting without coming across as pretentious or domineering. As we talked, I realized Daniel had interesting thoughts and questions, but he was either staying completely silent or, when he did speak up, he'd launch into long monologues that shut down the collaborative nature of conversation. We worked on what I call conversational nudges instead of conversational takeovers. A nudge is a gentle suggestion, an invitation, a possibility offered rather than imposed. Instead of Daniel saying, "You know what we should talk about?" The ethics of artificial intelligence, which feels like a lecture waiting to happen, he learned to say things like, "Has anyone been following the AI developments lately? I've been thinking about the ethical implications." Same interest, completely different energy. The first version controls, the second version invites. Here's the key distinction: steering is about opening doors, while dominating is about pushing people through them. When you steer, you offer a direction, but you remain open to other possibilities. When you dominate, you've already decided where the conversation should go, and you're determined to get there regardless of anyone else's interest or energy. Let me give you some practical language for gentle steering. Instead of "let's talk about X," try "I'm curious about X, what do you think?" Instead of "that's not as important as Y," try "that makes me think of Y, which is related." Instead of "anyway, back to what I was saying," try "that's interesting, and it connects to something you mentioned earlier about." See the difference? You're suggesting, connecting, inviting, not commanding. I learned a powerful technique from a mediator I once worked with. She called it the bridge statement. When you want to shift a conversation to a new topic or redirect it slightly, you first acknowledge what's been said, then build a bridge to where you want to go. It sounds like this: "That's a really important point about workplace culture. It actually makes me wonder about something related: how do we balance productivity with well-being?" You've honored the current topic and created a natural pathway to a new one. There's also an art to knowing when to steer and when to follow. If someone is really engaged with a topic, if they're animated and passionate, that's usually not the time to redirect unless the conversation has become genuinely problematic. Your job is to lean into their enthusiasm, ask questions that deepen their exploration, and let them flourish. But if energy is flagging, if the topic has been exhausted, if people are starting to disengage, that's when a gentle steer can revitalize the conversation. I remember a conversation with a group of friends where someone started talking about a TV show none of us had watched. The conversation started to die as he described episode details. Instead of letting awkward silence build or letting him continue to a disengaged audience, I used a bridge. "That sounds like a really well-written show. It makes me think about how we all have different ways of unwinding after work. What does everyone here do to decompress?" Suddenly, everyone was engaged again because the topic had shifted to something we all had experience with, but I'd done it without making the original speaker feel dismissed. Here's something crucial. When you steer a conversation, your motivation matters. Are you redirecting because you're genuinely trying to create more engagement and depth, or because you're bored and want to talk about your interests? People can sense the difference, even if they can't articulate it. Steering that comes from service to the conversation creates connection. Steering that comes from self-interest creates resentment. There's also the matter of knowing when not to steer at all. Some of the best conversations are ones where you simply create space and let them unfold organically. If you're always directing, always nudging, always managing, the conversation loses its spontaneity and magic. Sometimes the best thing you can do is ask a good question and then get out of the way, trusting that wherever the conversation goes will be exactly where it needs to go. I want to share a personal story. Early in my career, I had a habit of steering every conversation toward topics I found intellectually interesting. I thought I was making conversations better, deeper, more meaningful. But a close friend finally told me that sometimes she just wanted to chat about everyday stuff, that not every conversation needed to be profound, and that my constant steering toward important topics made her feel like casual conversation with me wasn't valued. That feedback stung, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. I learned that steering isn't about imposing your values about what makes a good conversation. It's about reading the room and serving the collective energy and needs of everyone present. Topic branching, creating natural transitions. Now let's talk about topic branching, which is one of the most elegant ways to keep conversations flowing and interesting. Topic branching is the art of finding natural connection points between subjects, allowing conversations to evolve organically from one theme to another without jarring transitions. Think of conversation as a tree. You start with a trunk, the initial topic. But from that trunk, branches naturally grow. And from those branches, smaller branches, and so on. Good conversationalists are skilled at recognizing these natural branch points and exploring them, rather than staying rigidly on the main trunk or jumping randomly between unrelated topics. Let me illustrate this with an example. Someone mentions they just got back from Italy. A clumsy conversationalist might respond by immediately talking about their own trip to Spain, which is a topic jump, not a branch. A slightly better conversationalist might ask questions about Italy, staying on the main trunk. But a skilled conversationalist sees the branching possibilities. They might branch into travel philosophy. What draws you to travel? Into Italian culture. What surprised you most about the culture? Into the experience of being away from routine. How does it feel to come back to regular life after a trip? Or into any number of other directions that honor what was shared while exploring new territory. The key to good branching is that each new direction should feel connected to what came before. There should be a logical thread, even if subtle, that links one topic to the next. This creates a sense of conversational coherence. People feel like the conversation is going somewhere, even if they couldn't predict where, rather than ping-ponging randomly between unrelated subjects. I learned this technique from journalists who are masters at topic branching. They start with one question, but based on the answer, they find an interesting thread and pull on it, which leads to another thread, and another. The conversation unfolds like a story, with each revelation naturally leading to the next question. You can do the same thing in regular conversation. Here's a practical approach: listen for the most emotionally alive part of what someone just said. That's usually where the richest branch point is. If someone says, "I went to Italy and saw the Colosseum and ate great food and my hotel room was tiny," you might notice they lit up when talking about the food. That's your branch point. Tell me about the food. What was the best thing you ate? They'll probably have a story there, and that story will offer its own branch points to explore. Topic branching also helps when a conversation starts to feel stuck or repetitive. Instead of continuing to mine the same topic or abruptly changing subjects, you look for a natural branch. Someone's talking about stress at work? You might branch to work-life balance, or to what they do to manage stress, or to what their ideal work situation would look like. Each of these is connected to the original topic but opens up new territory to explore. I worked with a woman named Rachel who felt like her conversations always stayed superficial. As we examined her conversational patterns, I noticed she was staying too rigidly on the main trunk of topics. Someone would mention their job, and she'd ask more questions about their job, and more questions about their job, until the topic was exhausted and an awkward silence would fall. She wasn't recognizing the natural branch points that could have taken the conversation deeper or in more interesting directions. We practiced together. Someone mentions they're a teacher. Instead of just asking more questions about teaching, Rachel learned to listen for branches. What made you want to become a teacher? Branches into values and calling. What's the most rewarding part? Branches into meaning and purpose. How has teaching changed you? Branches into personal growth. Suddenly, Rachel's conversations became much richer because she was exploring the branches, not just the trunk. Here's another powerful aspect of topic branching. It shows that you're really listening. When you can find a natural connection between what someone just said and a new direction to explore, it demonstrates that you absorbed their words deeply enough to see the implications and possibilities within them. This makes people feel heard in a profound way. But there's also an art to knowing when a branch isn't working. Sometimes you'll suggest a new direction and you can feel that it doesn't have energy, people aren't interested, the conversation feels forced. That's okay. You simply acknowledge it and branch in a different direction or return to the main trunk. Or maybe not. What were you saying about? This flexibility, this willingness to experiment and adjust, is what makes conversations feel alive rather than scripted. I love what improvisational theater teaches about this. In improv, there's a principle called yes, and. You accept what your scene partner offers and build on it. Topic branching in conversation works the same way. Someone offers something, you accept it and add to it, finding the next natural development. It's collaborative creativity, building something together that neither of you could have built alone. Handling pauses, dips, and transitions. Now let's talk about one of the most anxiety-inducing aspects of conversation: silence. Most people panic when a pause happens. They rush to fill it with any words, any topic, just to make the discomfort stop. But here's what I want you to understand: not all silence is bad. In fact, some silence is sacred. There are different types of pauses in conversation, and learning to distinguish between them is crucial. There's the comfortable pause, where both people are simply resting, reflecting, being together in companionable silence. There's the pregnant pause, full of unspoken emotion or thought, right before someone shares something vulnerable. There's the awkward pause, where connection has been lost and tension is building. And there's the natural ending pause, where a topic has run its course and it's time to transition to something new. The comfortable pause and the pregnant pause should be honored, not rushed to fill. These pauses are where depth happens. I learned this from a therapist friend who told me that often, the most important things her clients say come right after a long silence. They need time to find the courage, to find the words, to access what's true. If she jumped in too quickly to fill the silence, she'd rob them of the opportunity to share what really matters. I remember a conversation with my father, late at night on his porch. We'd been talking about life, about regrets, about time passing. At one point, the conversation paused. My instinct was to fill the silence, to ask another question. But something made me just sit with him in the quiet. After maybe 30 seconds, he said, "I wish I'd told you more often that I'm proud of you." If I'd filled that silence, I would have missed one of the most meaningful things he ever said to me. So how do you know which type of pause you're in? You feel it. I know that's frustrating because it's not a rule I can give you, but it's true. A comfortable or pregnant pause feels full, even though it's silent. There's still connection, still energy between you. An awkward pause feels empty and tense. The connection has been lost. You can usually see it in body language too. In a good pause, people are still oriented toward each other, relaxed. In an awkward pause, people start to look away, fidget, become physically uncomfortable. For awkward pauses, the ones where connection has been lost, you do want to bridge them. But you want to do it skillfully, not desperately. A desperate bridge sounds like, "So, weather's been crazy, huh?" A skillful bridge acknowledges the pause without making it weird. "I'm trying to think of how to put this." Or, "That's given me something to think about." Or even just, "Where should we go from here?" These bridges are honest and natural, and they give both of you permission to transition to something new. There's also what I call the conversational dip, which is different from a pause. A dip is when the energy of a conversation starts to decline, when engagement is fading, when you can feel everyone starting to check out mentally. This happens naturally in longer conversations. Energy ebbs and flows. The key is recognizing the dip and knowing how to revitalize the conversation. One powerful way to handle a dip is to shift the mode of conversation. If you've been talking about serious topics, maybe it's time for something lighter. If you've been sharing stories, maybe it's time to shift to ideas or questions. If you've been talking about the past, maybe shift to the future. If the conversation has been abstract, may be grounded with a specific example or personal story. These modal shifts can inject new energy into a flagging conversation. I facilitate a monthly dinner conversation group, and I've become quite skilled at reading dips. I can feel when a topic has been exhausted, even if people are still politely engaging with it. When I sense a dip, I might say something like, "This has been such a rich discussion. I want to shift gears a bit." Who has something completely different they've been thinking about lately? This gives everyone permission to let go of the current topic without anyone feeling like they failed to keep it interesting. Another technique for handling dips is what I call the vulnerability injection. When a conversation is losing energy and staying on the surface, sometimes sharing something real and vulnerable can suddenly deepen it again. You might say, "Can I share something I've been struggling with?" Or, "I want to get your take on something that's been on my mind." Vulnerability creates invitation for others to match your depth, and suddenly the conversation has energy again. Transitions between topics can be either smooth or jarring, and the difference matters more than you might think. Jarring transitions disrupt flow and create micro-disconnections. Smooth transitions maintain the sense of collaboration and continuity. The difference usually comes down to whether you're acknowledging what was just discussed before moving on. A jarring transition sounds like this: Person A is sharing about their challenges with their teenage daughter, and Person B responds, "That reminds me, did you see the game last night?" There's no acknowledgement, no bridge, just an abrupt shift. Person A feels unheard, even if Person B didn't intend that. A smooth transition honors what came before while opening new territory. That sounds really challenging with your daughter. I hope you find a way through it. Totally different topic, but did you catch the game last night? The acknowledgement only takes a second, but it makes all the difference in whether Person A feels dismissed or simply like the conversation is naturally evolving. I learned about transition skills from a radio host I admire. She moves between topics, between interviews, between serious and light, all day long. She taught me that the key to good transitions is using bridge language that signals you're shifting on a different note. Or, this makes me think of something else. Or, shifting gears for a moment. Or, before we move on, I want to acknowledge. These simple phrases prepare the listener for a change, making transitions feel intentional rather than abrupt. Here's something important about handling dips and difficult moments in conversation. Sometimes the best thing you can do is name what's happening. If a conversation has become awkward or stuck, sometimes just saying, "This conversation feels like it's gotten a bit stuck, doesn't it?" can release the tension and allow everyone to reset. Or if energy is low, "I feel like we're losing steam here, should we take a break or shift to something else?" Naming the dynamic gives everyone permission to adjust without pretending everything is fine. I facilitated a difficult conversation once between two colleagues who had conflict. The conversation kept hitting walls, circling the same issues without progress. Finally, I said, "I notice we keep coming back to this same point. I wonder if there's something underneath it we haven't named yet." That observation, that naming of the pattern, actually helped them access a deeper layer of what was really going on. Sometimes naming the process is the most helpful intervention. Putting it all together, the flow state. When you master these skills, steering without dominating, branching naturally between topics, handling pauses and transitions with grace, something magical happens. Conversations start to feel less like work and more like play. You enter what I call conversational flow state, where you're not thinking about what to do or say next, you're simply responding intuitively to what's happening in the moment. In flow state, you're simultaneously relaxed and alert. You're not controlling the conversation, but you're actively shaping it. You're following your genuine curiosity while also being aware of the other person's engagement and energy. You're contributing your own thoughts and experiences while making space for theirs. It's a state of effortless effort, where your skills have become so integrated that they're no longer techniques you're applying but simply how you naturally show up. I experience this most often in conversations where both people are skilled at guiding flow. We're both offering and receiving, steering and following, initiating and responding. The conversation feels like a jazz improvisation, where each person is listening deeply and building on what the other offers, creating something neither could have created alone. These conversations are deeply satisfying because they feel collaborative, creative, alive. Here's what I want you to understand. Learning to guide conversational flow isn't about control. It's about service. You're serving the conversation itself, serving the connection between you and the other person, serving the highest possibility of what this exchange could be. When you approach it from that orientation, from service rather than control, everything shifts. You're not trying to look good or be impressive. You're trying to create conditions where something real and meaningful can happen. I'll leave you with a practice. In your next conversation, set an intention to be a conversational gardener. Notice where energy is and isn't. Notice when a topic is flourishing and when it's wilting. Notice when someone wants to go deeper and when they want to lighten up. Notice the natural branch points and follow one or two. Notice the pauses and let some of them breathe. Notice the dips and gently revitalize them. And notice how it feels to participate in shaping a conversation without controlling it, to guide without dominating, to be an active co-creator of meaningful exchange. You're learning something profound here: how to be in collaborative relationship with the organic unfolding of human connection. This skill will serve you in every area of your life, because life itself is a flowing conversation between you and everything around you. As you learn to guide without forcing, to steer without controlling, to shape while remaining flexible, you're not just becoming a better conversationalist. You're becoming more skilled at the art of living itself. And that's the real gift of this work. Every conversation is practice for how to be in relationship with life, present, flexible, engaged, responsive, willing to lead and willing to follow, contributing while remaining open, shaping while surrendering. This is the dance, my friend. And you're learning the steps beautifully. Keep practicing. Keep noticing. Keep showing up with the intention to serve the conversation rather than dominate it. That's where the magic lives. Chapter 5: The Skill of Making People Feel Important. Introduction: The invisible currency of human connection. There's something magical that happens when someone makes you feel truly seen. Not just noticed, but seen. As if your presence matters, your thoughts carry weight, and your existence adds something valuable to the world. We've all experienced both sides of this equation. We remember the teacher who believed in us when we didn't believe in ourselves. We recall the stranger at the coffee shop who complimented our shoes and somehow made our entire morning brighter. And equally, we remember the people who made us feel invisible, insignificant, like background noise in their important lives. Here's what most people don't realize: making others feel important isn't about grand gestures or fake flattery. It's a skill, a learnable, practicable skill that can transform every relationship you have. Your friendships will deepen. Your romantic connections will strengthen. Even your professional networks will flourish in ways you never imagined. And the beautiful secret? When you master this skill, you don't just change other people's lives. You fundamentally change your own. In this chapter, we're going to explore 3 powerful concepts that will revolutionize how you connect with people. We'll discuss the spotlight effect reversal, conversational generosity, and how to give compliments that feel genuinely meaningful rather than hollow and manipulative. By the end, you'll have a complete toolkit for making every person you encounter feel valued, appreciated, and genuinely important. Let me start with a confession. For years, I thought I was pretty good with people. I could hold conversations. I had friends. I wasn't socially awkward. But I'll never forget the day my perspective completely shifted. I was at a networking event, chatting with a woman named Sarah about her marketing startup. Or rather, I was waiting to chat about my consulting business while she happened to be talking. I nodded at the right moments. I made appropriate listening sounds. But inside? I was rehearsing my own stories, planning my own anecdotes, calculating when I could steer the conversation back to my achievements. Then Sarah stopped mid-sentence and said something I'll never forget. "You know what? I can tell you're not really here." She wasn't angry. Just honest. And she was absolutely right. That moment of uncomfortable truth launched me on a journey to understand what it really means to make people feel important. Not as a manipulation tactic. Not as a networking strategy. But as a fundamental way of moving through the world that honors the humanity in everyone you meet. So let's begin. Part 1: The Spotlight Effect Reversal. Understanding our natural bias. Let me ask you something. When you walk into a room full of people, where is your attention focused? If you're like most humans, you're probably thinking about yourself. How do I look? Did I say something awkward? Are people judging my outfit? Do they think I'm interesting? Am I talking too much or too little? Psychologists call this the spotlight effect, our tendency to believe we're at the center of everyone else's attention, as if a giant spotlight follows us around, illuminating our every flaw and awkward moment. Research by Thomas Gilovich at Cornell University shows that we dramatically overestimate how much others notice our appearance, behaviors, and mistakes. In one famous study, students wearing embarrassing t-shirts thought half the room would notice their shirt. In reality, fewer than a quarter of people did. Here's the profound truth: everyone else is too busy worrying about their own spotlight to notice yours very much. But here's where it gets interesting. What if we deliberately reversed this spotlight? What if, instead of worrying about how we appear in others' eyes, we turned our full attention to making them feel seen, valued, and important? This is the spotlight effect reversal. It's the conscious decision to take the spotlight off yourself and shine it brightly on the person in front of you. The psychological power of being noticed. Before we discuss how to implement this reversal, let's understand why it matters so deeply. Abraham Maslow, in his hierarchy of needs, placed esteem, the need to feel valued and respected, just below self-actualization. Humans have a fundamental psychological need to feel important. Not superior to others, but significant, meaningful, worthy of attention and respect. When someone meets this need in us, something powerful happens neurologically. Our brains release oxytocin, often called the bonding hormone. We feel warmth toward that person. Trust builds almost instantly. We become more open, more generous, more willing to connect. It's not manipulation, it's basic human psychology. Think about the last time someone really listened to you. Not the fake listening where they're clearly waiting for their turn to talk, but genuine, full presence listening. How did that feel? Didn't you leave that conversation feeling somehow lighter, more energized, more positive about yourself and the world? That's the gift you can give to every person you meet. Practicing the reversal, concrete techniques. So how do we actually do this? How do we flip that spotlight? Technique 1, the first 5 seconds. When you first encounter someone, resist the urge to immediately think about what you'll say. Instead, take the first 5 seconds to simply observe them with genuine curiosity. Notice something specific, not just they seem nice but actual details. The excitement in their voice when they mention their dog. The pride when they talk about their daughter's graduation. The way their eyes light up when discussing their favorite book. These 5 seconds of genuine observation do something remarkable. They take you out of your head and into the present moment. They transform you from a performer worried about your lines into a witness genuinely interested in another human being. Technique 2, the memory technique. Here's a simple practice that will change your relationships. Remember details. Not in a creepy, database management way, but in a you matter enough for me to pay attention way. When someone mentions they're nervous about a presentation next Thursday, put a note in your phone. Follow up on Friday, hey, how did that presentation go? When a colleague mentions their son is trying out for the basketball team, remember to ask about it the following week. Why is this so powerful? Because it communicates something profound. You are important enough that I held space in my mind for your concerns, your hopes, your life. In our distracted, overstimulated world, this kind of attention is extraordinarily rare and therefore extraordinarily valuable. Technique 3, the curiosity question. Most conversations follow predictable scripts. How are you? Fine, you? Good, thanks. It's social autopilot. Instead, try asking genuine curiosity questions. Not interrogation questions, but questions that communicate. I'm genuinely interested in understanding you. Instead of, what do you do? Try what's something you're working on that excites you right now. Instead of, how was your weekend? Try, what was the best part of your weekend? Notice the difference? These questions invite people to share what matters to them, not just recite facts about their lives. The transformation, a real example. Let me share a story about Marcus, a client of mine who struggled with networking. He dreaded industry events, felt awkward at parties, and generally believed he was bad with people. His strategy was to prepare impressive stories about his accomplishments, rehearse witty remarks, and try to appear confident and interesting. It wasn't working. He'd leave events feeling exhausted and disconnected, wondering why others seemed to form genuine connections while he just collected business cards. We worked on the spotlight reversal. I gave him one simple assignment for the next networking event: don't try to be interesting. Try to be interested. At the next conference, Marcus approached a woman standing alone near the refreshments table. Instead of launching into his rehearsed introduction, he simply said, "You know, I always feel a bit awkward at these things." "Do you?" She laughed with relief. "Oh my God, yes. I've been pretending to check my phone for 10 minutes. They both laughed. Then Marcus asked, "So what actually brought you here? Like, beyond the professional obligation?" What followed was a 40-minute conversation. Marcus learned about her passion for sustainable architecture, her frustration with industry trends toward cost-cutting that sacrificed quality, and her dream of starting her own firm. Marcus asked questions. He listened. He remembered details. He was genuinely curious. At the end, she said something remarkable. "You know what? You're one of the most interesting people I've met in years." Marcus had barely talked about himself. Here's the paradox: when you make others feel important by being genuinely interested in them, they find you interesting. They remember you. They want to connect with you. Your spotlight reversal actually makes you shine brighter. Part 2: Conversational Generosity. What is conversational generosity? Imagine conversations as an economy. In most exchanges, people are constantly negotiating. Often unconsciously, for resources like attention, validation, and significance. Person A shares a story about their vacation. Person B immediately counters with their own, better vacation story. Person A mentions a challenge at work. Person B jumps in with advice before Person A has even finished describing the problem. We've all been on both sides of these transactions. And they leave us feeling vaguely unsatisfied, as if we went to a restaurant and never quite got the meal we ordered. Conversational generosity flips this economic model. Instead of viewing conversation as a negotiation or competition, you approach it as a gift economy. Your goal isn't to extract value, attention, admiration, validation, but to give value freely, with no expectation of return. This sounds simple, even obvious. But implementing it requires overcoming some deeply ingrained conversational habits. The 4 enemies of conversational generosity. Enemy 1: the conversation hijacker. You've met this person. Someone shares a story about their difficult day, and before they finish, the hijacker jumps in, "Oh, that reminds me of when I..." And suddenly, the conversation is about them. Here's the uncomfortable truth: we all do this. Not because we're selfish monsters, but because we're trying to show empathy by relating. I understand your experience because I had a similar one. Our intentions are good. Our impact is not. When you hijack a conversation, even with the best intentions, you send an unintended message: your experience is just a launching pad for my story, which is more important. Enemy 2: the advice machine. Someone shares a problem. Before they've fully expressed their feelings, you jump in with solutions. Have you tried this? You should definitely do that. Here's what I would do. Again, good intentions. We want to help. We want to fix. But often, people aren't looking for solutions. They're looking to be heard. They need someone to witness their struggle, to validate their feelings, to simply say, "That sounds really hard." The advice machine, though well-meaning, communicates, "Your feelings aren't as important as my solutions." Enemy 3: the one-upper. This is perhaps the most toxic enemy of conversational generosity. Someone shares an accomplishment, and the one-upper immediately tops it. Someone shares a struggle, and the one-upper had it worse. You think your commute is bad? Try living in Los Angeles. You ran a 5K? I just finished my 3rd marathon. The one-upper isn't even aware they're doing it. They think they're participating in the conversation. But what they're actually doing is devaluing the other person's experience by constantly positioning their own as more significant. Enemy 4: the distracted listener. In our smartphone-saturated world, this might be the most common enemy. Someone is talking to you, and you're sort of listening, but you're also checking your phone, watching the TV in the background, thinking about your to-do list, planning what you'll say next. Partial attention has become normalized. But it sends a devastating message: you're not interesting enough to deserve my full presence. Practicing conversational generosity, the 5 principles. Principle 1: Listen to understand, not to respond. Most of us listen with one ear while using the other to prepare our response. We're waiting for our turn, not truly hearing. Try this: when someone is speaking, give yourself permission to not think about what you'll say next. Just listen. Absorb. Understand. Trust that when they finish, something appropriate will come to you. And you know what? It always does. When you're fully present, your responses are actually more thoughtful and relevant than when you pre-script them. Principle 2: Ask follow-up questions. This is conversational gold. When someone shares something, ask them to tell you more. Dig deeper. Show that you're not just tolerating their story as a prelude to yours, you're genuinely interested in understanding theirs. How did that make you feel? What happened next? What was going through your mind when that happened? These follow-up questions do something remarkable. They give the other person permission to elaborate, to explore their own thoughts more deeply, to feel fully heard. Principle 3: Validate before you advise. If someone shares a problem and you genuinely have helpful advice, that's wonderful. But first, validate their experience. That sounds incredibly frustrating. I can understand why you'd feel that way. That must have been so disappointing. Only after validating should you ask: would you like to brainstorm some solutions, or do you just need to vent? This simple question gives them agency and shows respect for what they actually need in the moment. Principle 4: Resist the urge to relate. This is hard. When someone shares an experience, our natural instinct is to share our similar experience. And sometimes, this is fine, it can build connection. But practice restraint. If you do share a related story, keep it brief and always return focus to them. Oh, something similar happened to me last year. It was so stressful. Is that how you're feeling too? See how quickly we return the spotlight to them? Better yet, share a related experience only after they've fully explored theirs, and only if it genuinely serves to deepen the conversation, not to shift focus. Principle 5: Give the gift of presence. Put your phone away. Turn off the TV. Close the laptop. Give whoever you're with the rare and precious gift of your full, undivided attention. In a world of constant distraction, your complete presence is one of the most valuable gifts you can offer. People will remember how you made them feel more than what you said. The ripple effect: how generosity returns. Here's the beautiful paradox of conversational generosity: when you give freely without expectation, you receive far more than you could have extracted through conversational competition. People feel safe with you. They trust you. They open up in ways they don't with others. Your relationships deepen. Opportunities emerge organically because people genuinely want to connect with you, collaborate with you, support you. I learned this from my friend David, who is one of the most magnetically likable people I know. He's not particularly charismatic in the traditional sense. He's not the loudest person in the room. He doesn't tell the funniest jokes or the most impressive stories. But people adore him. And I finally understood why when I watched him at a dinner party. For 2 hours, David asked questions, laughed at others' stories, remembered details from previous conversations, and showed genuine interest in everyone's lives. He shared a bit about himself when asked, but always briefly, and always returned focus to others. At the end of the night, multiple people told him, "You're such a great conversationalist." He'd barely talked about himself. That's the power of conversational generosity. Part 3: Compliments that feel genuine. Why most compliments fall flat. We've all received compliments that felt hollow. Nice shirt. Good job. You look great. They're pleasant enough, but they don't really land. They feel automatic, like social lubricant rather than genuine appreciation. And we've all given these kinds of compliments too. We know we should say something nice, so we toss out a generic pleasantry and move on. But occasionally, you receive a compliment that genuinely touches you. That you remember. That shifts something in how you see yourself. What makes the difference? Genuine compliments have three key characteristics: specificity, unexpectedness, and connection to character rather than just appearance or achievements. The anatomy of a genuine compliment. Element 1: Specificity. Generic: you're a good writer. Specific: the way you described that sunset in your essay, the sky blushed like it was keeping a secret. That image has stayed with me for weeks. See the difference? The specific compliment shows that you actually paid attention. You noticed something particular. You were genuinely impacted. Specificity transforms a compliment from a social nicety into real recognition. It says, "I see you." Not just the general outline of you, but the specific, unique ways you show up in the world. Element 2: Unexpectedness. We expect compliments on the things we're already confident about. The conventionally attractive person expects to hear they're good-looking. The successful executive expects to hear their presentation was great. But when you notice and appreciate something unexpected, especially something the person values but doesn't often get recognized for, the impact is profound. The successful executive who's always complimented on their strategic thinking? Tell them, "You know what I really appreciate about you? The way you checked in with Sarah after the meeting. You could tell she was struggling with the new project timeline, and you took time to ask how she was doing." That kind of attentiveness to your team is rare at your level. Suddenly, they feel seen in a new way. You've appreciated something deeper than their obvious strengths, you've recognized their character. Element 3: Character over superficiality. There's nothing wrong with complimenting someone's appearance or achievements. But these compliments are common. What's rare is recognizing someone's character, their values, the way they show up in the world. Instead of, "You're so smart." Try, "I really admire how you approach problems." You're not afraid to say "I don't know," and then you ask really thoughtful questions until you understand. That kind of intellectual humility is something I want to cultivate more in myself. This compliment does several things simultaneously. It recognizes a specific character trait. It explains why you value that trait. And it shows that their behavior has actually influenced and inspired you. That's powerful. The 3-layer compliment framework. Here's a practical framework I use for giving compliments that feel genuine and meaningful. Layer 1: The observation. Start with something specific you noticed. Not a judgment, just an observation. "I noticed that when that customer was upset earlier, you stayed so calm." Layer 2: The impact. Explain how that observation affected you or others. "Watching how you handled that, I felt myself relax. Your steadiness actually helped me stay calm too, and I think it helped the customer feel heard rather than defensive." Layer 3: The character connection. Connect the observation to a character trait or value. That kind of grace under pressure, it's not just a skill, it's really who you are. "It's one of the things I most appreciate about working with you." Notice how this 3-layer approach transforms a simple compliment into something much more meaningful. You're not just saying "good job." You're recognizing their specific behavior, sharing its impact, and connecting it to their deeper character. The timing and context of compliments. Great compliments are like good comedy, timing matters. Public versus private. Some people love public recognition. Others find it mortifying. Pay attention to the individual. For those who seem uncomfortable with public praise, save your compliments for one-on-one moments. For those who light up when recognized in front of others, occasional public appreciation can be powerful. But here's a good rule: private appreciation is almost always safe and meaningful. Immediate versus delayed. Immediate compliments have spontaneity and freshness. "That comment you just made in the meeting was brilliant, it completely shifted how I was thinking about the problem." But delayed compliments have their own power. They show that something stuck with you, that it mattered enough to remember. You know that conversation we had last month about handling difficult clients? I used your advice yesterday, and it completely changed the outcome. I've been meaning to tell you, thank you. Every day versus special occasions. Don't save all your compliments for annual reviews or birthdays. The most meaningful appreciation often comes in ordinary moments, for ordinary actions that reveal extraordinary character. A warning: avoiding manipulative compliments. Let's be clear about something: genuine compliments are not a manipulation tactic. If you're giving compliments because you want something in return, people will sense it. We're all equipped with surprisingly good authenticity detectors. The techniques in this chapter only work if your motivation is genuinely to make others feel valued and appreciated. If you're trying to use compliments to get promoted, make sales, or manipulate people into liking you, it will backfire. People will sense the transaction, and they'll mistrust you. The foundation of making people feel important is actually believing that people are important. That every person you meet has inherent worth and dignity. That their experiences matter. That their presence in the world adds something valuable. If you don't genuinely believe this, no technique will help you. But if you do believe it, or if you're willing to practice believing it, these skills will help you express that belief in ways that genuinely connect and uplift. Conclusion: the transformation ahead. Making people feel important is not about being fake or subordinating yourself. It's not about flattery or manipulation. It's about recognizing a fundamental truth. We're all walking through this world hoping to matter, hoping to be seen, hoping that our presence makes some kind of positive difference. When you master the 3 skills we've explored, the spotlight effect reversal, conversational generosity, and genuine compliments, you give people something rare and precious. You give them the experience of being truly seen, heard, and valued. And here's what I've discovered. When you commit to making others feel important, something unexpected happens to you. Your anxiety in social situations decreases because you're no longer focused on performing or being impressive. Your relationships deepen because people trust you with their real selves. Your influence expands because people genuinely want to support someone who supported them so generously. And perhaps most surprisingly, you feel more important yourself. Not in an ego-inflated way, but in a deeply grounded way. You discover that you have something genuinely valuable to offer the world: your attention, your appreciation, your recognition of others' worth. This is not a small thing. In our distracted, disconnected world, the ability to make others feel truly seen and valued is a revolutionary act of kindness. So here's your invitation: for the next week, practice one of these skills daily. Turn your spotlight onto someone else. Practice conversational generosity in your next difficult conversation. Give one specific, genuine compliment to someone who wouldn't expect it. Notice what happens. Notice how people respond. Notice how you feel. My prediction? You'll discover that making others feel important is actually one of the most important things you can do, not just for them, but for yourself, and for the kind of world we all want to live in. A world where people feel seen, valued, important. It starts with you. Today. In your very next conversation. Are you ready? Conclusion: becoming someone everyone loves talking to. Introduction: the person you're becoming. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this: you walk into a room, and people genuinely light up when they see you. Not because you're the loudest, the funniest, or the most impressive person there. But because in your presence, they feel more themselves. More relaxed. More valued. More seen. This isn't fantasy. This isn't reserved for the naturally charismatic or the genetically blessed extroverts. This is entirely within your reach, and you've already begun the journey simply by engaging with the ideas in this book. But here's what I need you to understand: reading about these concepts and occasionally applying them when you remember isn't enough. The real transformation happens when you fundamentally rewire your conversational identity, when you develop genuine confidence through connection rather than performance, and when you embrace a final mindset shift that changes everything about how you move through the world. That's what this conclusion is about. Not a summary of what we've covered, but a roadmap for integration. For becoming someone who doesn't just know these principles but embodies them so naturally that people can't quite put their finger on why they love talking to you, they just know they do. Let me start with a story about transformation. A real transformation, not a fairy tale. 3 years ago, I met a woman named Elena at a professional workshop. She sat in the back row, arms crossed, barely making eye contact. During the lunch break, I initiated a conversation, and she was polite but distant. She volunteered that she'd always been socially awkward, that she dreaded networking events, and that she'd accepted she just wasn't good with people. Fast forward to last month. I ran into Elena at a conference. But I almost didn't recognize her, not because she looked different, but because her entire energy had shifted. She was in the middle of an animated conversation with 3 people who were clearly hanging on her every word. When she saw me, her face broke into a genuine smile. Later, over coffee, she told me what had changed. I realized I'd spent 30 years trying to be interesting, she said. Once I stopped performing and started being genuinely interested in others, everything shifted. I'm not faking it. I genuinely love conversations now. I love learning about people. And somehow, they seem to love talking to me. Elena's transformation wasn't about learning tricks or techniques. It was about rewiring her fundamental relationship with conversation itself. And that's exactly what we're going to explore now. Part 1: Rewiring your conversational identity. The story you tell yourself. Right now, you have a conversational identity. It might be I'm shy, or I'm socially awkward, or I'm not good at small talk, or I'm an introvert, so social stuff drains me. Maybe it's I'm too quiet, or I talk too much, or people find me boring. These identity statements feel like facts about who you are. But here's the truth: they're not facts. They're stories. Stories you've been telling yourself so long and so consistently that they become self-fulfilling prophecies. Every time you think I'm not good with people, your brain looks for evidence to confirm that belief. You remember the awkward conversation at last week's party and forget the lovely chat you had with your neighbor. You notice when someone seems disengaged and miss the moments when people genuinely enjoyed your company. Your brain is literally filtering reality to match your story. This is called confirmation bias, and it's one of the most powerful forces shaping your social experience. But here's the liberating truth: if your conversational identity is just a story, you can write a new one. The neuroscience of identity change. Let me share something fascinating about your brain. For decades, scientists believed that adult brains were relatively fixed. That after childhood, your neural pathways were essentially set. But research in neuroplasticity has completely overturned this assumption. Your brain is constantly rewiring itself based on what you repeatedly think and do. Every time you practice a new behavior, you strengthen certain neural pathways and weaken others. It's like walking through a forest. The first time you forge a new path, it's difficult, you're pushing through undergrowth, stepping over fallen branches. But if you walk that path every day, eventually it becomes a clear trail. Meanwhile, the old paths you've stopped using gradually become overgrown. The same thing happens with your conversational habits. Right now, you have well-worn neural pathways for certain social behaviors. Maybe your default response to nervousness is to talk too much about yourself. Maybe your automatic reaction to silence is anxiety. Maybe your habitual pattern is to plan your next response instead of truly listening. These patterns feel natural because they're familiar. But they're not inevitable. Every time you choose a different response, you're literally rewiring your brain. Every time you practice genuine curiosity instead of performing, you're strengthening new neural pathways. Every time you turn the spotlight onto someone else instead of worrying about yourself, you're changing your conversational identity at a biological level. The 3-phase rewiring process. Rewiring your conversational identity isn't instant, but it's also not as long or difficult as you might fear. In my work with clients, I've observed 3 distinct phases. Phase 1, Conscious Competence, weeks 1 to 4. This is the awkward phase. You're trying to apply new techniques, but they don't feel natural yet. You have to consciously remind yourself, ask a follow-up question. Don't interrupt. Show genuine curiosity. It feels like you're performing, and you might worry that people can tell. This phase is uncomfortable, but it's also essential. You're forging those new neural pathways. You're interrupting old patterns. Stay with it. The discomfort means it's working. During this phase, focus on 1 or 2 skills at a time. Maybe this week, you're practicing the spotlight reversal, deliberately focusing attention on others rather than worrying about yourself. Don't try to master everything at once. Build gradually. Phase 2, inconsistent application, weeks 5 to 12. Something interesting starts happening in Phase 2. Occasionally, these new behaviors feel natural. You have a conversation where you're genuinely curious, truly present, completely out of your head, and it feels effortless and wonderful. Then the next conversation, you fall back into old patterns. This inconsistency is not failure. It's progress. Those moments of natural connection are your new neural pathways beginning to strengthen. The goal isn't perfection, it's increasing frequency. You're having more good conversations and fewer awkward ones. You're spending more time genuinely connected and less time stuck in your head. During this phase, practice self-compassion. When you slip back into old patterns, don't berate yourself. Just notice it, without judgment, and gently redirect. Oh, I'm interrupting again. Let me return focus to them. That gentle redirect, repeated hundreds of times, is what rewires your brain. Phase 3, unconscious competence. This is where the magic happens. The new behaviors become your default. You don't have to think about asking follow-up questions, you're genuinely curious. So questions emerge naturally. You don't have to remind yourself to listen, you're actually interested in what people are saying. The spotlight reversal isn't a technique you're applying, it's become how you naturally show up. At this point, your conversational identity has fundamentally shifted. You're no longer someone who's bad with people, trying to fake being good. You've become someone who genuinely enjoys and excels at human connection. People can feel this authenticity. And they respond to it powerfully. Practical exercise, the identity rewrite. Here's a practical exercise for beginning your identity rewire. I want you to complete these sentences. Old identity statement, when it comes to conversations, I am. Write whatever comes to mind. No editing. Just the honest story you've been telling yourself. Evidence audit, times when this story was contradicted. Now, deliberately search your memory for counterexamples. Times when you connected easily. Conversations you genuinely enjoyed. Moments when people seemed to appreciate talking with you. Force yourself to find at least 5 examples. This isn't about pretending negative experiences didn't happen. It's about recognizing that your brain has been selectively focusing on evidence that confirms your old story while ignoring evidence that contradicts it. New identity statement, I am becoming someone who. Write the identity you're growing into. Not as fantasy, but as emerging reality. I am becoming someone who genuinely enjoys learning about others. I am becoming someone who makes people feel comfortable and valued. I am becoming someone who brings curiosity and presence to every conversation. Notice the phrase, I am becoming. This acknowledges you're in process. You're not forcing yourself to believe something that feels untrue. You're recognizing the direction of your growth. Read this new identity statement every morning for 30 days. Your brain will gradually begin to filter reality through this new lens, noticing evidence that confirms your growth rather than your limitations. Part 2, Confidence Through Connection. The Performance Paradox. For most of my early adult life, I misunderstood confidence. I thought confidence meant being impressive. Having clever things to say. Never appearing nervous or uncertain. Controlling how others perceived me. So I approached conversations as performances. Before social events, I'd prepare interesting anecdotes. I'd rehearse witty responses. I'd strategize how to appear confident, knowledgeable, and interesting. and I'd leave these events exhausted, anxious, and feeling oddly disconnected despite having talked to dozens of people. Then I had a realization that changed everything. I was trying to extract confidence from others' approval. I was essentially asking them, through my performance, do you think I'm impressive enough? Do I deserve to feel confident? This is what I call the performance paradox. The harder you try to appear confident through performance, the more anxious and unconfident you actually feel. Because your confidence is entirely dependent on external validation. And external validation is unpredictable, unreliable, and never quite enough. The connection alternative. Real confidence, the kind that feels solid, grounded, and sustainable, doesn't come from performing well. It comes from connecting genuinely. When you shift your focus from how am I coming across to how is this person experiencing our conversation, something remarkable happens. Your anxiety decreases because you're no longer the center of your own attention. You're genuinely focused outward, on the other person. And here's the beautiful irony: when you stop trying to appear confident, you actually become more confident. Because your sense of worth is no longer contingent on someone else's approval. You know you're bringing something valuable to the interaction, your genuine presence, your curiosity, your attention, regardless of how impressive you appear. Let me illustrate this with a story about my client James. James was a brilliant software engineer who dreaded team meetings. He'd spend the entire meeting composing the perfect comment in his head, waiting for the right moment to speak, anxious that people would think he was stupid if he said something wrong. Usually, by the time he'd perfected his comment, the conversation had moved on. He'd leave meetings having barely spoken, convinced everyone thought he had nothing valuable to contribute. His confidence was at rock bottom. We worked on shifting his focus from performance to connection. Instead of trying to say something impressive, his new goal was simple: make at least one person in every meeting feel heard and valued. The next meeting, when a colleague proposed an idea, James didn't try to top it or critique it. He simply said, "I really like the core concept there, especially the part about user privacy. Can you say more about how you're thinking about implementation?" His colleague lit up and elaborated. The conversation deepened. And something unexpected happened. James's anxiety decreased. He wasn't worrying about looking stupid because he wasn't focused on himself at all. He was genuinely interested in understanding his colleague's idea. By the end of the meeting, multiple people thanked James for his thoughtful questions. One person even said, "You always help us think more deeply about things." James left that meeting with more genuine confidence than he'd felt in years. Not because he'd performed well, but because he'd connected meaningfully. Building connection-based confidence. How do you cultivate this kind of confidence? Here are 5 practices that build genuine confidence through connection. Practice 1: the outward focus pledge. Before any social interaction, make this pledge to yourself: for the next conversation, my goal is not to be impressive. My goal is to make the other person feel valued. This simple reframe takes enormous pressure off you. You're no longer responsible for performing. You're simply responsible for being present and generous with your attention. That's something you can control, regardless of how witty or articulate you're feeling. Practice 2: the vulnerability bridge. Counterintuitively, appropriate vulnerability builds confidence. When you acknowledge uncertainty, ask for clarification, or admit you don't know something, you're no longer protecting an impressive facade. You're showing up as a real human. I'm not familiar with that concept. Can you explain it? Honestly, I'm feeling a bit nervous about this presentation. Any advice? That's such an interesting perspective. I've never thought about it that way. These vulnerable statements create connection rather than performance. And connection is what builds real confidence. Practice 3: the success reframe. Stop measuring conversational success by how impressive you were. Start measuring it by how connected you felt and how valued you made the other person feel. After a conversation, instead of anxiously reviewing what you said and how you appeared, ask yourself: did I listen more than I performed? Did the other person seem comfortable and valued? Did I learn something new about them? Do I feel more connected to them than before? These questions shift your metric for success from performance to connection. And when you succeed by this metric, your confidence grows organically. Practice 4, the confidence inventory. Every evening, write down 3 moments from the day when you contributed positively to someone's experience through connection. Maybe you asked a good question. Maybe you really listened. Maybe you made someone laugh. Maybe you showed genuine interest in their story. This daily practice trains your brain to notice your positive impacts rather than obsessing over your awkward moments. Over time, you build a solid foundation of evidence. I do have valuable things to offer. Connection, curiosity, presence, kindness. Practice 5, the long game mindset. Real confidence builds slowly, through hundreds of small interactions where you practice these principles. Don't expect to feel dramatically different after one good conversation. But trust the cumulative effect. Every time you focus outward instead of inward, you're building confidence. Every time you connect instead of perform, you're strengthening your foundation. Every time you make someone feel valued, you're reinforcing your own worth. This is confidence through accumulation. And it's far more sustainable than confidence through performance. The social anxiety shift. Many people struggle with social anxiety, that gnawing dread before social situations, the racing thoughts during conversations, the obsessive mental replay afterward. I've experienced it. Most of my clients have experienced it. It's genuinely painful. But here's what I've discovered. Social anxiety is almost always rooted in self-focus. You're anxious about how you're appearing, whether you're saying the right things, what people are thinking about you. The spotlight reversal is one of the most effective anxiety reduction techniques I've ever encountered. When you deliberately shift your focus from how am I doing to how can I make this person feel comfortable, anxiety decreases dramatically. Your brain can't simultaneously worry about your own performance and genuinely focus on someone else's experience. These are neurologically incompatible mental states. So the next time you feel social anxiety rising, try this: find one person and make it your mission to make them feel seen and valued. Ask them questions. Listen carefully. Be genuinely curious about their experience. You'll notice something remarkable. Your anxiety will decrease, not because you conquered it through willpower, but because you redirected your attention away from the source of anxiety, yourself. This isn't suppression. It's transformation. You're transforming anxiety into curiosity, self-consciousness into other awareness, fear into genuine care. Part 3, the final mindset shift. From scarcity to abundance. We've covered specific techniques, practical exercises, and psychological principles. But none of it will transform your experience if you don't make one final, fundamental mindset shift. Most people approach social interactions from what I call a scarcity mindset. They believe, attention is scarce, so I need to fight for mine. Interesting people are rare, so I need to prove I'm one of them. Connection is difficult, so I need to be strategic about creating it. Social success is a zero-sum game where someone wins and someone loses. This scarcity mindset creates a transactional approach to relationships. Every conversation becomes a negotiation. Every interaction is evaluated. What did I get out of that? Was it worth my time? Did I advance my interests? The final mindset shift is from scarcity to abundance. Specifically, the belief that every person has something interesting about them if I'm curious enough to discover it. Connection is natural and abundant when I show up with genuine presence. Making others feel valued doesn't diminish me, it enriches both of us. Social interactions are not competitions but opportunities for mutual enrichment. This isn't naive optimism. It's a fundamentally different lens for viewing human interaction. And when you adopt this abundance mindset, everything changes. The generosity principle. At the heart of the abundance mindset is what I call the generosity principle. You can afford to be generous with your attention, appreciation, and presence because these resources are unlimited. Unlike money or time, attention doesn't run out when you give it away. When you generously attend to someone else's story, you don't have less attention available for yourself. In fact, the opposite happens, your capacity for attention actually grows through practice. Similarly, appreciating others doesn't diminish your own worth. When you genuinely recognize someone's strengths, you're not somehow becoming less valuable. You're creating an environment where everyone's value is acknowledged and celebrated. This generosity principle is counterintuitive because we've been culturally conditioned to believe in scarcity. We've absorbed messages that attention is limited, that recognition is competitive, that if someone else shines, we're somehow dimmed. But human connection doesn't work that way. Connection is inherently abundant. When you make someone feel valued, you both benefit. When you listen generously, both of you grow. When you approach conversations with curiosity rather than competition, everyone wins. Seeing dignity in everyone. Here's the deepest truth underlying everything we've explored in this book: every person you meet carries an entire universe inside them. A lifetime of experiences, hopes, fears, dreams, heartbreaks, and joys. A unique perspective shaped by factors you can't even imagine. When you recognize this, really recognize it at a gut level, every conversation becomes an opportunity for discovery. The barista making your coffee? They have a whole life story you know nothing about. The annoying coworker who talks too much? They're dealing with something you can't see. The quiet person at the party? They have depths you haven't discovered yet. This recognition of universal human dignity transforms how you show up. You stop categorizing people as interesting or boring, useful or not useful. You start approaching everyone with the baseline assumption: this person is inherently valuable and has something I can learn. This doesn't mean you'll become best friends with everyone or that every conversation will be profound. But it means you'll never again waste an interaction by checking out mentally because you've decided someone isn't worth your attention. I learned this lesson from an unexpected source. I was on a long flight, and the man in the seat next to me struck me as completely unremarkable. Middle-aged, quiet, reading a generic thriller. I mentally categorized him as nothing interesting here and settled in with my own book. 3 hours into the flight, turbulence led to a brief exchange. Then somehow, we got talking. Over the next 2 hours, I learned he'd been a translator for the UN in conflict zones, had witnessed incredible moments of human courage and devastating moments of human cruelty, and was now writing that generic thriller as a way to process trauma while making it accessible to regular readers. His insights about human nature, conflict resolution, and hope in dark circumstances were profound. And I'd almost missed it entirely because I'd initially decided he wasn't worth my attention. Never again. Now I approach everyone with curiosity, with the working assumption that every person has something valuable to share if I'm present enough to discover it. The ripple effect you create. Here's what happens when you embody these principles consistently. You become a person that others feel good being around. Not because you're performing or impressing, but because in your presence, people feel more themselves. They feel less pressure to perform because you're not performing. They feel valued because you genuinely value them. They feel heard because you actually listen. They feel interesting because you're genuinely interested. And this creates a ripple effect you might never fully see. The person you made feel valued? They're more likely to extend that same generosity to the next person they encounter. The genuine connection you created? It reminds them that real human connection is possible in our distracted world. The curiosity you brought? It inspires them to be more curious with others. You're not just improving individual conversations. You're modeling a different way of being in the world. And that modeling spreads in ways you can't track or measure but that matter immensely. Your daily practice. Here's how to integrate everything we've covered into a sustainable daily practice. Morning intention: 1 minute before your day begins, set a simple intention. Today, I'll approach at least one conversation with complete presence and genuine curiosity. Midday check-in: 2 minutes halfway through your day, pause. Ask yourself, have I made anyone feel valued today? Have I had a genuinely connected conversation? If not, look for an opportunity in the afternoon. Evening reflection, 5 minutes before bed, write brief answers to these questions. What's one moment today when I made someone feel valued? What's one thing I learned by being genuinely curious about someone? What's one old conversational habit I noticed and redirected? This 8-minute daily practice, done consistently, will rewire your conversational identity more effectively than any intensive workshop or dramatic intervention. Closing, the conversation ahead. We've reached the end of this book, but really, you're just at the beginning of something. The beginning of a new way of showing up in the world. The beginning of deeper, richer, more meaningful connections. The beginning of becoming someone people genuinely love talking to. I want to leave you with one final story. It's about my grandfather, who passed away 5 years ago. At his funeral, I was struck by something. Person after person stood up and shared variations of the same memory. Your grandfather made me feel like the most important person in the world when he talked to me. This wasn't because my grandfather was impressive. He wasn't wealthy, famous, or particularly accomplished by conventional standards. He was a retired teacher who lived a quiet life. But he had a gift. He made everyone feel seen, valued, and genuinely important. I never got to ask him how he did it. But reflecting on my memories of him, I realize he embodied everything we've discussed in this book. He turned the spotlight on others. He was conversationally generous. He gave genuine compliments. He was truly curious about people's lives. And his legacy wasn't measured in money or achievements. It was measured in the hundreds of people whose lives he touched simply by making them feel like they mattered. That's the legacy available to you. Not through grand gestures or impressive accomplishments, but through showing up with presence, curiosity, and genuine care in your everyday conversations. The next conversation you have is your opportunity to practice. The next person you meet is your chance to make them feel valued. The next social situation is your laboratory for applying these principles. You don't need to be perfect. You don't need to transform overnight. You just need to begin. To practice. To gradually rewire your conversational identity, build confidence through connection, and embrace the abundance mindset. Because here's the truth, the world needs more people like this. More people who listen deeply. More people who make others feel valued. More people who approach conversations with curiosity rather than performance, with generosity rather than scarcity, with presence rather than distraction. Be one of those people. Not because it will make you popular or successful, though it often does. But because it's a fundamentally better way to move through the world. For others, yes. But also for you. The conversations you have today will shape the person you become tomorrow. The connections you make will ripple out in ways you can't predict. The generosity you bring will return to you in unexpected forms. So go ahead. Have that conversation you've been avoiding. Reach out to that person you've been meaning to connect with. Walk into that social situation with curiosity instead of anxiety. See what happens when you stop trying to be interesting and start being genuinely interested. Watch what unfolds when you focus on making others feel valued rather than seeking validation for yourself. Notice how your confidence grows when it's rooted in connection rather than performance. This is your invitation. Not to become someone you're not, but to become more fully who you already are beneath the performance, beneath the anxiety, beneath the old stories you've been telling yourself. Someone who connects. Someone who cares. Someone who makes every person they meet feel just a little more valued, a little more seen, a little more important. Someone everyone loves talking to. That person is already inside you. You're just learning to let them emerge more consistently, more naturally, more fully. Welcome to the rest of your life. The conversations ahead of you are about to get much, much better. Now go have one.